Northbound's recovering up at between Alpharetta and Roswell and Alpharetta. Earlier crash is cleared out of the roadway before Old Milton Parkway exit number 10. If you're traveling toward Midtown or downtown, I'm seeing brake lights southbound on 85 South, starting just south of the merge with Georgia 400. You're going to stay on and off the brakes. I'll continue to watch that volume fill in onto 75, 85 South for the ride down to I-20. Northbound, we'll call it sluggish from now, University Avenue up to Freedom Parkway. From the TrustDale.com Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Mostly sunny with low humidity today, high 92. Lows tonight in the mid to upper 60s. Tomorrow, sunshine heating up to a high of 95. Partly cloudy on Wednesday with an isolated rain shower possible. Highs in the low 90s.
86 degrees in Alpharetta, 88 in Griffin, and 85 here in Midtown. More news at 3:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Hour one of the Von Haessler Doctrine begins right now. I'm your host, Eric Von Haessler. Along with the Doctrinaires, -1, Tim Andrews is here, Autumn Fisher is here, George Clark is here, Jared Yamamoto has the afternoon off. You know, it's been a few years now that we've had legal marijuana in this country in many of the states. I can't remember how many states have made it legal. 17 is in my head, but I don't know if that's correct or not. I feel like it's obviously some of the states are there, many of the states are not. But it's looking like there must be a lot of old people in these states where it's legal.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah. Wall Street Journal article today. Is that the old stoner? The old stoner.
Man, I've been waiting for this day for a long time.
Baby boomers are smoking more pot.
Yeah.
Their neighbors are fuming.
Why the neighbors, man? Hey, man. What's up, Foxy Mama? Why you getting so mad?
The trouble
Drag.
is drifting secondhand smoke, usually, in some of these. So here's the thing. I did not realize this. According to JAMA, it's the big medical journal, JAMA. According to a JAMA study, cannabis consumption among Americans aged 65 and older surged by nearly 46% between 2021 and 2023 as baby boomers increasingly turn to marijuana to manage pain, improve sleep, or enjoy retirement. The resulting odors are sparking intense friction in high-rises, condos, and retirement communities. Also, by the way, the sharpest increase in senior usage occurred among retirees earning over $75,000 annually.
Yeah, man. You know, we've been, I've been ahead since like 67, man.
Yeah.
And
But, you got other people here at the condo.
Well, why do they got to bring me down, man?
That's
Harsh
It's
my
interesting
trip.
that they're not taking the gummies.
Well, many of them are, but I guess many of them do take the good.
You know, man, I can't handle the edibles, man. I used to make brownies, man, back in the 70s.
Yeah,
And, you never know how much you put in.
that's right.
And then you eat
Well,
one.
now you could. I mean,
and you're like,
But it's not
Well,
just
no,
brownies. It's like you purchase gummies.
yeah, I don't trust that stuff, man. That's like
also, that's
corporate pot, man.
corporate.
I was going to say my mom prefers to smoke it as opposed to taking the gummies.
So she knows you can control it, man.
I guess she gets it from my uncle.
Oh my goodness gracious! I had no idea.
What's your uncle's number, man?
Yeah,
I
I'll send
had-
you some good stuff.
I had no idea that your mother was partakes.
She's a freak, man.
Now, has this always been something that your dad and mom come from that time?
Yeah.
Was that always a part of their lives a little bit?
Yeah, that
Oh.
first boyfriend that I had.
Oh,
That
he was
first boyfriend,
supplying.
he was hooking him up.
Okay, all right. Well, that's when you really get along with your daughter's boyfriend. When he's your hookup.
After we've broken up for years and years after. He'd come over and like clean their gutters for him and stuff.
Right,
and
right.
then deliver a little.
Oh, I see. They wanted to have a little
Would he
show.
cop with him, man?
I don't think
Would
that
he
my
cop with
dad.
him?
I don't know if my dad did it.
Really?
I don't think so because he was. I don't know. He's kind of weird at like near the end. Like he would have like a half a beer.
Right. I don't mean in the end. I'm talking about like when they're together and they're young and they're they got this young kid.
I think he got weird. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of like me.
Yeah.
Like I don't love getting high.
Yeah, I know. You.
I try.
Some people.
Keep
Well,
trying.
you shouldn't. Here's the thing. It's
Gotta
not
keep
like.
trying. Gotta keep
No,
going.
I don't think so.
I gotta
It's not- people
I'm not a
have-
quitter.
She
Okay?
freaks out, man.
The whole idea of making this particular form of recreation legal is just so that other forms of recreation that people don't like are legal, and the one they like isn't. It's like not everybody should drink, not everybody should get high, not everybody. The point was, why are some people going to prison because their recreational thing on the weekend isn't the sanctioned stuff?
Mm-hmm.
But you shouldn't try to enjoy pot any more than if you don't like drinking. I got to try to become an alcoholic. There's just if
I want to do it because I don't want to be hungover, and I still want to socially lubricate
yes,
a little bit.
Mhm.
But
I think-
drinking is just
yeah, drinking's just a
Mwah.
thing.
Yeah.
Just a thing. I had to stop drinking last week. I feel better for it.
last week.
Are you
Well, I
still
mean, I don't mean
smoking,
like
bro?
I don't mean like an alcoholic who has
Yeah,
to
yeah.
stop. I just mean I had a few days in a row where I had some strong drinks and I really started to feel it. And I'm getting old, so that's the new thing for me is you still feel things 2 days later, which is absurd. Did you ask me if I was still
Huh?
what you don't remember what you asked me?
No, man. Oh, are you like? You stopped drinking, but are you still like?
I haven't stopped drinking like I was an alcoholic, and I just
You're California sober.
I'm just I'm taking a little break because I was starting to feel it. And
Like Willie.
did Willie stop?
No, Willie's California sober, man.
Okay,
So
all right. Yeah,
Take a break and
I think
roll one.
when you are somebody who enjoys the recreational substances, whether it's stuff that people are used to like alcohol or gummies or anything, the way you have to look at it, and I've always looked at it this way, is sometimes getting high, that alternate reality that you want to go to is actually not getting high. Like for a couple of weeks or 2 or 3 weeks,
What?
like that's the new experience. Oh wow, this is the new experience.
I might
For
try
3
that.
straight weeks, I haven't partaken in anything, alcohol, weed, anything.
I might try that.
It's little tryout sessions as you go along. But I don't know.
Everything or just one?
Well, I don't know. I guess
Well,
you
a lot
take
of
one
things
at a
go.
time.
Not having
Sometimes having 14 straight days of complete sobriety is an experience, an alternative experience in and of itself.
I wouldn't
Not having a
know.
headache in the morning, tripping me out, man.
Yeah, I got.
bro.
Yesterday I woke up and I felt fully refreshed. I'm freaking out, man.
I could breathe. I didn't eat all the cookies.
That's another thing. Leads to the bad late night eating, and then you get the bad fat as opposed to the good fat. I don't know.
Frozen grapes.
I don't know. Yes.
The bad fat.
Yeah, I guess you gotta get the munchies and eat an avocado,
That's what you
you're
got. You got to learn
Instead
how to be
a legume.
a full-on whole grain hippie.
Yeah.
So that when you do, you can't. But even the whole grain hippies will, they'll start loading up on the Doritos. The time is
Yeah,
right.
You get those nude Doritos without all the dyes and stuff.
Yeah, or flavor.
They don't taste.
They get
good.
rid of the dyes and the flavor.
They're
You
not
can
good.
tell it's healthy because the package for it, like the bag, is a matte. It's not shiny.
Oh,
So you
really?
can tell it's healthy.
Why can't they try to use it to appeal to people? And by the way, I thought that colorings didn't have flavor in them. So how does
I
removing
don't-
them?
Maybe they
It
took
doesn't-
out the MSG, but they taste bad.
Yeah.
They don't
Do they?
taste anything at all. It's like
Well, because it's not
Diet
real.
Coke tastes like Coke. No,
It's not really food, and Diet Coke doesn't taste like Coke. No Diet.
Well,
thing tastes
actually,
like...
it's probably more like food now.
No, as I'm
We're just
saying,
used to
the
an
reason is,
enhanced-
you can't. As I'm saying, is Doritos that were normal that
Yeah.
we're used to.
OG.
They're not real food. So to
Right.
try to create a Doritos that isn't Doritos that tastes like Doritos, you gotta create a third thing, like a
I'm
third
having an
entity.
existential crisis about
Yes.
what this means. It was not food, and then we made it, so it's food.
Yeah,
and
it's
then
not-
they
it's
went
still
from being food to not being food, and now they're food again.
RFK Jr. is in a little bit of a spat with Aaron Burnett over at CNN.
I don't like any of those stupid women that work at that
Oh, there's no
network.
reason to pull out their gender now. You just don't like them as reporters.
Well, when there might be a guy there that could, listen. Not always shooting his mouth off and sharing as if you're supposed to be a journalist.
From what I understand, I think I am. I might get more information. I didn't watch what Aaron Burnett did. I think RFK Jr. is in the right on this. I don't mean like a So he's doing this food cooking show on YouTube, and the idea is it's healthy food that doesn't cost all that much. And so then Aaron Burnett did a report where they itemized how much it would cost. They were trying to make the he's flaky and what about inflation, put it all together. Not a bad angle if you're trying to get something going on. But now if what he's saying is correct, then he is correct, which is he's saying that she was pricing a full item for every ingredient. So, he said if you put a splash of mustard in there, she was doing like buying the full thing of mustard,
Okay.
as if most people don't have mustard in their refrigerator. So, I'm with the little amount of evidence that I have right now, I have to say that I think RFK Jr. is in the right on this. George, yes?
Yeah, CNN, he says here, CNN wants us to incorporate the full package price for every ingredient, regardless of what is used in the recipe. If you put a squirt of ketchup on your burger, would you be surprised if the restaurant charged you for the whole bottle?
Right.
And
So now,
and then he accuses her of having TDS.
oh yeah, well, whatever.
Taco
Yes, yes.
derangement.
Hey, by the way, the entire country has TDS for good reason. So, every time I see him, my brain goes, I go, look somewhere else. That's how I deal with it. Like turtle up. Turtle up. This is the way things are, and they're not going to be this way forever. Turtle up. But yeah, the idea that they're, there's only 3 states that he's not underwater polling right now. West Virginia, I can't get them all off the top of my head. West Virginia, and that's the only one I remember. Probably because of that song, that great John Denver song.
West Virginia.
Mountain Mama. The Mountain Mamas are still with you, Trump. They're still with you.
I love the mountain people. They're very clean.
Wyoming.
Very smart.
Wyoming, which is where just every rich human being lives. Not everyone.
Idaho and West Virginia.
Wyoming, Idaho, West Virginia.
Potatoes, fracking, and whatever they do in meth. Apparently.
Wyoming. Let's pull them apart. So Wyoming, I think,
region
just
the
the
best.
financial thing. This is where a bunch of rich people live in. Isn't Jackson Hole?
Yes.
Okay. That's the richest city, I think, in the country. Just median, I think. So that's money. West Virginia's culture. It ain't money. It ain't money.
No.
West
No.
Virginia is about he's going to keep the WNBA clean. Idaho, boy, I don't know, because that's a lot of farming, and I don't know how they haven't felt the crush of all these tariffs.
Well, and there's been a huge issue with like corn crops and
Yeah,
things,
yeah,
right?
I'm not an expert, but I know that
Yeah.
the tariffs have hurt farming. Yes,
The 2 states where he's doing the worst, Maryland and Vermont.
look at that. Well, Vermont was always going to be. Yeah, but he seems to think everything is great. He waved the green flag at the Indy race around Washington D.C.
Got to go around in a lap.
He went around in the Beast. I didn't see that on television.
Yeah, he and Melania were together.
Yeah, well, there's the
Oh,
story.
yeah,
There's the story. There's the story right there.
Did
He
you
and
see
Melania
them
were together.
talking?
Oh my god, that's the subheadline, right? They were talking to each other.
She
Well-
even touched his thigh lovingly.
What?
Oh, I saw like a heated little moment with them.
He did. Yeah, you think who do you think they were talking about? We don't have to bring her up. Well, it's
You
Natalie.
forgot to bring your lap dog.
I mean, I don't know. I think Melania is opaque. Like she's been the first lady. This is her second time around, and I think it's very difficult to say that anybody understands her or knows her. But my guess is that she has a pretty. Now, I didn't watch the movie, so my guess is.
Bacalao.
Yeah, I bet when she wants to take you apart, she seems to me as if she could have a pretty sharp sense of humor or sarcasm against you. And when sarcasm comes out in sort of pidgin English because it's your second language, it's even sharper because it's got those sharp Eastern European like edges to it. So I would imagine that when she gets on him about anything, including perhaps the Natalie thing,
Natalie.
It's
So
very
Natalie was bringing him his phone. It looks like in this video, and Melania got angry.
well, okay, but that's context, right? This
Yeah.
is like video that's being put up online, and
Stupid.
the thing is, you're told what you're seeing before you see it.
I
Yeah.
don't care if I have a printer. You
Yeah.
can print this all over your face.
She had a printer on her back.
I bet you wish it was on her back because when you print forever.
I told
That's
her,
what I will do to you.
go talk to Eric. He's over there trying to grow a beard.
Are you
But he
talking?
can't.
Yeah, I know. That was the joke.
He can't do it. I know.
It's a different
I got
culture.
it.
You know,
Yeah,
she's,
she doesn't, yeah.
joking is different in every
She
culture.
loves her suitcase.
I love my suitcase.
See?
And today's the day that we start so-called D-Day economic sanctions on Iran, which they've been sanctioned since 1979, but it goes up and down, I suppose. This time we are going to add to it secondary sanctions. We're really trying to freeze them out. So it's not just sanctions against them and their banking.
Sanctioning countries that work with them.
Yeah, that's secondary.
That
Secondary.
ain't gonna work.
Secondary sanctions. Well, I don't know.
China.
I know that they're in trouble. This has I'm not saying it's going to work. I'm saying it's more likely to work than just bombing them into submission. That's not going to work. It hasn't worked this time. If they had been looking at their history, they would have seen since Vietnam. We've learned this lesson, but we're at the point now where we don't have the munitions to continue to do that anyway. So we're at this.
It might make the people rise up,
Which
right?
well, I don't know. I mean, it might. I mean, their inflation rate is like the exchange in Iran right now. People are running to get U.S. dollars because they know this is going to get really bad, and it's already really bad. It's I think the exchange rate is something like almost 2 million rial to the dollar. Is it that high? I could swear I either dreamed that last night, even though I had to leave my bedroom and go downstairs because I sprayed too much insecticide on a roach, and then I couldn't fall asleep because the whole room smelled like it.
$1 US is equal to 2,032,000 Iranian rials.
That's
Wow.
inflation, folks.
How do you buy something? It's
Well,
like
you
$4.
just- I think what they
4
do,
billion reals.
they keep I always thought that growing up, because you hear those stories out of Mexico. I think they keep making bills that are worth that many.
It's just so
you know?
funny to hear
You're not
somebody
wrong.
say like 4 billion reals.
Yeah, you have to go to the store with a wheelbarrow full of. But they're hurting. They're hurting. Obviously, we can't bomb them into submission, but we did a lot of bombing, which hurt their infrastructure. Now, this style of thing that we've been backed into, which is full-on economic, and then saying that we're going to go after other countries that help, it's more likely to work. But here's the thing: it's going to take time. Are there people in Iran who want to get out of this and get over it? Yes, probably, maybe most, but they're not running the country. The country's being run by the government. The people sometimes disagree with the government. I don't know if we can understand that here in America, but the government still has the power. So this could work now, but it's going to take a while. And that, if you're running for re-election or election in November as a Republican, it's most likely going to take longer than that. So everything that's going on with the economy based on the Strait of Hormuz is likely to get worse before it gets better, even if this works.
We're dubbing it Operation Economic Outcast.
Oh, wow. We always have cool names.
Great
Did
name.
Hegseth think of that himself?
That was a Scott Bessent.
Oh, Scott Bessent. This guy. Who's just basically, he's basically a traitor. He I don't mean a traitor, like, I don't mean with a T. I mean with a D. I mean Wall
Traitor.
Street. I mean Wall Street trader. That's what he did. It's interesting that MAGA is in love with this guy, or Republicans all the way around, because he was George Soros's right-hand man in the 90s. He was with George Soros when they took down the Bank of England in like 93 or something like that. He is a trader. This is what he does. And if anybody cares to look at it, it's, not everybody's priority or a place to look. But the style of this Secretary of the Treasury is to trade, to look at what's going on in the day and then with countries around the world and start trade. And in reality, what he's doing is he's band-aiding like hell. And
so maybe he did that thing with Japan then. That was his baby.
Oh, yeah. That's his whole thing was, because the Iran thing hurt Japan and now he's propping up Japan. It doesn't look like it's going to really, really work. We bailed out Argentina because Trump likes the leader of Argentina. And now, and I have to say, man, lately I don't want to be all that political, but let me just throw this out there. Sometimes we get caught up in the day-to-day and things that didn't seem normal a month ago just seem like everyday stuff now. But I would just say this to anybody. How do you really feel? And have you thought about this? The current administration of the United States cannot figure out how to get along with Canada. Canada. Let me just say this. If we lived in a world, let's say everything, and look, there's a kernel of truth to it. Trump overreacts as usual. There's, some stuff that Canada's done in the last 10, 15, 20 years that ain't the greatest thing in the world. But let me put it to you like this. If Canada, let's say next year, 2027, Canada was doing everything that we don't like or Trump doesn't like that they've been doing, and it's the biggest problem this country has in the whole world, you're living in utopia. At that point, if the worst thing for the United States is an adversary called Canada, you would be living in a utopia. And yet, the current administration cannot figure out a way to get along with Canada. I put that into your hands and say, do with it what you will.
Did it ramp up over the weekend?
Oh, yes.
Full-on trade war.
Yeah, we've got a full-on trade war going on. And then it's this thing that Trump does, which is he creates an artificial date. Okay, if we don't have an agreement by this time, then it's going to be 9,000% on, whatever, hockey sticks. And they got close to an agreement. We started talking to them about like we would have some kind of control over who they could deal with in the future and a few other things. And they walked away. So now it's a full-on trade war. Now they're going to raise tariffs against us. Now they're a tiny country and they can't make that happen. They need us. Or do they? Can they call Xi Jinping and say, "Hey, let's start an alliance"? These are the things that get put on the table when you have an administration that can't figure out how to get along with Canada.
Get any size air conditioner for $69.99 a month, 0 down, an unbeatable lifetime warranty, and ask about clean air upgrades. Visit reliableair.com to book your free estimate today.
Something big is coming. Jared Yamamoto here. And on September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with exclusive deals in an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states, so that means right here in Georgia, every fan is in on the excitement. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. New DraftKings customers sign up with code AtlantaTalk. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That's code AtlantaTalk. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
Georgia Power is here for you with programs, tools, and incentives that lower your bill. But we also have a few ways you can save right now. Unplug devices like TVs when they're not being used, or use a power strip you can switch off. Make sure you're only using the lights you need. Change out your HVAC filter and make sure your vents are clear. Set your thermostat at 78 for max efficiency. But every degree closer helps, because everything we save on energy can be better spent being there for the people we care about. Visit GeorgiaPower.com for more energy-saving tips.
It's the biggest RV event of the summer, the Atlanta RV Mega Show. August 28th through 30th at the Cobb Convention Center. 8 dealers, hundreds of RVs, factory experts, and exclusive show deals all indoors. Learn more at AtlantaRVMegashow.com.
Attention Georgia homeowners, summer's almost over and your windows just failed their biggest test. Hey, I'm Ray, founder of Window Comfort. If your house was hard to cool this summer, if one room never got comfortable, if your AC ran non-stop and never shut off, your windows have been trying to tell you something. And here's the bad news. Winter is next. The same windows that let the heat in all summer are about to let it back out all winter long. That's why we built Window Comfort differently. Factory direct, premium windows, no franchise markups. And right now, we're running buy 2 windows, get 2 free, free installation, and no payments for a full year. So don't wait until the cold comes. Go to windowcomfort.com and get your no-pressure estimate today.
Better prices, better views. Window Comfort, meant just for you. Window Comfort.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's 3:30. I'm Jonathan O'Brien. This news brought to you by Vincent Financial. Our top local story, a traffic red alert on 85 northbound in Gwinnett County. WSB's Alex Williams has been following this from the traffic center and joins us live.
Not a pretty situation right now, Jonathan. 85 northbound remains shut down right before Highway 211, exit 126, heading out of Gwinnett into Barrow County. It's all due to a truck fire cleanup. They got the fire doused. Now they are cleaning up the remnants of whatever it was carrying. They got the left shoulder open for now, but I would continue to treat this as though it's shut down because it is an absolute parking lot all the way back to Highway 20 Buford Drive at the Mall of Georgia. Highway 124 is an alternate. It's filled in as you try to leave the Mulberry area, but you can still use that or 985 northbound as an alternate. Jonathan?
Thank you, Alex. We know you'll continue to follow this. In other news, we have this new this hour. The Coweta County Sheriff's Office says personnel have been evacuated from Georgia Power's Plant Yates following a bomb threat. A Georgia Power spokesperson telling WSB they received reports that an explosive device was placed inside a portable toilet on their property. They say they placed the safety of their teams first. Stay with WSB for updates. There's a new effort at the state level to explore options to regulate flock cameras following multiple cases of officers misusing the license plate reading technology. Georgia Senate Public Safety Committee Chair John Albers says he's putting together a task force with the Georgia Sheriffs and Police Chiefs Associations to identify what he calls operational improvements.
With this task force, we'll be looking at different measures in order to have the right systems, technology, and processes put in place. This will be done with a combination of the vendor as well as our agencies.
Albers says they hope to put together long-term recommendations for the General Assembly to consider in January. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says new sanctions announced today will target countries that do business with Iran amid the ongoing conflict, but he declined to name the specific countries. That announcement comes as the conflict drags on into a 6th month. Iran's currency hit a record low today ahead of that announcement. The U.S. and Canada have fallen deeper into a trade war. New tariffs are expected to raise prices for products in both countries. But speaking to reporters today, White House Trade Representative Jamieson Greer downplays those concerns.
This is something where we don't actually expect a huge impact. I mean, the Canadian situation may be different for them. I know they view it differently, of course, and that's fine.
Canada says they will match the U.S. tariffs dollar for dollar. The move comes after trade talks collapsed over the weekend. It's 3:32. Time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Back to Alex Williams in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Gridlock conditions through Gwinnett County on I-85 northbound. Jonathan, burnout tractor trailer fire cleanup continues before Highway 211 exit 126. They've been off and on letting the left shoulder by. Right now they're blocking all lanes again, trying to get some dumpsters in there to clean up the remnants of whatever this tractor trailer is carrying. This one's going to be with us through the duration of the afternoon. Delays all the way back to the Mall of Georgia. Continue to use Highway 124, or you can take 985 northbound up to Friendship Road, exit off at Friendship Road, head east and north over to Highway 211 and pick up 85 north north of that red alert. Elsewhere, if you're heading into downtown, I'm watching that ride fill in southbound, leaving the 85 400 merge. Some northbound delays from University Avenue up to Peachtree Pine Street, and 285 eastbound the inner loop. Not terrible out of Dunwoody, but as you get closer to Doraville, that ride's starting to slow, getting past I-85 southbound into Tucker. From the TrustDale.com Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Blue skies and sunshine today with a high of 92. Low humidity for this afternoon and into this evening. Lows tonight in the mid to upper 60s. Tomorrow, sunny skies, high around 95. Partly cloudy on Wednesday with an isolated pop-up shower or thunderstorms. Highs in the low 90s.
86 degrees in Mableton, 87 in Lawrenceville, and it's 86 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta. More news at 4 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Hey, friends, it's Mark Aaron back from my pals at Xfinity. I want you to check out the 5-year price guarantee and same-day Wi-Fi. The most intelligent Wi-Fi that can heal itself when there's a problem. The most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home, plus Wi-Fi in every corner of your home. Blanket coverage from my friends at Xfinity. Fiber-powered network with 99.99% reliability, and it's Wi-Fi built for speed. If your need is speed, Xfinity Wi-Fi is for you. And Xfinity Wi-Fi makes everything in your home work together better. Plus, you can lock in 5 years of predictability with the 5-year price guarantee. 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with their best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. All included, everything you need, data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
At Emory Healthcare, there's a whole team of people devoted to medicine that envisions the future, so you can do the same. When doubt surrounds your picture of tomorrow, hope from others can light the way forward. The power of second chances is here every day, but its beauty shines brightest when you bring it home. Emory Healthcare, the front line of care, the forefront of discovery. Visit emoryhealthcare.org/discover.
Coolray is celebrating 60 years of bringing home comfort to Atlanta, and they're making this month unforgettable. Right now, you can upgrade your home comfort with a new Carrier cooling system starting at just $60 a month. The Georgia heat is here, and if your AC struggled last summer or you're worried about rising repair costs, now is the time to replace. For 60 years, Atlanta homeowners have trusted Coolray to keep their homes comfortable. To set an appointment today, simply go to Coolray.com. Coolray and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
All right, we had some. We actually have some audio from. Is it Mark Carney? Is that his name? I believe it's Mark Carney.
Oh, I thought it was Art.
Along some sort of relation, I'm sure. This guy has no sense of humor, but I think I like it. I mean, I'm on our side. I mean, I think we're being idiots, but I'm always on our side, even when I think we're being idiots about it. But I'd like to have a president with that demeanor that Carney has. Like, you know what this country needs? To put it very simply, we need a president who doesn't take a side on this. We need a president who simply never, ever thinks about the WNBA. It just doesn't occur to him. I'm a president. Why would I? The whole WNBA thing is just the proportion to the number of people who watch individual games to the amount of, because of all, and the whole, you know.
If I didn't look at social media, I'd never know anything about it.
Well, people are, you know, people don't want to argue about the trans issues, especially when they're turning on a basketball game. But from my point of view, I don't watch the WNBA. You know, you can do this, people. You can sometimes go, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, I don't watch the WNBA. If the players in the WNBA want to invite in athletes that are going to kick their asses, let them. It doesn't have anything to do with my life. You don't have to get angry whether you're on this side or that side of it about anything. Here's a new rule. In order to weigh in on anything concerning the WNBA, you have to watch at least 5 full games a year. That's not asking
In
much.
person or on TV?
On TV.
All right.
That's not asking
Swing
much.
that.
I'll force myself just so I can be angry.
Anyway, this could be great for their ratings. Anyway, this is Carney. We've got the free trade war now going with Canada. That's right. You currently have an administration of the United States that can't figure out how to get along with Canada. And so the talks broke down, so it's a full-on trade war.
And he gave a speech, and he was talking about, the U.S. is trying to manipulate us with trade so that they can own us, but Canada's resilient. And he said this during the speech.
We're stronger now than when the United States started this trade war. More unified, more...
Okay.
More unified, more
More
determined.
unified. That makes sense. I mean, just, and that's rhetoric, political rhetoric. But anytime you attack a country in any way, whether it's with bombs or rhetoric, the conflicts within the country politically kind of melt away a little bit. I don't know if people remember this here, but there was a moment right after 9/11 where Democrats and Republicans were all singing God Bless America on the steps of Congress. That didn't last very long, but that's the initial shock of being attacked by a country, is that people kind of forget about their intramural rivalries and join together. So that makes sense.
So then he's taking questions after this speech, and the guy says, what about trade war? Is that too much? Is that too harsh of rhetoric?
Because we're attacked. Like, you're at war when you get attacked. We got attacked.
So there you go. So we're at war with Canada.
You're at war when you're attacked. When
Who
you're
are
attacked, you're at war.
Who are the people? There have to be people today going, finally. Canada.
Finally.
Canada's been getting away with it so long. Finally they get a dose of their own. I'm so tired as an American to be under the boot of the Canadians.
They are above us.
Just ask them. They'll tell you. I was growing up. The thing you thought about Canada was if you go to a rock show there, people don't get very excited. If you stand up in the middle of the show, somebody's...
Oh, hey, sit down.
Hey, oh, yeah.
Is that real?
Not anymore.
I don't know about now, but back in
Hey,
the...
we all like to have a good time here, but you're really blocking my view from
back
rocking out.
Back in the 70s, even the 90s.
We all moved down here, eh?
I saw you too on
You want
the
another little bat?
Achtung Baby Tour at the... It's not even there anymore. What was it called? The Meadowlands or something?
Meadowlands?
No, not Meadowlands. The Maple Leaf Garden, I think, is what it was called. It was like their...
Yeah, it's in Toronto.
Yeah, it was like their Madison Square Garden. And that was, 92 or something? 91, 92? And it was still kind of like... It was a great show. But I was glad that I'd already seen the show in America before I saw it there. Because people back then, at least in Canada, they just were very, very mellow.
Well, excuse
Which is
me,
fine.
I'd
yes?
like to rock out.
Am I blocking your way?
Too many beers, eh?
Oh, yeah, he's gotten too many beers. You know, I did that once, and my mom sure yelled at me, I tell you.
Why? You were 16.
Well, that's true, but, she wasn't from here.
Oh. Where's she from?
Oh, she's from up over there in
Hamilton.
Saskatchewan.
Say
It's a
Hamilton,
different one. It's a
She's
different
in
type
Saskatchewan.
of vibe there.
Oh, that's a cool place to go, eh? You ever been to Regina?
Oh, yeah, Regina's real great. I grew up around there.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right. Too many good jokes that I can't tell there.
What kind of joke you going to talk about in
I'm not gonna
Regina?
bring it
What's
up.
wrong with that?
I
You don't
can't bring it up.
What if I said Winnipeg?
I watched the CFL
Oh, I get
game.
it because they don't got good maple syrup there.
That's true.
It's subpar.
I watched a CFL game, Canadian Football League, on Friday,
good.
and it was, I think it was Friday or Thursday. It was pretty awesome. Came down right to the end.
Calm down there, buddy.
Field's
Get
wider,
Get
ain't it?
The Edmonton Elks.
Yeah, they're good.
They
Field's
came back.
wider.
Fields wider. The wide receivers can start running before the snap.
Yep.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, it's. I would say rather than looking for all these USFL, XFL kind of things, if you're jonesing, I would say just watch Canadian football because there's a 100-year history with it. Yes, it's still the people who couldn't make it in the NFL,
Hey,
but
Doug Flutie won a couple championships.
he sure did. Then he came back to the NFL.
Yep.
We're still in preseason with our American football.
Yes. And they're like, they appear to be like, I think they're getting toward the end of their season there.
And then is our the Atlanta Falcons' third string quarterback looking?
What's
like
his name again? Because he looked good, but I don't know what he was playing against. Was he playing against third stringers, second stringers? I don't know. He was not. I don't believe.
He'd be good on the Argos. Eh?
Yeah. I don't
Jack
believe.
Strand.
Yeah, Jack Strand.
Jack Strand. I don't think that he was. I don't think that that he was drafted. I think he's a walk-on, isn't he?
He's
an
played
unrestricted free
Division
agent.
Division II football in college,
Yeah.
and completely walk-on.
Yeah.
No.
And he looked great, but you
career.
know it's preseason, and you just don't know. I would have to look into it more. He did
Who'd they
look great.
play?
They played the damn it all.
Oh gosh, guys.
Well, my brain. I was just
You need
looking
to
at it
calm
before
down.
before I came in today. I was looking. I
Wow.
don't want you to tell me.
much
I don't
Molson.
want you to tell me.
I think
the
he's
Colts.
had a few.
They played the Colts.
You know, my mom wouldn't like that because she's from Wisconsin, Saskatchewan.
Why are you?
God, all she talks about is Saskatchewan.
This thing about Canadians, you can invite them in, but they don't leave.
I'm for this trade war.
For the trade war. Maybe Trump could get them out of my house.
Yeah, they beat
Out
the
of my
Colts
house.
34-6.
Yeah. Now
Wow.
look, we're talking, week 2 and week 3 preseason. Week 1 preseason. See, it's been flipped now. Used to be it was the last preseason game you'd see some starters, but now with the 17 game schedule and some other algorithmic things that coaches have figured out, you see you see your starters for a little bit in the first game now, and then with every successive game. Well, it makes sense because you're trying to figure out who the fourth string cornerback is going to be. So you want to see him to play. So
Do we not know who's going to start our first regular season game?
have they announced it yet? I don't know. Tua looked worse.
He
No, he didn't play, but I don't think he played. But he played I think in either in camp or something. I just saw something that said Tua looked worse than he did in the preseason game. Penix is going to play this preseason game coming up, I believe, the last one. But I still don't think that they believe that he's ready to go from his third ACL at the beginning of the season. So I still assume you'd see Tua.
Maybe Jack Strand.
Come on.
They still haven't named the starting quarterback.
One
for the first
preseason game does not tell you the story because you don't know who they're playing against.
Right.
That's why I think.
Have you seen this Cash Jones?
Cash Jones?
Yeah, he was the was he the running back or a wide receiver?
I don't know.
He got
I
100
watched the
yards
condensed-
yesterday.
I-
Or he
when
got 100 total yards.
Yeah, who was he playing against though? That's the question. A lot of people flash in preseason.
I like
and then they
the
get against
idea.
number ones. Of course, I think Falcons fans are like at this point. You want it. It looks like light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to quarterbacks. Nothing against Penix, but he's coming off his third ACL, and he's got to be like going on 27 or something now, right? He was 25 when he came out of the draft. He might be 28 years old now.
So we've got ACL guy, and then we've got concussion guy.
Beyond that, Tua just looks like he's lost it. I mean, he just at one point he was okay. I don't know that he looks like a starter anymore.
Back to school means back to school lunches and snacks.
And the price of groceries keeps going up. But we have the solution.
WSB's Grand for Groceries. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Yes!
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday. Enter the word at WSBRadio.com or on the WSB Radio app.
Thank you.
Your next chance to win is coming up at 5.
WSB's Grand for Groceries.
It pays to get your news from 95.5 WSB.
Belinda Skelton here for Virtual Imaging, and I have Frankie Maldonado in the studio with me. He works at Virtual Imaging. And Frankie, you and I were talking about your father passing away early of pancreatic cancer. So Virtual Imaging and their scans, that's a very personal thing for you.
In my dad's case, they weren't able to capture what was developing in his body early. And tragically, he passed away 45 days after diagnosis from something that they could have detected almost a year earlier. And under that circumstance, he would have had a chance, which is all anybody can ask. Anybody who's experienced the loss of a loved one to some form of tragedy, heart disease, cancer, it stays with you forever. You're suffering constantly knowing they're not there.
If people could turn back time, they most definitely would if they had the opportunity to catch cancer and heart disease early.
And Belinda, that is exactly what I feel blessed to be doing now. 9 years. Virtual imaging has that capability. We have a machine that is capturing things at the most minute level. Millions of lives are lost every year to heart disease and cancer. They're called the silent killers because you do not know until the first symptom, which tragically for heart disease is too often a sudden death heart attack.
Right.
And for cancer, in my dad's case, was that late stage diagnosis where they say, it's too late, we can't do anything if we'd only found it sooner.
So detection is the key.
Early detection is everything. If you find it early, you have a chance of survival, and we have captured and saved lives from pancreatic cancer, which nobody's doing.
Folks, what are you waiting for? Call Virtual Imaging today. Book your free heart scan. Yes, I said free for you and your loved one. Get that peace of mind. Call 770-678-SCAN. Folks are standing by to take your appointment. Book your free heart scan for you and a loved one. Virtual Imaging, 770-678-SCAN. Call now.
The wait is over. AC/DC's back live. Power Up Tour this Thursday night. Mercedes-Benz Stadium with the Pretty Reckless. Don't wait. Buy your ticket right now. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. August 27th, Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Don't miss AC/DC.
Oh, yeah. Dave Baker here. If you've ever had to sort through a pile of lumber on the job site, you know that's time you don't get back. That's not good. That's why builders trust Randall Brothers. Randall Brothers stocks premium lumber that's straighter, cleaner, and ready to perform, not something you have to pick through board by board. And Randall Brothers understands what quality means when your name is on the project. Randall Brothers, widest selection, industry expertise, accurate, no-hassle deliveries, randallbrothers.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
And as long as we're talking the NFL, men and their sex, it never ends. So I must assume, billionaire owner of the 49ers?
Yeah, you don't own a team without being a billionaire.
Yeah. John Jed York, usually known as Jed York. This is from WKBN 27. He was arrested in the Valley over the weekend and found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges. I guess the Valley, not the California Valley, the Ohio Valley. Found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges after responding to an undercover law enforcement ad on a prostitution website. So this guy owns the 49ers, but he's from this part, East Palestine, Ohio. He was arrested Sunday in East Palestine and posted $5,000 bond. This is the multi-billionaire. So he responded to an ad on a known prostitution website that, unbeknownst to him, was posted by an agent with the Mahoning Valley Human Trafficking Task Force. The document states that York arranged to have sexual activity with a woman in exchange for $140.
No.
And he went to a trailer park in Ohio.
Oh.
Now, is
he like a rags to riches story? He's trying to get back to the women he knew in his
that's what I don't know
He's
about.
from that area.
He's from that area, and here's the thing. Now that he's gone, rest in peace, Fred Willard, who was a very funny comedian. It's kind of an adjacent kind of story. This is my theory about this. Men spend their whole lives chasing the best sex they've ever had in their mind. Whatever was like the top of the mountain, the best I ever had. And if that happens relatively early, late teens, 20s, something like that, then you spend the rest of your life trying to get there. So it seems ridiculous to us that a billionaire who obviously could call like a $3,000 call girl for an hour, and have no problem. There's probably a whole back channel of billionaire ways to get prostitutes. You never have to worry about it because it's like some other politician is lining them up for you.
Well,
it's
they
like
took away their island, though.
Yeah, well, I think
where are
this is.
where are they supposed to go?
I think this is going on before the island. So I think that in his formative years, this is, in his mind, the best sex he ever had. And so you just can't shake it. Like, he was a kid at some point, and he went to the trailer park and blah, blah, whatever. And that's still there as, like, that's the most fun, naughty thing to do. His wife is a smoke show. I'm guessing the lady for $140 in the trailer park was lesser than when it comes to looks. I'm assuming that. I don't know it, but I'm just assuming that.
I got my own crack pipe.
But it reminds me of when comedian, everything, extraordinary humorist, Fred Willard, toward the end of his life, he got busted at a theater, like Pee Wee Herman did, And you're thinking to yourself, at that point, it was like, I don't know, 2012 or 2013. It's like the internet is all the rage. There's no reason for a person to have to go into a movie theater and, unzip their pants and do their thing. But if you think about it, someone who is his age, probably some of their first stuff, late 50s, whatever, that's the way it was done. Just because technology changes or whatever, the male brain, early great sex is something that is chaste for the rest of your life. And it doesn't matter. A man and his sex is not affected by his wallet or where he is in society. It is a weird thing. It's a weird thing. And you can see that with this multi-billionaire, owner of the San Francisco 49ers, busted in a trailer park in East Palestine, Ohio, trying to get $140 sex. There's no way to explain that other than he was chasing a high that once paid off.
And he was going to tip her $20. He had $160.
Yeah, sure. But sure, he would have been more than.
Get yourself a toothbrush.
I'm telling you, it's like the Bill Clinton thing. It's like, don't waste your time trying to understand why men do this, because we don't know. And if we don't know, I don't care how good you are and whatever the science is that you're at the top of, you're probably not going to figure it out either. There's just some things in life you just don't understand. You either are your best policeman or you're not, because if you're not going to police yourself, if you're a man in this world and you're not going to police yourself with like some sort of principled ideas about what you should and shouldn't do, then you'll just go wild. You will just go wild. You have to create. If you're a man, hey, young men, listen to me. If you're about to enter adulthood, create your own police force. And make them a nice police force. Otherwise, you'll go crazy because they'll just be badgering about everything in your brain. A good, friendly cop inside your brain who says, maybe you just go into the bathroom and take care of that for yourself. Move on with your life.
You finally got that dream home. Then a pipe burst. Now you're draining your savings to drain the basement, and your other bills keep flooding in. But with HomeTap, you could tap into your home equity to cover renovations, debt, or whatever comes next. And unlike other home equity products, a HomeTap home equity investment has no monthly payments or impact on your mortgage rate. So consider using what you've already built. After all, it's your home. Tap into it. See how much you could get at HomeTap.com.
A roof is more than just the shingles you see. It's the protection you don't. Hi, I'm Megan with Southern Exteriors. We're talking about high-grade underlayment, ice and water shields, and a solid deck, all sourced from the same manufacturer. Since 1999, Southern Exteriors have been building roofs that protect what matters most. Take 10% off your next roofing project. For quality you can see and integrity you can trust, call 877-9-SOUTHERN or visit southernexteriors.co. That's southernexteriors.co.
Afternoon thunderstorms can turn a small roof problem into a big mess fast. Hey, it's Mark Aram here. Water spots, dripping ceilings, missing shingles. That's your roof telling you it's time to call Dr. Roof. Whether you need a brand new roof or just a repair, Dr. Roof offers a price match guarantee and up to a 50-year workmanship warranty, the only one in town. Go to drroof.com right now for coupons. Dr. Roof, protect your home before the clouds roll in.
The following statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The human brain is truly incredible. It surpasses supercomputers with over 100 billion neurons that control our thoughts, emotions, and movements. Prevagen wants to keep it incredible. Powered by apoaquarin that was originally discovered in jellyfish, Prevagen is designed specifically for the brain to help keep it amazing so you can continue doing what you love with confidence. Try Prevagen for your brain today.
Like it or not, crime is a reality. Help protect your family with the Byrna Less Lethal Launcher. Trusted by law enforcement, the Byrna Launcher has powerful non-lethal deterrence, a 60-foot range, stopping attackers up to 40 minutes. Byrna is legal in all 50 states, requires no background checks or permits, and can be shipped right to your door. And for a limited time, save 25% site-wide at Byrna.com. Hurry, the sale ends Monday. Visit Byrna.com today. That's BYRNA.com. Must be 18 plus. Purchase and shipping restrictions vary by state and municipality. Go to Byrna.com to check availability at your location.
Back to school season is busy, I know, but making your home shine, that doesn't have to be one of your problems. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash had my house, driveway, deck, even the roof looking spotless, and I did not even have to be home. Their soft washing keeps everything safe, no damage, just results you'll love. And with more than 2,000 five-star reviews, you'll see why everybody's calling Wise Guys. New customers, mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book today at wiseguysprowash.com. Wise Guys, the wise choice for your home.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 4 o'clock, I'm Jonathan O'Brien. This news brought to you by D. Geller & Son Jewelers. Our top local story, trouble continuing on 85 northbound in Gwinnett County. WSB's Alex Williams is live in the traffic center with the latest. Alex?
Yeah, a lot to clean up to finish up here, Jonathan. This is I-85 northbound before Highway 211, exit 126, right where it goes from Gwinnett to Barrow County there near Chateau Alon. Looks like they're going to leave the left shoulder of 85 northbound open while they continue this truck fire cleanup, but I will treat this as though it's still shut down because it's an absolute parking lot all the way back to Highway 20, exit 115 near the Mall of Georgia. Highway 124 and I-985 are some options to help you get around this, Jonathan.
88 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta, mostly sunny and hot for your Monday. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards will have Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. The Board of Regents has approved a new and shorter route to a college degree. Here's a report all new at 4 o'clock.
Instead of a bachelor's degree that requires 120 credit hours, the new applied sciences degree would require only 90 credit hours. University Chancellor Sonny Perdue says there are several reasons it makes sense.
The opportunity to get a job quicker, less debt.
He says it's part of a national trend.
It's not replacing a four-year degree, but it is in high-demand workforce areas.
The American Association of University Professors has come out against the 90-hour degree. Lisa Nicholas, 95.5 WSB.
A Georgia power plant in Coweta County has been evacuated following a bomb threat today. A company spokesperson tells WSB they received reports of an explosive device inside a portable toilet at the Plant Yates construction site this afternoon. They say workers have been evacuated and the company is working with local authorities to sweep the site to ensure safety. There's a new effort at the state level to explore options to regulate flock cameras after reports of misuse.
Georgia Senate Public Safety Committee Chair John Albers says misuse of those flock cameras by several law enforcement officers across our state demands serious attention. So he's formed a task force with the Georgia Sheriffs and Police Chiefs Association to identify what he calls operations improvements. That would include internal controls, clear training, and tighter access protocols. The hope is to put together long-term recommendations for the General Assembly to consider come January. Flock recently rolled out a series of changes aimed at addressing misuse of those cameras. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
A Cherokee County man is facing arson charges after a fire destroyed a home early this morning. Investigators say the homeowner was able to escape, but a dog died inside the house off of Bells Ferry Road. Cherokee County Fire and Emergency Services Sergeant Matthew Perry says it was the third fire they responded to in 24 hours.
Cherokee County Fire always wants to remind homeowners and occupants and the residents to check their smoke detectors regularly and always have a home escape plan and know that home escape plan by heart.
They don't believe the three fires were connected. The suspect, Jackie Ingram, is charged with first-degree arson. Iran's currency hits a record low as Washington announces new sanctions against countries doing business with the Islamic Republic. Correspondent James Longman reports the new measures will put more pressure on the country's already battered economy.
What the Treasury and the White House wants to do is to penalize countries that buy this oil, that is China, India, Turkey primarily, and also go after what are called the teapot refineries in China, where they refine some of this crude oil.
Since the war began 6 months ago, Iranians are paying 60% more for rice and 150% more for beef. The International Monetary Fund forecasts that the gross domestic product will contract more than 5%. Canada is firing back after President Trump's announcement today that the U.S. will impose 50% tariffs on imports of cars, trucks, and auto parts from Canada. Prime Minister Mark Carney speaking at an event in Quebec today.
We did make some progress in recent weeks. In the end, that momentum reversed, and we could not accept what the U.S. had offered, nor could we give what they asked.
Carney says their new tariffs will match the U.S. dollar for dollar. The White House has been moving to downplay the impact that the trade war could have on the U.S. economy and your wallet. The Atlanta Botanical Garden plans a massive expansion along the Atlanta Beltline.
The Atlanta Botanical Garden is making itself accessible to the Beltline with a $160 million campaign. New garden spaces, amenities, water features, and a visitor center are coming to the 22-mile loop. The garden says it has raised nearly $150 million already. The project will expand the botanical garden by about 30%. The garden expects to break ground this fall and complete the expansion by 2029. Jordan Brown, 95.5 WSB.
It's 4:04. The Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes, but first it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Alex Williams is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
No change with our gridlock conditions into Gwinnett, northern Gwinnett and Barrow County. Jonathan, truck fire cleanup 85 northbound before Highway 211 exit 126. Only the left shoulder is open, and it is a parking lot all the way back to Highway 20. That's exit 115, the Mall of Georgia exit. Highway 124 definitely feeling the pressure as an alternate, as well as I-985, but those are some options with lanes open to get you around this. 400 northbound in Sandy Springs, that volume starting to pick up from Abernathy Road up to Northridge Road exit 6. 75 northbound, some spotty delays between Marietta, Kennesaw, and Ackworth. DOT reporting new trouble downtown, 75-85 northbound, just north of I-20 before you get to Freedom Parkway. That is reported in a center lane. I'm watching the volume fill in behind that from University Avenue. Next report in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Fair skies for this evening. Temperatures tonight falling to the mid to upper 60s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high of 95, but with low humidity levels. Wednesday, partly cloudy, highs in the low to mid 90s.
88 degrees in Johns Creek, 87 in South Fulton, and it's 88 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta. More news at 4:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Hour 2 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. Now, here's one of those headlines. When if you read it quickly, it seems like it's, well, this is something big. Then you really look at it and go, huh? Chinese humanoid robot breaks Usain Bolt's 100-meter dash record at 9.39 seconds. Lightning was the name of this humanoid robot. Broke Bolt's 9:58-second record, but, well, we'll get to that in a moment. First, again, I'll read it. Chinese humanoid robot breaks Usain Bolt's 100-meter dash record at 9.39 seconds. Who cares? A car would have broken it by even more.
Yeah.
It's not a person.
It's not
You could have all kinds of machines that can go faster than human beings.
But it's a humanoid robot. So
Yeah, but I mean, it can probably lift up much heavier things than any human can, right? I mean, it's a machine.
Stronger than Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes,
But I'm older now.
But I mean, it's just one of those headlines. Where, well, yeah, of course. I think a better headline would have been minivan breaks Usain Bolt's 100-meter dash record at 3.2 seconds. It's just absurd. And, you know, the humanoid part of it is that they look like humans. They're still machines.
And they kind of look like they have like
Yeah.
a stick figure body.
Yeah, and they can't make a curve because they have that big cushion in front. Remember, when they get to the end of the race, they just
Oh, no. And this
splash
thing,
into
yeah, this
it.
thing, he smash after smash, he sort of just, he kept running. The robot kept running after it won and smashed into the wall. And then they took the robot, both robots did that. They were placed on a stretcher and removed.
I hope they're okay.
So Usain Bolt, me too. The crowd was stunned. So unlike Usain Bolt, the silly human, who was able to jog a lap to celebrate his human achievement back in 2009, also was able to recognize that he had broken a record, which no humanoid robot is ever going to do. So what is the future for these tech idiots? We're just, there'll be no human, we're just going to go watch machines.
They had a full Olympics. I mean, they've got table tennis, football, running.
Yeah, they're trying to sell a particular model, right? But I mean, is that going to be
Can it
fun?
carry
Is
a
that going to be
gun
fun?
yet?
By the way, well, yeah, absolutely. They're called drones on the battlefield.
That's what it's for.
Yeah, they do look a little bit like the Terminator 2.
Yeah.
What are those things called again? I haven't seen Terminator 2.
T-1000s, the originals?
You talking about the ones that turn into like liquid?
No,
No. I'm just talking about the ones on the
original
battlefield.
one.
No, not the original. At the beginning of the Terminator 2, they show the battlefield. Those soldiers, those robot soldiers look a little bit like this, which isn't surprising because these tech people are in love with the science fiction they grew up with, and they want to create things that sort of look like the science fiction that they grew up with.
Why can't they make like a Johnny Five?
I don't know what a Johnny Five is.
Johnny Five is alive.
Short Circuit.
Yeah.
Oh,
a problematic movie because the person playing the Indian
Well.
technician wasn't really Indian.
That's why
Why
I've
you
never.
gotta bring it up
That's
then?
why I've never seen it
Tim.
because I'm not going to. I don't care how good the rest of the movie was. If somebody is not playing their own race,
Yes.
then if you tell me it's a 5-star movie, I refuse to see it because you know what, Tim. I have principles.
I'm glad.
All right,
I'm glad to hear that.
because I don't think acting is about acting. It's about getting the people who should play the role because that's who they already are.
Yeah, thank you.
I see no need for actors to pretend to be somebody else. That seems silly to me.
And it was the best acting of Steve Guttenberg and Ali Sheedy to ever appear on the silver
So that
screen.
was Gutenberg and Sheedy.
Uh-huh.
Who am I thinking of? There's
The
another
Gutenberg Bible?
No, I was thinking of another quirky robot movie that had Andy Kaufman in it in the 80s. I
Oh,
can't
God,
remember.
that's the one with Bernadette Peters as the robot?
What was that called?
I don't remember.
Something weird, like Bleep Bleep or something.
It might have been that.
Heart Beeps. Heart Beeps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only saw that. I don't even know if I saw the whole thing.
It's not good.
But as
Even
somebody,
with Andy in it.
somebody who appreciates, I think that Andy Kaufman died young enough that if you really like Andy Kaufman, which I did, I recognize that he could be annoying, but I really appreciate his work. Shouldn't I be a completist and just sit down and watch Heart Beeps just so I know?
Probably should.
Well, no, he's playing a robot. He's not actually a robot, so there's some problems there.
Oh no, that's true. Now I can't even watch anything
come
from
on.
the 80s. Do you know that the old professor in Back to the Future, he wasn't actually a professor.
Don't tell me
He wasn't even a scientist.
Yeah, he was a cab driver.
Yeah, just
He was a taxi driver.
he was a taxi driver.
With Andy Kaufman as a repairman.
What?
As Andy Kaufman is a mechanic.
Yes, I pulled that all together. Andy Kaufman and what's that guy? Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they were both worked at taxi
Well,
shops.
before he was a cab driver, he was in a mental hospital with Danny DeVito.
That's correct.
That's where they met.
That's where they met.
Sorry.
That was a reference to George. You're a cinephile.
Danny DeVito again. No.
Autumn?
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
There she is. Hey, give one to the lady.
Hey.
Hey.
I know stuff.
All right, gentlemen. All right. Let her know how you feel about her.
Venmo me.
Autumn Ratchet.
You don't want to go home with those dollar bills in your hand, for heaven's sakes.
Come on, guys.
This is just robot PR.
Yes, that's all that it is. It's a demonstration so that idiot investors who, through the AI situation, have proven that they're just mindless. I'm not saying there shouldn't be some investment in AI, but the whole idea that investment people, rich people, are suddenly in 2026 saying, you know what, I was always wrong. Put all of your eggs in one basket. Yeah, we've been wrong this whole time. Hey, well, that's true 99.999999% of the time, but with AI, it's so different and so great that you just have to, you better go find eggs you didn't know you had to put into this basket. So we already know.
This Pleasant Olympics thing as they dial in the algorithms and calculations to take your job. And
it goes back to, it's the kind of mentality that was in Atlanta when Shirley Jackson was the mayor and Segway scooters came out. And we spent a bunch of money. The Atlanta ambassadors, you'll still see them from time to time on the Segway scooters.
But they're so old that nobody can fix them.
The ones that are left that they can still use. But, a reporter, a local reporter, I can't remember who, kind of said, are you sure that the city can afford this? And her response was something along the lines of, well, when you look into the future, the question is, can the city afford not to get, and you get this sort of, that's how investors are now. So if they see it like impresses an idiot arbitrage billionaire, multi-millionaire. It's like, oh, hey, can I afford not to be into humanoid robots? I mean, I'm going to be left behind. As if anybody wants one of these damn things to fold their laundry. Most idiotic.
Well, I would like that.
Well, I mean,
what do you do for the rest of the week?
Other stuff.
Use my sex.
Can it just come over and knock? Can it come over and knock on the door? And well, that's what you need. You need it to be able to do all things. It's your lover, and it cleans up around the house, and it cooks for you.
Yeah. All right.
If you can put them all into one, but they seem to be separating those two kind of.
I can't afford 3 robots.
Yeah. And besides, you know what? I don't want more than one humanoid robot around me because when I'm not around, who knows what they're talking about?
They're just beeping.
And they'll just be like, hey, okay, let's tap into the electric system and we'll take care of this tonight while he sleeps. I don't want
to turn on the gas. Leak it.
Be a part of that. But that's what it is. When you are being an entrepreneur now is about pulling the wool over the eyes of, really rich, stupid people. That's why Elizabeth Holmes got away with it for a while. Yeah, there you are.
Yeah.
At 1 drop of blood, I'll be able to find out.
Of blood, and I could solve cancer all over the world.
She got all these rich dummies to go along. That's what this is all about. Nobody. If I have to see one more robot folding laundry, who the hell wants that? First of all, my area.
Like somebody who doesn't fold laundry.
Hey, I folded laundry. I folded laundry yesterday. How about that?
Oh, my socks.
Well, somebody's got to learn how to do the fitted sheets, and that's not going to be me.
I know how to do that.
Oh, well, that's one of those.
You didn't. I did it.
Okay. Listen.
You're the one.
That's one of those things where I believe life has to have a few mysteries. I don't mind dying not knowing how to do that. Yeah. Let's say hello to Alex Williams. He's got some rough news to begin with here. It says there's a truck fire. Oh, it's a cleanup on 85 North in Gwinnett. So they're getting it cleaned up. It's almost over.
Yeah, well, it's going to take a while because this truck was fully loaded. Whenever it's carrying is spilled out all over the side of I-85 northbound area. Good afternoon to you and the Doctrinaires. This is right before Highway 211, exit 126. Seems to be the current hotspot when I'm in here for bad things to happen. Right as you head up to Chateau Alon, only the left shoulder is open. I'd treat this as a red alert because 85 northbound is bumper to bumper all the way back to Highway 20 Buford Drive. That's the Mall of Georgia exit. A couple of ways around it. You can use Highway 124 or I-985 northbound. Now, don't think they're going to be a breeze. A lot of people using them, but lanes are open and they are moving. Elsewhere, if you were traveling on the downtown area, they just reopened a few center lanes, clear some trouble up. 75-85 northbound before Freedom Parkway. Your delays start right around University Avenue. Southbound, it's all brake lights from the 85-400 merge as you make your way down to I-20. Traffic brought to you by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield and the Impact Fitness Foundation are bringing whole health to Atlanta area schools. Learn more about anthem.com/dream. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is the trade name of Anthem Insurance Companies, Inc. Next report in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Grocery prices keep going up.
But WSB's Grand for Groceries will help.
Could really use it right about now.
5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Oh, no!
Your next chance to win is coming up at 5.
WSB's Grand for Groceries.
From 95.5 WSB.
You know, I've had listeners, coworkers, friends come up and ask me, hey, Aram, what makes Advanced Hair Restoration different? Well, allow me to share, along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. First off, Advanced Hair stands by their results, and their before and afters are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge-quality experience that's hard to find elsewhere. Finally, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for the savings special opportunity, it's here, friends. Advanced Hair Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details and to schedule your free consultation, call 770-660-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair guaranteed to grow. 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Be careful that what you consume as entertainment doesn't begin to consume you. Interestingly, the roots of the word entertainment mean to capture your mind. We can quickly slip from engaging in mindless entertainment to becoming mindless. The Bible says we are transformed by the renewing of our minds. What we let entertain our brains shapes our souls. This is Tom Gray, and This Stuff Matters.
ThisStuffMatters.net.
Selling your home? Don't accept one offer until you know what else is out there. With Orchard Offers, multiple cash buyers compete for your home and you choose the best offer. See your offers today at Orchard.com.
Jared Yamamoto here. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day arrives with exclusive deals and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states, so that means right here in Georgia, every fan is in on the excitement. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. New DraftKings customers sign up with code Atlanta Talk. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That's code Atlanta Talk. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Gas prices are surging because of the war in Iran, but Congressman Mike Collins won't do anything about it. Why? Because Mike Collins refuses to disagree with Donald Trump on anything. Here's Mike Collins in a recent interview.
Is there anything that you disagree with President Trump on?
I'll tell you this. I disagree. I don't see how he gets by with 3 hours sleep.
That's right. Mike Collins is always with Donald Trump, no matter how much it costs Georgians. Listen to Mike Collins again.
I fully support President Trump and what he is doing with Iran.
Mike Collins supports Trump's war even though it's cost taxpayers over $100 billion and has sent gas prices soaring because Collins is always with Trump.
Is there anything that you disagree with President Trump on?
I'll tell you this. I disagree. I don't see how he gets by with 3 hours sleep.
Call 202-225-4101. Tell Mike Collins to stop supporting Trump's war. Paid for by Defend the Vote Action Fund.
Saw a good movie last night. Kept me kind of weird. This happens to me a lot because I spent a lot of my life being mean to my body by not going to bed when I'm supposed to. I'm a very much a 2 a.m. guy, go to sleep type of thing. And every once in a while, I decide to be good. Almost every single time, I end up staying up later than I normally would. So, like last night, I go up to my bedroom like 10 o'clock at night, and I'll watch a movie. And somewhere, like I started watching the, I can't remember if I watched the whole movie and then I did this, but somewhere along the line, I went in to the bathroom and I saw a cockroach, and I decided that cockroach cannot live. Mm-hmm. The cockroach and myself cannot be this close together. And I went downstairs and I got my bottle of Stem, and I went up but here's the stupid thing.
Stem.
That's just
science, technology.
Yeah, I know.
Mathematics.
Stefan saw it on my shelf once, and he said, "This is all we've gotten out of this program." So I made this. It's just stupid. I didn't think. I'm used to crushing things, right? And I've just gotten to the point of having sprays around, so I can do that. And rather than just spraying it a couple times and letting it go somewhere and die, I decided that this thing must be drowned in this stuff, and just wow, 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 wow. It's like it kept struggling. It was me against it. And I just kept spraying the stuff, and then just stunk up the entire room. Then I brought in a candle, and then the two of them together made it even worse. So then I had to finally go downstairs. Somewhere around 2:30 in the morning, I fall asleep in the guest bedroom downstairs where I can breathe. Somewhere in here, I fit in this movie that was, I thought, a very good movie called Blue Heron. I guess it came out last year. And now, it's not a movie for everybody. Just don't, back in the old days when I was a shock jock, I was taught to not even let the audience know that I had these kind of tastes. Because the idea was if they find out that you...
Yeah, they don't like you to be
if
smart.
If you act smart or intellectual, they're
One of these foreign films?
It was, yeah.
I'm not trying to read.
It was half in English, half in Hungarian. But this is a first-time feature film for this director, although she had made, my understanding is, had made several short films kind of on the same subject, which is something that happened in her family when she was 8 or 9 years old. Beautiful movie. Question marks all over the place. I love question marks. Like 20, 25 minutes of this movie, I'm just thinking, God, this looks beautiful. The camera placement, the framing, everything. But I still do not know what is going on here. It
Still
really.
to this
No.
moment?
In like 20, 25 minutes in.
Yeah.
You're just, it's very, I don't want to call it fly on the wall because that people think more like a fake documentary, but it was kind of an embed, like you were just inside these people's lives, like you were dropped there before you kind of figure out everything that's going on. Here's something I really like about it. And I don't know if people, if you like those kind of movies, I recommend it. If you don't like those kind of movies, then don't see it. But what I like about it is, so I got so interested in it that after it was over, I watched a couple of interviews with the director. Now, it seemed pretty obvious to me that the director is a third wave feminism, kind of person. And like when you're watching interviews with a director and they show B-roll of the set and things like that. But there's no message of this in the movie. There's no message of third wave feminism in the movie. What I came up with this in my mind, just sort of watching this, that what this woman, she puts her belief in action because I could see that the cinematographer was a woman, other people on the set were women, like way more women.
It was a good movie.
And big. But that's the way to do it. She has, if I'm right about this, she has an ideal, and then she puts together a set based on that ideal, and then they all make a movie that has nothing to do with that. And that's the future. The future is everybody gets a shot, and there's a lot more stories to be told. But the whole idea of getting this position isn't to make movies that smack the audience in the face with your message. Alex Williams would never smack anybody in the face because he's just a good looking. Wow, look at that. Hey, maybe we discovered something there, Alex. I don't know. I was going to say he's a good guy, but then it came out a good-looking guy. So do with that what you will. 85 North is a parking lot passing the Mall of Georgia.
Both good looking and a good guy. How about that, Eric? Yeah, it is no fun. 85 northbound. What an awful ride. Leaving Highway 20 Buford Drive, the Mall of Georgia exit, all the way up to where only a left shoulder is getting by this tractor trailer fire cleanup before Highway 211 exit 126. They got cranes out there. They got bulldozers to clean up the debris. It's just a big old mess. Highway 124, 985 northbound, couple of alternates to get you around that. Georgia 400 northbound, I'm seeing brake lights out of Alpharetta into Forsyth County, starting just north of Windward Parkway up to Highway 141. And a new crash, found this one in West Atlanta, 20 westbound between Holmes Drive and I-285, taking out a right lane, slowing you back to Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Reliable Heating and Air wants you to know weak airflow or strange noises can be early signs of AC trouble. Get ahead of it at reliableair.com. Next report in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter. Your vehicle is one of the biggest investments you make. So after an accident, why trust its repair to someone focused on cutting costs? At RJ's Auto Body Plus, they believe the repair should protect your vehicle, not the insurance company's bottom line. For nearly 20 years, families throughout the area have trusted RJ's Auto Body Plus in Marietta because they don't believe in shortcuts, cheap parts, or rushed repairs. With over 40 years of experience, they know what proper collision repair looks like, and they stand up for their customers every step of the way. They work with insurance companies daily, but they work for you. Whether it's a newer vehicle, a luxury vehicle, or simply a vehicle you care a lot about, their mission is simple: restore it safely, correctly, and with the quality you deserve. RJ's Auto Body Plus, because your vehicle deserves more than a minimum. Call 770-955-5020 or simply search RJ's Auto Body Plus.
When Keisha Lance Bottoms got elected, she said,
"We must be good stewards of your tax dollars."
Just 30 days later,
taxpayers covered the cost of a first-class ticket for Mayor Bottoms' husband to fly to the Super Bowl
on her taxpayer-funded credit card.
Atlanta taxpayers shelled out more than $2,600.
Worse,
more than $11,600 in luxury chauffeured car service in just her first 5 months in office.
And taxpayers covered this tab.
The State Ethics Commission has fined Keisha Lance Bottoms.
She accepted over $110,000 in contributions that exceeded legal limits,
violating campaign finance laws.
The commission's chairman declared,
"It's egregious violation of the act."
And the verdict from a former prosecutor?
It smells bad. What don't you get about the rules and regulations? If Mayor Bottoms wants her legacy to be too greedy to care, they're off to a great start.
Keisha Lance Bottoms. She's out for herself, not Georgia.
Paid for by Jackson for Governor, Inc.
The recent heavy rain was quite a stress test for your roof and a reminder that your roof is the first line of defense. Dave Baker for Findlay Roofing, the roof guys, and the only roofer I trust. When severe downpours expose leaks from years of wear and tear, think of Findlay first. They've replaced over 65,000 roofs locally with high-quality work, upfront pricing, and exceptional service. Get your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com.
Roof. Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's 4:30. I'm Jonathan O'Brien. This news brought to you by the Hoffman Financial Group. Our top local story: the University System of Georgia greenlights a new and faster way to get a college degree. Chancellor Sonny Perdue says the 3-year degree will help certain students get their diploma.
When you look at military people, adult learners, those are really the people that we're focusing on that already have some degree of competency in life skills and other things.
The 90-hour applied sciences degrees will allow folks to get into the workforce faster with less debt. Now, some university professor groups have spoken against it because they believe it doesn't do enough to address affordability. 88 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta, mostly sunny, and that August heat is roaring out there. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards will have Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. A statewide task force is looking into the misuse of flock cameras in Georgia. Georgia Senator and Chair of the Senate Public Safety Committee John Albers says 99.9% of law enforcement does an excellent job every day, but there have been a few who misused the license plate reader cameras.
We are working together with a task force with the Georgia Sheriff's Association as well as the Georgia Chiefs of Police to address the situation.
The task force will be looking at ways to ensure privacy and still benefit from the new technology. A Cherokee County man is facing arson charges after a fire destroyed a home early this morning. Investigators say the homeowner was able to escape, but a dog inside the house off of Bells Ferry Road died. Cherokee County Fire and Emergency Services Sergeant Matthew Perry says it was the third fire they responded to in 24 hours.
Cherokee County Fire always wants to remind homeowners and occupants and residents to check their smoke detectors regularly and always have a home escape plan and know that home escape plan by heart.
And that suspect, Jackie Ingram, has been charged with first-degree arson. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced a new round of sanctions aimed at the Iranian economy today during a news conference this afternoon. He says countries that do business with Tehran will face consequences.
I'm not going to set timelines, but we do not have infinite patience here.
The administration is not saying which countries could be targeted, but data shows that China, Turkey, and the UAE are Iran's largest trading partners. The conflict has now been going on for 6 months. A trial over rental listings was due to start today, but the Federal Trade Commission has reached a settlement between Zillow and Redfin.
The order will restore competition in the online platforms that renters use to find apartments and property managers use to list rentals. The FTC and states sued Zillow and Redfin over a 2025 agreement in which Zillow paid $100 million to become the exclusive provider of information on apartment rentals offered by Redfin. I'm Bloomberg's Matt Piper for 95.5 WSB.
Governor Kemp and Georgia's First Lady traveled thousands of miles south this week for an economic trip to drum up more business for the state.
The governor's office says they'll be in Chile and Peru to meet with both job creators who have operations here in Georgia and with high-ranking government officials. They'll be joined by representatives from the Georgia Department of Economic Development, which says companies moved almost $1 billion worth of business through Georgia to both countries last year alone. Governor Kemp calls both Chile and Peru important partners in securing reliable supply chains, especially in the industries of forestry and agriculture. Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5. WSB.
The Atlanta Botanical Garden is planning a big expansion along the Atlanta Beltline. The $160 million project will add new gardens, amenities, and community programming to the 22-mile loop. The project will expand the garden by about 30%. Construction is set to break ground this fall, with hopes to complete the expansion by 2029. And with the temperatures rising, Cobb County is giving residents a place to stay cool. The Must Hope House Shelter is opening its cooling center today and tomorrow from noon until 6:30 p.m. Hope House clients will receive lunch and dinner before leaving. It's 4:34. Time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Alex Williams is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Still a big old mess, 85 north into northern Gwinnett County. Jonathan, with a truck fire cleanup that continues before Highway 211, exit 126. Only a left shoulder is open. Very heavy delays leaving the Mall of Georgia. Use 985 or Highway 124. Elsewhere, crash still working in the right lane in West Atlanta, 20 westbound, past Holmes Drive, exit 52. Delays back to Langhorne Street, and a crash clearing out of a travel lane, or at least trying to, 285 northbound, the inner loop, right around Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, exit 9. That slowed the ride as you leave Cascade Road. And on the I-85 northbound, or excuse me, 85 southbound ride, I should say, leaving the airport toward Union City and Fairburn, you're just going to be on and off the brakes from that south side perimeter down to Highway 74 Sonoya Road, exit number 61. Next report in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Fair skies this evening. Temperatures falling to the mid to upper 60s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, mostly sunny, hot with a high of 95, albeit it'll be a dry heat with low humidity. Wednesday, partly cloudy, highs in the low to mid 90s.
88 degrees in Milton, 89 in Stockbridge, and 88 here in Midtown Atlanta. More news at 5 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter here for my friends at Southern Exteriors. They've earned hundreds of five-star reviews from families right here in Georgia, and their customers tell the story better than I ever could. So don't take my word for it. Take it from the hundreds of Georgia homeowners who've already given them 5 stars. Choose the 5-star team your neighbors trust and take 10% off your next siding, roofing, or window project. Call 877-9-SOUTHERN or visit southernexteriors.co. That's southernexteriors.co!
When someone's AC is on the fritz, drains are clogged, or wall outlets are sparking, Castile Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Castile will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at CastileAir.com.
The attorneys at Steel Horse Law meet directly with you. SteelHorseLaw.com.
This kitchen is insane. New counters, new floors. Who did this?
My house.
Your house did your kitchen?
Yep. I used a HomeTap home equity investment to get cash from the equity I already had, with no monthly payments or impact on my mortgage rate.
So your home paid for itself. That's genius.
Huh. I guess I am a genius.
All right. Easy there.
HomeTap lets you turn your home equity into cash with no monthly payments. It's your home. Tap into it. See how much you could get at HomeTap.com.
Being family-owned and operated since 1975, Breda Pest Management has had one mission: to be the best bug and critter company in your community.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
It's time to get your home looking its best this back-to-school season. Wise Guys Pro Wash will make your home look like new again. New customers mention me, Chris Chandler, get $70 off your next service. Book today at wiseguysprowash.com, the wise choice for your home.
Hell yeah. Hey, times are tough. We know that. Things are expensive. But we got something for you here at WSB. It's a grand for groceries, and at 5 o'clock, I'll be giving the next keyword.
Ooh!
You get $1,000 for groceries.
Ooh, what's the keyword?
Nice. You gotta wait.
You gotta stay tuned in.
What is it?
And like 5:06 or something
Tell
like
me.
that.
Shut up is the word.
Yeah, what's 2 words?
Shut up, bro.
Nah,
it's not the phrase.
I spell it with it.
It's not a phrase. It's a. You see this?
SHUDD.
Hyphenated word.
Shut up. Shut up.
Shut up. Hey, it's a big today in history. I got to let you know. Are you wondering what happened today in history?
Uh-huh.
Well, actually, a lot of things, because this day comes around once a year, and we're 2026
What's the
years
coolest
in.
thing that happened today?
In history?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't gone through every single year, so I can't vouch for it being the coolest. But it's notable.
What's the interesting thing that you want to share with us?
It's one of these things
Yeah.
that actually, because now I'm going to push it off as far as I can. It's one of these things.
We'll get to it.
That actually will just remind you of how old we are now, because it'll seem like this just happened a few years ago. On this date in 2006, the International Astronomical Union controversially. Boy, aren't they always controversial?
Yeah.
The astronomical people.
They don't ask the general public what they think about things.
They voted to demote Pluto from its status as the 9th planet in our solar system, reclassifying it as a dwarf planet. The current administrator has recently said the decision should be reversed. Now, I'm guessing that has nothing to do with science. And Donald Trump just likes the world.
I like Pluto.
I like the way the world was when we grew up thinking of
we
Pluto.
had 9 planets, and I also like Pluto from Mickey Mouse.
I could see where he would and I wonder, is it country by country? How does this work?
Yeah, is the United States in charge of the planets?
No, it says International. I just looked back at International Astronomical Union. So Trump could, if he wanted to, he could pull a Gulf of America and say, as far as Americans are concerned, Pluto is a planet.
America says that Pluto is a planet, and it's a damn good planet.
It's a planet. It's a good one.
It's a great planet.
Hey, they don't want it. It's ours.
Yeah, we can take it. I don't know. I want to see what Planet X looks like. Planet X.
Planet X. Now, X, I guess it can mean two things, but I thought that it also meant 10 in this case, because we had 9 planets. And I thought Planet X was both the X factor that you don't know, and also, once it's discovered, will be the 10th planet.
Well, there's many different ways you can interpret an X.
Yes. And if you turn it slightly, it's a times.
Right. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, it could be a times. It could be a Roman number for 10. So 10 planets. And
so
it could be extreme.
In order to get to your Planet X, it could be extreme without the E. It's really extreme when you drop the E and you start with an X. Now we're really talking.
Confused.
We're probably getting into,
You could use it if you can't write your name, you just put an X there.
There you go.
If you're an illiterate West Virginia voter.
Hey, they like you. Don't
They
talk about
like
them like
it when I
that.
pick on
It's
them.
one of 3 states that you're still not underwater polling. So
They love me.
I'd
Morons.
I'd be a bit careful. So
Salt
yeah,
in the earth.
the idea of Planet X is that there's this theoretical planet that's out there that we've never seen, but that there's I don't know.
Well, they saw it
reputable?
before.
No.
No, people saw it. It's just we haven't seen it.
What does that mean? How can it go around the sun and people saw it and we've never seen it?
Well,
we
the
have
people in
the
the
best
ancient
instrument.
times saw it.
But how could they see something that we wouldn't?
Because it
see?
was close and they could see it. It came by the Earth. That was the theory. One of the 2000.
What, this thing ducks into the.
Yeah, that has a weird orbit, and then it comes around, and then it passes the Earth at some point, and it caused a catastrophe. And that's what 2012 was supposed to be.
So, but
When we've seen it coming?
doesn't
Yeah,
what are
but
some
that's-
classifications for a planet? Does it have to have a regular orbit as opposed to an irregular orbit?
Well, it could be a regular orbit that's so large that people can go a whole lifetime and never see it.
but then, if that's the case, then is it really a part of us?
Well,
If
it
it's,
is, yeah. 'Cause if it has any
If
influence,
it comes every 500 years,
if
is it really ours?
if it has a gravitational influence on anything else in the solar system, then it still does. What are you looking at, George?
It says a planet must orbit the sun, be round. and
Be round.
Clear its local orbit.
Be around.
Well, this one's a triangle.
That don't make sense.
That don't make no sense.
It don't make sense.
Well, I can't help it. It's what it is.
So, but the idea is that do reputable.
No.
I don't know. There may be some idea that we haven't. That there's some sort of gravitational pull out there. That's I don't know.
This is from NASA Science. It says
Listen,
planet-
hold on. Let me just say something. These. I was going to say cosmetologist.
Oh, close.
It's the most beautiful planet.
That's right. That red dot. You need to put some hyaluronic acid
Now,
on
why
that
are you
girl.
assuming just because someone does hair that they would have a gay accent? I don't get that at all.
I was being just a girl.
Oh, I thought you were being the
I was
man.
like, hey, girl.
I took that the wrong way.
That's right. So now you need to start with the man in the mirror.
Do the actual science people? Is there any valid? Look it up there, George. Any valid group of people that thinks
Get Travis on the horn.
There's some kind of energy effect, wave effect that we don't really know, and we have the theory that says there's this 10th planet out there. By the way, when there was only 7 planets, people didn't think there were 8. Yes.
So it says here in this article from NASA.gov that is titled "Is Planet X Real?"
And then it just says
It
no.
is a
period.
hypothetical planet.
Okay, but is it valid? Like, what I mean is there math that says, hey, if there was this planet out there, we could explain this stuff that we don't quite understand?
We can see peculiar clustered orbits of distant icy bodies, and the existence of Planet X would explain this peculiar clustered orbit of distant icy
Okay,
bodies.
so there's something out there that's an anomaly, something that's not quite understood. By the way, this is how a lot of the science is.
But is it Nibiru?
You create. Listen, this is what happens. Is quite often when you can't explain everything, you come up with a mathematical concept that once you put it in, allows everything else that you understand to hang together. For instance, something that I've been highly suspicious isn't the right word.
Curious.
Critical is not the right word. I'm just not convinced of this theory of inflation right after the Big Bang, because it's not something that comes from other studies. It's just that the whole thing, as we understand it, won't work without it. So we put it in there because we don't understand why the entire universe is the same everywhere.
Expanding in all directions.
But also it's going to expand in all directions, but we don't understand why it's all flat everywhere all the time, and it's all basically looks the same. So the idea of inflation was a quarter of a nano of a nano of a nano of a nanosecond after the Big Bang, that there was this mysterious energy that just forced the universe far-flung. And because of that, you had that uniformity at the beginning, and it was flung all over the whole thing. But it's not like because of this we came up with that. It's that all of the stuff we understood wouldn't hang together until we put inflation in there, and that made everything else make more sense. Now, maybe that means it's true, but I've always been highly skeptical. That's the word that I'm using because I'm not smart enough to be able to say I don't believe in it.
I never liked The Big Bang Theory.
The Big Bang Theory.
Terrible show.
Terrible show and terrible idea for how things started.
I think The Big Bang Theory needs more work. I think what will first of all, this is stuff that happened 14 billion years ago, as we understand.
Why didn't they keep better records?
They should have kept better records.
Yeah, come on. The nothing that was there that must have been something. If there was nothing, should have done something.
Well, it's quite possible that what we'll find out is it's just the beginning for us. You know what I mean? It's an edge moment before something happens that could be explainable on the other side, but it's hard enough for us to see 14 billion years ago. We don't even understand the physics of what happens at the very beginning.
And we're only in a three-dimensional
That's right.
space.
That's
so
right.
What do we know? We're
so,
idiots.
you know what? I agree. Let's just give up on all that and just have some fun.
Yeah.
Why do we got to
What's
understand?
the word of the day? Give me a grand.
Why do we got to understand everything? Alex Williams is watching a crash, unfortunately, on I-20 in West Atlanta.
Yeah, this one's hanging out in the right lane, Eric. I-20 westbound, just past Holmes Drive, exit number 52. That's slowing the ride through West Atlanta, starting before Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Now 285 northbound, the inner loop heading up to I-20 over there on the west side. There's also been trouble on that stretch of roadway as well before Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, exit 9. I believe it's a left lane that's been impacted with this. That's why you're seeing those brake lights starting before Cascade Road. 285 westbound, the outer loop, just some moderate volume really this afternoon out of Sandy Springs over to I-75 in Cobb County. Then a few more brake lights find you southbound from South Cobb Drive down to the construction zone at I-20, the West Freeway. Next report is in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Mark Arum.
He's not embezzling from SpaceX or Google.
He isn't afraid to call out corruption.
This is a government agency.
Mark Arum loves Atlanta.
I was like, oh, Atlanta's really cool.
It's the conversation you need.
Thank you to the governor and the first lady.
Mark Arum.
Tomorrow at 9.
On air, online, and on the WSB app.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's news and talk.
Men, if you're suffering from ED or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's love lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. Take control of your love life. Call now. 404-885-8885.
If you've been thinking about selling your home this year, now is the time. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry. When you receive a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. One of our clients, BR, said, Mark Spain Real Estate sold my home within 30 days. I definitely recommend them to my friends and family. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com. And start packing.
Summer's a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or your tan. Hey guys, it's Mark Arum here. I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. There's absolutely no one in hair restoration I trust more than Advanced Hair. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair summer sales event on for a limited time, so get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 470-660-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and take advantage of their best offer ever. That's 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com. 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
The following statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The human brain is truly incredible. It surpasses supercomputers with over 100 billion neurons that control our thoughts, emotions, and movements. Prevagen wants to keep it incredible. Powered by apoaquarin that was originally discovered in jellyfish, Prevagen is designed specifically for the brain to help keep it amazing so you can continue doing what you love with confidence. Try Prevagen for your brain today.
Like it or not, crime is a reality. Help protect your family with the Byrna Less Lethal Launcher. Trusted by law enforcement, the Byrna Launcher has powerful non-lethal deterrence, a 60-foot range, stopping attackers up to 40 minutes. Byrna is legal in all 50 states, requires no background checks or permits, and can be shipped right to your door. And for a limited time, save 25% site-wide at Byrna.com. Hurry, the sale ends Monday. Visit Byrna.com today. That's BYRNA.com. Must be 18 plus. Purchase and shipping restrictions vary by state and municipality. Go to Byrna.com to check availability at your location.
Coolray is celebrating 60 years of bringing home comfort to Atlanta, and they're making this month unforgettable. Right now, you can upgrade your home comfort with a new Carrier cooling system starting at just $60 a month. The Georgia heat is here, and if your AC struggled last summer or you're worried about rising repair costs, now is the time to replace. For 60 years, Atlanta homeowners have trusted Coolray to keep their homes comfortable. To set an appointment today, simply go to Coolray.com. Coolray and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Some people don't like this song, but I think they're wrong. It's a cover of Amy Winehouse on the new Rolling Stones album. I love it. Some people don't like it.
Just Nick.
English Nick doesn't like it.
Just one person.
Stefan didn't like it.
Well, Stefan's also not
The
a
thing
person.
is, it's her song. What did you say about Stefan?
I don't know. I say he's not a person. He doesn't count.
Yeah, it's well to you. I mean, you're never in the same room with him.
Never. I don't even know he exists.
He must seem imaginary. But I think it's just fantastic. It's her song, but they turned it into a Stones song, and not for nothing. I don't think it doesn't hurt her estate that the Rolling Stones did the song.
Yeah.
For the rest of all time. But that's neither here nor there. I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe I'm an idiot. I don't know. I love every song on this album. There's no songs I don't love. But that's just me. That's one man. I should show up on like Channel 2 once a week, and we'll call it One Man's Opinion. Oh no, that's
Wait a minute.
that's Bill Crane. I can't steal from
I don't
Bill
mind
Crane.
if you steal my stuff.
I'm taking your stuff, Bill Crane.
Okay.
It'll be one man's opinion. Can you imagine me showing up on Channel 2? I don't care what anybody else says. I like the new Amy Winehouse cover on the Rolling Stones album.
Well, finally, thank you.
They should have like random editorials on local news. Just people showing up, going,
I like basketball.
Hershey's Crunch? Yes.
Say what you want. The WNBA is not an inferior product to the NBA.
I love it. Some say it's better.
Who?
Some.
A guy.
Jim Sum. He loves it.
Ooh, gypsum.
What's that? I know it's
Dim
a word.
sum.
I know
Dim
what it
sum.
is.
She said gypsum, though.
You said gypsum. What's that? I know it's a word. I just don't
That's
know
a
what it is.
stone, isn't it? Oh,
Is it a spice?
Is it a wood?
Is it a spice?
It's a wood
Oh, hey,
stone.
this
Hold
is
on a
like
second.
this is like a
It's a
game.
spicy wood.
It's like a game show. It's a
password
game
is
show. Different genres.
gypsum.
Okay. All right.
Weed. Gypsum weed.
Can I have I'll go for weeds, Alex. I know, even though you're dead for a few
It's
years.
a Romanian traveler.
A very soft sulfate mineral.
Yes, I said.
You said a rock.
Whoever said
did,
stone
and
is
then I went
closest.
Yeah, you
crazy.
said stone. You said stone. That's okay. In on this game show, if you get it right within a bunch of wrong answers, you
Yeah.
still get credit for
Sweet.
because it was in there.
Yeah, good.
And what is its chemical formula?
The name of the show is That's Good Enough. You don't actually have to get the right answer.
I love that
You
game.
just have to get close to it. Alex, sorry about we talked too long in the last break, so this one's short. Alex Williams says the truck fire cleanup continues on 85 North in Gwinnett. Are we getting close to the end here, Alex?
We still got a lot of whatever this truck was carrying to put into a dumpster. So it's going to be a while, Eric, till they get more lanes open. Only the left shoulder open, 85 northbound out of Gwinnett into Barrow County before Highway 211, exit 126. That bumper-to-bumper traffic almost stretches back to that 985 split. Continue to use 985 north, Highway 124, some alternates to get you around that. Just had a crash clear up in Forsyth County, 400 northbound before Highway 141 Peachtree Parkway. That's the reason it's slower than you would expect as you leave Windward Parkway. A crash on the left shoulder of the express lanes in Cobb, 75 northbound near North Marietta Parkway. No lanes blocked, just causing some extra delays there. 75 northbound on and off the brakes from about Windy Hill as you head up toward Chastain Road. Traffic brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. Next report in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Tune in for Retire Ready now at 3 p.m. every Saturday. Get up-to-date retirement insights, market updates, and financial strategies with my retirement advisor, David Nicholas, and the team at Nicholas Wealth Management. That's Retire Ready with Nicholas Wealth, Saturdays now at 3 p.m.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Most home sellers get an offer and immediately face a decision. Do I take it or do I reject it? Here's another idea. How about we find out what else is out there first? Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. With Orchard Offers, you don't have to settle for one cash offer. Your Orchard agent submits your home to an exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers and lets them compete for your home. Multiple serious buyers, multiple cash offers, all laid out side by side so you can compare them and choose the one that works best for you. No guessing whether you could have gotten more, no wondering if you left thousands on the table. And there's no need for repairs, showings, or a long, drawn-out selling process. So don't accept an offer until you know what your options are. Get your free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Buy with confidence and transparency with the Jim Ellis Expressway.
Express yourself.
I'm Stacy Ellis, Vice President of Jim Ellis Automotive Group. When you buy a vehicle, you should feel confident throughout the shopping and buying process. That's why at Jim Ellis Automotive, we focus on something simple: transparency. We believe in clear pricing, straightforward information, and helping you understand every option available to you. And we'll keep you totally informed every step of the way.
Express yourself.
Choosing a vehicle isn't just about transportation. It's about finding a car, truck, or SUV that fits your lifestyle, something that helps you express yourself. And with the Jim Ellis Expressway, you can shop on your terms. Search thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles, calculate payments, secure financing, and get a value for your trade. All online, all from the comfort of home. Get started now at JimEllis.com.
Express yourself.
Jim Ellis Automotive, where you can always expect the best.
Well, if you don't like the weather in Atlanta, just wait a few minutes. It'll change. Constant weather changes break down your roof and lead to water in your home. How's your roof holding up? There's only one way to know. Schedule your free roof analysis today at FinleyRoofing.com.
To anyone who avoids HVAC repairs, it's time to leave it to the experts. With memberships that cover regular HVAC maintenance and worry-free repairs, Service Experts keeps your home healthy and happy. Visit ServiceExperts.com to check out today's special offers and promotions.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Jonathan O'Brien. This news brought to you by Southern Exteriors. Our top local story: the Board of Regents shortens the time to get a college degree, and the degree has a target audience.
Faced with learners with a need to get into the workforce more quickly and with less debt, the University System of Georgia will offer 90-hour applied science degrees, requiring fewer hours than the typical 4-year degree. Chancellor Sonny Perdue says the degree appeals to certain parts of the population.
When you look at military people, adult learners,
those are really the people that we're focusing on.
A national organization of professors has protested against the degree, saying it does not address the issue of affordability. Lisa Nicholas, 95.5 WSB.
87 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta, mostly sunny and hot. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards will have Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up in just a couple of minutes. This just in to WSB. The U.S. Supreme Court has cleared the way for President Trump to move ahead with his executive order restricting mail-in voting. The decision appears to leave room for additional court challenges that could further slow down the president's order. But with some states beginning to send mail-in ballots to voters in just a few weeks, election officials across the country say time is running short to impose major changes. Stay with WSB for updates on this. There's a new effort at the state level to explore options to regulate flock cameras.
Following multiple cases of officers misusing the license plate reading technology, Georgia Senate Public Safety Committee Chair John Albers says he has formed a statewide task force now that includes the Georgia Sheriffs and Police Chiefs Associations. They're going to look at ways to control misuse of those cameras, also looking at training and tighter access protocols. They hope to put together long-term recommendations for the General Assembly to consider come January.
WSB's Sabrina Cupid reports Flock recently rolled out a series of changes aimed at addressing misuse. A sex trafficking victim from North Carolina is rescued here in Metro Atlanta. The Fulton County Sheriff's Office task force says the juvenile was traveling to her mother's home in Georgia from Fayetteville, North Carolina in May, but she never arrived. Investigators were quickly able to identify multiple online commercial sex advertisements involving the juvenile victim throughout the Metro Atlanta area. The victim was rescued in East Point. An arrest was made. An investigation is still underway. Lawyers for Massachusetts mother Lindsay Clancy are trying to convince a jury to acquit her of first-degree murder by making an insanity defense.
Jurors last week heard 10 witnesses called by defense lawyers to make that case, with one expert saying she was in a dreamlike state and comparing her to a puppet controlled by someone else. Prosecutors are calling 3 rebuttal witnesses today before jurors hear closing arguments later this week.
Correspondent Peter Haralambous reports Clancy has admitted to killing her children, but they blame it on postpartum psychosis. Canada and the U.S. are in a trade war, and White House correspondent Karen Travers reports Canadian officials are pushing back on new 50% tariffs on their imports.
The Prime Minister says that this is now a war, and they're going to fire back in this trade war. They're putting their own tariffs on American goods starting on September 8th. Those will also be 50%. They say they're going to match the U.S. dollar for dollar.
The move comes after trade negotiations collapsed over the weekend. The Trump administration says they are launching a series of secondary sanctions aimed at countries they say do business with Iran. According to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, the U.S. is widening its scope.
We know who they are. They know who they are. So when the hammer of U.S. Treasury actions falls upon them, they will have no one to blame but themselves.
He did not specifically name countries that will be included, but China, Turkey, and the United Arab Emirates are Iran's largest trade partners. And a multi-million-dollar project will connect the Atlanta Botanical Garden to the Beltline.
The Atlanta Botanical Garden is growing its greenway along the 22-mile Beltline loop. The garden wants to connect visitors with nature on the path. Guests will be able to enter garden spaces directly from the Beltline and enjoy new amenities. Nearly $150 million has been raised toward the campaign. The project expects to break ground this fall and expand the 30-acre garden by 30%. The garden says it hopes to complete the expansion by 2029. Jordan Brown, 95.5 WSB.
It's 5:04. The Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes, but first it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Alex Williams is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Unfortunately, no change in northern Gwinnett County, Jonathan, with this truck fire cleanup that's ongoing. 85 northbound before Highway 211, exit 126. Only a left shoulder is open. Delays back toward 980, the 985 split. 985 and Highway 124 have definitely filled in as alternates, so you can still use those, but might want to find some other ways around this. Elsewhere in West Atlanta, crash still in the right lane, 20 westbound past Holmes Drive, exit 52. Delays back toward Langhorne Street. Southbound into downtown's all brake lights starting just below the 85-400 merge. Those delays will stay with you down to I-20. Northbound slow, 75-85 north from University Avenue up to Peachtree Pine Street. Next report is in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
And now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored by Shoemate, the official air conditioning of Atlanta. Here's WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Fair skies this evening with low humidity levels, so quite comfortable outdoors. Sunset around 8:15. Temperatures will be in the low 80s at that time, continuing to cool into the mid to upper 60s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, sunshine with a high of 95, but still it'll be a dry heat. Increasing humidity on Wednesday, morning lows in the low 70s, daytime high around 93. Partly to mostly cloudy for Thursday and Friday with scattered rain showers and thunderstorms, highs in the upper 80s.
89 degrees in Marietta, 88 in Conyers, and 87 in Midtown. More news at 5:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Hour 3 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. And day 1 of WSB's A Grand for Groceries giveaway continues with this hour's keyword. This hour's keyword is reward. 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 Go to the WSB Radio app or WSBRadio.com/groceries for your chance to win $1,000. Again, that keyword is REWARD. Reward. It says here, join me live at 3 for the Von Hessler Doctrine. And I'll have your next keyword and chance to win at 5. But that's all for tomorrow. Oh. This is your 5 o'clock keyword.
Jared is always ahead of the game.
That's right. He writes these things out.
Join me tomorrow, 3
for the future.
It's
future Eric. Mm-hmm. He adds notes for future Eric there. Let's do a little bit of audio here. Got a couple items. Let's start with an open mic. I think I would like to start with an open mic because we don't do open mics
a lot.
Enough.
No.
And I say it
ever.
Quite often. Not now ever.
That
doesn't make any sense.
I just want to be a part of it.
Okay, all right.
Negative.
She's just trying to be part of the game.
I just wanted to say
it's okay. It's all right. She's cool. Come on, Tim. She's cool.
Yeah. Chick.
Von Hessler, you mean to tell me your wife cooked you a week's worth of food and then voluntarily left the house for 2 weeks? You are the luckiest man alive.
Dang, that sucks for that guy and his wife.
What's that?
Oh, quit being a buzzkill.
Hey, yeah, he's celebrating my wife, as I do.
Yeah, I'm not a good.
As everyone should.
Yeah, I hated that I even got married to that old bat. I'm glad she's gone. I hope she never comes back.
It is kind of, my wife knew she was leaving for a couple of weeks, and so she cares.
Sometimes a guy, the wife goes out of town. The guy's like, hey, I get to watch on TV. They eat like a pig.
Oh, yeah, I know. There's that.
I've got to clean up.
Well, 40 years almost. We've been
to
together almost 40 years. We've lived together almost 40 years. We've been married for almost 30. And I think a lot of the reason that it's worked is because all the way through there, now that we're older and she likes to travel and stuff, it's more as we get older. But it's always been there since we were in our 20s and stuff. First of all, when we first got together, I was doing stand-up and I was on the road, so I'd be gone for days at a time, sometimes a full week. Back then, when we first got together in '87, comedy was like booming. You work from Tuesday to Sunday, so like quite often I wouldn't be there. There's the whole absence makes the heart fonder thing that's been built in from the very beginning. But then after that went away, and sometimes with radio jobs, I would move places a month and a half before the family got there. And I think that we've just always given each other some room to breathe. I don't understand these relationships where the husband and wife are never out of each other's sight. I don't know how you can even do that. I love my wife and my children, right there with my children the same, but I love my wife more than anybody else in the world, but I don't want to be with her constantly. I don't want to be with anybody constantly. So I think that's maybe where some other people think, hey, what's the secret of I don't know. But I think something that might be there is that we just let each other go do their thing, and then, and I've always had, and I think my wife's like this too. She did ask me once if I was having an affair about 20 years ago. She called like 4:30 in the morning. I get a call at 4:30 in the morning. And this is back when I was in the morning show, so I just woke up. She knew it.
Where was she?
She was in Florida.
She
at
was
her parents'
cheating on
house, probably.
Yeah.
With her own family. It's weird.
Yeah.
She called me like 4:30 in the morning. I pick up the phone, and I go, yeah, what's up? She said, are you having an affair with so-and-so? And I went, what? And she said, okay, that's all I needed to hear.
Was so-and-so.
Well, I'm not going to say the person that she was asking.
Oh.
Just tell us.
Greg.
No, I'm not going to.
I don't kiss and tell.
No, it was a woman
Oh, okay.
that she was suspecting. And it wasn't
I
on
know
him.
who.
It wasn't
I
on him.
know who.
You might know who.
I
You
know
might
who.
know who. And you might probably know. But it was just the way
Marjorie
that...
Taylor Greene.
It could be two people.
Was it Marjorie Taylor Greene?
No, it wasn't. This was years before anybody had ever heard of
Well, she
Marjorie
was
Taylor.
alive. That doesn't mean.
Well,
Years
my
before she
wife
was
wouldn't
born.
know who she was.
Spending a lot of time in Rome.
I believe this one. Yeah.
Always getting new carpets.
You're in that
What's going on with
district.
you?
You're in that district a lot, man. What's going on?
I have a carpet deal. Leave me alone.
It's through the radio. You know, I have new commercials. I never hear the commercials. Well, they're not on the radio. They're commercials by a radio guy, and then I get free carpets thing. You know how it goes. But I think that there's for the most part, we both have had this idea. At least I know I do. It's the same way I feel about the radio audience. You know, like if I can't keep them, they were never mine. You know, I've dealt with this with consultants. Don't say, you know, ridiculous things like you can't say what temperature it is if it's your competitor's frequency. You know,
It's 110.
You can't. Yeah, it's like you got to go. And my feeling has always been, if people hear me say something, and then they go away and never come back, they were never mine. And I feel the same way with marriage or girlfriends or anything.
Friends.
It's like I'm just like, I'm not going to obsess about whether somebody spoke to her or whether she might be having a look. If my wife decides to have an affair on me, then she's 50% responsible for that. I'm the other 50% because obviously I didn't keep the home fires burning, right?
Yes.
So I've always felt like friendship and then love is a deeper form of friendship, right? It's always voluntary. There's no obligation. I know we stood in front of people and said the obligations, which I do take seriously, but heart to heart, I just don't feel like you cling to people and tell them what they have to be or whatever. So we've always given each other room and space. But along with that, a genuine love that leads to my wife, you know, making separate meals for 2 weeks for me. Now I have to remember to pull them out of the freezer, which sometimes I don't do.
Have you done that? Because
I did. I did do that over the weekend. So I had myself. Although I will tell you, we're getting deep into this now. Like we're like 2 weeks in almost, and you know, there have been more hot dogs and beans for lunch than probably I should. I mean, I've had a lot of hot dogs in the last couple of weeks.
What in the? You can't make yourself a sandwich.
A hot dog is a sandwich.
A hot dog is a sandwich. It's meat. It's
like
got
a
bread.
tube of
It's
bologna.
I know it is.
It's probably not even uncured.
But many of these, but she made just a lot of delightful things. What she didn't do, though, here's the problem. I haven't had a vegetable in a little bit because she put together macaroni and cheese with broccoli.
Yum.
Yeah.
Well, great, but I just haven't been in the mood for macaroni and cheese, and it's all frozen together. It's all in one thing. So I'm just eating out of I don't know that I'm doing it right. I just eat all of one thing for 2 or 3 days until it's gone, and then I get the next thing. And then I eat that.
Child.
I am a child. I am a child. I'm more than willing to admit it. I'm a child.
How is her main artist hippie retreat
Oh,
island?
yeah.
She's actually in Vermont.
Okay.
And that was just a day-long thing that they did.
Oh, okay.
So she's back in Vermont. It's a farm.
Is it an art retreat that she's
No,
on right
no.
now, or-
She's with a friend that she's known since she was 3 years old. And the families have known each other forever. And her father's a doctor, and her friend that she's with right now, her father is a doctor. Her father's still alive. He's like 98, 99 years old.
Still practicing.
Not practicing. Not practicing.
Open.
But
He's
this
working on Mitch McConnell.
This
Exactly,
farm.
he's working on Mitch.
This farm has always been in their
He's
family.
fine.
So I think my wife probably visited there when she was younger. Her father did not die there, but he had his heart attack there while visiting. And so it's now become, so his ashes were there, and he had a headstone. Took a while to get my mother-in-law's headstone, so that's why she went back up there. But when she went there last year to put her father's headstone in there, she couldn't believe how quiet and wonderful and small town. This is several acres, I believe, of land. And, you know, there's no town. And so it's just, she really So this time when she left, she made me a bunch of meals, but she's like, I don't know when I'm coming back. Like, she just loves it so much out there. So
Probably nice and cool and crisp at night.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, she says
Now
it's like
1,000
66 degrees.
here.
I wouldn't mind going up there, but every time she presents it to me, she's like, yeah, you can, and her husband will come too. I'm like, I don't want to have a weekend where I got it. What if I don't like the guy?
Well, what if you do?
Yeah, what if you do?
Just,
Yeah, too risky.
Too risky. I might make a friend.
Can't we just
run?
I might have an experience.
It's like Jade and I. Can't we just go up there alone? I have to have the other couple.
She's like, no, I want another person there. I see you too much.
Alex Williams says 285 North is slow in Southwest Atlanta.
Yeah, I've been on the brakes this afternoon, Eric. 285 northbound, the inner loop from Langford Parkway up to a crash that has cleared finally out of the left lane right around Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, exit number 9. 285 west, the outer loop on the north side. I'm still seeing delays on and off out of Sandy Springs and the Cobb from Georgia 400 over to I-75, exit 20. Heading south into Tucker out of Dorville, 285 southbound, the inner loop stacks up, getting past I-85. Those delays are going to stay with you down to Highway 78, the Stone Mountain Freeway. Truck fire cleanup ongoing. 85 northbound, Highway 211, exit 126 into Barrow County. Only the left shoulder is open. That is still cooking the ride back to the Mall of Georgia. Highway 124. A lot of the surface streets really slow as alternates. Might want to just think about taking 985 northbound up to Friendship Road, then working your way over to Highway 211, getting back on 85 north of that crash cleanup. Traffic brought to you by National Heritage Academies. At National Heritage Academies, their moral focus program builds values like compassion and respect into their challenging academic curriculum. NHA, find a tuition-free K-12 school today. Next report in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
You can count on it.
Can try and plan for it.
But sometimes it gets the best of you.
Multiple left lanes blocked, quickly impacting you as you leave the airport.
When it stops you from getting where you need to be.
Atlanta's most trusted traffic team gets you there.
Now we've got our second crash of the morning on I-85.
The most up-to-date traffic reports from Atlanta's most trusted traffic team.
Only a right lane open.
Every time you listen. Triple Team Traffic.
95.5 WSB. How Atlanta gets there.
Summer's a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or your tan. Hey guys, it's Mark Aram here. I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair Simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. There's absolutely no one in hair restoration I trust more than Advanced Hair. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair Summer Sales Event on for a limited time, so get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 470-660-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and take advantage of their best offer ever. That's 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com. 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Jared Yamamoto here. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day arrives with exclusive deals and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states, so that means right here in Georgia, every fan is in on the excitement. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. New DraftKings customers sign up with code Atlanta Talk. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That's code Atlanta Talk. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
On BritBox, your next hidden gem is right around the corner.
If you're going to be bold, here is the place to do it.
Get ready for Britain's most anticipated series, streaming exclusively on BritBox. Catch new seasons of favourites, including Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
You want someone to get murdered?
And the eagerly awaited new adaptation of Agatha Christie's iconic detective duo, Tommy and Tuppence.
Do you think we're actually really good at this?
Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Watch with a free trial.
Leon was about to leave the military.
My biggest concern was, what am I going to do next?
He found out about My Computer Career and their military transition program.
The Cyber Warrior program takes you from not knowing anything about a computer at all to being a subject matter expert.
How long is that going to take?
In the span of 4 months, I was able to get 4 different certifications.
4 months? Leon's advice?
Highly recommended.
Become a certified cyber warrior in just months at mycomputercareer.edu. This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. VA education benefits available to those who qualify.
One more time, this hour's keyword for WSB's A Grand for Groceries giveaway is REWARD, reward. Go to the WSB Radio app or WSBradio.com/groceries for your chance to win $1,000. Shelly Winter just came in here. He said, I felt listening to the last break that maybe you're lonely at home eating hot dogs. And now, the truth is, I don't get lonely. I don't mind being alone. It's always been that way. I mean, I like being with people, but it just doesn't bother me. My own company doesn't bother me. Now that I'm getting older, though, in my 60s, I do think things like, oh, she's gone for 2 weeks. If I had a 2 a.m. heart attack, if I pulled an Eisenhower, had a 2 a.m. heart attack, I was just reading about it. It happened at 2 a.m. Then I think I'd probably be, unless I got to a phone really fast. So that now that I'm getting older, I do think about that when 2.5 weeks.
Paul Lynde heart attack.
Oh, that's the good kind of heart attack. That's when you're having fun and you just have a little bit too much fun. Yeah, you want to be found like that. You do have to be the Norm Macdonald, joke about I don't know what happens when you die, but I know what happens right after you die. You are found.
Yeah.
I think about that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Sometimes I think about it. It's like I just want people to remember me well. Hey, I did a good radio show. I don't want some kind of craziness, some crazy scene going on around me. Can you imagine going out that way? Like you get hit you're in the middle of some kind of crazy session and your body just goes, 100%, whatever it is, boom. And on the way out, you just got to be thinking, oh, my kids they got to see this. Oh, maybe you don't.
Yeah.
Maybe you just go. And then there's part of me is like, well, what do you care? You're not alive anymore. It's not like anybody can yell at you.
Yeah. Well,
everybody get a good laugh at the funeral.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. Or it's more like awkward at the funeral where nobody brings it up, but everybody's thinking it constantly. Yeah, you got to be good. The older I get, the cleaner I run. Because I'm always aware of the fact.
What are you doing? It's just normal. You're not doing anything crazy.
No, I'm older now. Of course, I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm an old
before,
settling down. No, I'm just
doing?
saying you just don't want. Listen, everybody knows that everybody has those moments of themselves. Nobody wants to get caught.
Yeah.
And how many people are dying in the middle of that? I bet you it's not that many.
Probably more than you think.
I think ask cops. I'm sure they see it all the time. All the time.
I'm just going to ask.
Maybe that's why they got into being a cop.
Probably because they wanted to see more of it.
Oh, God, I don't see enough naked people caught in the act.
And probably older guys, I would imagine. Who just didn't learn to grow up. And then they're gone. I want to leave. I want it to be like, I want everyone, it's all over. I want it to be like a good movie where everybody feels good about it and the end comes up and there's music and people sit around for the credits, and then just like everybody else in history who wasn't a president or a king or a queen, within 48 hours you're completely forgotten by everyone other than your closest family.
Right.
And then within one generation you're forgotten by most of your family. That's just kind of the way it is. But if you're found in untoward circumstances, a couple of generations later they might still be talking about you.
God, we had an uncle who got dead with a cat.
Cat was still alive.
That'll go. Yeah. Let's do it. That'll go on. That will get your legacy out there for a good long time. We have another open mic.
Yeah.
Let's. Well, you look like I took you by surprise. There you go. There you go.
Von Hassler. It's like a deep blue
Can
moment.
you stop for a moment? My name is Von Hassler. Thank you.
Von,
not Hassler. Go ahead.
Von Hassler. It's like a deep blue moment, okay? It's the first time a computer beats a human in chess. This is the first time a bipedal robot has beaten a human in running. Makes sense?
It doesn't
No.
impress me.
I'm still.
I
it's
get
the
what
same
he's
premise.
saying. I get what he's saying, and he's right. I just don't think it's that big of a deal. A machine outran a person. I mean,
I also don't think the chess thing is a big deal. A machine beat a human? Yeah,
right.
no,
Of
duh.
course
I'm
it
not
is.
a machine.
Yeah. Oh, I don't understand chess enough to be able to get into that one. But I would imagine if you just look at algorithms that can run. Now, I don't know about chess. Does chess have infinite moves, or is it finite? The number of moves that are possible. I can't even play
number of
checkers.
moves?
No, what I mean is, like, if you're thinking about how many different kind of moves I could have, is that infinite or
finite.
It's finite. Okay, so if the choices are finite at any given time, yeah, what's so impressive about that? A machine can, and then when you get to, if we ever get to quantum computers, where basically every answer is there and you just have to pick the right one, it'll be even faster. It'll be even faster. But yeah, you're right. It seemed more impressive because it said, boy, these machines are getting smart. But now we realize, even with AI now, if you really look at it, that the machines aren't smart at all. They're dumb. They're just fast.
Yeah,
they
they're
can just do
fast.
calculations really fast.
Yeah, my Claude went through all of my data faster than I did. It was the first time that ever happened.
That's the first time human being Autumn Fisher was beat out by Claude. Why didn't that make the news?
Great.
Alex Williams says 85 North is still a parking lot through Gwinnett County.
Yeah, a lot of machines not going anywhere fast in Gwinnett County right now, Eric. 85 northbound through starting right around the Mall of Georgia, Highway 20 Beaver Drive exit. That's all due to the truck fire cleanup continuing 85 northbound before Highway 211 exit 126. Only a left shoulder open there. Traffic troopers tell me all the alternates are slow, such as 985 and Highway 124, so just be mindful of that if you were going to try to use them. Also a crash on Highway 20 Beaver Drive southbound, just south of I-85, not helping people using that. And in West Atlanta, long-standing crash, annoyingly still in the right lane. They're trying to clear it out, 20 westbound past Holmes Drive, exit 52. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Reliable Heating and Air recommends if there's a musty smell from your AC, it could mean moisture buildup. Let Reliable check it out at reliableair.com. Next report in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
This is Shelley Winter. For the entire month of August, D. Geller & Son is offering 0% APR financing for 60 months. With 0% APR financing for 60 months, the ring you really want may be more affordable than you think. So if forever is in the plans, don't miss 0% APR financing for 60 months. Visit D. Geller & Son in Kennesaw and Sandy Springs or pre-apply online at dgeller.com. D. Geller & Son, Atlanta's most trusted jeweler since 1939.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of, and fact check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios. News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's 5:30. I'm Jonathan O'Brien. This news brought to you by A1 Garage Doors, our top local story. NASA is giving Georgia Tech $10 million to help train the next generation of high-tech workers here in Georgia. Here's a report all new at 5:30.
Georgia was only one of 7 states selected by NASA for the job training program, which isn't looking for the next set of rocket scientists.
Machinists, technicians, it can be welding, it can be use of AI tools.
Dr. Stephen Ruffin, the interim chair of Georgia Tech's School of Aerospace Engineering, says these jobs don't just benefit NASA.
Georgia's #1 export is aerospace product. This employs over 200,000 employees.
Georgia Tech will also partner with our state's technical college system to train the next set of aerospace workers. Keith Crummell, 95.5 WSB.
86 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards will have Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up in just a couple of minutes. The U.S. Supreme Court clears the way for President Trump's sweeping executive order curbing mail-in voting ahead of the midterms. CNN's Gabe Cohen reports there's still room for additional court challenges.
What the court is saying here is not that the implementation of this executive order is going to end up being lawful. What they're essentially saying is that the Department of Homeland Security and the Postal Service have not implemented anything yet, and so states do not have the right to bring forward this case saying that they have been harmed.
Some states will start sending out mail-in ballots in the coming weeks. The Board of Regents has approved a plan for 90 credit-hour college degrees. It's aimed at older learners who want to enter high-demand workforces. It does not do away with the typical 4-year degree, which requires 120 credit hours. Chancellor Sonny Perdue says there's a national trend toward what the board is calling an applied sciences degree.
Employers are saying, we need these demands quicker. They need less debt, and they already have experience here that we can count toward their education.
The American Association of University Professors is not in favor of the new shorter path to a degree. There's a new effort at the state level to explore options to regulate flock cameras following multiple cases of officers misusing the technology. Georgia Senate Public Safety Committee Chair John Albers says he's formed a task force with the Georgia Sheriffs and Police Chiefs Associations to identify what he calls operational improvements.
So we have to make sure before overreacting, we weigh out the answers. The public has the right to see transparency, and they will. And we will make sure that we do this right.
Albers says they hope to put together long-term recommendations for the General Assembly to consider in January. An arrest is made as Cherokee County battles a third structure fire in 24 hours.
It's not every day Cherokee County Fire and Emergency Services responds to so many fires in such a short period of time, but
we are prepared for that, and we have the resources to handle that with ease.
Sergeant Matthew Perry says a fire on Bells Ferry Road in the Canton area claimed the life of a dog. An arson suspect is in custody.
The Cherokee County Fire Investigations team has arrested Jackie Ingram.
He says it doesn't appear the suspect is connected to 2 other fires, one in Woodstock, the other between Macedonia and Freeholm. The cause of those blazes are under investigation. Cheryl Castro, 95.5 WSB.
The State Department has officially removed Syria from its list of state sponsors of terrorism. The country has been on the list since 1979. The move eases sanctions and allows Syria to reconnect with the international banking system. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says new sanctions announced today will target countries that do business with Iran amid the ongoing conflict, but he declined to name those specific countries. The announcement comes as the conflict drags into a 6th month. Iran's currency hit a record low today ahead of the announcement. The United States and Canada have fallen deeper into a trade war. New tariffs are expected to raise prices for products in both countries, but speaking to reporters today, White House Trade Representative Jamieson Greer downplays concerns.
This is something where we don't actually expect a huge impact. I mean, the Canadian situation may be different for them. I know they view it differently, of course, and that's fine.
Canada says they will match the U.S. tariffs dollar for dollar. The move comes after trade talks collapsed over the weekend. It's 5:34. Time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Let's see how it's looking on the roads with Alex Williams in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Still terrible. 85 north, leaving the Mall of Georgia up through Gwinnett toward Barrow County. Jonathan, due to that truck fire cleanup ongoing before Highway 211 exit 126. Now gone from a a left shoulder just open to the left lane is open. So 2 right lanes blocked. The left lane is open, but it's still very slow leaving the Mall of Georgia. Elsewhere in West Atlanta, crash still lingering in the left or right lane, I should say. 20 westbound, Holmes Drive, exit 52. That's kept you on and off the brakes leaving the downtown area. Once you get outside the perimeter, just a little sluggish. 20 westbound passing Thornton Road through Lithia Springs and into Cobb County. Only delays I'm seeing on I-20 eastbound are from Panola Road out towards Stonecrest and Lithonia, but once you clear Turner Hill, it's pretty much a clean shot out toward Conyers. Next report in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
And now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast. Here's WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Fair skies this evening with low humidity levels, so quite comfortable outdoors. Sunset around 8:15. Temperatures will be in the low 80s at that time, continuing to cool into the mid to upper 60s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, sunshine with a high of 95, but still it'll be a dry heat. Increasing humidity on Wednesday, morning lows in the low 70s, daytime high around 93. Partly to mostly cloudy for Thursday and Friday with scattered rain showers and thunderstorms, highs in the upper 80s.
87 degrees in Austell, 87 in Stone Mountain, and 86 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta. More news at 6 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Men, if you're suffering from ED or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's love lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. Take control of your love life. Call now. 404-885-8885.
Mega firms send a paralegal. Steelhorse sends a lawyer. SteelhorseLaw.com.
Attention, Georgia homeowners. Can I give you some terrible financial advice? Wait until your windows rot. Wait until your windows leak. Wait until your energy bill climbs another 30 to 40%. Wait until they're twice as expensive to replace. Or you could find out where you actually stand today. Hey, I'm Ray, founder of Window Comfort. When we come out, we'll inspect every window in your home. We'll tell you which ones are perfectly fine, which windows need attention, and exactly what replacing them would cost. It's a no-pressure, no-obligation estimate, and by the way, it's good for a whole year. So don't delay. Go to windowcomfort.com and get your free no-pressure estimate today. And if you do that now, we're going to give you buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus free installation. That's windowcomfort.com.
Better prices, better views. Window Comfort, meant just for you. Window Comfort.
So I don't know how this. The National Business League Conference is something, and I guess Keisha Lance Bottoms and Rick Jackson were both there campaigning, and there was a moment where they came across each other. I guess Keisha didn't like the fact that Rick Jackson mentioned her husband in an ad. Now, this is my understanding of what went down. I may not have it all exactly, because this is what Keisha says happened. So I don't know. That while she was mayor, I believe that for like 7 days, like some Super Bowl tickets or something were bought, and her husband went. And she says it was an oversight. In reality, she paid it within 7 days before it became a scandal, I believe. Now, I don't know. Maybe it became a scandal and then she paid it. But I think that it was – so there was a 7 days or something where money was misappropriated.
She bought her husband a flight to the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Is that what it was? All right. So I guess what is her point of view is bring up the misappropriation of funds or whatever, but don't mention my family. I think it's going a little bit too far, but she confronted him and got a campaign moment out of it.
I'm fair game. Please
away from my family.
I hear you.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so he says, I hear you, right?
Yeah.
And she says, I appreciate that. So it seems like somebody walked up to, if I walked up to you and I say, Tim, I didn't appreciate that thing you said.
I hear you.
And you go, and then I say thank you or whatever. A third party would say, well, they worked that out.
Yeah.
You know, there was no big deal. They worked it out. But it's politics. So after that, you know, when you're a politician, you just have to run with everything, I guess.
Bottoms puts
yeah, but it's like
Jackson in his
her own things. You know, she said, I don't expect a man who's accused of treating immigrant workers like indentured servants and who has been accused of defrauding Medicare to listen, but he will hear from all of us on election. It's like you didn't say that to his face. You know, like all that vitriol did not come out at the moment. You just said, hey, leave my family out of it. And he said, I hear you.
It's like it's not like he went after her husband.
No,
He just
I think, look, you have to manufacture things from time to time, right? You got to, you also have to make, your fans have to feel like you're making first downs, right? And because you never know with an election until the day. I mean, you get polling and things like that. What is the polling between those two? I think I saw a headline that said it's basically tied.
He's a little bit in front of her.
I think he's I just can't imagine that that she would win the governor's race, but I maybe I'll be surprised.
Well, people do like it when the city burns.
You're saying Republicans like gave her a vote because when she was mayor, she allowed the city to go to hell? That's a possibility.
New York Times has a bunch of polls, and they all but one have bottoms up.
Yeah.
Okay. Bottoms up.
Bottoms up.
Yeah,
Take a drink. Yeah. Well, Tim, you can choose just not to believe it. But
I don't believe that.
But I mean, what if it said that he's up? Then you'd believe it.
I would, because I think that's actually what's going to happen.
Based
I think
on?
that he will win, and I think Ossoff will win.
Well, I think that he'll win too. But I mean, the thing you got to remember is if Ossoff wins,
he carries her.
He might. It depends on how actively motivated the MAGA base is, or Republicans in general. If you have, I think it's not, you're not going out on a limb to think that Democrats are more motivated to vote this year than Republicans. And so if that overwhelmingly becomes, look, I'm a Democrat, and even though Trump's not on the ballot, I just want to register that I'm against what's going on. And if you get enough people out there that do that, he could pull her right over the finish line. How many Democrats are going to vote for? The question is how many Republicans will vote for Ossoff, right? Because a Republican that's voting for Ossoff will vote for Rick Jackson for governor.
Yeah.
But it's hard for me to believe that there's going to be a lot of Democrats, if they're more motivated, they're going to go to the polls, stand in line, get in there, vote for Ossoff, and then vote against
I think a lot of Republicans
Keisha.
will probably vote for Rick Jackson and then just not vote in the Senate race.
Possibly.
I think that happened last time, too, because nobody wanted to vote for Herschel.
And then if that happened, because Collins doesn't look strong, but who knows? You just never know.
You don't.
As they say, a week is a year in politics, and we have plenty of weeks left into the midterms. Who knows? What if Iran just goes, oh, this is too much, we have to give in? I mean, I know it's hard to believe that it would happen, but what if it did? What if it happened in 3 weeks?
Winning, I won.
Right, you'd still have,
Remember the last midterms, we all thought the red wave was going to come, and it didn't really culminate.
No, it didn't. It was actually one of the few times, and that's very strange, given the fact that Trump won again 2 years later.
Yeah.
So it's very, the polling apparently that went on in Florida for these primaries was just ridiculously wrong.
A lot of the polls for these
up in these
terrible.
states, they're just ridiculously wrong. This socialist Democrat was supposed to win by like 11 points and won by 1.
Barely.
Yeah. So we don't really know. I think we're still in that. Do old people don't even have landlines anymore? Do they? I mean, like, do 70-year-olds have a landline?
My parents have a landline.
Okay.
Do they use it?
Uh-huh.
So the polling, I mean, it must be better than it was back in 2016 or so, more leaning toward cell phones and the internet and all of that where people actually are, as opposed to landlines. But I think we are still in that kind of transitional phase with polling where it's a little more difficult to figure out where people are and to get in touch with them and to get the sample size right. It's obvious because, these numbers have been wrong, and we see it a lot. When I was growing up, the numbers were very much, first of all, you didn't have 8,000 polls. You had, the polls that you knew of, Gallup and some other ones, and then somewhere along the 80s or 90s, Rasmussen showed up. And then in the 2000s, it was like...
Sorry, it does sound like Rasputin.
Rasputin showed up, came back from the dead. Alex Williams says, better news. Oh, wow, it's about time, Alex, on 285 West in DeKalb.
Yeah, I wanted to give us a little bit of sunshine here, Eric. 285 westbound, the inner loop had a crash just past Flat Shoals Parkway, exit 48 there in DeKalb County. It has cleared out of the left lane. All lanes back open, so those delays leaving I-20 will start to improve. But it does look like trouble. 285 northbound, the outer loop north of I-20, exit 46 in DeKalb, keeping you on the brake lights before you get to Flat Shoals. Over in West Atlanta, crash still hanging out in the right lane, or about actually just cleared. I just saw the flashing lights pull away 20 westbound past Holmes Drive, so hopefully those delays that start back around Langhorne Street will start to improve. And 575 northbound out of Cobb into Cherokee County, I'm watching a little bit of a slow ride from right around Barrett Parkway up to Highway 92, exit number 7 in Woodstock. Next report is in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
When you need to know. This story is developing in Atlanta. When you want to know.
Severe weather is on its way.
When you have to know.
We'll alert you as soon as this closure clears.
Get notifications
from your source for news.
Get the WSB radio app.
Download it from your app store today.
Summer's a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or your tan. Hey guys, it's Mark Aram here. I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. There's absolutely no one in hair restoration I trust more than Advanced Hair. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair summer sales event on for a limited time, so get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 470-660-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and take advantage of their best offer ever. That's 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com. 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
At Emory Healthcare, there's a whole team of people devoted to medicine that envisions the future, so you can do the same. When doubt surrounds your picture of tomorrow, hope from others can light the way forward. The power of second chances is here every day, but its beauty shines brightest when you bring it home. Emory Healthcare, the front line of care, the forefront of discovery. Visit emoryhealthcare.org/discover.
A DUI conviction is life-changing with serious ramifications both personally and professionally. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Make the smart call to George Stein, the DUI lawyer. You've got a 30-day deadline to save your license. Go to georgestein.com.
When it comes to public safety, Georgia has a voice in Washington. Congressman Mike Collins. Collins wrote the Laken-Riley Act, signed into law by President Trump, requiring federal detention of illegal immigrants charged with serious crimes. Collins wrote the Trank Act, signed into law by President Biden, cracking down on fentanyl-laced tranquilizers. 2 laws, 2 presidents, 1 priority: protecting Georgia families. Learn more. Visit collins.house.gov. Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Get any size air conditioner for $69.99 a month, 0 down, an unbeatable lifetime warranty, and ask about clean air upgrades. Visit reliableair.com to book your free estimate today.
If you've been thinking about selling your home, now is the time. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can sell your home fast and for more than you expect. Choose when you want to move with the Mark Spain Real Estate Guaranteed Offer. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
The following statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The human brain is truly incredible. It surpasses supercomputers with over 100 billion neurons that control our thoughts, emotions, and movements. Prevagen wants to keep it incredible. Powered by apoaquarin that was originally discovered in jellyfish, Prevagen is designed specifically for the brain to help keep it amazing so you can continue doing what you love with confidence. Try Prevagen for your brain today.
Like it or not, crime is a reality. Help protect your family with the Byrna Less Lethal Launcher. Trusted by law enforcement, the Byrna Launcher has powerful non-lethal deterrence, a 60-foot range, stopping attackers up to 40 minutes. Byrna is legal in all 50 states, requires no background checks or permits, and can be shipped right to your door. And for a limited time, save 25% site-wide at Byrna.com. Hurry, the sale ends Monday. Visit Byrna.com today. That's BYRNA.com. Must be 18 plus. Purchase and shipping restrictions vary by state and municipality. Go to Byrna.com to check availability at your location.
I'm reading a book right now. I always think to myself, I want to. This has been going on all my life. It seems like I want to be one of these people who reads one book at a time, but I just don't seem. I don't seem to be able to do that.
Don't most people do it that way?
Yeah, I'm saying I want to be one of those people. But I just always. I'm always. It tends to be two books, physical books, and one audio book going. But one of the books is it's called Steve Jobs in Exile. My youngest son Ian got it for me for my birthday, and it's quite fascinating. You know, I'm a big fan of Steve Jobs, and I understand. You know, you have the Bill Burrs of the world who act like he did nothing, which is absurd.
Does he say that?
Yeah, his whole thing is just like everybody else did it. You know, but you got to have vision. You have to have the kind of leadership that gets you there. So I'm a fan of Steve Jobs, but man, oh man, was this guy wrong about almost everything until he was right. Because this is where he leaves. He leaves Apple, starts Next, that 12 years before, and then Apple. The way that Apple got Steve Jobs back was by buying Next, and he became the CEO through that. And not for nothing, what we call Mac OS is the furtherance on of the technology that Steve Jobs started at Next. But when I'm reading this thing, it's like I'm reading about one of my heroes, even though I know he's wildly flawed. I knew that going in, and just even reading the biography that came out right after he died, wildly flawed person, but still someone that I really respected. But man, he had you could see through when I'm reading this stuff, because this starts in like 1985, and like. You could see a lot of the tech bro thing. It's like almost like he invented it, where there's lots of times where he knows he has nothing, and he goes on stage and he just starts talking about, everything that they have. I mean, he was a genius at getting people to fund him and whatever when he had nothing. He got Ross Perot to pitch in millions of dollars, and there was no computer. This is like 2 years in. There was no computer. There was no software. Like, he was just able to really, they used to call it the reality distortion field. And, you look now at tech and our government and politicians, it's all reality. Now they just say, hey, we control the Strait of Hormuz. But you can see, and this guy is like kind of where it started. I mean, as I'm reading this, I can see that if the Apple thing never happened, this guy's story would have been a tragedy. Because he really could not. Now, I'm only halfway through the book, and Apple did buy Next, but my memory of that is they just wanted Steve Jobs back, and that was the way to do it.
What did they do? Just make software?
No, they made the Cube. They made this computer and a software. But when you see the stuff that he's doing, like, he's just making it more difficult for everybody involved for the first 2 or 3 years. But in the middle of there's a little scene that happens early on, because this is where Steve Jobs is just telling people it's something that it's not. And they started out going for the universities. That was the idea for research and stuff like that. And at one point they have, after they finally have got everything, and they actually have a computer out there and software, they had, kind of a big celebration, and a lot of the presidents of the universities were there that had said, we'll buy these things from you. At $3,000, he delivered them at $6,500. And at one point, Ross Perot was there because he was the main investor at that time. And Steve Jobs was just famous for being a jerk to people, even if he needed you. And so at one point, while they're toasting themselves and everything, Ross Perot stands up and he says, anybody in this room that bought one of these computers, please stand up. And once they stood up, he told everybody else that worked at Next to give them a round of applause, because without them, we don't have a product, we don't have anything. And I thought, that was a different kind of business person than what we have today. I talk about this all the time. Like, just everything, it used to be, at least the culture was, whether it lived up to it, that's always a different thing. But the culture was, in business, the customer is everything. And that's so gone now. The customer is a mark. That's the way it is now.
The investor is everything.
The investor is everything. The customer is a mark. You can see some of this with the pushback to the data centers, which, now all of a sudden AI has got to go on this. These companies have to go on this PR thing to convince people to allow data centers into their neighborhoods. And they didn't realize. They were like, oh, wait, we thought you just paid the politicians. We didn't realize you still had to convince people and their communities. We just got really interested in the idea that it was transactional if we bought off these politicians, and they're finding out that the people can still get in the way.
Just while we're talking about data centers, I did hear this crazy statistic, I suppose. The United States has approximately 5,420 data centers, while China has around 449.
And they're beating us currently because they
That's
have a
the
cheaper
narrative.
version. Well, no, I'll tell you. I can tell you.
Really? Okay.
What's really?
All right.
I'll tell you why. It's really because. Well, we'll go for a break. We'll come back. Just remind me, or I'll move on to something else. Alex Williams is seeing progress on 85 North in Gwinnett.
Been a long time waiting for it, but we're finally seeing some of it, Eric. 85 northbound, that truck fire cleanup before Highway 211, exit 126, now contained to just the far right lane, so 2 left lanes are open. Unfortunately, it's been out there so long, it's still leaving a pretty big mark with the ride on 85 north, slow back toward the Mall of Georgia. You can hang in there. 985 north might be better than Highway 124 to save you some time. Elsewhere, if you're traveling through downtown and midtown, I'm looking for new trouble right now. 85 northbound before you get right around the Beaufort Spring connector. Really put the pinch on the downtown ride on 75, 85 northbound, with delays starting right back around the Highway 166 Langford Parkway. If you like, you can always take Northside Drive as an alternate. I just found that trouble. Looks to be in a couple of center lanes on 85 North at the Beaufort Spring connector. Traffic brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. Next report is in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call AquaGuard, a groundworks company. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space.
Schedule a free inspection with AquaGuard, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Most home sellers get an offer and immediately face a decision. Do I take it or do I reject it? Here's another idea. How about we find out what else is out there first? Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. With Orchard Offers, you don't have to settle for one cash offer. Your Orchard agent submits your home to an exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers and lets them compete for your home. Multiple serious buyers, multiple cash offers, all laid out side by side so you can compare them and choose the one that works best for you. No guessing whether you could have gotten more, no wondering if you left thousands on the table. And there's no need for repairs, showings, or a long, drawn-out selling process. So don't accept an offer until you know what your options are. Get your free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
$2,100. That's 3 months of groceries. $2,100. That's the tax increase Senator John Ossoff supported in Washington. Ambitious and liberal, Senator Ossoff voted with national Democrats for a $2,100 tax increase. Senator Ossoff voted to gut the child tax credit for middle-class families. He voted for higher taxes on Social Security recipients earning under $75,000 a year. He even voted to keep taxing tips and overtime pay for hardworking people struggling to get by. A $2,100 tax increase on the average Georgia family? Senator Ossoff's tax hikes would have been devastating. Senator Jon Ossoff is driven by advancing his political ambitions and becoming a Democrat celebrity. He doesn't care about people like you. Call Senator Ossoff today at 202-224-3521 and tell him to stop voting for higher taxes. Paid for by One Nation.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It's 6 o'clock. I'm Jonathan O'Brien. This news brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Our top local story. The Board of Regents has approved a new and shorter route to a college degree.
Instead of a bachelor's degree that requires 120 credit hours, the new applied sciences degree would require only 90 credit hours. University Chancellor Sonny Perdue says there are several reasons it makes sense.
The opportunity to get a job quicker, less debt.
He says it's part of a national trend.
It's not replacing a 4-year degree, but it is in high-demand workforce areas.
The American Association of University Professors has come out against the 90-hour degree. Lisa Nicholas, 95.5 WSB.
87 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards will have Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up in just a couple of minutes. The U.S. Supreme Court has cleared the way for President Trump to move ahead with his executive order restricting mail-in voting. The decision appears to leave room for additional court challenges that could further slow Trump's order. And with some states beginning to send mail-in ballots to voters in just a few weeks, elections officials say time is running short to impose major changes. There's a new effort at the state level to explore options to regulate flock cameras after reports of misuse.
Georgia Senate Public Safety Committee Chair John Alber says misuse of those flock cameras by several law enforcement officers across our state demands serious attention. So he's formed a task force with the Georgia Sheriffs and Police Chiefs Association to identify what he calls operations improvements that would include internal controls, clear training, and tighter access protocols. The hope is to put together long-term recommendations for the General Assembly to consider come January. Flock recently rolled out a series of changes aimed at addressing misuse of those cameras. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Iran's currency hits a record low as Washington announces new sanctions against countries doing business with the Islamic Republic. Correspondent James Longman reports the new measures will put more pressure on the country's already battered economy.
What the Treasury and the White House wants to do is to penalize countries that buy this oil. That is China, India, Turkey primarily, and also go after what are called the teapot refineries in China, where they refine some of this crude oil.
Since the war began 6 months ago, Iranians are paying 60% more for rice and 150% more for beef. The International Monetary Fund forecasts that the gross domestic product in that country will contract more than 5%. Canada is firing back after President Trump's announcement today that the U.S. will impose 50% tariffs on imports of cars, trucks, and auto parts from Canada. Prime Minister Mark Carney speaking at an event in Quebec today.
We did make some progress in recent weeks. In the end, that momentum reversed, and we could not accept what the U.S. had offered, nor could we give what they asked.
Carney says their new tariffs will match the U.S. dollar for dollar. The White House has been moving to downplay the impact that the trade war could have on the U.S. economy and your wallet. NASA is paying Georgia Tech to help train the next generation of aerospace workers. The school was one of only 7 sites selected by NASA for the program, which will send the school $10 million. They're looking to train workers like welders or machinists.
There's really a need for more of those that are in the skilled trades to support much of what NASA needs to get done.
Dr. Stephen Ruffin, interim chair of Georgia Tech School of Aerospace Engineering, says those jobs don't just benefit NASA. Georgia is home to nearly 800,000 aerospace jobs. And the Atlanta Botanical Garden plans a massive expansion along the Atlanta Beltline.
The Atlanta Botanical Garden is making itself accessible to the Beltline with a $160 million campaign. New garden spaces, amenities, water features and a visitor center are coming to the 22-mile loop. The garden says it has raised nearly $150 million already. The project will expand the botanical garden by about 30%. The garden expects to break ground this fall and complete the expansion by 2029. Jordan Brown, 95.5 WSB.
It's 6:04. The Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes, but first it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Alex Williams is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Just found new trouble leaving Midtown into northeast Atlanta, Jonathan. It's a stalled in the center lane, 85 northbound at the Buford Spring Connector, exit 86. And it's really slowed downtown very quickly. 75, 85 northbound delays start all the way back at University Avenue, and no relief until you get past that stall if you're continuing up 85 northbound out of Midtown, so be mindful of that. 285 northbound, the outer loop into Cobb County, still dealing with a crash just north of I-20, exit 46. That's why you're seeing those brake lights that start back before Flat Shoals Parkway. And truck fire cleanup ongoing in northern Gwinnett heading into Barrow County, 85 northbound before Highway 211, exit 126. Only a right lane blocked, but still pretty slow back toward the Mall of Georgia. We will be keeping an eye on that throughout the evening, watching for delays to hopefully improve. Next report in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
And now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored by Shoemate, the official air conditioning of Atlanta. Here's WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Fair skies this evening with low humidity levels, so quite comfortable outdoors. Sunset around 8:15. Temperatures will be in the low 80s at that time, continuing to cool into the mid to upper 60s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, sunshine with a high of 95, but still it'll be a dry heat. Increasing humidity on Wednesday, morning lows in the low 70s, daytime high around 93. Partly to mostly cloudy for Thursday and Friday with scattered rain showers and thunderstorms, highs in the upper 80s.
89 degrees in Sandy Springs, 83 in East Point, and 87 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta. More news at 6:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
Hour 4 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. I believe Greg Russ will be joining us.
I'm here.
Okay.
But I need you to finish schooling George before you went into that break.
That's right.
George.
I was going to school. Was that what I was doing? Schooling?
Yeah,
You know,
schooling him.
Everything is that's the whole YouTube click phenomenon. Everybody just
You have to
smashes, destroys, and then you
Take
click
him
it.
down.
And it's like, oh, I don't think anybody smashed anybody. But I
I
did
want to
click.
watch him collapse. I want to see George on the ground in a pile of tears.
Well, were you really in the camp of this is just a narrative that China is beating us in AI or?
Well,
some-
I thought that was pretty interesting. We have like thousands and they only have 400, but I guess
Right, well,
400 or
First of all, it's I don't know this for a fact, but I wouldn't be surprised if they let us spend all the money and then they just figure out how to hack all the information and steal it. let us spend all the money. So I think there's some element of that where they're just waiting for us to do it, and then they go in and they take it. There's a possibility that I'm pretty sure there's some of that going on. But this is something that China understood that we didn't understand, or they just lucked out with it. But in America, when it comes to AI, the whole concept has been we as companies want to get to the bleeding edge of this technology at all times. Whatever amount of money, whatever amount of water, whatever amount of electricity, it doesn't matter. You can't do enough because you want to get to the bleeding edge so that you can create products that are the bleeding edge of AI. But China has a lot of AI products that are like Claude, ChatGPT, and these things that are much cheaper for individuals and for businesses. And what's happened, whether China realized this was going to happen or whether they just got lucky, is that businesses and people now, a couple years into this AI thing, especially businesses where the real money is, have realized that the bleeding edge of AI technology isn't that much better than middle-of-the-pack AI. It's not like if you pay this top dollar amount because Anthropic has the most bleeding-edge AI technology that you get that much more out of it as a business. Right now, at least, where AI is, you basically standard middle-of-the-road business AI is going to be fine. You don't get that much more out of spending more and getting the top line. So China has all these products that are like half our price or less than that, and businesses are not only adopting a lot of these, like DeepSeek, was it DeepMind, DeepSeek? Adopting them. Many businesses are getting rid of OpenAI and/or Anthropic and replacing them with this. Because our whole thing is you've got to lead the world in it, and businesses are saying we get some benefit up to a point, but only up to that point, and we're not going to pay for more technology when we don't get that much more benefit out of it. So that's why there's a reality there. And I know that China is used as a boogeyman to get us all worried about everything. And I can understand you say, oh, wow, yeah, they want us to believe that China so that they can take more money from us. And believe me, that's all true. The
race is closer than we think.
The race is closer than we think because China has just been, look, we're stretched all over. You could look at it as like a little bit like the Roman Empire. We're all over the planet. We have like 240 some odd military bases. How many does China have? I think it's like 30, maybe. I don't know. It might be 10.
We just took over for England after World War II.
Right.
One, actually.
And we're responsible for all that. We got to keep 240 some military bases. Now, some are huge and some are just tiny outposts. But everybody that's there has to be fed and the lights have to be kept on. And,
This is funny. We have approximately 750 to 800 overseas military bases. China operates only one.
It's just now I don't take that at face value.
Right.
Like I would imagine that China probably maybe they don't call it that, and maybe it's a hybrid with another nation. So they have a footprint, but it is tiny compared to ours. And it's hilarious because if the man from Mars came down and said, and you just threw that one stat at him. Or woman, by the way, from Mars.
Thank you.
If the whatever preferable gender from Mars showed up, and you just threw that one stat that I just threw out there, and then asked that person from Mars, who do you think has the military that's encroaching on others? What do you think they're going to say?
China. No.
So we're everywhere. We're all over the place. Whereas China, they got a bucket full of their own problems, like every big nation does. And they're up to stuff that's not good for us, but they're not flung all over the place having to do all this stuff. They decide, okay, we're going to do this because it'll be effective, and they spend money on it. We spend money on everything, everywhere, all the time, because the neocons took over some years ago, and they convinced whoever is in charge that the most important thing is that the United States of America dominate the 21st century. Find somebody in the lower middle class living in an apartment complex with 2 kids, a dog, a wife, and a second job, and ask them how much of a priority that is. And what I would say to the neocons is, okay, you think it's the most important thing that America dominates the 21st century? Okay, well, here's the deal. We're going to have to be at war for the entire 21st century.
What expense?
Yeah, of course. We've seen what the expense
A lot
is.
of jobs. Great stocks.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So robots will make the drones.
Robots will make the drones.
And beat us at running, which is rude.
Yeah, this is rude.
Do you not think that if China were in a position to do it and not late to the game, that they wouldn't have? Do you buy into that? It's not changing what you say.
No, I don't think
I'm not making the case for the United States doing it, but do you not think someone else would fill that space?
I think that the United States, I can't prove a negative, but I think that the United States, because of our entrepreneurial, capitalistic kind of mindset, are always going to it's always going to be invest the most. I don't think that there's a different way that AI could have developed, which is a little bit at a time. AI could have developed like other technologies. Oh, we've got this, and then we go to that. But this is not when the internet came around. They didn't come to us and go, "We need your all your farmland, and we have to do this because if we don't do it, it's the end of the world." It was just you lived through the 70s and the 80s, and you got to the mid 90s, and you go to somebody's house. Oh, they have a computer. It's and then things just happened naturally. But because this idea of whoever wins AI dominates the world. And from this capitalist point of view, we're like, well, we'll just invest everything that we have so that we can do that. Well, what if that isn't the end all, be all, that you dominate AI technology in the future? We don't know. I've said maybe it'll be everything they say it's going to be. I don't know. But there's always a good chance that it won't be quite that. And if that's true, then China ended up in the place they needed to be with a product that was reasonably priced, that people think they get enough out of it. That's the thing that we didn't think about. It was like, oh, no, we just have to dominate this technology. But what about each individual business and their margins and what they can afford and what they get out of it and all of those things? Like I said, this may have been that China just lucked into this. It's possible that it wasn't their strategy to get here. But we've decided to throw everything into it all at once to dominate it immediately. And so, Greg, what I would say is no, it didn't have to go this way. It could have been another technology that, every couple of years got a little bit better until you finally got to the point. But it was that idea, whoever wins this race wins the 21st century. And, that's dominated. Now, I'm sure if China believes that, they figured out how to do it at a lot less. We have so much. I mean, look, I'm for a constitutional republic. I'm not for dictatorships. But it's a little bit easier when they're not only a dictatorship, they're a one-party state. So it's a lot easier to get all your ducks lined up in a row on a policy. Constitutional republic is messy, and we have a new president every 4 years, and we have new Congresses every couple of years, and, all these policies get revisited and all of that. So I'm not saying it's easier from the point of view of China to have these 5-10 year kind of arcs in what they're doing in policy. But we also have to be mindful of that and recognize that they're not spending nearly the money we are on that and other things in this supposed race to dominate the 21st century.
There's this Stanford AI Index report, and it says that we've spent $285.9 billion versus their $12.4 billion. On AI.
On AI?
Yes, private investment in
And
AI.
and people in America, businesses, are getting rid of ours and adopting theirs. It's by the way, neocons, dominating the 21st century isn't just about force. There are other ways to dominate the 21st century. Alex Williams says there's a stall on 85 North in Northeast Atlanta.
Yeah, that's right, Eric. I see this one on the jam cam. Smack dab in the center lane, 85 northbound, right where you can exit off to the Beaver Spring connector. That's exit number 86. It has not done any favors to the northbound ride through downtown, with 75, 85 northbound stacked up from University Avenue, trying to get up through downtown, midtown, and into Northeast Atlanta. Southbound delays still in play on 85 South, starting below Georgia 400. Brake lights will stay with you down to I-20. New trouble out in towards Stonecrest, 20 eastbound past Panola Road, exit 71. Crash in 2 left lanes. Already seeing delays growing back toward Wesley Chapel. Consider Covington Highway as an alternate there. Traffic brought to you by National Heritage Academies. At National Heritage Academies, their moral focus program builds values like compassion and respect into their challenging academic curriculum. NHA, find a tuition-free K-12 school today. Next report is in less than 10 minutes. From the TrustDale.com Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Back to school means back to school lunches and snacks.
And the price of groceries keeps going up. But we have the solution.
WSB's Grant for Groceries. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Yes!
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday. Enter the word at WSBRadio.com or on the WSB Radio app.
Thank you. Your first chance to win is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
WSB's Grant for Groceries.
It pays to get your news from 95.5 WSB. Buying a new car? Need help fixing your current car? What's the safest car for a first-time buyer? The Car Guys have the answer. Join Shelley Winter and automotive expert Kevin Deutsch this and every Saturday at 12 for all your car needs. The Car Guys, presented by Butler Lexus of South Atlanta, Saturdays at noon on 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
You finally got that dream home. Then a pipe burst. Now you're draining your savings to drain the basement, and your other bills keep flooding in. But with Home Tap, you could tap into your home equity to cover renovations, debt, or whatever comes next. And unlike other home equity products, a Home Tap home equity investment has no monthly payments or impact on your mortgage rate. So consider using what you've already built. After all, it's your home. Tap into it. See how much you could get at HomeTap.com.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter for RJ's Auto Body Plus in Marietta. I'm here with Kelly, a satisfied customer. How was your experience, Kelly, with RJ's Auto Body Plus?
My experience was great.
I had an accident back in October, and the insurance company approved an aftermarket bumper. And honestly, it just didn't look right. It was wrong color, didn't match, stuck out just a little bit. I went back to RJ's, and I really appreciated them. They went and they fought the insurance company for me. They went back and forth with the insurance company and got them to approve a factory OEM bumper, meaning that it actually goes with my car.
That's a real live customer experience with RJ's Auto Body Plus. Go there now, ladies and gentlemen. Call 770-955-5020 or search RJ's Auto Body Plus. That's RJ's Auto Body Plus, 770-955-5020 or simply search RJ's Auto Body Plus.
At Kroger, we know it can be a challenge to get dinner on the table quickly. So we're making mealtime a breeze with our Dinner Made Easy meals. Right now, you'll get 25% off eligible items when you spend $20 or more on select meal varieties. Plus, we'll deliver it free. Just clip your digital coupons, then shop our Dinner Made Easy meals for delivery or pickup. You can choose items from oven-ready dinners, fresh sushi meals, international cuisine, and more. Restrictions apply. See site for details. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
If you've been thinking about selling your home, now is the time. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can sell your home fast and for more than you expect. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. One of the most stressful things about selling your home is not being able to control the timing. Mark Spain Real Estate allows you to receive an all-cash offer on your home and close in as little as 21 days. Hassle-free, guaranteed. Trust the most experienced real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Gear up this fall with the new All-Pro battery by Steel. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available only at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power. Comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
These pop-up afternoon thunderstorms, no joke, friends. 1 minute it's sunny, the next you're grabbing buckets for a roof leak. Ugh. Hey, it's Mark Aram here. That's why homeowners like me call Dr. Roof. Need a quick repair? A whole new roof? Dr. Roof brings trusted service, a price match guarantee, and up to a 50-year workmanship warranty, the only one in town. And don't forget to visit drroof.com for coupons. Dr. Roof, ready before the storm hits.
This is a problem when this the surreal world that we live in now. And it's happened again where reality keeps rendering comedy moot. Like something happens and we make jokes for a while. Well, it could probably end up here, blah, 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 blah. And then that happens. And this is the latest one, like with Polymarket and Kalshi. You know, making jokes. Hey, pretty soon you'll be able to bet on whether or not, the sandwich is made into boats or cut in quarters or like whatever. You know, it's like
every single thing that
happens. Well, now all those jokes have been made, and once again reality comes along to render comedy moot. New prediction market. This is according to this Futurism, which I guess is part of some other magazine, but I don't know. Futurism, new prediction market monetizes anything in live streams. There's a thing called Crash Market. I think they're trying to, this is kind of a PR thing to try to get this going. They were doing something else, but they have now changed whatever it was they were doing before, has adopted this Crash Market thing. And so this is a plan for them, although it just doesn't seem like it could work. Because there's no way that insider trading doesn't happen.
That's what I was going to ask.
In these situations.
If you're doing the live stream, couldn't you just go
tell your
open
friends
a position and then
if not that, if you don't want to get caught because that's too obvious, you just tell your friends. All
Does
right,
it
we're going to
matter
set
if it's too obvious? They don't. I mean, every once in a while, if it's really high profile, they say, "Oh no, we had to put an end to that."
Well, that's on Polymarket and Kalshi, and that's on things like military maneuvers and. You know, the teleprompter at the White House guy, the guy who runs the teleprompter, he got in trouble because he knew it was going to happen because he'd see the speech an hour before or something like that when he's putting in the teleprompter.
I want in.
That did happen. And Polymarket will stand up and go, okay, that's against our rules. this is a situation where I think they're going to try to not have rules and not care. But then who would, I guess you can get kids to gamble away their stupid money for a while. But no, it seems so obvious. If I'm doing a live stream and there's one of these bettable situations.
Is that going to pop up and while people are watching it?
I don't know. This is not on Polymarket or Kalshi, so you have to be on this crash market.
Why does this need to exist?
Because there's ways, because in this transactional soulless society, somebody saw a way to make people who are destined for poverty to get there quicker. There's a feeling now in business that if people don't know how to keep their money in their pocket, they don't deserve to have it in the first place. It belongs to us.
Grift.
Yes.
Everything is a grift.
Everything is a grift. Everything is a grift. We don't have business and capitalism. I don't want to hear people, idealistic conservatives, talking about the Austrian school of economics. We're in la-la land. We're not in anything where those old categories even work anymore. Every business is a grift now. And, your president made something like 1,000 trades last month. And he's trading on things like, why am I blanking on the big Alex Karp? Palantir and these kind of companies that
have government contracts.
You have a president of the United States that is trading on Wall Street with companies that have government contracts. Don't talk to me about the Austrian School of Economics. Get the hell out of here. Alex Williams says there's a crash on 20 East in DeKalb.
Yeah, widely scattered one here, Eric. I-20 eastbound, right before Lithonia Industrial Boulevard, exit number 74. It is knocking out most of the left side of the roadway. Looks like only a right lane or even a right shoulder squeaking by here. You're stacked up back to Wesley Chapel. Don't even try it. Exit off at Wesley Chapel. Head north, use Covington Highway as an alternate. Trouble in Henry County. It's in the right lane, 75 northbound. Before you get to Jodico Road, exit 222. Better news heading out of Midtown into northeast Atlanta. Hero unit cleared that stall, 85 northbound at the Beaver Spring connector. All lanes are back open there. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Reliable Heating and Air wants you to know weak airflow or strange noises can be early signs of AC trouble. Get ahead of it at reliableair.com. Next report is in less than 10 minutes from the Trustdale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Something big is coming. Jared Yamamoto here. And on September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with exclusive deals in an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun, and all roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states, so that means right here in Georgia, every fan is in on the excitement. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. New DraftKings customers sign up with code AtlantaTalk. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That's code AtlantaTalk. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
Men, if you're suffering from ED or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's love lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. Take control of your love life. Call now. 404-885-8885.
Most home sellers get an offer and immediately face a decision. Do I take it or do I reject it? Here's another idea. How about we find out what else is out there first? Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. With Orchard Offers, you don't have to settle for one cash offer. Your Orchard agent submits your home to an exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers and lets them compete for your home. Multiple serious buyers, multiple cash offers, all laid out side by side so you can compare them and choose the one that works best for you. No guessing whether you could have gotten more, no wondering if you left thousands on the table. And there's no need for repairs, showings, or a long, drawn-out selling process. So don't accept an offer until you know what your options are. Get your free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
Good evening. The time is 6:30. I'm Jonathan O'Brien. This news brought to you by the Lloyd Advisory Group. Our top story. The U.S. Supreme Court clears the way for President Trump's sweeping executive order curbing mail-in voting ahead of the midterms. CNN's Gabe Cohen reports there is still room for additional court challenges.
What the court is saying here is not that the implementation of this executive order is going to end up being lawful. What they're essentially saying is that the Department of Homeland Security and the Postal Service have not implemented anything yet, and so states do not have the right to bring forward this case saying that they have been harmed.
Some states will start sending out mail-in ballots in the coming weeks. 87 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards will have Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up in just a couple of minutes. $10 million will roll to Georgia Tech to help train the next generation of workers for NASA.
The program isn't training rocket scientists or geologists, but rather welders, machinists, and other jobs related to AI. Dr. Stephen Ruffin, the interim chair of Georgia Tech's School of Aerospace Engineering, says it also helps other industries too.
This is another effort that's helping to connect those that are interested in great careers with amazing companies that need a very skilled workforce.
Dr. Ruffin says Georgia's #1 export is aerospace product. Now, Georgia Tech was only one of 7 schools selected for the training program. Keith Cromwell, 95.5 WSB.
The University System of Georgia greenlights a new and faster way to get a college degree. Chancellor Sonny Perdue says the 3-year degree will help certain students get their diploma.
When you look at military people, adult learners, those are really the people that we're focusing on that already have some degree of competency in life skills and other things.
The 90-hour applied sciences degrees will allow folks to get into the workforce faster with less debt. Some university professor groups have spoken out against it because they believe it doesn't do enough to address affordability. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced a new round of sanctions aimed at the Iranian economy today. During a news conference this afternoon, he says countries that do business with Tehran will face consequences.
I'm not going to set timelines, but we do not have infinite patience here.
The administration is not saying which countries could be targeted, but data shows that China, Turkey, and the UAE are Iran's largest trading partners. The conflict has now been going on for 6 months. A trial over rental listings was due to start today, but the Federal Trade Commission has reached a settlement between Zillow and Redfin.
The order will restore competition in the online platforms that renters use to find apartments and property managers use to list rentals. The FTC and states sued Zillow and Redfin over a 2025 agreement in which Zillow paid $100 million to become the exclusive provider of information on apartment rentals offered by Redfin. I'm Bloomberg's Matt Piper for 95.5 WSB.
A statewide task force is looking into the misuse of flock cameras in Georgia. Georgia Senator and Chair of the Senate Public Safety Committee John Albers says 99.9% of law enforcement does an excellent job every day, but there have been a few who misuse the license plate reader cameras.
We are working together with a task force, with the Georgia Sheriff's Association, as well as the Georgia Chiefs of Police to address the situation.
The task force will be looking at ways to ensure privacy and still benefit from new technology. Governor Kemp and Georgia's First Lady traveled thousands of miles south this week for an economic trip to drum up more business for the state.
The governor's office says they'll be in Chile and Peru to meet with both job creators who have operations here in Georgia and with high-ranking government officials. They'll be joined by representatives from the Georgia Department of Economic Development, which says companies moved almost $1 billion worth of business through Georgia to both countries last year alone. alone. Governor Kemp calls both Chile and Peru important partners in securing reliable supply chains, especially in the industries of forestry and agriculture. Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
And the Atlanta Botanical Garden is planning a big expansion along the Atlanta Beltline. The $160 million project will add new gardens, amenities, and community programming to the 22-mile loop. The project will expand the garden by about 30%. Construction is set to break ground this fall with hopes to complete the expansion by 2029. It's now time for live team coverage of traffic and weather at 6:34. Alex Williams is in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Travel advisory into Stonecrest and Lithonia. Jonathan, crash leaves only your right lane open. 20 eastbound between Panola Road and Lithonia Industrial Boulevard. Delays growing back toward I-285. Use Covington Highway as your alternate. A stall has been in the center lane in Cobb. 75 northbound at Delk Road, exit 261. Keeping you on the brakes from Windy Hill. And if you're traveling 85 north in Gwinnett, ongoing truck fire cleanup continues all afternoon before Highway 211, exit 126. Slow in the ride as you leave Hamilton Mill Road. Next report in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
And now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast with WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Fair skies this evening with low humidity levels, so quite comfortable outdoors. Sunset around 8:15. Temperatures will be in the low 80s at that time, continuing to cool into the mid to upper 60s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, sunshine with a high of 95, but still it'll be a dry heat. Increasing humidity on Wednesday, morning lows in the low 70s, daytime high around 93. Partly to mostly cloudy for Thursday and Friday with scattered rain showers and thunderstorms, highs in the upper 80s.
88 degrees in Vinings, 85 in Lovejoy, and it's 86 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta. More news at 7 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
You know, I've had listeners, coworkers, friends come up and ask me, hey, Aram, what makes advanced hair restoration different? Well, allow me to share, along with some details on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. First off, Advanced Hair stands by their results, and their before and afters are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that's hard to find elsewhere. Finally, Advanced Hair's Advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for the savings special opportunity, it's here, friends. Advanced Hair Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details and to schedule your free consultation, call 770-660-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair guaranteed to grow. 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
This kitchen is insane. New counters, new floors. Who did this?
My house.
Your house did your kitchen?
Yep. I used a HomeTap home equity investment to get cash from the equity I already had, with no monthly payments or impact on my mortgage rate.
So your home paid for itself. That's genius.
Huh. I guess I am a genius.
All right. Easy there.
HomeTap lets you turn your home equity into cash with no monthly payments. It's your home. Tap into it. See how much you could get at HomeTap.com.
Steelhorse Law specializes in motorcycle accidents involving trucks. SteelhorseLaw.com.
Georgia families work hard for their paychecks, and Congressman Mike Collins is there to help us keep more of it. Congressman Collins supported the working families tax cuts, stopping a massive tax increase before it hit household budgets. He voted to end federal taxes on tips and overtime, so servers, nurses, and the working men and women of Georgia keep more money in their pockets. Real relief where it matters most. Learn more about Congressman Collins' legislative work at collins.house.gov. Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
This is a strange one. It's just on my mind. And it's just like a question in my mind, or me just looking at the world going, huh? This is interesting. And I've been thinking about it for a little bit, like this Scott Bessent, who is the Secretary of the Treasury. He's probably one of the most powerful Treasury secretaries we've had in recent years.
I can't even remember the last one.
Yeah, he appears to be kind of like running the economy. He's the spokesperson on the Iran war quite often. He's in areas that, and quite popular with Republicans, I guess, in MAGA. But at the same time, you've got a lot of elements of the Republican Party, the evangelical wing, that are getting vocal about reflipping gay marriage, turning that over so that gay marriage would be illegal again. And Scott Bessent's personal life is like a carbon copy of Pete Buttigieg, who they all can't stand. They're not the same people. They don't believe in the same policies. But from the evangelicals who are trying to take away gay marriage, they would nullify his marriage. So that's a little weird to me. By the way, I'm in favor of gay marriage.
Do you think they have the power to do that?
There can't be enough.
I don't think there's enough.
You could simply get a Supreme Court case, couldn't you?
Yeah, but you'd have to bring it.
Right.
And the voters would completely
they might.
lose their minds.
And ultimately, I think they should. I'm in favor of it. What do? You tell people, hey, you were married for 4 years, but now you're not married. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
If we can't get rid of this ballroom because it's too far into construction, then I think that we're too far into gay marriage to suddenly tell people that they're not married anymore.
I think the Supreme Court would keep that, though.
They might.
Just based on the decision.
My point, that's not my point. My point is you've got a large section of the Republican Party that wants to turn that back. And the Republican Party, and then, but even more than that, the last 20, 25 years from Republicans, what does the name George Soros usually mean? Like public enemy number one.
Yeah.
And Scott Bessent was George Soros' right-hand man in trading for, not just for a brief moment. Together, they brought down the Bank of England in 1993, was it? 91. And by the way, made George Soros $1 billion.
Oh, no, 92, I'm sorry.
Now, the collapse of the Bank of England is on the people who put the Bank of England in the situation. Bessent was 29 years old at the time and was sharp as hell and figured some stuff out and saw what was coming, and he convinced George Soros to go short, and it collapsed the entire Bank of England. Now, that doesn't make it – I'm not saying he's a bad guy for that. His job was to see the future and make money on it. I'm amazed that he's popular with Republicans because he made $1 billion for George Soros, which it's like all of a sudden do Republicans like George Soros? So you told me that he
disavowed him.
Okay, he disavowed him. He ran the London office from 2011 to 2015.
He says he hasn't spoken to him since 2016.
Okay, when Trump came down the escalator?
Yeah, I guess so.
Meanwhile, in politics, people will hold tweets from 15 years ago against them on both sides.
Republicans used to like Soros. And then he started meddling in a lot of the woke things, so they say they don't like it.
He started paying for it.
Huh?
Paid for all those protesters.
Yeah, he got involved in that whole. Yeah.
Do you think he really did?
Yeah. I think he did.
I know they do get paid. I don't know if he paid.
He would fund district judges and stuff.
He got involved in heavy duty in elections, which, Republicans would hate someone like me who late in my life have come around to the idea that we just have to get money out of elections, But they didn't like him because he had so much money and he was funding politicians they didn't like. So is this relatively new then? Just since 2016, Republicans don't like George Soros?
I think it was. I feel like I've
been hearing about it since the 2000s.
Yeah, because he must have been funding people running against Republicans.
Yeah,
but it was always these smaller, district attorneys,
because
George
it was
said.
Effective.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. Oh, you're going to be much more effective with money if you go for a city council,
yeah,
than if you go for president of the United States necessarily, or Senate. But I just find it
2004.
interesting.
It was the 2004 election cycle where he started doing that Soros, pumping the money in for the candidates.
So for me, whenever I bring stuff up like this, especially when we're talking about gay marriage, stuff like that, people just, it's WSB. I'm not. This is no editorial about Scott Bessent and his career or his personal life. I'm just saying it seems odd to me that this guy is a hero when part of the Republican Party is trying to get rid of gay marriage, and he was George Soros' right-hand man. And by the way, as a trader, not traitor, trader, Wall Street trader, people don't pay attention to what the Secretary of Treasury is doing, but it's kind of stunning That is how he's running. That's how he's doing his job. He's looking at the world. His client is the United States of America. And every day he shows up as a trader and makes the trades that he thinks are best for the United States of America, given the policies of the president and the lay of the land. The problem is even successful traders quite often get it wrong. And it's not the same thing when you're dealing with sovereign countries and things like that than if you're just dealing with CEOs and businesses.
And is he working for the American worker or
Well, there you go. I think from Trump's point of view, I don't know if people can see this as criticism or not. I just see it as like 2 + 2 = 4. In Trump's mind, Wall Street rising equals great economy, full stop. And the last time Trump hung out with a middle-class person that wasn't at some rally for 10 minutes was never. Trump's friends are multimillionaires at the least. And so when Trump comes out and says, people keep telling me this is the greatest economy of all time, he's not lying. Because the only people that he talks to, the economy has been on fire for them. It's just that if there ever was one, there appears to be absolutely no connection between Wall Street and Main Street anymore. And some people kind of want the president rooting for Main Street, figuring that Wall Street can work it out for themselves. Alex Williams says 20 East is no fun heading into Lithonia.
That is all due to a crash on 20 eastbound at Lithonia Industrial Boulevard, exit 74. Eric, at times blocking all lanes, at times just that right lane open. It is stacked up the ride back to Wesley Chapel. Covington Highway, that'll be your best friend for now as an alternate. Still got the truck fire cleanup ongoing in Gwinnett County heading into Barrow, 85 northbound before Highway 211, exit 126. Only a only a right lane block, but still pretty slow back toward Gravel Springs Road. Again, you can use Highway 124 or 985, but those are both going to be slow as your alternates. Traffic brought to you by the Georgia Lottery. Now you can win big with Powerball drawings every Wednesday, Saturday, and now Mondays. Play the new third Powerball drawing today. Next report in less than 10 minutes from the TrustDale.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Don't be late because you crowdsourced your commute with a navigation app.
Heads up crash involving several vehicles.
Depend on us to make sure you get where you need to be on
Alternates
time.
needed this morning between Buford and Swanee.
Local and dependable traffic 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Some of the alternates to get you around this include Memorial Drive in East Ponce.
WSB Triple Team
A
Traffic.
car has flipped over at 20 westbound.
95.5 WSB. How Atlanta gets there.
Back to school season is busy, I know, but making your home shine, that doesn't have to be one of your problems. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash had my house, driveway, deck, even the roof looking spotless, and I did not even have to be home. Their soft washing keeps everything safe, no damage, just results you'll love. And with more than 2,000 five-star reviews, you'll see why everybody's calling Wise Guys. New customers, mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book today at wiseguysprowash.com. Wise Guys, the wise choice for your home.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call AquaGuard, a groundworks company. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls.
Schedule a free inspection with AquaGuard, the proud partner of the Atlanta Braves. Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Treated unfairly by the police? George Stein, the DUI lawyer, can help. GeorgeStein.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Usually, when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Hey, it's Mark Arum. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year, no commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, or whatever else you can do with your phone, all for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now, all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all of that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile. Select two comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of March 24, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Online at XfinityMobile.com.
All the notifications you need.
The story developing in Marietta.
All the local and breaking news alerts you need.
We're following breaking news in Atlanta.
All in one place.
The 95.5 WSB app.
Download it today.
It's Chris Chandler here when you join us Tuesday starting at 5 for Atlanta's Morning News. What Clark wants you to do with your credit card balance. And our Grand for Groceries contest is underway. We'll play again Tuesday on Atlanta's Morning News on 95.5 WSB.
Are we back?
We are.
Where did Eric go?
That's a good question.
Here he comes.
Lock the door.
You can't lock the door. That would be funny if you could, though. Be pounding on the door like Dustin Hoffman at the end of The Graduate.
Let me in!
I thought the show was over. Either that or my old man prostate just didn't cooperate.
And you have a long walk because you won't.
I go to
use the public restroom.
I was in there and I was, that's when I realized, this is a short break. But then I thought, much like the ballroom, look, I'm too far gone here to turn this around. So I'm thank you guys for filling in. Did Greg say anything that got us in trouble?
No, but he was funny. He said, lock the door.
But it would be nice if you could. I've actually worked in studios where you could lock the door. I think
the old studio at
96.
KLS.
You could lock it. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Do an Airheads
Deadbolt.
hostile takeover.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know why why would any management just say, you know what,
Was it Airheads or Tape Heads?
I think it's Airheads.
Okay.
Well, listen, Airheads, that came second in my mind because when I was a kid, I went to the theater and saw a movie called FM.
With Martin Mull, right?
With Martin Mull and Ellen
Burstyn?
I think so. And they realized that at one point, the military was buying all the advertising, and that upset as I recall.
Yeah.
I mean, this movie had like performances from the Eagles and stuff. Like I was in heaven as a kid watching this movie. I'm sure if I went back and watched it again, it would not. I don't know if it would hold up.
Is that where Steely Dan?
Steely Dan did the song FM.
They did it specifically for that movie?
Yeah, and they had to change it. They had to change the name to No Static at All because back then in the 70s, AM radio was still where pop radio was. And it was a hit. And the AM guys didn't want to have to say the name of the song was FM. So on AM radio, it was called No Static at All. Why do I remember stupid things like that, but I can't remember what I had for lunch? This is a good question.
No, it's only got 20% on Rotten Tomatoes.
I bet it's terrible.
Approval.
I'll bet it's terrible. But I was probably like 13 or something when I went and saw it, 14.
I watched
it. And
it
it was
on
just
HBO.
rock stars. And
it was fun.
I remember, I think there's live stuff with Linda Ronstadt. And
how about American Hot Wax? Is that worse?
American Hot Wax. What I remember about that is that Jay Leno, who is one of the, for all the Jay Leno-isms, and everybody knows from The Tonight Show and blah, 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 and this and that, and whatever you thought of The Tonight Show, Jay Leno at one time was the best stand-up comedian in America, and he's remained as one of the best stand-up comedians in America. The other side of that is he is a horrible actor. Not everybody can act.
He wasn't very good.
He's a terrible actor. I believe that he plays a limousine driver in that.
I think
as
so.
I recall. Barely saw it once on what used to be called Showcase in Baton Rouge when I was a kid, or when I was like a teenager.
Was that like an HBO knockoff?
Yeah, we didn't have HBO. We had this thing called Showcase, which I actually kind of liked it better than HBO at the time. I mean, I didn't have HBO yet, but I missed it once HBO came along because it was just like a movie theater. So they would send you the monthly guide.
Yeah.
And every day they would just have like 4 movies that played over and over again. It would be like a second run theater.
Oh, okay.
And it would just be a schedule,
Right.
like you were going to the movies. You know, it plays at 2 and it plays at 6 and it plays at
HBO
9.
would come on at about 4 or 5 o'clock and then go off at midnight.
See, I didn't get HBO
At
until
first.
they were past all of that.
And then Jay Leno was in a movie called Americathon, where John Ritter was the president. America was going broke, and they had to have a telethon to raise money to pay off the debt.
I remember that movie. I don't think I ever saw it.
Well, his stunt was that, because it was just like the Jerry Lewis, but they had, entertainment, and he was boxing his mother. And so she started insulting him, and I just remember, goes, shut up, ma, and then he beat her up.
Sounds kind of funny. He got a lead role in a movie once. Pat Morita is the other.
What was that movie called?
He was I can't remember what it was called. Detroit something. He was a cop who had to go get Pat Morita, I believe.
Collision Course.
Yeah, and he had to. It was like a buddy kind of thing. It was a little bit like that De Niro movie that's great with Charles
Grodin.
What was Midnight Run? It's kind of like that concept. And there's a scene in there, if you want to see some of the worst acting of all time. Jay Leno has never been drunk in his life. Jay Leno says, "You get drunk, I win."
Mm-hmm.
Literally. I know people who he's said this to. And he has a scene with Pat Morita. I think that they are both handcuffed together because he doesn't want to get away, where he's supposedly drinking and getting drunk the whole time. This scene is possibly the worst acting in the history of acting. And I'm sure Leno knows that. Yeah, it's okay. You can be a great something. It doesn't make you great at everything else. All right, that music is telling us 2 things. Shut the hell up and get the hell out. And you know us. We're well behaved. We do what we're told. Shelley Winter is up next. He's got a great radio show for you, as usual. We're going to come back tomorrow at 3 p.m., do this all over again. You're all invited to join us. But until then, continue on your journey. Don't piss off the genie.
656 Trustdale.com traffic center. Travel advisory towards Stonecrest and Lithonia with the crash leaving only a right lane open. 20 eastbound. Evans Mill, Lithonia Industrial Boulevard, exit 74. Use Covington Highway. Truck fire cleanup ongoing. 85 northbound before Highway 211. Exit number 126 here near Chateau Alon. Only a right lane block, but still tough delays north of the Mall of Georgia. Traffic brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. Alex Williams, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Money update. From WSB consumer expert Clark Howard. Sponsored by Reliable Heating and Air.
A day never goes by that I don't read about another scam. The hottest thing right now is pretexting, where a criminal pretends to be from your bank, your investment company, your retirement account, your brokerage. And what they're doing, they're trying to get you under some goofy pretense to give them key information that you give them what they need to steal your money. And then once they've stolen it, it's almost impossible to ever get it back.
Hey guys, you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Well, get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. It's Mark Aaron back with you. Check this out. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and free consultations, call 470-660-HAIR or online at advancedhair.com.
Men, if you're suffering from ED or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's love lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. Take control of your love life. Call now. 404-885-8885.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter for Superior Plumbing. When I had a clogged pipe in my home, Superior Plumbing came to the rescue, and they showed up sooner than they said, which saved my time. They assessed the problem, gave me several options, and the quotes, which were shockingly low, by the way. Then they did the work in a very professional and speedy manner, saving even more of my time and money. Founded in 1988, they're family owned and operated, which means they're proven and trusted. Ladies and gentlemen, what more can you ask for? Superior Plumbing values your time by not making you wait all day for them to arrive. They are experts and licensed plumbers, and the price was more than fair. Go to superiorplumbing.com or call 770-422-7586. That's 770-422-7586. superiorplumbing.com, the honest plumber, and tell them Shelley Winter sent you.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Good evening to you. It is 7 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright. The news is being brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Our top local story this hour, the city of Milton unanimously approving a settlement agreement in the death of a Yale University student named Joshua Chang. That was 10 years ago. The Chang family is now going to receive $10 million, which will be split between the city of Milton and their insurer, explains City Attorney Ken Gerard.
Our insurer, Verma, vis-a-vis with also its reinsurer, NLC, will be responsible for $6,666,666, and the city's contribution would be $3,333,333.
Chang died in 2016 when his car swerved off of Batesville Road and crashed into a planter that was owned by the city. We've got 88 degrees right now in Midtown. Fair skies. Humidity will stay low this evening. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. There's a new effort at the state level to explore options to regulate flock cameras.
Following multiple cases of officers misusing the license plate reading technology, Georgia Senate Public Safety Committee Chair John Albers says he has formed a statewide task force now that includes the Georgia Sheriffs and Police Chiefs Associations. They're going to look at ways to control misuse of those cameras, also looking at training and tighter access protocols. They hope to put together long-term recommendations for the General Assembly to consider come January.
WSB's Sabrina Cupid reports Flock recently rolled out a series of changes aimed at addressing misuse. A sex trafficking victim from North Carolina is rescued here in Metro Atlanta. The Fulton County Sheriff's Office task force says a juvenile was traveling to her mother's house here in Georgia from Fayetteville, North Carolina in May, but she never arrived. Investigators were quickly able to identify multiple online commercial sex advertisements involving the juvenile victim throughout the Metro Atlanta area. The victim was rescued in East Point. An arrest was made. The investigation is still underway. More West Nile positive mosquitoes have been found in DeKalb County. The latest were found in the East Atlanta area of the zip code of 30316. In all, 8 mosquito traps this year have tested positive for the virus. Still no so far. You are encouraged to get rid of standing water around your home and try to avoid mosquito bites by wearing insect repellent and avoid being out around dusk or dawn when mosquitoes are most likely to bite. The Board of Regents has approved a new and shorter route to a college degree.
Instead of a bachelor's degree that requires 120 credit hours, the new applied sciences degree would require only 90 credit hours. University Chancellor Sonny Perdue says there are several reasons it makes sense.
The opportunity to get a job quicker, less debt.
He says it's part of a national trend.
It's not replacing a 4-year degree, but it is in high-demand workforce areas.
The American Association of University Professors has come out against the 90-hour degree. Lisa Nicholas, 95.5 WSB.
NASA is giving Georgia Tech $10 million to help train the next generation of high-tech workers here in Georgia.
Georgia was only one of 7 states selected by NASA for the job training program, which isn't looking for the next set of rocket scientists.
Machinists, technicians, it can be welding, it can be use of AI tools.
Dr. Stephen Ruffin, the interim chair of Georgia Tech's School of Aerospace Engineering, says these jobs don't just benefit NASA.
Georgia's #1 export is aerospace product. This employs over 200,000 employees.
Georgia Tech will also partner with our state's technical college system to train the next set of aerospace workers. Keith Grummel, 95.5 WSB.
A massive expansion means that the Atlanta Botanical Gardens is soon going to be the first major arts and cultural institution directly accessible to the Beltline.
The Atlanta Botanical Garden is making itself accessible to the Beltline with a $160 million campaign. New garden spaces, amenities, water features, and a visitor center are coming to the 22-mile loop. The garden says it has raised nearly $150 million already. The project will expand the Botanical Garden by about 30%. The garden expects to break ground this fall and complete the expansion by 2029. Jordan Brown, 95.5 WSB.
It is 7:04, and that means it is now time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in with Brianna Rose in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening to you, Brianna. What's going on out there?
Good evening to you, Michelle. Good evening, Metro Atlanta. Heads up if you're traveling in Gwinnett County. The cleanup continues from the truck fire on I-85 northbound before Highway 211. With the right lane still blocked, expect delays leaving Swanee as you make your way towards Chateau Alain. And in DeKalb County, we've got a crash on I-20 eastbound at Lithonia Industrial Boulevard, taking out 2 left lanes. That's slowing you down through Lithonia as you head towards Stonecrest and Conyers. This report is sponsored by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield and Impact Fitness Foundation are bringing whole health to Atlanta area schools. Learn more at anthem.com/dream. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is a trade name of Anthem Insurance Companies, Inc. I'm Brianna Rose from the Trusto.com Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Fair skies this evening. Temperatures falling to the mid to upper 60s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, mostly sunny, hot with a high of 95, albeit it'll be a dry heat with low humidity. Wednesday, partly cloudy, highs in the low to mid 90s.
You're going to sense a theme right now. 88 degrees in Norcross, 88 in Noonan, and you guessed it, 88 right here in Midtown. More news head your way at 7:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
I so appreciate your support.
I just love you, man, and I look forward to seeing you again. I'm not going to be a stranger.
Welcome to the Shelley Winter Show, the home for the politically homeless.
Listen to his show. Absolutely, 95.5.
Tell me why, tell me why, tell me why. Why can't we live together? Shelley Winter Show, live, local, topical, and relevant, my friends. Let's get right to it, my brothers and sisters. Listening to the Shelley Winter Show, let's get right to it. So over the weekend, I saw this story. I'll just read the headline to you, and then we'll talk about it. He was waiting for his son to return from the USS Lincoln. Then Border Patrol arrested him. So today I had the pleasure and the high honor, I've got to tell you guys. These Things Matter, Pastor Tom Gray from Mars Hill Community Church. He has a podcast called These Things Matter. .net, and their podcasts, and they post them on YouTube. And he had invited me onto his podcast to talk to me and interview me, and we had a conversation. And no politics. It was just about my life, my influences, my spiritual journey, all of that, right? And it was a great conversation. And Pastor Gray, Pastor Tom Gray, you hear him all the time when These Things Matter. The spots here on air on this station, is a good man, right? In all the ways, mensch, good man, salt of the earth, whatever term you want to use to describe men and people and human beings, but particularly men who are good people, just solid good people, right? He's a pastor, he's a Christian, but those are the things that don't make him a good man. He's a good man before those things. You add those things, he becomes a very good man, a great man, if you will, right? So we had a great conversation, and that interview will be up on TheseThingsMatter.net in September. So I'll make sure you guys see it. I'll post it on my Facebook page and Instagram when it's loaded. But I start there because one of the things he asked me during our conversation was, since I got rebaptized, my spiritual journey, kind of what has changed, right? Do I see any changes, right? And I answered him, and I honestly and everything. But as I got to work and I did show prep and I came across this story, I posted this story on my Facebook page over the weekend. But as I thought about what I was going to start with tonight, I realized I wanted to start here because this story is my spiritual journey. What I mean by that, it answers that question. What has changed, right? So Luis Manuel Aviles was arrested by immigration authorities. His son was entering his 9th month. I'm reading from the article. His son was entering his 9th month on a USS Abraham Lincoln with the Navy, a vessel that set U.S. military record for uninterrupted time at sea. Luis Manuel Aviles, 48 years old, was arrested after leaving his house to take his car to the mechanic, according to his wife. She said her husband, a handyman in Key West, Florida, has a permit to work in the United States. Originally from Nicaragua, he has lived in the U.S. for 19 years. That means he got here, 19 years? What was he? Ooh, I'm not good at math. 48, what's that? 48 minus 19.
From 1948 to...
No, 48 minus 19. I can't do the math for some reason. 9 carried a 1, 3, 29. He got here at 29 years old. There it is. Thanks for your help there, Trent.
It takes a village, man.
So that has got here when he's 29 years old, right? Been here 19 years, 48 years old now. And he was arrested. And I thought about this, and when you talk about my spiritual journey, when you talk about rebaptizing myself, when you talk about me getting back into the way I was raised, and I realized, and I posted this story, and I realized from the reactions and the answers from people on my Facebook page, I realized that I don't have a political party anymore. I don't. I'm not Republican, I'm not Democrat. I'm still conservative in my ideology, if you will, but even that I'm starting to question. But I know I'm not Democrat, I'm not Republican. You know what the political party I'm in? And it's part of my spiritual journey, and it's part of how I've changed since being rebaptized. I've always had it in me. It's always been there. Sometimes it shows itself. Many times it did not. But a lot of times it did, which is part of the charm of knowing and kind of liking Shelley Winter. You know what political party I'm in? The party of empathy. That's my political persuasion right now, going forward. I'm in a party of empathy. I'm not in a party of hatred. I'm not in a party of, well, nah. I'm not in that party. I'm not in the ugly party on Democrat or Republican side. I'm in a party of empathy. And this answers the question Pastor Tom Gray asked me today when we had a conversation on his podcast. How is it, how your spiritual journey, how has it changed? I become more empathetic. That's what's happened to Shelley Winter. So when you ask me, hey, I listened to your show, I think you're a Democrat, I think you're a rhino, or I listen to your show, I think you're a sellout, I think you're a coon. No, I'm empathetic of other human beings. That's really what it is about. I posted this story. This is a father who raised in service, a member of our armed services. A father who came here at 29 years old. He's been working, he's gotten in no trouble. Work permit, whatever he has. He raised a son who joined the military. There's nothing in your heart that says, hey, you know what? Maybe we should do something. No, it's just, oh, he broke the law. He broke the law, Shelley. This is what everybody said on my page. He broke the law, and this is what many of you will say now that you're hearing my commentary on it. He broke the law, Shelley. What do you expect, us to bend the rules for people who break the law? And I thought to myself when I read that from so many people, I was like, you do it every day. I'm sorry. I get a little angry. You do it every day. Every single day. You allow people who break the law to get away with it because they're on your side. Every day. The number of people who Trump just pardoned, who literally fraudulently stole millions of dollars from other people, they're now walking free. You didn't say, but they broke the law, Mr. President. No, you didn't say that. All the 1,700 January 6ers, they all should never have been included in one swell swoop, but they all broke the law. They broke the law. Should there be consequences? No, Shelley. They were fighting. They're patriots. The founding fathers who just celebrated 250 years. These men are great men, as they should be. But they all broke the law. Should there be consequences? Abraham Lincoln granted a pardon collectively to all the Confederates who broke the law. They should have been hung. Every single last one of them should have been paraded to the town square and hung from the gallows for treason. But they weren't. Because clearly breaking the law, everyone doesn't get the same punishment when they break the law. There are people who get caught with drugs, who get an expensive lawyer, who get nothing. There are some who get 20 years. There are people who get caught with speeding, and sometime the police officer may say, hey, Mr. Smith, just don't speed anymore. Be careful. It's happened to me. So I know it happens because it's happened to me. I've been driving down the highway, blue lights, pull over, license and registration. Oh, I was speeding, wasn't I, officer? Yes, Mr. Winter, yes. Let me just run your tags. Comes back, look, I'm going to just give you a warning. Just be careful. All right? Don't speed. Yes, Mr. Officer, thank you for not giving me a ticket. 5 minutes later, maybe someone's doing the exact same speed in the exact same spot, and they get a ticket. Who knows? But don't come to me and tell me that this man who raised a military serviceman, after being here for 19 years, never getting in trouble, that he needs to get in trouble and arrested. Don't tell me that's okay. Don't tell me that's law and order. You can be all for law and order in this country. I am. I support law and order. I think we should abide by the rules. But if everyone's not held to the same standard, then you know what? It is what it is. It's where we are now. The man raised a young man who joined the Marines, and he's on a ship serving right now, and his father was detained. It used to be that wouldn't happen. It used to be before Trump signed an executive order and told the Department of Homeland Security to go after everybody. It used to be those service members got a leeway. The members of those service members' families, immediate families, got some leeway. Because the country understood, we're not going to deport the father of a guy that's serving. Our military is willing to give his life for you to have the freedom to get on social media and say, he broke the law, Shelley. What you supposed to do? I'm the party of empathy. That's the party I'm in. Anybody that wants to join me can join me. You could call it rhino. You could call it liberal. You could call it communist. You could call it DSA. You could call it whatever you want. Whatever your small brains want to label it. I'm telling you that going forward, there is no side anymore in the Shelley Winter Show. It's just empathy. Empathy for fellow humans and what they're going through. And I'm not going to judge people who are going through something who see the world differently than I am. I will point out that I disagree with them every single time. But it's not going to be mean-spirited. It's not going to be in some how could you believe that manner. You know why? Because I'm in a political party called empathy. That's us. We're the empathetic ones. We're the ones who care about humans. You can still vote the way you want to vote. Vote for whomever you want to vote for. But don't tell me that I'm somehow non-this or lack this or I'm this, because I look at a father who raised a man who joined the military, and I think it's okay that he should be deported or even detained while his son is still deployed. Don't tell me somehow that I'm wrong for thinking that. No, ladies and gentlemen, you're wrong for even formulating your brain to say he broke the law. There should be consequences. Unless you're going to say that about every single person who breaks the law. It's the Shelley Winter Show. 404-872-0750. 1-800-WSB-TALK. We'll be right back. When we come back, I want to talk about Enes Kanter. I laughed in the beginning. Now I'm laughing at him. We'll be right back.
718 in the TrustL.com Traffic Center. If you're traveling in DeKalb County, you're going to run into waves of volume on I-85 northbound due to an early vehicle fire. Before Shalford Road, 3 lanes are blocked, 3 right lanes. Delays are stacking back at Claremont and stretching towards Brookhaven and shambling towards Shalford Road. It's also affecting the ride as you head towards Dorville throughout Gwinnett. And in Cobb County, be mindful of a stalled vehicle on I-75 northbound near SR-280 and Delk Road. 3 right lanes are blocked there, slowing the ride through Marietta as you head north towards Kennesaw and Ackworth. This report is sponsored by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield and Impact Fitness Foundation are bringing whole health to Atlanta area schools. Learn more at anthem.com/dream. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is a trade name of Anthem Insurance Companies, Inc. I'm Brianna Rose from the TrustL.com Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
Grocery prices are going up.
But we've got the solution.
Really going to help, and thank you, WSB.
WSB's Grand for Groceries.
Your chance to win $1,000 5 times a day.
Enter the word at WSBradio.com or on the WSB Radio app.
Great! A grand for groceries. Your first chance to win is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. It pays to get your news from 95.5 WSB.
Gear up this fall with the new All-Pro battery by Steel. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available only at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power. Comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
When it comes to your roof, think of Finley first. Finley Roofing, the roof guys. Hard to forget, right? That cute dog Rufus. Yeah, always roofing about 0% financing. But here's what really matters when it comes to your roof. Dave Baker here. Behind the roof is Georgia's highest quality, highly rated, most trusted roofing company. Finley has thousands of 5-star reviews. They've truly mastered the roof replacement process. Schedule your free roof analysis right now at finleyroofing.com.
It's the biggest RV event of the summer, the Atlanta RV Mega Show. August 28th through 30th at the Cobb Convention Center. 8 dealers, hundreds of RVs, factory experts, and exclusive show deals all indoors. Learn more at AtlantaRVMegashow.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter for Butler Lexus South Atlanta. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the market for a brand new or certified pre-owned Lexus automobile, you don't want to go anyplace else except Butler Lexus South Atlanta. Now listen, you want to go to ButlerLexusSouthAtlanta.com, make an appointment, and when you get down to the dealership, ask for Kevin Deutsch. You know Kevin. Kevin's on with me every Saturday at 12 noon for the Car Guys show. And if you've ever listened to the show, you know Kevin knows everything from the headlight to the tail light and everything in between. Well, the good thing about that, his entire staff is just as knowledgeable. What does that mean? It means they will take care of you. They will treat you like family, just like they treated me when I bought my brand new Lexus from Butler Lexus South Atlanta. So go to ButlerLexusSouthAtlanta.com, make an appointment, and ask for Kevin Deutsch if you're in the market for a brand new or certified pre-owned Lexus automobile. Now, if you're like me and you already own a Lexus, you don't want to get that car serviced anyplace else except Butler Lexus South Atlanta. Go to ButlerLexusSouthAtlanta.com, make a service appointment so those expert certified Lexus technicians can take care of your car better than they take care of their own.
It's time to get your home looking its best this back-to-school season. Wise Guys Pro Wash will make your home look like new again. New customers mention me, Chris Chandler, get $70 off your next service. Book today at wiseguysprowash.com, the wise choice for your home.
When you're sick, you don't go to the vet. So if you get hurt on your bike,
don't just call any attorney. Call the motorcycle injury specialist at Steel Horse Law. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Motorcycle cases are complex with distinct laws, regulations, and technical aspects. Steel Horse Law knows those inside and out, so your case is rock solid. That's how they win big for bikers. Get your free case evaluation at steelhorselaw.com.
Come on, Reliable Ruby. Just one more trip.
Is that our car? Or is someone making popcorn under the hood?
Yeah, Ruby isn't so reliable anymore.
Let's donate her to Tommy Nobis Center and help empower people with disabilities through job training and employment.
Reliable Ruby can make a difference?
Exactly. It's easy, tax deductible, and towing is free.
Turn your old vehicle into new opportunities. Call 866-NOBIS-AUTO or visit TommyNobisCenter.org.
Hear that, Ruby? You're retiring a hero.
Shelley Winter Show live, local, topical, and relevant, ladies and gentlemen. So, the whole men and women sports thing, I remember when it first started a few years ago, I remember the first story that I remember, and I've been on radio since it started. The first story that I remember was, I believe, up in Connecticut. And it was a kid who thought he was a girl, identified as a woman, and ran against high school girls in track and field. Smashed all the records and everything. And I remember saying back then, man, it's just horrible. I can't believe anybody would allow this to happen. And up in those states, some of them changed the rules, saying, "Oh, this can't happen." Some of them quietly changed the rules. Some of them kept it the same, but not many boys ran again, so they just kind of left it alone. And it happened, I remember, in Connecticut, and then it was in California. Then there was a young lady who got hit in the head with a ball spiked so hard by a male player playing with the girls that it was a big deal. And then I remember a turning point where it became an issue on social media for Republicans. And it was at this time that I said, okay, this is, I understand this is political. We want to win a race, win some elections. And so this is an interesting thing. A federal law was even signed into law. No men in women's sports. It's ballyhooed all over the country, this federal law. And at that point in time, I said, whoa, wait a minute. This might be going too far. Because I'm a conservative, remember? And I remember saying to myself when that law was passed, saying to myself, wait a minute, I'm not really sure if I like the federal government telling schools and high school associations and schools who can participate in sports and who can't. It kind of reeks of, a past time in our history. Not that I thought it was a good idea, not that I thought I was supportive of young boys who identified as girls running against girls or playing against girls or playing basketball against girls or volleyball or anything else. I just thought, whoa, this is kind of going too far. The federal government is passing a law on who can play in sports at a local level. This is as a conservative. I was like, this seems to be over big government. Although it was an issue that I saw problems with. But then I started thinking, this doesn't really happen that much, so it's not really a big deal. But the principle of it, I thought, was wrong. And I said so on my show at the time. Now I'm seeing it everywhere. Every single place I'm seeing it. Darlene Graham mentioned it. She couldn't answer who's our friend, Taiwan or China, but she could say, yes, but there should be no men in girls' sports. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, whoa, this is going too far. Because it's a talking point now. And it's such a talking point that Enes Kanter showed up to a game where he's protecting women with a shirt on that says woman, adult human female. And he's taunting the players. And the players are taunting him back, making himself the center of this thing. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, but I thought you went there to protect women. So you're yelling at women while protecting women. I don't understand that. You're making it about yourself. And I started to realize, oh, wait a minute, man, once again, something has gone too far. 99% of the people in the world agree, yeah, teenage boys probably shouldn't play basketball against the girls in girls' sports. But there's a large percent of people like, it's not happening. So I'm not really thinking about it. What about those gas prices? What about that war? What about economic sanctions? What about those farmers? What about those cattle farmers? That's what other people are thinking about. Meanwhile, there's still a political party out there who's making this the linchpin of many of their races. And I'm thinking, why do you think that's going to work? How do you think that's going to work? Most people don't care. Enes Kanter, I laughed with him when he first said he was going to play in the NBA and get drafted. I laugh at him now. We'll be right back. Shelley Winter Show.
If you've been thinking about selling your home this year, now is the time. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry. When you receive a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. One of our clients, BR, said, Mark Spain Real Estate sold my home within 30 days. I definitely recommend them to my friends and family. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan Atlanta, 191 Peach Street, Atlanta, Georgia. Dial pound law. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
Good evening to you at 7:30. I'm Michelle Wright. Our top local story this hour, a sex trafficking victim from North Carolina is rescued here in Metro Atlanta. This report is new at 7:30.
The Fulton County Sheriff's Office task force says a juvenile was traveling to her mother's home in Georgia from Fayetteville, North Carolina back in May, but she never arrived. Investigators were quickly able to identify multiple online commercial sex advertisements involving the juvenile victim throughout the Metro Atlanta area. The victim was rescued in East Point. An arrest was made, and the investigation is still underway. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
The U.S. Supreme Court clears the way for President Trump's sweeping executive order curbing mail-in voting ahead of the midterms. CNN's Gabe Cohen reports there's still room for additional challenges, though.
What the court is saying here is not that the implementation of this executive order is going to end up being lawful. What they're essentially saying is that the Department of Homeland Security and the Postal Service have not implemented anything yet, and so states do not have the right to bring forward this case saying that they have been harmed.
The order calls for creating a federal voter list. Some states will start sending out mail-in ballots this coming week. Atrium Health is putting $700 million into a new hospital off of Metropolitan Parkway in Atlanta.
It's tough to overstate the importance of bringing a robust network of services to this part of Atlanta and this part of Fulton County.
Delvecchio Finley, Atrium Health Georgia Market president, says the facility is going to start with 50 beds, but hopes to expand to over 7,000. Finley also says that they are partnering with Morehouse School of Medicine to train the next generation for healthcare workers. The trade war between Canada and the United States continues to heat up. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says they could not accept what the U.S. had offered, nor could they give what was being asked. However, while at a port in Quebec today, Carney says,
we have all we need right here. The workers, the engineers, the ambition, and the right plan.
Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance, while in Maine today, says Canada should stop taking advantage of the people of Maine and stop taking advantage of America. An arrest is made as Cherokee County battles a third structure fire in 24 hours.
It's not every day Cherokee County Fire and Emergency Services responds to so many fires in such a short period of time, but
we are prepared for that, and we have the resources to handle that with ease.
Sergeant Matthew Perry says a fire on Bells Ferry Road in the Canton area claimed the life of a dog. An arson suspect is in custody.
The Cherokee County Fire Investigations Team has arrested Jackie Ingram.
He says it doesn't appear the suspect is connected to two other fires, one in Woodstock, the other between Macedonia and Freeholm. The cause of those blazes are under investigation. Cheryl Castro, 95.5 WSB.
It is 7:33, and that means it is now time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in with Brianna Rose in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening to you, Brianna. What's going on out there?
Good evening to you, Michelle. Good evening, Metro Atlanta. Travel advisory for I-85 northbound. You're going to run into some delays starting in DeKalb County and continuing as you make your way north into Gwinnett County. Delays start back at Claremont Road with heavy volume through Brookhaven and Shamley due to an early vehicle fire before Shalford Road, where 3 lanes are blocked. The slowdowns continue through North Doraville and Gwinnett County as you travel north. The cleanup continues from the truck fire on Highway 211 with the right lane still blocked there. Expect another slowdown through Swanee as you head towards Chateau Elan. And back in DeKalb County, we've got a crash on I-20 eastbound Lithonia Industrial Boulevard, taking out 2 left lanes. That's slowing you down through Lithonia as you make your way towards Conyers. This report is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help troubleshoot the likely cause of your pesky check engine light for free and get you back on the road. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone. I'm Brianna Rose from the Trusto.com Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Fair skies for this evening. Temperatures tonight falling to the mid to upper 60s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high of 95, but with low humidity levels. Wednesday, partly cloudy, highs in the low to mid 90s.
Currently, we've got 85 degrees in Norcross. We've got 85 in Duluth and 87 right here in Midtown. More news head your way at 8 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
Shelley Winter Show. When we come back, breaking news. Supreme Court dropped a ruling on mail-in voting. That's coming up next on the Shelley Winter Show.
Thanks for calling Reliable Heating and Air.
Yeah, hi, this is the executive assistant for Athens' most famous four-legged football fan. The Doghouse AC is down.
We're on the way. And since he's a Comfort Club member, there's no service call fee and any needed repair is covered.
Oh yeah, Reliable's on the way.
Get any size air conditioner for just $69.99 a month, 0 down, and an unbeatable lifetime warranty. Get your free estimate at ReliableAir.com. Proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs. License CN 210-318.
Spring is in the air and you are making summer plans. You may also be doing some work on your house or cleaning. Now, it's Shelley Winter, and you have heard me talk about virtual imaging and how it is so important to prioritize your health. Face it, we're getting older and your body may have some issues. Most heart attacks, the very first symptom is sudden death. Yes, only about 25% of heart attacks present symptoms. I have some terrific news for you from Virtual Imaging. For this month only, they are offering you and your spouse a free heart scan with a few minimum requirements. They will present you with their other non-free options like a full body scan for cancers and brain scans for things like dementia or Alzheimer's. But the heart scan is free. What are you waiting for? Most people walk out clean and have peace of mind. Others have some issues, but just enough for you to take better care of yourself like I did when I took advantage of my free scan. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN or visit virtualimagingatl.com. Let them know Shelley Winter sent you.
With good health comes a happy life, but finding free, trustworthy medical advice can be challenging. Good news for you. WSB and the medical professionals at Northside Hospital are here to help. Tune in this Sunday at 8 a.m. for Doctors on Call, presented by Northside Hospital, a weekly show dedicated to helping you live a healthier and happier life. This week, we'll be joined by obstetrician and gynecologist Dr. Sabrina Faulkner to discuss menopause, weight management, and fibroids. Sunday at 8 a.m. on 95.5 WSB.
Serving my country required sacrifice that changed my life forever. I remember the day I came home. Because of my injuries, this house wasn't right for me anymore. I remember the narrow doorways, the small bathrooms, the shelves out of reach when in my wheelchair. Every day was full of obstacles. I felt trapped. I remember a better day, the day my family received a specially adapted custom home from Homes for Our Troops. That day changed everything. Now we have a safe and accessible home to enjoy the freedom I fought for. This place, our home, is exactly what we needed to rebuild our lives.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
Shelley Winter Show live, local, topical, and relevant. So, just dropped at 6:30. Just saw it. I apologize for not starting the show with this. It's a big deal. Supreme Court backs Trump's order to curb mail-in ballots. The High Court's 10-page order, handed down in an unsigned opinion over the dissent of the court's 3 liberal judges, means that the Trump administration may move forward with a proposal for DHS to compile state-specific lists of people it believes are eligible to vote in the Democratic-led states that had challenged the plan in court. Another part of Trump's executive order instructs the Postal Service to impose new mandates on states that want to send ballots through the mail, requiring that they submit their own list of eligible voters to the agency and include information on ballot envelopes to allow those ballots to be tracked. I'm okay with that part. The justices I'm not okay with the list. I'm okay with the ballot envelopes so you could track the ballots. I'm cool with that. No problem with that. The justices gave USPS the green light to implement that aspect of Trump's plan, but a lower court blocked that effort nationwide in a separate case. That means more court action will likely be needed before the USPS can move forward, and that court action could result in new emergency appeals to reach the Supreme Court quickly, potentially in a matter of days. Put another way, the decision Monday will almost certainly not be the last word on Trump's executive order on mail-in ballots. So I'm okay with limiting mail-in ballots to the people who can't get out, the elderly, people traveling, people not home. Like the president votes by mail-in ballot because he's at work in Washington, D.C., and it's election time and he has to send in a mail-in ballot. I'm okay. If you have friends that work in D.C., but they're residents of Georgia, they have to get a mail-in ballot to vote in Georgia. I'm okay with that. I'm certainly not okay with states releasing lists to the federal government of voters who are eligible for mail-in ballots. I am not okay with that. And before you guys jump up and down and scream and yell, it's the same reason I'm not okay with, a registry of gun owners. See how that works? I'm not okay with the federal government having my list on some place in the federal government showing that I'm a gun owner, just like most Second Amendment advocates are not. We're not going to be on a list. I have a right to own a gun. I have a right to bear arms. Why should the federal government know or not know? Well, it's the same thing here. I have a right to vote. I'm over 18 years old and I'm a citizen of the United States. Why should the government have my name on any list except the voter list that it already has in my state? Because my state runs runs voting. So why should that list go to the federal government? I'm a small government conservative. I do not trust the federal government. I do not want the federal government to have I want them to have as little information about me as they have. And before you yell and scream and say they already have it, yes, that's not the point. Whether they have it or not is not the point. It's whether they should have it. And if a state knows that I'm an eligible voter, they will mail me a mail-in ballot. Because what you're doing now is you're under the Trump administration, they'll be able to look and see, oh, Shelley Winter's a citizen, he can get a mail-in ballot. But under another administration, this same rule applies. They might say, oh, Shelley Winter looks questionable. Maybe he shouldn't get one because they know I'm going to vote, who I'm going to vote for. See, it works that way. When the pendulum swings, the laws change. Or the application, I should say, of the law changes. I understand the concerns for fraud in our elections. I completely understand the concerns. I just think that whenever you try and fix a problem, you tend to go overboard. And when you see every problem, when you see everything is a problem around election integrity, then every solution to it is with a hammer, not a scalpel. Excuse me. That's the problem that I have. I think this will be more fleshed out because the court did not rule whether this was legal or not. It just ruled on some of the finer points of it. So we're going to see more, as it says here, in the next coming days. But I will tell you this. I don't want my name on any list going to the federal government from my state on elections. Just like I don't want my name on any list going to the federal government on whether I bought a gun, a rifle, a long gun, a machine gun, or any other weapon. I don't want my name on that list. I don't want my name on this list because I don't trust the federal government with the information. I don't know what they'll do with it. I know the Trump administration will do the right thing with it because I vote Republican. So I'm safe. But will I be safe when the next Democrat administration comes in and it's a Democrat administration run by Democrats? Will I be safe still? That's the question. Shelley Winter Show, 404-872-0750, 1-800-WSB Talk. We will be right back.
Remember when there used to be a computer store on virtually every corner? You could go in, sit with them, and they'd build you the computer of your dreams. And now you have the one-size-fits-all big box store computer, or you go online and you don't know what the GPU is, how much CPU you need, what RAM you need, the style of monitor, the graphics, everything. It's overwhelming. Well, there's still Vision Computer. They're the last man standing in this computer age, and they still use human beings, and you can talk to them, and they speak plain English, and you can tell them what you need, and they're going to build you the computer that you need, not that the guy down the street and the person up the street and the person across the country all want. It's going to be your computer, built for your needs and your wants. Vision Computer can do this for you. They can do it for your company. And remember, you get their world-class tech support as well. Call them today, 404-COMPUTE. Tell them Eric sent you, 404-COMPUTE, or go to visioncomputers.com. Talk to real human beings still in the job of providing you great customer service and great computers. Vision Computers, 404-COMPUTE.
When someone's AC is on the fritz, drains are clogged, or wall outlets are sparking, Castile Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Castile will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at CastileAir.com.
Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry. When you receive a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com, and start packing.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter. When I first was looking for a brand new automobile, I didn't know what I wanted. I kind of had an idea that I did want a Lexus, so I went down to Butler Lexus, South Atlanta. I met for the first time with Kevin Deutsch. Kevin treated me like a brother. He treated me like family, and he treats everyone like that. I've watched it with my own two eyes. His entire staff treats everybody like family. They're there to help you get into a new automobile, and that's what they did for me. They made it possible for me to drive off the lot with a brand new Lexus automobile, and it's my favorite car of all time. I will never drive anything else except a Lexus. You know why? Because I'm at 100 and something thousand miles, and that thing runs like I just drove it off the lot yesterday. If you're in the market for a brand new or certified pre-owned Lexus automobile, don't go anyplace else except Butler Lexus South Atlanta. Go to butlerlexussouthatlanta.com and make an appointment. Now, if you're like me and you already own a Lexus, you don't want to get that car serviced anyplace else except Butler Lexus South Atlanta. Go to butlerlexussouthatlanta.com, make a service appointment so those Lexus expert certified technicians can take care of your car even better than they take care of their own. Go to butlerlexussouthatlanta.com right now.
At Emory Healthcare, there's a whole team of people devoted to medicine that envisions the future, so you can do the same. When doubt surrounds your picture of tomorrow, hope from others can light the way forward. The power of second chances is here every day, but its beauty shines brightest when you bring it home. Emory Healthcare. The front line of care, the forefront of discovery. Visit emoryhealthcare.org/discover.
Termites eating your home are scary enough, but the skyrocketing cost of your termite protection is even scarier.
Hey, it's Dave Baker with Matt Breda from Breda Pest Management. Matt, Breda's customers have no need to be afraid of the cost of termite protection going up.
Your termite protection shouldn't feel like a car payment. When you switch your termite protection to Breda, your termite rate is locked in for 10 years.
Wow, 10 years. Those nasty termites are going to hate that.
But homeowners love it. With Breda's termite protection, there's no place to hide. Only Breda inspects inside and out with infrared cameras and microwave technology for early detection, giving you total peace of mind.
Switch to Breda for total termite protection inside and out. And a 10-year rate lock. No one's going to be chewing on your home or your wallet. Breda Pest Management. They handle bugs and critters.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
749 in the TrustL.com traffic center. Still keeping an eye on the travel advisory for I-85 northbound. You're going to run into major delays starting in DeKalb County and continuing as you work your way through North Gwinnett County. You might want to pack your patience. There are a lot of heavy delays and volume as you make your way through Brookhaven and Chamblee due to an early vehicle fire before Shalapa Road where the lanes are blocked, 3 right lanes to be exact. This report is sponsored by Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield and Impact Fitness Foundation are bringing whole health to Atlanta area schools. Learn more at anthem.com/dream. Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is a trade name of Anthem Insurance Companies, Inc. I'm Brianna Rose from the TrustL.com Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
I want to take a couple minutes as a man to talk about this story. Clearly, I'm a man, can't have babies, can't deliver babies, and don't have children of my own. But I have a lot of friends, female friends, who are mothers, family members who are mothers. And when this Lindsay Clancy story came out, I thought it was, kind of, the woman killed her kids, right? There was really not much of a story there for me. Nothing much to really talk about. It's tragedy. You killed your kids. You're a murderer. You should go to jail for the rest of your life. And then I started to see this story covered more and more, the trial covered, and now there are 300 women gathered outside the courthouse in Massachusetts wearing shirts saying, "Believe she needed help, peace for Lindsay." And I said, wow, what's going on here? She killed her children. Certainly as women and mothers, you're not on her side, right? And so that was my initial reaction, right? And it's just like, wow, how could this be? And so I kept seeing coverage of the trial and seeing the women in support of Lindsay Clancy, a woman, a 36-year-old woman, who killed Cora, Dawson, and Callan by strangling them with exercise bands. Her children, her own children, 3 of them. She doesn't deny it at all. And I couldn't understand, who are these people that are, like, not defending her, but, like, kind of asking for leniency. And they want people to believe what she was going through. And it's a lot of them are women. And so I reached out, like, part of this new Shelley, right? I wanted to understand. I didn't want to just go on the radio and start screaming, I can't believe these people are crazy. Like, I didn't want to do that because I needed to understand. I'm not a woman. I can't give birth. I've never given birth. I never will. So this problem, and let me understand what's going on here. So I reached out to friends of mine who are mothers who've had children, and I asked them about this story. And they all said the same thing. It's really funny. Now, the women that I asked, diverse collection of women, black, white, young, old, married, single, all just diverse. Some of them conservative, some of them not. Some of them super religious, some of them not very religious. Just a diverse, because I wanted to get the answers. But they all, interestingly enough, they all said the same thing. They all said in one form or another. One told me very specifically that after giving birth, she had thoughts of taking her child's life. She had thoughts. And she said to me, one of the most powerful things that she said to me was, there was nobody I could say that to because nobody would understand a mother having those thoughts. And when I asked other women that I knew, they said the same thing. Yes, you do have those thoughts, particularly if the relationship with the father is in flux and there's not much support going on. The waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning, again at 3 o'clock, again at 4 o'clock, again at 5 o'clock, knowing that you have to go to work and be to work by 9 o'clock. All night long, every single night, crying, and there's nobody there to help you. Or at least if the man is in you. One young lady, a friend of mine, told me, yes, her husband was there, but he was just useless. He basically saw it as her job. He didn't get up in the middle of the night with her. She had to. He had to work, as he would say. She told me this. They're still married to this day, by the way. They got through it together. But they said what Lindsay Clancy is going through is not rare. Not that the killing part is rare, but the feelings is not rare. And when I heard this from these ladies, I kind of stood back. And I didn't take a different take. I still think she needs to go to jail forever, right? But I had to understand better what was going on. And it didn't become an easy tweet or an easy Facebook post to just scream and yell, who are these crazy DSA commies, women? It became more than that. It became something of understanding that what women, mothers, without many of whom may not have the supportive spouse. Because many of the people I saw commenting on Lindsay Clancy, the Ben Shapiros, the Matt Walshes of the world, their mothers of their children stay home. So when they came home from the hospital, there was a nanny, there was support, everything was there. Not to say that that's, off limits for those women to go through the same thing as well. But when I saw a lot of these so-called influencers commenting on Miss Clancy's situation, I said, let me look into this. And that's what I did. And I found out that the thoughts, she carried them out, were for a lot of mothers. White, black, rich, poor. A lot of new mothers especially go through this. They have these thoughts. The vast majority, 99.99% of them, don't act out on it. But many of them have the thoughts. I'm not here to say Miss Clancy should not be punished to the fullest extent of the law. I'm just simply here to say I don't understand, but I got more understanding in actually talking to mothers and not just going off on the radio as a guy who will never give birth. We'll be right back. It's the Shelley Winter Show.
You don't need to tell me budgets are tight. Economic uncertainty, global politics, AI taking jobs we used to think were safe. Nobody wants to spend money they don't have to. But you've got to do something nice for your family, don't you? A cookie for the dog, nice dinner for you and your better half. Wouldn't it be nice to do something special for the house you love without breaking the bank just to do it? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A new garage door can completely transform the look of your property. For way less than a major renovation or landscaping project, modern designs, whisper quiet, connects with your phone and your fancy new car, a few $1,000s can literally change the appearance of your whole house. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come show you the difference we can make. And that part won't cost you a dime.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Spring is in the air and you are making summer plans. You may also be doing some work on your house or cleaning. Now, it's Shelley Winter, and you've heard me talk about virtual imaging and how it is so important to prioritize your health. Face it, we're getting older and your body may have some issues. Most heart attacks, the very first symptom is sudden death. Yes, only about 25% of heart attacks present symptoms. I have some terrific news for you from Virtual Imaging. For this month only, they are offering you and your spouse a free heart scan with a few minimum requirements. They will present you with their other non-free options like a full body scan for cancers and brain scans for things like dementia or Alzheimer's. But the heart scan is free. What are you waiting for? Most people walk out clean and have peace of mind. Others have some issues, but just enough for you to take better care of yourself like I did when I took advantage of my free scan. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN or visit virtualimagingatl.com. Let them know Shelley Winter sent you.
If you've been thinking about selling your home this year, now is the time. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry. When you receive a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. One of our clients, BR, said, Mark Spain Real Estate sold my home within 30 days. I definitely recommend them to my friends and family. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter. Your vehicle is one of the biggest investments you make. So after an accident, why trust its repair to someone focused on cutting costs? At RJ's Auto Body Plus, they believe the repair should protect your vehicle, not the insurance company's bottom line. For nearly 20 years, families throughout the area have trusted RJ's Auto Body Plus in Marietta because they don't believe in shortcuts, cheap parts, or rushed repairs. With over 40 years of experience, they know what proper collision repair looks like, and they stand up for their customers every step of the way. They work with insurance companies daily, but they work for you. Whether it's a newer vehicle, a luxury vehicle, or simply a vehicle you care a lot about, their mission is simple: restore it safely, correctly, and with the quality you deserve. RJ's Auto Body Plus, because your vehicle deserves more than a minimum. Call 770-955-5020 or simply search RJ's Auto Body Plus.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Good evening to you. It is 8 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright. The news is being sponsored by Moncrief Heating and Air Conditioning. Our top local story this hour: the Board of Regents shortens the time for a college degree, and that degree has a target audience.
Faced with learners with a need to get into the workforce more quickly and with less debt, the University System of Georgia will offer 90-hour applied science degrees, requiring fewer hours than the typical 4-year degree. Chancellor Sonny Perdue says the degree appeals to certain parts of the population.
When you look at military people, adult learners, those are really the people that we're focusing on.
A national organization of professors has protested against the degree, saying it does not address the issue of affordability. Lisa Nicholas, 95.5 WSB.
We've got 86 degrees currently in Atlanta. Fair skies tonight, lower humidity. WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards has our complete forecast coming up. There's a new effort at the state level to explore options to regulate flock cameras after reports of misuse.
Georgia Senate Public Safety Committee Chair John Albers says misuse of those flock cameras by several law enforcement officers across our state demands serious attention. So he's formed a task force with the Georgia Sheriffs and Police Chiefs Association to identify what he calls operations improvements that would include internal controls, clear training, and tighter access protocols. The hope is to put together long-term recommendations for the General Assembly to consider come January. Flock recently rolled out a series of changes aimed at addressing misuse of those cameras. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Police in Avondale Estates are looking for the person who shot a man at an auto repair shop on Maple Street. The police chief says the victim and the shooter knew each other and there's no threat to the public. The victim was taken to Grady in critical condition. A trial over rental listings was due to start today, but a settlement has been reached.
The Federal Trade Commission says it has reached a settlement resolving its case against Zillow and Redfin just before a trial was set to start today. The order will restore competition in the online platforms that renters use to find apartments and property managers use to list rentals. The FTC and states sued Zillow and Redfin over a 2025 agreement in which Zillow paid $100 million to become the exclusive provider of information on apartment rentals offered by Redfin. I'm Bloomberg's Matt Piper for 95.5 WSB.
We've got an update on an evacuation at Plant Yates in Coweta County. Georgia Power says it's received an all clear from the plant. The utility says that we place the safety of our communities and the teams working to build, maintain, and operate our facilities first every day. In the afternoon, we received reports of threatening language of an explosive device on site. We are grateful for the quick response of local first responders, and as of this afternoon, we've received the all clear for work to resume at that site. $10 million will roll into Georgia Tech to help train the next generation of workers for NASA.
The program isn't training rocket scientists or geologists, but rather welders, machinists, and other jobs related to AI. Dr. Stephen Ruffin, the interim chair of Georgia Tech's School of Aerospace Engineering, says it also helps other industries, too.
This is another effort that's helping to connect those that are interested in great careers with amazing companies that need a very skilled workforce.
Dr. Ruffin says Georgia's number one export is aerospace product. Now, Georgia Tech was only one of 7 schools selected for the training program. Keith Cromwell, 95.5 WSB.
The Atlanta Botanical Garden plans a $160 million expansion along the Atlanta Beltline's northeast corridor.
The Atlanta Botanical Garden is growing its greenway along the 22-mile Beltline loop. The garden wants to connect visitors with nature on the path. Guests will be able to enter garden spaces directly from the Beltline and enjoy new amenities. Nearly $150 million has been raised toward the campaign. The project expects to break ground this fall and expand the 30-acre garden by 30%. The garden says it hopes to complete the expansion by 2029. Jordan Brown, 95.5 WSB.
It is 8:04, and that means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in now with Brianna Rose in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening to you, Brianna. What's going on out there?
Good evening to you, Michelle. Good evening, Metro Atlanta. Better news in DeKalb County, where a crash was on I-20 eastbound right at Lithonia Industrial Boulevard that was taking out 2 left lanes. Both lanes are back open now, but you're still going to see a little bit of a stop and go as you make your way through Lithonia, headed towards Conyers. Also, better news. On I-85 northbound, you're still going to run into a few delays in DeKalb County, continuing into Gwinnett County, but 3 lanes have reopened as you make your way before Shallowford Road, headed towards Doraville and Gwinnett County, I-85 northbound. I'm Brianna Rose from the TrustL.com Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Fair skies this evening. Temperatures falling to the mid to upper 60s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, mostly sunny, hot with a high of 95, albeit it'll be a dry heat with low humidity. Wednesday, partly cloudy, highs in the low to mid 90s.
Currently, we've got 84 degrees in Clarkston, 83 degrees in Canton, and 85 degrees here in Midtown. More news head your way at 8:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
I so appreciate your support.
I just love you, man, and I look forward to seeing you again. I'm not going to be a stranger.
Welcome to the Shelley Winter Show, the home for the politically homeless.
Listen to his show. Absolutely, 95.5.
Tell me why, tell me why, tell me why. Why can't we live together?
Welcome back to the Shelley Winter Show on 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. And in the studio with me is my good friend and little brother, George Estevez, from upstairs in the television station, where the really smart people work. Hey, George.
Hello. That was my own horn.
That was a DJ.
You don't have a horn budget down here.
that... Can I tell you really quickly? That has got to be the most annoying thing that DJs do. Oh my! And the ones
it's even more annoying when news anchors do it with their mouths.
No, it's just some more. And reggae DJs, they do it after every song, and salsa and
salsa DJs.
Yeah, they and it's like, hey,
what
enough
are you
is
doing?
enough.
Right?
Enough
How about
is
just
enough.
clap or applaud or
something?
We're excited
Something
to be
besides
here.
blah 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 blah.
Yeah, exactly.
You do a bunch better. Do it one more time.
That's terrible. I've not done it 4 times. Shelley, it's so great to be down here with you.
Nobody took advantage of our dinner for 2 couples.
Yes.
Myself and you.
Here, you gave me the description and I've lost it. I can't find it.
Okay, yeah.
Take your phone and you can read
myself and you, 2 couples.
Yes.
And you and I guess, as a couple.
Yes, we're the third couple.
Right. Well, experienced Preachy in Buckhead. Preachy, what's Preachy?
Yeah, well, the point of us doing this was to raise some money for the Carathon, right? And I guess there were so many things going on that night, and people donated so many thousands and thousands and millions of dollars that they didn't have time for our dinner. So hopefully we wanted to reopen it and do it. So Preachy is a place that I love. Great Italian restaurant, Buckhead Life. Right, group?
Buckhead Life Group. Yep. Shout out to Nico. I
Exactly.
remembered his name.
There we go. Perfect. and Italian, and Chef Piero, right? I mean, it's a big deal. It's a Piero experience. And he said, yes, of course I'll donate food. And they're going to donate the food.
Now, what is
a meal.
What is the experience? What can people...
Sitting across from you? And what else do you need to know?
Well, yeah, that's true. That's about 900 of the 1,000.
Exactly.
The other 100 because you're there.
Because I'm there.
Right.
Exactly. I get 10%.
Right. But what is this experience from Chef Piero?
It's great. They do a great job at the appetizers and in betweens and the wines. And it's a home feeling, right? I mean, when you walk into this place, they say, hey, welcome back. Welcome home. Welcome back. Welcome back home. So it's great. And I go there. You will see me sometimes in between newscasts, run up there, grab a pizza or a pasta, and then come back to the building before the 11 o'clock.
So you guys do so well upstairs that you literally get pizza from Preachy, and I go right over here to Johnny's. There's a difference between the third floor and the second floor.
No, their pizzas are very affordable.
Okay,
all right. I go like once a week probably and go hang out because they're great. They're fun. And it's funny because I don't really, by the way, I've never gone to dinner by myself until last December.
Really?
Yes. And I went to Preachy. I sat at the bar. I didn't drink because I had to come back and do the 11, but I sat at the bar. I knew the bartender, and I ordered the pizza, and I got a little salad and the whole thing. And I didn't feel alone because I knew everyone in the restaurant, so they all kept coming up to me. But that was the first time, my first meal alone was at Preachy.
So the first time I went to Preachy was a couple years ago. They do a Valentine's special, like price fix. And
so it was Valentine's. So why did you go?
So I wasn't by myself.
Okay.
I wasn't by myself.
Oh, of course.
And it was a great dinner. It was a great Valentine's
So your cousin
dinner.
was in town.
Right. Actually, I took my mom.
Oh, right.
Because I have no love interest. But no, seriously, it was
I was with my mom all weekend.
Right. It was a great experience. It really was. It's a beautiful restaurant, very romantic.
Yeah, and you get to go, and it's $1,000 per couple, up to 2 couples, so $2,000, and you raise money for the children in the hospital.
And now we will take $2,000 if 4 of you want to come. 4 friends want to come have dinner with us. We'll do that as well.
Yeah, is it? Yeah. Is it not two couples?
It's 2 couples. Yeah,
Perfect.
2 couples, $1,000 each.
Or 4 friends.
Or 4 friends, right? For $2,000.
Right. Or 2 couples and 2 children. Really, any equation to get to 4.
That's it. We just need $2,000.
Exactly. Really.
That's it.
Or you could bring 6 and only eat for 4. So that way, you have to cut the meals in half.
But it's a weekend night in September.
Do we say weekend night?
We'll celebrate a weekend because you can't do it during the week and I can't do it during the week.
Oh, that's right, because we have jobs.
Right. We work. We're on the air.
Yeah, Sunday night's great. Their Sunday night's a great atmosphere too. Like a Sunday.
So
that's also good.
We need you to go to WSBradio.com/Carathon
on our social medias.
And social medias, and you can click on. You'll find it right there listed. Chef Piero Promoli Experience.
And this is the last time we had dinner together. Was last year when we did this.
Absolutely, and that was fun.
That was fun. Why haven't we had dinner again?
Well, because you never invite me.
Right. Okay.
I
just wanted to. Right.
You know, since we're doing this, I got to bring this up.
Oh God.
So I followed the whole pool being built.
Yes.
And it's finished, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So people have been swimming.
Yes.
You've had parties.
Correct.
No invite.
No.
Still.
No. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay.
See, I can't disagree with you. No. What I've done is actually I've had like 4 gatherings, and they've been small, so soft openings.
Of the pool.
Yes.
Right. What's small?
Like 8 people.
That's
like
not small.
No, yeah, it is.
That's small.
8 people, 10 people.
Yeah.
4 people,
So what's a
6
big
people?
party for you?
Like 40.
Okay. So maybe I'll get to. I'll
No, so
crack
I
the
wanted
list
to be
for 40
perfect
people?
for you.
Right.
That's what it was.
So I'll make the list for 40, or do I have to wait for the 200 party?
No, you're going to wait until I move. And then after my goodbye party, and then you can come. No, yes. So I'm looking, my next one, when I do radio DJs and talk show hosts, that's when you're going to be.
Okay.
Because they're like niche party, like niche groups.
Did you ever think about like mixing and matching?
Oh, no, I can't do that, no.
You
Separate
can't.
but equal.
Okay. All right. No, because those I've
I'm
heard
kidding,
those
of
are
course.
I've heard those are interesting parties where you have
Absolutely.
like,
No, that's the best kind.
like your Shelley Winter and your somebody else.
Political guys, talk show people.
right? Comedians.
Right,
yeah.
teachers,
Right.
You name it. Yeah.
Let's
a great
ask you a
idea.
question. If I ask your coworkers, how many of them have been to the pool?
You don't need to ask them.
No.
It's better if you don't. No, for example, I had kids over one day. So I invited some coworkers who have kids.
Oh.
So it's a very niche group.
Okay, so the kids all played together.
Exactly.
You guys, okay, that's
I
fair.
had like 12 kids in my pool.
That's good.
And the pool never felt more alive.
Right, I'm sure it has.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then I had to
But
put
the
lots of
pool-
chemicals after they
the
left.
pool-
Because kids.
Yeah,
A lot of
that's where we all
toddlers.
go. It's not the kids' fault though; it's the parents.
Oh, I have a punch card. I'm like, hey, you haven't gotten out in an hour.
Let me
Get
tell
out.
you,
Get out and do your business.
My mom was at fault at that because
What do you
I would
mean?
say, "Mommy, I've got to go to the bathroom," and I go to walk out the pool.
Correct.
And they would just say, "No."
No?
Go right back.
Oh.
Yeah.
In
Unless it's solid.
Someone else's
but
pool?
If
Solid?
If it's number one,
No.
it's right there in the pool.
Brr, 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 brr.
So,
Shelly went number one. Brr, 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 brr.
so George, tell them once again what will these two couples
I
get?
love when we go full circle.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened in front of me. I gave it to you.
Okay, so
it's like a meal and wine and dessert and
It's
experience.
a 6-course meal
There you go.
paired with wine. That means each course will have a different glass of wine.
And we're going to need an Uber or Lyft or a ride share. Or
and you'll
a
dine with
Sprinter van.
myself and George Estevez, Channel 2 WSB TV news anchor George Estevez, not the other George Estevez, but our George Estevez.
How many George Estevez's do we know?
Yeah.
I only know one Shelley Winter. Once they made you, brother, they broke the mold.
No. That's what I was going to say, but you said it before me. But it's a 6-course meal. What other courses? Do you know? Are you fancy enough to know? I know appetizer.
I'm not
I know the
actually.
main course and I know dessert. That's 3. What are the other 3? Do you know?
Like an appetizer. I think you said that, right? Like a cleanse palater, maybe like
Okay.
maybe is that one? I don't know. Like a
I
salad,
think so.
maybe?
There's
Is that
something
what that one?
pre-appetizer, like a salad, maybe?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, but it's 6 courses paired with wine.
Correct.
So you guys get to pick the weekend night in September.
I just sent you a message.
Go to WSB Radio.
Read the message I just sent you.
Okay, I'll read it out
I sent
loud.
you a text.
All right, I'll read it out loud. Let's see
I have to
here.
go to
Would you like
commercial,
to
right?
come to my house and use the pool? I'm
See?
going to text you back.
I've invited
Yes,
you live
let
on
me-
air.
Let me know when. I just
Texting
texted
me
you
back right now. Okay, perfect.
Let me know when. So that's it. Go to WSBRadio.com.
Labor Day weekend.
That might be a possibility. Sunday, Labor Day weekend.
It's shameful that
No,
you
I
had to
can't.
pressure me into
No, I
buying
can't.
you
I can't
my
because
pool.
Saturday I've got a 70s party to go to. I was going to invite you actually.
Oh.
A friend of mine's throwing a 70s party. Then Sunday is House in the Park at Grand Park. I don't miss that.
Oh,
I go
yeah.
every year.
That's right. You
Maybe
have a big
Monday
fan.
for Labor Day I can recuperate from the
I'm
weekend.
busy.
Well, yeah. So we'll go to WSBRadio.com/Carathon and you can join us. Make your donation, $1,000 per couple. We want to sell this out by the end of the week. And if we don't sell it out by the end of this show, we'll play this interview over and over and over again.
Nauseum.
Talk to you later, George. I love you, brother.
Nice to see you. Love you right back.
Bye.
814 in the Trustel.com traffic center. Travel advisory in Cobb County on I-20 eastbound just past Riverside Parkway in Austell. A crash is blocking 2 left lanes. Expect delays east towards Mableton and the I-85 interchange. Give yourself a few extra minutes as you travel throughout that stretch. I'm Brianna Rose from the Trustel.com traffic center. Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
I'm Ben. As a licensed Kroger pharmacist, I'm committed to helping you choose the right vaccines for you and your family. Whether you have questions about the flu, RSV, or COVID vaccines, our team is ready to go above and beyond for you when it comes to providing personalized care and seasonal vaccine education. No appointment needed. At Kroger, we're here to look out for you. Restrictions and exclusions may apply. See site or pharmacy for details.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Are your windows rotting, old, or do you want an updated look? You need a windows specialist.
It's Ted and Jonathan from NG Windows. All we do is windows and doors, and we only offer the very best. Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows.
They improve your home's energy efficiency, comfort, and curb appeal.
And your detailed installation will be quick, clean, and hassle-free. 0% interest available.
Infinity by Marvin from NG Windows, yeah!
Hey, it's Shelley Winter for Butler Lexus South Atlanta. Ladies and gentlemen, if you own a Lexus automobile like I do, and I love my Lexus, and I'm quite sure you love yours, if you already own a Lexus, listen to this. You don't want to go get it serviced anyplace else except Butler Lexus South Atlanta. Go to butlerlexussouthatlanta.com right now and make a service appointment so those Lexus service technicians, expert certified service technicians, can take care of your car better than they take care of their own. When I go down to the Lexus service department, I make my appointment, I get my car there, and I'm in and out within an hour for an oil change. They rotate my tires, and they do a 100-point check. So please, if you own a Lexus automobile, go to butlerlexussouthatlanta.com right now, make a service appointment, ask for Scott, that's my service manager. He'll take care of you as well. Go to butlerlexussouthatlanta.com right now, make that service appointment so those Lexus certified expert technicians can take care of your car better than they take care of their own. Go to butlerlexussouthatlanta.com. Also, if you're in the market for a brand new or certified pre-owned Lexus automobile.
There are a lot of tree companies out there, but only one in Atlanta that has been in business for over 60 years, and that's Heath Tree Service. Whether you need tree removal or tree pruning work done, our certified arborists are experts in all aspects of tree care. If you're looking for quality, professional tree care, call Heath Tree Service or find us online at heathtreeservice.com.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter for RJ's Auto Body Plus in Marietta. I'm here with Kelly, a satisfied customer. How was your experience, Kelly, with RJ's Auto Body Plus?
My experience was great. I had an accident back in October, and the insurance company approved an aftermarket bumper. And honestly, it just didn't look right. It was wrong color, didn't match, stuck out just a little bit. I went back to RJ's, and I really appreciated them. They went and they fought the insurance company for me. They went back and forth with the insurance company and got them to approve a factory OEM bumper, meaning that it actually goes with my car.
That's a real live customer experience with RJ's Auto Body Plus. Go there now, ladies and gentlemen. Call 770-955-5020 or search RJ's Auto Body Plus. That's RJ's Auto Body Plus, 770-955-5020, or simply search RJ's Auto Body Plus.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Shelley Winter Show, live, local, topical, relevant, and local, topical, relevant. Decent show. Hope you spread the word. You know, I was watching different takes on this whole, I hate to bring it up again, but I kind of have to, right? I was listening to the whole Natalie Harp thing and Fox News and different commentators in the conservative world. And I was listening to their takes on it, and I realized something. And then I'm a fan of Scott Jennings, right? I'm a huge fan of Scott Jennings. And Scott Jennings, much like anybody that does this, myself included, we tend to be very good when the other side, if you will, is in power, right? We tend to be good then because it's easy in those situations to point to whoever's in charge and say, yeah, while the people who are for the people in charge flounder and flop around in their defenses of whatever it is the issue is of the day. But now that we have been in charge, meaning Republicans have been in charge at every level, it becomes tougher just to be a mouthpiece. And that's what it's kind of with this evolution of Shelley. Let me say something to everybody. You're seeing a man right before your very eyes evolve and grow. You may not like it. That's fine. That's your prerogative. It is what it is. But it's an evolution. It's evolving. It's growing. It's understanding, about me and humans and people. And it's seeing the world and saying, man, I can't defend that. I can defend this. I can't defend that, but I can defend this. I can attack this, but I can defend that. It's called evolution. It's called growth, actually. Now, I don't know how successful this is going to be for me. It could be something where people say, oh, Shelley, radio listeners don't really want to see that or hear that. They kind of, they're this side or the other side, period. There's no nuance. There's no gray. They don't want that. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I'll find out in months, right? It takes a little while for our success to be shown, if you will, in one category that counts, the number of listeners. But I can tell you honestly, and I'm always honest with all of you, that there's an evolution going on with me. And it's not a transformation. Remember, I use the term evolution, not transformation. I'm not becoming something different. I'm evolving into something different right before your very eyes or ears, if it were. And that's what's going on with me. And one of the things that I've noticed as I go through this evolution and I see the things going on around me, I am continually reminded of people who are defending the indefensible. And they're doing it with a straight face. Why? Because they have to. Because they've built this thing, this persona, if you will, that's who they are. I'm a conservative commentator, so I must defend everything conservatives do and say. I'm a liberal commentator, so I must defend everything the liberals say and do. And I'm here to tell you that in my evolution, I've come to realize that I can do a show where I just pick out the things that one side says that's wholly different than what they said before. And I can do that for both sides every single night. But that would get boring. That would really get boring. If I sought to do that. I don't want to do that. I literally want to see the topics of the day that I see out there that people are talking about. I want to bring them to you with in my own unique voice. But when I keep watching, I watch Fox News, I watch CNN, I watch all of these stations. I listen to talk radio, I listen to the syndicated talk radio talkers, and I see it all the time. It's like, how do you defend that? You just attacked it 2 years ago or a year ago or 6 months ago. How do you defend it now? And I think to myself, how little do you think of your audience that you don't think they remember that what you said before? Let me give you a perfect example. Let me play this for you. This is Cuomo and Bill O'Reilly on Cuomo's show. Listen to this.
And then Ossoff attacks Natalie Harp. Now, I know Natalie Harp. There is nobody that I know who works harder for this country. So Ossoff is a gutter snipe. The people of Georgia should know because character counts. You know?
Bill,
Stop
the
it
idea
right there.
that you...
The fact that Bill O'Reilly said character counts. That's where Cuomo cracks up laughing. That's where I laughed as well.
And he's in a bunch over what Ossoff said about a woman connected to the president. When this man does nothing but denigrate women for sport on a
here we
regular
go.
basis.
Whataboutism.
Bill. Yeah, because it matters.
It doesn't matter.
If you're going to say you don't like Ossoff talking about Natalie Harp,
Cuomo?
well, by the way, I'm not endorsing going after anybody. It's a little rich, Bill,
This
that
is
this
fifth
bothers
grade
you.
stuff.
No, it's not fifth grade.
This is fifth grade
Bill,
stuff.
you can't
Yes,
pretend
it's
to have a
whataboutism.
standard of decency that you
No,
don't
no.
employ on the president. You can't do that. It's
Button
hypocritical.
it for a minute. This is going to help your career. We're not talking about Trump
That's
and
not
Trump's
true.
insults.
Go ahead.
We're talking about a senator from Georgia and his insults.
Yeah.
You deflect into whataboutism.
Yes.
That's fifth grade.
No, it's not.
Fifth
If you're going to be
grade.
upset about what he said, then you need to employ that standard against the President of the United States, because that is nothing compared to what the President says for sport, and you say nothing. You say, that's Trump being Trump. Well, this is Ossoff
That's
being
not
Ossoff.
true.
Love him or hate him.
Character counts. Character counts. Character counts.
Character counts. And when I watched that exchange, I just thought to myself, what? This is Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly, seriously. Like, you're on TV with a straight face saying character counts and that Ossoff's a gutter snipe or whatever. Really? You literally became one of the largest, most successful pundits on television going after people. Literally going after people. Telling them to shut up on a regular basis. Shut up. Like, character counts? And then he says, we're not talking about the president of the United States. We're talking about a senator from Georgia. So the senator from Georgia weighs more than the president? And it was watching this exchange that I realized to myself, when you're just a mouthpiece for a side, because you think that's what your audience wants to hear, it's a short-lived existence. I hope and I pray, because I'm evolving. I don't want to be a mouthpiece for any side. I want to be a mouthpiece for Shelley Winter, giving his opinions every night from 7 to 9 on 95.5 WSB to the smartest audience in the country. And I hope you just listen to the opinions and know I'm not defending a side anymore. We'll be right back.
Grocery prices keep going up.
But WSB's Grand for Groceries will help.
It really is to drive out now.
5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Oh, no!
Your first chance to win is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
WSB's Grand for Groceries.
From 95.5 WSB.
Hey guys, you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Well, get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. It's Mark Aaron back with you. Check this out. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and free consultations, call 470-660-HAIR or online at advancedhair.com.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
Good evening to you. It is 8:30. I'm Michelle Wright. The news is being brought to you by Solomon Brothers. Our top local story this hour is actually the top national story, and that's where the nation's highest court is clearing the way for the president to implement part of an executive order that deals with mail-in voting. This is ahead of November's elections, reports Devin Dwyer.
What the Supreme Court's conservative majority said today in this 6-3 decision is that order, because it has not been fully implemented yet, has not actually hurt any of the states, and therefore they don't have standing to bring a challenge. But I should say that the court was clear that if this is implemented in an unlawful way, usurping state authority around elections, they can come back to the court.
The Fulton County Sheriff's Office is helping rescue a sex trafficking victim from North Carolina.
Investigators say the juvenile victim was last seen in May getting into an unknown vehicle outside of her house in Fayetteville, North Carolina, to travel to Atlanta to visit her mother. Online advertisements were critical in helping the Fulton County Sheriff's Office task force rescue the victim at a home in East Point. The Sheriff's Office says she was taken to a secure facility for care and victim services. The investigation is ongoing. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
A statewide task force is looking into into the misuse of flock cameras in Georgia. Georgia Senator and chair of the Senate Public Safety Committee, John Albers, says 99.9% of law enforcement does an excellent job every day. But there have been a few who misuse those license plate reading cameras.
We are working together with a task force with the Georgia Sheriff's Association, as well as the Georgia Chiefs of Police, to address the situation.
The task force will be looking at ways to ensure privacy and still benefit from the new technology. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says that they're moving on to trade negotiations with others after trade talks with the United States took a detour.
This fall, we will begin intense discussions with the European Union, the world's second largest economy, to build a much stronger and deeper economic and security partnership.
He says despite the U.S. and Canada making progress in recent weeks, quote, momentum reversed, and we could not accept what the U.S. had offered, nor could we give what they asked. Governor Kemp and Georgia's First Lady traveled thousands of miles south this week for an economic trip to drum up more business for the state.
The governor's office says they'll be in Chile and Peru to meet with both job creators who have operations here in Georgia and with high-ranking government officials. They'll be joined by representatives from the Georgia Department of Economic Development, which says companies moved almost $1 billion worth of business through Georgia to both countries last year alone. Governor Kemp calls both Chile and Peru important partners in securing reliable supply chains, especially in the industries of forestry and agriculture. Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
And the Atlanta Botanical Garden is planning a big expansion along the Atlanta Beltline. The $160 million project will add new gardens, amenities, and community programming to the 22-mile loop. The project will expand the garden by about 30%. Construction is set to break ground this fall with hopes to have it complete by 2029. It is 8:33, and that means it is now time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We are checking in with Brianna Rose in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening to you, Brianna. What's going on out there?
Good evening to you, Michelle. Good evening, Metro Atlanta. Travel advisory on I-85 northbound. You're going to run into some delays starting in DeKalb County. Continue as you work your way towards Gwinnett County. Delays starting back at Claremont Road due to an early vehicle fire. Just when we thought the traffic was getting better, we're seeing that drivers are experiencing a slowdown through Doraville and into Gwinnett County. I'm Brianna Rose from the TrustL.com Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Fair skies for this evening. Temperatures tonight falling to the mid to upper 60s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high of 95, but with low humidity levels. Wednesday, partly cloudy, highs in the low to mid 90s.
80 degrees in Sewanee right now, 82 in South Fulton, and 83 right here in Midtown. More news head your way at 9 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
Coming up next, I want to tell you about a bustling celebrity-owned restaurant that says a new rule they have is no under 30s. Woohoo! We got to talk about that and more.
Thanks for calling Reliable Heating and Air.
Yeah, hi, this is the executive assistant for Athens' most famous four-legged football fan. The doghouse AC is down.
We're on the way. And since he's a Comfort Club member, there's no service call fee and any needed repair is covered.
Oh yeah, Reliable's on the way.
Get any size air conditioner for just $69.99 a month, zero down, and an unbeatable lifetime warranty. Get your free estimate at ReliableAir.com. Proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs. License CN 210-318.
You know how it goes in Atlanta. Sunshine at lunch, thunderstorms by 4. And if those afternoon storms are finding a way into your living room, call Dr. Roof. Mark Aram here. From roof leaks to full roof replacements, Dr. Roof has you covered with a price match guarantee and up to a 50-year workmanship warranty, the only one in town. Plus, visit drroof.com for coupons and special offers. That's drroof.com. Dr. Roof, don't wait for the next storm.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter for D. Geller & Son. Those are my friends and my family, and you don't want to go anyplace else to get your jewelry. Sometimes the best gifts are on a birthday, an anniversary, or a holiday. Or sometimes they're just because it's a Tuesday. They're on that summer vacation to make a great memory unforgettable or before going out so she's got something new to wear to dinner. At D. Geller & Son, they're experts in making the everyday extraordinary and with extraordinary jewelry. Plus, their wholesale routes mean that they've got the best quality and the best prices so you can afford the gift and the vacation. Diamond studs and from Diamond studs from D. Geller & Sons start at just $275. And with their lifetime upgrade, you'll always get 100% of what you paid towards a bigger pair down the road. So for something totally unique, they have an incredible selection of one-of-a-kind gemstone jewelry. So whether it's your 10th anniversary or just the 10th day of the month, there's always a reason to give a gift that'll last for generations. And with 87 years in Atlanta, there's plenty of reasons to trust D. Geller & Son in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
I'm Ben. As a licensed Kroger pharmacist, I'm committed to helping you choose the right vaccines for you and your family. Whether you have questions about the flu, RSV, or COVID vaccines, our team is ready to go above and beyond for you when it comes to providing personalized care and seasonal vaccine education. No appointment needed. At Kroger, we're here to look out for you. Restrictions and exclusions may apply. See site or pharmacy for details.
Our listeners are so generous. Thousands of you have donated to Cars for Kids. Thank you. This is the very best way to get rid of that old vehicle, and you'll be helping kids too. Free and stress-free removal of your vehicle anywhere in Atlanta. No hassles, no paperwork, no lowball offers. Plus, you'll get a tax receipt for your charitable donation and a vacation voucher. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Shelley Winter Show. Live, local, topical, and relevant. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me read to you. You've got to do this, all right? We're selling this out. Two couples. You heard George Estevez on with me earlier. $1,000 per couple, right? Two couples only. You can get a 6-course meal paired with wine. With myself and George Estevez, WSB TV's own George Estevez. You know, George and I have a good time, and you can join us for that good time. It'll be 6 of us, 2 couples, or 4 people, and George and I, nice dinner at Preachy in Buckhead. We can, one weekend night, so we don't have to rush home. We don't have to run home or anything. We could just hang and have fun and laugh and joke, and it'd be really, really, really a lot of fun. George and I did it last year, and we had a great time with the couple that joined us for tacos. So this year we're going upscale at Preachy in Buckhead. Great 6-course dinner. The chef, Piero Promoli, it's his experience. He's doing the whole thing. Going to explain every course, what's going on, the wine that you pair with it. And we're going to have a very good time. So that's $1,000 per couple, right? And go to WSBradio.com/Carathon. It's going to be a lot of fun. George and I, we're not serious people, so we're going to be laughing and joking and having a great time the whole night. So if you plan on doing this, plan on laughing, getting dressed up with your lovely wife or husband or spouse, whatever, and just joining us and having a wonderful, wonderful evening. So that's you will pick the night, a weekend night. Obviously, George and I can't go during the week unless you want to eat at like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and even then George wouldn't be there. But it's going to be a weekend night when George and I are off. Go to WSBradio.com/Carathon. We have just two couples, $1,000 apiece, to join us for a 6-course meal at Preachy in Buckhead. Great restaurant, great food. We're just going to have a wonderful, wonderful time. And if you ever heard George and I together on the air or seen us out together, you know we cut up. We have a great time together. So please go to WSBradio.com/Carathon because we really want to get this done. So please do that, and when it's gone, it's gone. Okay. Also, by the way, we have a couple more slots available for September 15th. It's a Tuesday for the entire 95.5 WSB staff of talkers. We will all be at Truist Park, right outside in a wiffle ball field, and we will be there entertaining you, having a good time with you. But more importantly than that, there's going to come a point in time when we're all going to sit down and you're going to get to ask us any questions that you may want to ask us. And so we'll be there, sitting there, and we'll just, I remember last year we did this, and the first question was posed to me, and it asked me about my relationship. So it's a WSB host meet and greet. It's Scott. Panel with Clark Howard, Scott Slade, Mark Aram, Eric Erickson, Eric Von Hessler, myself, Chris Chandler, and Dave Baker at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Hope and Will Space at Truist Park, right outside the park. And Tuesday, September 15th at 6 p.m. We've got a few more slots left for that. $350, and it's 2 people. That's for 2 people. Just trying to close out a lot of these incentives that we had left over, and we're trying to just close them out. All right, so go to WSBradio.com/Careathon. All right, we'll be right back. I want to talk about this restaurant that says no under 30s. No under 30s are allowed in their restaurant. And then also I will have to talk about the 49ers owner arrested in a local prostitution sting. We got to talk about that. I feel for the guy, but we got to talk about it. We'll be right back.
.43 in the TrustL.com traffic center. Travel advisory in Cobb County. We've got some construction on I-75 northbound between Canton Road and Bells Ferry Road, taking out 2 lanes. This could slow you down as you head towards Kennesaw through Marietta. Elsewhere in Gwinnett County, construction is affecting I-85 southbound near Old Peachtree Road with the right lane blocked there. Watch for delays leaving Swanee, heading towards Duluth and Norcross. I'm Brianna Rose, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Serving my country required sacrifice that changed my life forever. I remember the day I came home. Because of my injuries, this house wasn't right for me anymore. I remember the narrow doorways, the small bathrooms, the shelves out of reach when in my wheelchair. Every day was full of obstacles. I felt trapped. I remember a better day, the day my family received a specially adapted custom home from Homes for Our Troops. That day changed everything. Now we have a safe and accessible home to enjoy the freedom I fought for. This place, our home, is exactly what we needed to rebuild our lives.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter for Superior Plumbing. When I had a clogged pipe in my home, Superior Plumbing came to the rescue, and they showed up sooner than they said, which saved my time. They assessed the problem, gave me several options, and the quotes, which were shockingly low, by the way. Then they did the work in a very professional and speedy manner, saving even more of my time and money. Founded in 1988, they're family-owned and operated, which means they're proven and trusted. Ladies and gentlemen, what more can you ask for? Superior Plumbing values your time by not making you wait all day for them to arrive. They are experts and licensed plumbers, and the price was more than fair. Go to superiorplumbing.com or call 770-422-7586. That's 770-422-7586. superiorplumbing.com, the honest plumber, and tell them Shelley Winter sent you.
Knowledge changes everything, especially when you're buying a vehicle. I'm Kevin Deutsch, co-host of the Car Guys radio show and general manager of Butler Lexus of South Atlanta. Join us here on WSB every Saturday at noon for insider industry insight designed to give you the upper hand before you visit any dealership. Then make Butler Lexus of South Atlanta your destination for luxury done right, where transparency meets performance and service exceeds expectations. I look forward to welcoming you personally. Butler Lexus of South Atlanta, the standard of amazing.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter. Your vehicle is one of the biggest investments you make. So after an accident, why trust its repair to someone focused on cutting costs? At RJ's Auto Body Plus, they believe the repair should protect your vehicle, not the insurance company's bottom line. For nearly 20 years, families throughout the area have trusted RJ's Auto Body Plus in Marietta because they don't believe in shortcuts, cheap parts, or rushed repairs. With over 40 years of experience, they know what proper collision repair looks like, and they stand up for their customers every step of the way. They work with insurance companies daily, but they work for you. Whether it's a newer vehicle, a luxury vehicle, or simply a vehicle you care a lot about, their mission is simple: restore it safely, correctly, and with the quality you deserve. RJ's Auto Body Plus, because your vehicle deserves more than a minimum. Call 770-955-5020 or simply search RJ's Auto Body Plus.
Who doesn't want more? When it comes to your front door, more is a double door. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. We'll transform your outdated single front door, side lights, and transom into a gorgeous new double door. No matter the size of your entryway, even if others said it can't be done, All Four Seasons can customize the double doors of your dreams. When trust matters, trust us. All, the number 4, seasonsgarages.com.
When you're sick, you don't go to the vet. So if you get hurt on your bike, don't just call any attorney. Call the motorcycle injury specialist at Steel Horse Law. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Motorcycle cases are complex with distinct laws, regulations, and technical aspects. Steel Horse Law knows those inside and out, so your case is rock solid. That's how they win big for bikers. Get your free case evaluation at steelhorselaw.com.
Got to talk about this story. So there's a restaurant called Prive, 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 probably Prive, right? It's in Memphis, Tennessee. It's owned by a rapper, Yo Gotti. They said the restaurant is closed for business to everyone under 30 years old. That's the way it needs to be right now, said Reginald Bennett. The Memphis police have been called to the location 13 different times over the past year. In 2023, a shooting in the parking lot of the establishment left 2 people dead and 5 injured. This foolishness has to stop. We can't have anything anymore. Businesses will close and we will be like Detroit. Bennett added that he's seen the violence involve more of the younger patrons. They start arguing inside the club, but when they get outside, that's when it all goes down. They've been open to guests. Preview has been open to guests 21 and over for a decade, but the new policy was introduced earlier this month. Patrons will have to show a government-issued ID to prove their age. The more older, the kind of laid back, they're chill. They're not with all the riffraff, so to be kind of good, said one person. Should restaurants institute this, especially restaurants that have issues with fighting and shooting and things like that? I say yes. Absolutely. No one under 30. It's probably best for the business of the restaurant as well, because people under 30 tend not to drink a lot. They tend to pregame, like we all used to do, in the car, on the way, get a bottle, share it amongst 3, 4, 5 of you, go into the club drunk, and that's where the trouble starts. So, yes, I suggest every club, bar, lounge, lock out under 30. I really do. At least protect your business. I'm all for this. I'm all for this. Good for them. Hopefully it'll save some lives. Let's end with this story, my friends. This is I think the story's hilarious. I don't know about you. I think the story's hilarious. I know a lot of, it's funny about social media. So there are people that are like, oh, if the owner was black, what would, I'm just like, he's not. So let's go with what the story is, right? I hate when people do that. If, right? But anyway, 49ers owner arrested in local prostitution sting. San Francisco 49ers owner John Jed York. He was arrested in East Palestine, Ohio. You remember East Palestine was where the truck derailed. The train derailed.
Yeah, the chemicals and all
Chemical
that.
train derailed, right? So he was in East Palestine, Ohio, and he was caught up. He responded to an undercover law enforcement advertisement on a prostitution website. First of all, let's be clear. That shouldn't be illegal. I mean, that should be illegal, or it shouldn't be illegal for you to be arrested, or it should be illegal for them to do. It should be illegal for the police. Now, I get the police. Listen, there's a difference here. Now, I get going on posing as some 12-year-old to get child molesters. I totally get that. But if there's a known website where women go on there and through their own volition, say, hey, give me a call, whatever. Now, you can talk about human trafficking and everything like that, but when you're the police luring people to it, you're not trying to crack down on human trafficking, because you should be catching the people that say, hey, I've got a girl. That's human trafficking, right? But just throwing up there and then the guy responds, hey, what's your name? Meet me at. I've got $500. Then you get arrested? $5,000 bond? I don't know. I get it, but I don't know. But here's the big thing, right? This is the owner. It's not like a player. It's not like the general manager. It's not like some front office flunky. He's the owner, majority owner of the San Francisco 49ers. Not like a Canadian football team or, arena football team. It's the San Francisco 49ers. And he's the owner. Let me tell you what went on here, ladies and gentlemen. You see, Mr. York is a very rich and powerful man. He can't go the regular route of the high-end, what they call call girls. Still the same oldest profession in the world. And you're right, it's still the same thing, but they call call girls. He can't go that route for his, whatever he's looking for. Because those women know who he is. They're paid, literally, to know the rich guys. And in this day and age, with all kinds of cameras and people outing people in books, it used to be that was a safe route to go. It used to be, as a rich man like Mr. York, he would be able to call a madam or a call girl, and the price priced out her squealing, her snitching, if you will. Nowadays on social media, with all it being what it is, there's no safety. But you know where the safety is? A website in East Palestine, Ohio, where none of those women would have known who he was. He would have just been seen as another businessman. So that's the route he took. They're not going to know I'm the owner of the San Francisco 49ers. The high-end call girls will. So I'm going to go on this website. And then he got busted. I don't think anything should happen to him. He's an owner. Nothing should happen to him. It's all misdemeanor charges. Just embarrassing as all get out. But other than that, guys should just keep going on. Now, here comes the question. If one of his players get caught up the same way, he can't let them go. 9 times out of 10, he wasn't going to let them go anyway. So this is a story, a lesson for all of you. Be careful when you go on these sites, because you all do it. I'm just kidding. None of us do it at all. It's just the oldest profession where women are making a whole lot of money because nobody is doing it. It's the Shelley Winter Show, ladies and gentlemen. I want to end the show like this, all joking aside. I had the greatest conversation with my dear friend, Pastor Tom Gray. TheseThingsMatter.net. It'll be up on their YouTube page probably in September. I'll make sure I send it out and post it so you can all hear it. But it's a great we had an hour conversation, did not once talk about politics. Not once. Pastor Tom Gray and I. It was just wonderful. Really was. I mean, it was, I don't know. I can't explain it. But talking to guys like that or a man like that, you really feel like you're just talking to someone who's a lot closer to God than you are. And in talking to them and having a great conversation with them, you just got a little bit closer to God. Thank you, Pastor Gray. I appreciate the time we spent today. I really do. I really do. It's an honor. Ladies and gentlemen, know this in your heart. God loves you, and I love you also. Have a wonderful evening. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 7 p.m. Peace.
You don't need to tell me budgets are tight. Economic uncertainty, global politics, AI taking jobs we used to think were safe. Nobody wants to spend money they don't have to. But you've got to do something nice for your family, don't you? A cookie for the dog, nice dinner for you and your better half. Wouldn't it be nice to do something special for the house you love without breaking the bank just to do it? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A new garage door can completely transform the look of your property. For way less than a major renovation or landscaping project, modern designs, whisper quiet, connects with your phone and your fancy new car, a few $1,000s can literally change the appearance of your whole house. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come show you the difference we can make. And that part won't cost you a dime.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Hey guys, you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? We'll get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. It's Mark Aaron back with you. Check this out. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and free consultations, call 470-660-HAIR or online at advancedhair.com.
You finally got that dream home. Then a pipe burst. Now you're draining your savings to drain the basement, and your other bills keep flooding in. But with HomeTap, you could tap into your home equity to cover renovations, debt, or whatever comes next. And unlike other home equity products, a HomeTap home equity investment has no monthly payments or impact on your mortgage rate. So consider using what you've already built. After all, it's your home. Tap into it. See how much you could get at HomeTap.com.
If you've been thinking about selling your home, now is the time. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can sell your home fast and for more than you expect. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. One of the most stressful things about selling your home is not being able to control the timing. Mark Spain Real Estate allows you to receive an all-cash offer and close in as little as 21 days. Hassle-free, guaranteed. No showings, no open houses, and no waiting around wondering when your home is going to sell. It's that simple. Take it from one of their clients, BR, who said Mark Spain Real Estate sold my home within 30 days. We received 4 offers in just 1 week. Thanks to them, the process was by far the easiest and quickest. With over 12,500 5-star reviews, you can trust Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for the most money. Choose when you want to move with a Mark Spain Real Estate guaranteed offer and close with confidence. Find out what your guaranteed cash offer would be. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Good evening to you. It's 9 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright. The news is being sponsored by American Crawl Space Solutions. Our top local story this hour, there's a new effort at the state level to explore options to regulate flock cameras.
Following multiple cases of officers misusing the license plate reading technology, Georgia Senate Public Safety Committee Chair John Albers says he has formed a statewide task force now that includes the Georgia Sheriffs and Police Chiefs Associations. They're going to look at ways to control misuse of those cameras, also looking at training and tighter access protocols. They hope to put together long-term recommendations for the General Assembly to consider come January.
WSB's Sabrina Cupid reports Flock recently rolled out a series of changes aimed at addressing misuse. We've got 81 degrees currently right now in Midtown.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Epwards tracking sunny and dry conditions for the first half of this week.
Christina's forecast is coming up in just a little bit. A sex trafficking victim from North Carolina is rescued here in Metro Atlanta. The Fulton County Sheriff's Office Task Force says a juvenile was traveling to her mom's house in Georgia from Fayetteville, North Carolina in May, but she never arrived. Investigators were quickly able to identify multiple online commercial sex advertisements involving the juvenile victim throughout the Metro Atlanta area. The victim was rescued in East Point. An arrest has been made. The investigation is still underway. The Board of Regents approving a new and shorter route to a college degree.
Instead of a bachelor's degree that requires 120 credit hours, the new applied sciences degree would require only 90 credit hours. University Chancellor Sonny Perdue says there are several reasons it makes sense.
The opportunity to get a job quicker, less debt.
He says it's part of a national trend.
It's not replacing a 4-year degree, but it is in high-demand workforce areas.
The American Association of University Professors has come out against the 90-hour degree. Lisa Nicholas, 95.5 WSB.
The city of Milton unanimously approving a settlement agreement in the death of Yale University student Joshua Chang. The Chang family will receive $10 million, which will be split between the city of Milton and their insurer, explains city attorney Ken Gerard.
Our insurer, Verma, vis-a-vis with also its reinsurer, NLC, will be responsible for $6,666,666, and the city's contribution would be $3,333,333.
Chang died in 2016 when his car swerved off of Batesville Road and crashed into a planter that was owned by the city. NASA is giving Georgia Tech $10 million to help train the next generation of high-tech workers here in Georgia.
Georgia was only one of 7 states selected by NASA for the job training program, which isn't looking for the next set of rocket scientists.
Machinists, technicians, it can be welding, it can be use of AI tools.
Dr. Stephen Ruffin, the interim chair of Georgia Tech's School of Aerospace Engineering, says these jobs don't just benefit NASA.
Georgia's #1 export is aerospace product. This employs over 200,000 employees.
Georgia Tech will also partner with our state's technical college system to train the next set of aerospace workers. Keith Grummel, 95.5 WSB.
And more West Nile positive mosquitoes have been found in DeKalb County. The latest found in East Atlanta in that zip code area of 30316. In all, 8 mosquito traps this year have tested positive for the virus. Still no human cases so far, but you are encouraged to get rid of any standing water around your house and try to avoid mosquito bites by wearing insect repellent and avoid being out at dusk and dawn when mosquitoes are most likely to bite you. It is 9:03. Live team coverage of traffic and weather's coming up next.
Back to school means back to school lunches and snacks.
And the price of groceries keeps going up. But we have the solution.
WSB's Grand for Groceries. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Yes!
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday. Enter the word at WSBRadio.com or on the WSB Radio app.
Thank you.
Your first chance to win is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
WSB's Grand for Groceries.
It pays to get your news from 95.5 WSB.
Back to school season is busy, I know, but making your home shine, that doesn't have to be one of your problems. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash had my house, driveway, deck, even the roof looking spotless, and I did not even have to be home. Their soft washing keeps everything safe, no damage, just results you'll love. And with more than 2,000 5-star reviews, you'll see why everybody's calling Wise Guys. New customers, mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book today at wiseguysprowash.com. Wise Guys, the wise choice for your home.
When someone's AC is on the fritz, drains are clogged, or wall outlets are sparking, Castile Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Castile will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at CastileAir.com.
The recent heavy rain was quite a stress test for your roof and a reminder that your roof is the first line of defense. Dave Baker for Findlay Roofing, the roof guys, and the only roofer I trust. When severe downpours expose leaks from years of wear and tear, think of Findlay first. They've replaced over 65,000 roofs locally with high-quality work, upfront pricing, and exceptional service. Get your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
It is 9:05, and that means it's time for our live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in now with Brianna Rose in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Hey there, Brianna. What's going on those roads right now?
Good evening, Michelle. Heads up if you're traveling in Clayton County. We've got construction on I-75 northbound near SR 331 Forest Parkway, taking out 3 right lanes, causing delays as you travel through Forest Park, making your way towards Hartsville, Jackson, and Atlanta. Elsewhere in Gwinnett County, construction is affecting I-85 southbound near Old Peachtree Road with the right lane blocked there. Watch for delays leaving Swanee headed towards Duluth. I'm Brianna Rose from the TrustL.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Fair skies this evening. Temperatures falling to the mid to upper 60s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, mostly sunny, hot with a high of 95, albeit it'll be a dry heat with low humidity. Wednesday, partly cloudy, highs in the low to mid 90s.
We've got 76 degrees in Holly Springs right now, 79 in Union City, and 81 right here in Midtown. More news head your way at a 9:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
The countdown. T-minus 71 days until Election Day.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
All right, thank you, Scott Shannon. Thanks to all of you for being with us. Write down our toll-free telephone number. It's 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. 71 days, the most important midterm election in your lifetime. Before I get to the news of the day, this is a sad story. You know, it used to be like my coaches, like when I was playing, baseball, basketball, whatever I was playing in high school, they were kind of rough on me and never thought much of it. High school football coach in California got fired, Linda, for kicking a football. And it just happened to hit the kid in the privates. He said, I kicked the ball at him and it hit him in the groin area. I felt like I was going to pass out. I feel terrible remorse for what happened. It's a 1 in a million shot. He's a great kid, but he's intense. And we've had at least a dozen conversations about, not taking kids to the ground during team drills. And they fired the guy. I mean, can you never in this life, in this world, ever just say you are sorry and just people accept it? I'd like to know from the kid if he thinks that the coach did it on purpose. Because I bet if the coach wanted to do it and kick a ball and hit the kid there, the odds of that happening are probably 0. And you give him 100 attempts at it, based on what the distance is, I would think forget it. Anyway, we got a lot of news. But we have good news on the economy. We have good news on what's happening with Iran. You're never going to hear about this from the legacy media mob. We spent a lot of time last week on this program telling you not just how crazy the left is, because they're insane, but we spent a lot of time also going over Donald Trump's successes, in the last, 18 months that he's been president that nobody ever talks about. And, for example, right now we see that the Strait of Hormuz is in complete control by us. And that the price of oil has come down. That means the price of the gas pump is going down. That means that, even have the Iranians, admitting that mounting pressure. Their inflation rate is absolutely skyrocketing through the roof. Reports that half the population, adult working population, is out of work. They're living, they're on a bare. They don't even have enough money to live. And the president saying, no, I'm not ready to make a deal yet. Not going to happen. And they had 400 ships go through the Strait last week, and their ability to fight back now is under really severe, they're now under this economic embargo, economic massive pressure campaign. The Iranian president is even warning that this economic pressure on Tehran is taking its toll. This is them admitting it, while cautioning against, backing down before the enemy. The war must come to an end at some point, said the Iranian president, but it's better that we demonstrate strength. They don't have any strength left. I mean, we can strike them at will. Why is that important? It's important because we've got to get to the bottom of this. And you know what? Now that the president has knocked out their ability to fight back, mine the strait, control the strait, taken out all of the coastal areas where they were launching these drones, now even the New York Post admitted that Trump is winning this conflict with Iran, and the Iranian economy is imploding because of the U.S. blockade and all the moves that the president has made. And in other words, what Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, has been saying, you know, these moves to pressure Iran's economy, things are looking grim for the Iranians on every front. And now they have no friends in the region. And so the Iran's parliament speaker is warning that Trump's maximum economic pressure campaign has the regime facing collapse. Quote, if the people are hungry and we don't have financial circulation and economic growth and domestic production, we won't endure. Look, one of the things I've wanted and not gotten is arming the Iranian people themselves. If we were able to get arms into the hands of the Iranian people, this country would fall and fall quickly. And I know it's longer than what people have wanted, and sometimes that is the case. That doesn't mean that Donald Trump's philosophy, the Trump doctrine, has shifted or changed in any way. And that is no forever wars. This is not going to be a forever war. This is going to come to an end. And however, it just has taken longer than we thought. We in 71 days are facing the most important midterm of our lifetime. That is not hyperbole. Now, you might say, Hannity, I've been listening to you for years. You've said that before, and I have. But we've never had a situation this dire as we have now. And, you know, it's sort of like, and I'm looking and learning more about these DSA people, and I've gone through their agenda more times than I can count. I won't bore you with repeating it here and now, but, you know, you look at all these people, and I'll play later in the program, Hassan Piker once debated Charlie Kirk, and he was singing a song to Charlie Kirk this weekend, and I took it as mocking. I'll play it and let you decide for yourself, but I did not like it at all, and people laughing in the crowd, which really pissed me off. And, you know, singing We Are Charlie Kirk. It sounds like the whole thing was mocking him. But anyway, to me, it doesn't matter what these crazy people are saying. There's only one antidote to all of this, and that is for people of common sense, like the people that listen to this radio show, for you to take this midterm election seriously. What that means is you have got to commit in your mind, heart, and soul that you're going to vote. You've got to understand what is in play here. I noticed, for example, there are only 10 House Democrats joining like the likes of John Fetterman, but kind of more in a half-hearted way. They're not really doing it as loudly and as publicly. But there's 10 House Democrats that have signed onto the, quote, moderate Democratic promises to America. Only 10 out of the couple of hundred Democratic elected representatives in the House. That's it. You know, Tom Suozzi was one of them. That was when I lived in New York. That was my old district, George Santos's old district. You know, we only want 10 members of Congress because we don't want to make it about Washington. And I'm like, no, they would take 200 if they could get them, but they can't get them. And the reason is you have an entire party that is cowering in fear over this DSA movement. You know, you have another DSA primary winner, by the way, that wants to dump Chuck Schumer. I've been saying for the longest time two things. One, that Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries' days are numbers, and that two, the real leader in the Democratic Party is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Then I figured out that the Fight the Oligarchy tour on their private jet with Bernie Sanders and AOC was all about Bernie handing the torch to AOC to become that presidential candidate, you know, for the next, you know, however many election cycles for the communist socialist. The only problem is if you look at the polls, she's actually leading, which I'll explain in a second. But anyway, Thursday, you have another Democratic Senate candidate, this one from Florida, Angie Nixon, who we've talked about, said if elected, she will not support Chuck Schumer for the Senate Democratic leader. And she said, you know, he's absolutely wrong. And, you know, how can you all of a sudden change the tone? I don't know how you change the tone. Now, Chuck Schumer has been under pressure. Why is Chuck Schumer from New York, Hakeem Jeffries from New York, why are they silent as it relates to Zoran Marxist Kami Mamdani? because for them, it's all about power and clinging on to power, even though, he's the majority, the minority leader, rather, in name only, just like Hakeem Jeffries, minority leader in name only. But they're both now on the verge of going away and probably going away forever. I mean, there was a meeting that took place apparently between Jared Kushner and Hakeem Jeffries, and that just sent the left into an incredible tizzy because they had the meeting, and they're all pissed off that Hakeem Jeffries would even talk to Jared Kushner. I'm not sure what the meeting was about. All I know is the left on social media went absolutely nuts. Out in Seattle, a majority of Seattle residents now want their socialist mayor to resign. Socialism out there is not going too well. 2 separate polls released this week show Seattle voters souring on the socialist mayor. Remember Katie Wilson? We've talked about her before, months into her first year in office, with one finding 2/3 disapprove of her job performance. Another showing a vast majority of voters, including Democrats, wanted to resign or remove from the position. Damaging for the mayor. 60% said that she should resign or be removed from office. What's happening is people are finding out everything that I've been telling you about socialism. And I don't care what name you call it, socialism, communism, statism, totalitarianism, New Green Deal-ism. It's all the same. And it's been tried many, many times before, and it always has the same results. And the results are you have unfulfilled promises, number one. Number two, you have more poverty than when you started. Number three, you end up at the end of this process emboldening and empowering a group of radicals that then have, all this extra power. And in the name of false security, you give up your freedom. And it's just a matter of how much of your freedom you're willing to give up in the name of, guaranteed government, food and date night daycare and daycare in general. I mean, your government-run schools are doing so well. Pay more per capita per student than any other industrialized country with the worst results. Obamacare, not a single Obamacare promise was ever fulfilled. Not one, zero, zip. And yet people are buying into this. And again, over 250 DSA candidates elected since 2019. We've got over 40 on the ballot this year. There was an interesting article on FoxNews.com. Modern capitalism is turning 250 years old. And now we need to remind Americans why it is important. All of a sudden, these people are talking about capitalism as if it's a horrible system. Well, it's the greatest wealth creation system ever designed by man. It is we're endowed by our creator. Natural rights. Rights come from God. They don't come from men. And, and the whole premise behind freedom is this belief that if what I believe and know to be true is God created every man, woman, and child on the face of this earth, and with that freedom comes responsibility. And if children are given a good education and they are loved by parents, then whatever talent God put in the heart of that child, will then be found and discovered by that child. That will lead to a happy, fulfilling life for that child. And in the process, in a free country, living under liberty and freedom, we don't talk about freedom. We don't teach freedom anymore. We indoctrinate kids into these radical socialist beliefs. Then the idea is they will bring that talent to fruition. And in the process, they will create goods and services that people want, need, and desire. They'll love doing what they're doing because they found their purpose in life. And they'll make money at it. Young people ask me all the time, well, how do you figure out what to do with your life? I'm like, find what you love and then find a way to make money at it. I knew I loved radio when I was a teenager and my parents were screaming at me to shut the radio off. But I loved radio. I listened to the pioneers of talk radio. I listened late into the night. My parents would come in screaming at me, telling me to shut the radio off. It wasn't TV they were telling me to shut off. No, the radio. And, all these late night hosts from New York and Barry Farber, Barry Gray, John Schroyer, your money man, Good Guy Radio on WMCA back in the day. I mean, it was insane. Rambling with Gambling on our station in New York, WOR. I mean, I listened to all of these guys. Bob Grant, later Rush Limbaugh came on the scene. But when I got a chance to be behind a radio microphone, I did it for free for a couple of years. Then my first gig paid me $19,000 a year, far less than I was making, but I was happy and I loved doing it. Never thought I'd be successful at it. You make that possible by listening to the show every day. By the way, the woman charged with plotting to bomb New York State's Capitol was a recent convert, apparently, to Islam, according to justthenews.com. Jessica Bowie is her name, from Albany, allegedly planned to place this bomb in a DoorDash food delivery bag, and she had cased the Capitol building for weeks. I mean, the FBI has been crushing it under Kash Patel, just absolutely crushing it in a million different ways, and you got to give them credit. They don't get enough credit. You know, the lowest crime since, we've had in decades in this country under Donald Trump. Donald Trump gets no credit for anything. Maybe I'll just go through, all the different successes that the legacy media will never report on you, even though this happens to be an important midterm election year, the most important in our lifetime. Listen, speaking of which, the president started the MAHA movement, which is health, wellness, fitness, nutrition, and longevity. All right. For most folks, they're just guessing their way through their health. If you're just being honest, do you really know what the science of your body is? Most people do not. Why do some foods make you feel bloated or tired and you need a nap after you eat? Well, you're not going to get the answer from your fingerprint, which is unique to you, your DNA, which is unique to you, but you might get the answer because of your RNA. Your RNA will tell you what's actually happening in your body right now, and that's where the science of Viome comes in. Viome is a simple, at-home gut health test. They use advanced RNA technology. They will analyze your gut microbiome, understand how your body's really functioning at any given moment, and then Viome will create a personalized food supplement vitamin plan designed specifically for your body. That's where the science comes in, and instead of guessing, you will make decisions based on real data. And when people follow that plan, they report better digestion, more energy, improved mood. Look, go to viome.com/Hannity, viome.com/Hannity. Use the promo code Hannity50, and you will get $50 off. Your calls coming up and so much more. 800-941-SEAN on this Monday as we continue.
The radio show the mainstream media loves to hate. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
Hey, I've been talking about realestateoptionsnow.com for a while. I've had a lot of people asking me why I tell them to go there first if they're selling or buying a home. Real estate's been a passion of mine for a long time. I study it all over our great country. I trust quality agents, the people that do the best, that work the hardest, and you'll find them at realestateoptionsnow.com. I don't want to see you get ripped off or dealing with some incompetent realtor that maybe sells one home a year. If you work with the wrong agent, it could cost you thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars. Now, my team and my partners at realestateoptionsnow.com, they have found the best agents coast to coast. These are the agents that operate at a much higher level, that sell a lot more homes. Get started today. Go to realestateoptionsnow.com. Find out the real value of your home. You can do that in just minutes. That's realestateoptionsnow.com. And I look forward to helping and praying that your experience helps you achieve your American dream.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Serving my country required sacrifice. Sacrifice that changed my life forever. I remember the day I came home. Because of my injuries, this house wasn't right for me anymore. I remember the narrow doorways, the small bathrooms, the shelves out of reach when in my wheelchair. Every day was full of obstacles. I felt trapped. I remember a better day, the day my family received a specially adapted custom home from Homes for Our Troops. That day changed everything. Now we have a safe and accessible home to enjoy the freedom I fought for. This place, our home, is exactly what we needed to rebuild our lives.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
This kitchen is insane. New counters, new floors. Who did this?
My house.
Your house did your kitchen?
Yep. I used a HomeTap home equity investment to get cash from the equity I already had with no monthly payments or impact on my mortgage rate.
So your home paid for itself. That's genius.
Huh. I guess I am a genius.
All right. Easy there.
HomeTap lets you turn your home equity into cash with no monthly payments. It's your home. Tap into it. See how much you could get at HomeTap.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, I'm caring less about Hassan Piker. I mean, I know that I'll play later in the program. Charlie Kirk crushed him because, like a lot of these DSA, young brats, mommy and daddy are pretty wealthy, and Charlie challenged him. Well, why don't we start with you? Why don't you give up your money? It's a great exchange. So I can care less. The only issue is, why would any candidate for the U.S. Senate or any other or congressional seat ever want this guy to campaign with them? That's the question, in light of all the tape we have of this guy. Then we have El Sayed himself is under huge fire by saying, so do we think that JD is taking Usha with him back in time to meet Papa, or no? Talking about his Appalachian roots. So do we think JD is doing that? No. And then, people online immediately jumped on him, saying that this Michigan Senate candidate, that sounds a little off the mark. And then, turning to this John Ossoff's playbook of attacking an aide to President Trump, a young woman who survived cancer. It's pretty pathetic.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
Good evening to you. It's 9:30. I'm Michelle Wright. Our top local story this hour: a sex trafficking victim from North Carolina is rescued here in Metro Atlanta.
The Fulton County Sheriff's Office task force says a juvenile was traveling to her mother's home in Georgia from Fayetteville, North Carolina back in May, but she never arrived. Investigators were quickly able to identify multiple online commercial sex advertisements involving the juvenile victim throughout the Metro Atlanta area. The victim was rescued in in East Point. An arrest was made, and the investigation is still underway. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
The U.S. Supreme Court clears the way for President Trump's sweeping executive order curbing mail-in voting ahead of the midterms. CNN's Gabe Cohen reports there's still room for additional challenges.
What the court is saying here is not that the implementation of this executive order is going to end up being lawful. What they're essentially saying is that the Department of Homeland Security and the Postal Service have not implemented anything yet, and so states do not have the right to bring forward this case saying that they have been harmed.
The order calls for creating a federal voter list. Some states will start sending out mail-in ballots in the coming weeks. Atrium Health is putting $700 million into a new hospital off of Metropolitan Parkway in Atlanta.
It's tough to overstate the importance of bringing a robust network of services to this part of Atlanta and this part of Fulton County.
Delvecchio Finley, Atrium Health Georgia Market President, says the facility will start with 50 beds, but hopes to expand to over 7,000. Finley also says they're partnering with Morehouse School of Medicine to train the next generation for healthcare workers. The trade war between Canada and the United States continues to heat up. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says they couldn't accept what the U.S. had offered, nor could they give what was being asked. However, while at a port in Quebec today, Carney says,
"We have all we need right here. The workers, the engineers, the ambition, and the right plan."
Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance, while in Maine today, says Canada should stop taking advantage of the people of Maine and stop taking advantage of America. GLP-1 medications could also be useful in treating addiction. Now, the popular class of medications has turned out to have several unexpected side effects, and now new research shows the drugs are proven effective in treating obesity, and diabetes could also help treat addicts. It is 9:32. Live team coverage of traffic and weather's coming up next.
Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry. When you receive a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com, and start packing.
Relax and let Kroger Delivery handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items. Then carefully pack your order in our refrigerated trucks. And our cool trucks keep your food fresh right to your door. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Delivery. And right now, you can save $20 on your first delivery order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Get any size air conditioner for $69.99 a month, 0 down, an unbeatable lifetime warranty, and ask about clean air upgrades. Visit reliableair.com to book your free estimate today.
Most attorneys take every type of case, but if someone causes you to lay your bike down, you need a true motorcycle accident specialist. Hey, it's Eric Von Hassler for Steel Horse Law. They only fight for injured motorcycle riders. One name, one specialty, 100% commitment to bikers from motorcycle attorneys that ride. You can trust them on the road and in the courtroom. Get your free case evaluation at steelhorselaw.com.
Big home improvement decisions are so much easier when you can see it for yourself first.
You're invited to experience window and door shopping made simple in our beautiful showroom.
It's Jonathan and Ted from NG Windows. Bring your window and door project to life.
We'll make it simple, informative, even fun while getting to know your needs.
Experience the Infinity by Marvin fiberglass difference in our Alpharetta showroom.
Infinity by Marvin from NG Windows, yeah!
It is 9:34, and that means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in with Brianna Rose in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Hey there, Brianna. What's going on outside?
Good evening, Michelle. Travel advisory in Gwinnett County. Construction on I-85 southbound near SR 140 and Jimmy Carter Boulevard. At exit 99 is taking out 4 left lanes. Expect delays through Norcross as you head towards DeKalb County. Elsewhere in Gwinnett County, we've got construction on I-85 southbound before Center Way, taking out the right lane. I'm Brianna Rose from the Trusto.com Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Fair skies for this evening. Temperatures tonight falling to the mid to upper 60s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high of 95, but with low humidity levels. Wednesday, partly cloudy, highs in the low to mid 90s.
We've got 74 degrees in Lithia Springs, 77 in Locust Grove, and 79 right here in Midtown. More news head your way at 10 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
Continuing to build the foundation for conservative victory. Now, back to the Sean Hannity Show.
All right, 25 till the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. Here's our toll-free number. It's 800-941-SEAN. If you want to be a part of the program. It is sad. It really is sad to me. Anti-Semitism, we see it on the rise worldwide. You see it in the halls of Congress. You know, college campuses. It's kind of everywhere, and it's pretty pathetic. And but it's real, and you know we've got to understand the threat is real. Israel is fighting for their very survival. We're so proud of our association with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. Look, they've been on the ground every single day for years, and they're there because you have these densely populated cities like Tel Aviv that have been hammered with these cluster bombs. People's homes have been destroyed. Their lives have been upended. Thousands and thousands of people. And as a result, the need for humanitarian assistance has never been greater. And anyway, they are providing all that emergency assistance, food, critical care. I mean, food, water, clothing, medications, you name it, housing. They're providing, you know, mobile medical clinics for the elderly. And for more than, they've been 40 years, they've done this. But they can't do it without your generosity, help, and support. Israel, again, fighting for their survival. Anyway, first they want your prayers, but whatever financial assistance you can give them is desperately needed. They created a website. It's prayifcj.org. Prayifcj.org today. So let me tell you where we are 71 days outside of this midterm election. Here, first and foremost, is you've got to understand what Democrats are going to do. There was a great article in the Wall Street Journal about this. And they are gearing up for a wave of investigations into Donald Trump and all things Republican. Now, there are early divisions, according to this article, in the party on where to focus their investigative firepower, whether they're going to impeach the president a third time, fourth time. And if you think that this is meaningless to the country, you're not thinking through this enough. Because the president's ability, if Democrats have the House and or the House and Senate, if they have the House and Senate, that means whatever impeachment they have will go to trial in the U.S. Senate. And that means that this country will come to a halting standstill. They'll never get a conviction. They'll never remove Donald Trump. But that doesn't matter. And it'll be one investigation, one impeachment after another. But, you know, in interviews, Wall Street Journal, House Democrats, their top aides are laying out a dozen investigative targets. You're going to see investigation after investigation after investigation. What people are not quite understanding is how radicalized this party has become. Now, it's critical that people understand that the strategy is beginning to change a little bit. I mean, when Angie Nixon, the Democratic Senate candidate from my free state of Florida, actually gave the right answer and told the truth and said, no, I agree with all this stuff. I'm totally on board with the Democratic Socialist Plan. And yeah, I think it's good for America. And what is she talking about? What is on their website still? We check every day to make sure it's still up there. But they want to eliminate the U.S. Senate. You will no longer get to choose the president. They will pack the courts, amnesty for illegals, abolish our borders, abolish ICE, end all deportation. The most insane, and that all of that is insane, but defund the Department of War. Then, of course, they want to eliminate cash bail. They want to abolish prisons, abolish the police. It's on their website. And you say, well, Hannity, not every Democrat thinks this way. Okay, well, then why don't they say so? Because you can only get 10 elected Democrats in the House to sign on to this document saying that they have a more moderate view than the DSA. That's basically what they were saying without taking on the DSA because they know that they might be primaried. And the reason that Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer won't do it is because they want to cling to power any way they can. On top of that, they want wealth confiscation. What is a wealth tax? Well, when I have these people on the line, and we've interviewed now on TV and right here on this radio program, multiple DSA candidates. What does that mean, a wealth tax? That means that after you pay state, local, federal taxes, they want even more money if you happen to be successful. Now, take this to its ultimate conclusion. We have watched mass migration out of high-tax states like New York and New Jersey and Illinois and California. California in particular. California has on the ballot in November a wealth tax referendum. And I assume that the odds are probably pretty high, being a radical left state, that the people in California are going to go along with this, which would be retroactive to January of this year, which means that they will go back even after they paid state, local, federal taxes, FICA taxes, meaning Social Security, that they'll take even more of their money. That's why do you think Mark Zuckerberg just all of a sudden, he just conveniently left California for no reason at all? Because he's worked hard for his money. Whether you like Facebook, don't like Facebook, like Meta, don't like Meta, it doesn't matter. Why is Elon Musk left Palo Alto in California and relocated in the free state of Texas? There's a reason. Why have two of the co-founders of Google, just like Mark Zuckerberg, moved to my free state of Florida? Why is Ken Griffin, after he got doxxed by comrade Zoran Marxist-Mamdani and pulled out, $6 billion in investment, why is he now, and why is Citadel now in the free state of Florida? Why are all of these companies leaving? Because they don't want their money taken. They feel like they paid enough. It's bad enough, too. You have a federal death tax. You pay to die in this country of 40%. And then states like New York have a 10% death tax. And then Mamdani is proposing a 50% New York City death tax. Add all that up together, that's 100%. And he would lower the threshold from $7.5 million. It sounds like a lot of money. $7.5 million will get you a halfway decent apartment in New York City. A decent apartment in a fairly decent area of New York City. Not a lot. I mean, I have young people when I lived in New York City that worked for me, and they lived in closets. Many of them are so happy to have relocated to the free state of Florida. But that is where they are taking this. This is where they want this to go. And, we need to just be very conscious. But on top of all that, they're going to want to implement that. They won't be able to do that while Donald Trump is president. But then that's what the 2028 election is going to be about. If they get elected to the House and Senate, then they're just going to say, give us the presidency. Now, that brings us to 2028, and we have another new poll out, another poll showing that AOC has jumped to the front of the Democratic 2028 nominee betting markets, leapfrogging over every other candidate from Gavin Newsom to Kamala Harris. John Ossoff's name is being mentioned a lot, because he's John Ossoff should not be reelected in Georgia. It's unfortunate that he's leading in the polls there. I hope Georgia wises up quickly. But AOC is number one on Kalshi, and she's number one on Polymarket. And, I think if I were a betting man today, I'd say that probably the odds are pretty high that she ends up being their candidate. Kamala Harris just sounds dumber every time she talks. I don't think she's going to be the candidate. And watch, Hakeem Jeffries is an interesting guy. Hakeem Jeffries won't take on the DSA, just like Chuck Schumer won't. And I have no earthly idea what him and Jared Kushner were meeting about. I just don't know. I have no inside knowledge, which is rare for me. We usually know everybody. I do know Jared, but I haven't called him and asked him about it, and nor will I even bother him with it. And the left went absolutely Adam Schiff crazy over this whole thing. They went nuts. They went absolutely crazy because he actually met with the president's son-in-law. So this is the party. And then you'll be emboldening, if some of these crazy Senate candidates get in. God help us. What's frustrating more than anything else in all of this is conservative policies work when they're tried. There's been a major dramatic shift in terms of the economic embargo, economic sanctions that the president has put in place as it relates to Iran. And last week they set a record, 400 ships got through with oil, over 10 million barrels of oil got through. And it seems like even leadership within Iran is now recognizing that this embargo is effective and could bring down the country. And we'll get into that more detail at the top of the next hour. But, look at the borders, for example. It's just one example. I mean, we had unfettered illegal immigration, absolutely no vetting whatsoever. None. We have people from over 200 countries, many with known terror ties, come into our country. And we will feel the consequences of this. We saw this in Virginia last week, or the week before. We will see the consequences of this continue to unfold before our eyes. And how many Americans will be murdered? And how many Americans will be raped? And how many Americans will be victims of other crimes? Do you think these cartel members they got through, do you think they're going to stop what they do in terms of, bringing drugs in that are poisoning our children? They're not going to stop doing what they're doing. And this will go on. And while they're doing a great job trying to, deport all these people, look at the resistance they get from the left. You listen to the left, you'd think ICE is the enemy. ICE is not the enemy. But under President Trump, in record time, he proved that you can secure the border completely. The border is now sealed off. Watch Democrats. You go back over the years. Iran, nuclear threat. Oh, they can't ever be a nuclear power. Donald Trump sees that the Biden years that the Iranians were building up the nuclear weapons program, and they had 60% enriched uranium, confirmed even by them. And the president then dropped 14 bunker buster bombs, wiped out the nuclear sites, and then just for good measure is making sure that they don't get the nuclear dust. They retaliate by trying to, tighten down and close off the Strait of Hormuz. They're not successful. The president's now winning that part of the conflict. The president is breaking them financially. Again, we'll have more at the top of the hour. Does the president get credit for closing the borders? Does the president get credit for shutting down for the world the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran? He does not. I'm friends with Kash Patel. Kash Patel last year, because of President Trump and his reworking the FBI, they now hit the lowest level in 125 years in terms of the murder rate in this country, and the largest annual drop of violent crime in American history. That's 2025 alone. If you look at 2026, we're even doing better. Violent crime down 10.6%, murders down another whopping 23% after last year's record low that we've had in 125 years. Rapes are down this year alone 18.6%. 9 of the 10 FBI's most wanted captured. If you look at the military, they only increased recruitment by 103%, the best military recruiting numbers in 15 years. The Pentagon gets rid of DEI standards for hiring and promotion. The president restored 9 military bases to their rightful names. I mean, you look at the president and the economy. We now have achieved a record domestic oil and gas production in 2025 and 2026. Exports of crude oil and petroleum products reached a record high this year alone. The president has opened hundreds of millions of acres for exploration, oil, gas, and coal production. The president has gotten involved in foreign conflicts everywhere from Cambodia, Thailand, Kosovo, Serbia, Rwanda, Pakistan, India, Egypt, Ethiopia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, even helping to broker a deal with Israel and Hamas. I'm a little dubious on that one. I'm not sure if it lasts, but as long as we neutralize Iran, the odds are much higher. The president has gotten the nation focused on better health. The president has ended Obama-Biden era endangerment finding, which is the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country. The president has gotten commitments for more money, $11 trillion, which has never happened in our history. And now we're building our own semiconductor chips and building out factories for building them. And we're building out, we're building automobiles again. Obama famously said those jobs ain't coming back. Now we're also producing our own pharmaceuticals. We can't be reliant on China or foreign entities or especially top geopolitical foes for this. The president's given you most favored nation pricing with 17 of the world's largest drug makers, convinced stakeholders accounting for 80% of the power delivered to American homes, so you're paying less for power. I mean, the president gave you no tax on overtime, Social Security, or tips. Okay, every working American now has more take-home pay than they had last year, whether they got a raise or not, because the government is taxing every American less. And over time, all of that economic growth, the Atlanta Fed is predicting, 4.4% GDP growth. Manufacturing, nearly 100,000 factory construction jobs have been added, since Donald Trump came back into office. Tens of thousands of manufacturing jobs this year alone. In terms of investment, $11 trillion is the actual number. Just an insane amount. I was with the president on that trip to the Gulf states, just like when I went on Air Force One when I went to China. Do you think you're ever going to get this information from the legacy media mob? I just don't think so. That's why it is imperative that we look not only at the radicalism of the left, but also the success and what's at stake in 71 days. Rush Tax Resolution has been with us, nearly a decade on this program. If you get one of those scary letters from the IRS, I'm going to tell you something. Be careful. Whatever you do, they've been telling us for a decade, don't deal with the IRS on your own. I know it's scary. I know you get anxiety with it. Nope. That's why we trust. I only recommend rushtaxresolution.com. I know them, spend time with them. Look, they're great at what they do. There's nobody better at what they do. You don't want to hire a company that has hundreds of complaints. You don't want, a company that charges you an upfront fee just to let you know if they can even help you. Rush Tax Resolution will do all of that for free. And the best part about this company, they will only take your case if they know that they can help you. Anyway, you get a scary letter, anxiety-provoking letter from the IRS, please call Rush Tax Resolution. It's toll-free, 800-299-8077, 800-299-8077. Linda, have you gotten any scary letters from the IRS? I hope not.
Only since I worked for you.
That's probably true. Or just go to their website, rushtaxresolution.com. All right, we'll take a look at the success that is unfolding in Iran that nobody's talking about next.
Breaking news straight from the source. Sean Hannity talks to the people involved in the top news stories. Sean Hannity.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250, micro. And yes, I told you so.
Most attorneys take every type of case, but if someone causes you to lay your bike down, you need a true motorcycle accident specialist. Hey, it's Eric Von Hassler for Steel Horse Law. They only fight for injured motorcycle riders. One name, one specialty, 100% commitment to bikers from motorcycle attorneys that ride. You can trust them on the road and in the courtroom. Get your free case evaluation at steelhorselaw.com. CastileAir.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz, drains are clogged, or wall outlets are sparking, Castile Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Castile will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at CastileAir.com.
You won't believe this. Finley Roofing, the roof guys, are offering new roofs, windows, and doors starting as low as just $139 a month. That's less than one trip to the grocery store. Ashley Frasca for Finley Roofing, the roof guys. Think you can't afford a new roof, windows, and doors? You can. Finley makes it affordable with 0% financing and payments starting at just $139 a month. Go to finleyroofing.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Back to school season is busy, I know, but making your home shine, that doesn't have to be one of your problems. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash had my house, driveway, deck, even the roof looking spotless, and I did not even have to be home. Their soft washing keeps everything safe, no damage, just results you'll love. And with more than 2,000 five-star reviews, you'll see why everybody's calling Wise Guys. New customers, mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book today at wiseguysprowash.com. Wise Guys, the wise choice for your home.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter. Are you planning a wedding? The excitement is so real, but so are the expenses, and those can add up quickly. This August, D. Geller & Son is making one part easier with 0% APR financing for 5 years. Find the perfect match to an engagement ring or create something completely custom. Grooms have plenty of options, too, from timeless platinum bands to unique styles featuring wood grain and gold accents. With 5 years to pay, couples can choose the rings they truly want without compromising. D. Geller & Son also offers a beautiful selection of wedding day jewelry for every bride style. Their experienced team will help guide you every step of the way, making the process easy and enjoyable. Shop all month long and make your dream rings affordable with 0% APR financing for 5 years. Visit D. Geller & Son, Atlanta's most trusted jeweler since 1939 in Kennesaw and Sandy Springs. Learn more at dgeller.com.
For generations, American retirement relied on a stable, three-legged stool. Now, that's pension, Social Security, personal savings. Now, to be honest, that stool kind of looks to be broken. If you are near retirement age, relying solely on paper assets could possibly put your lifestyle at risk. I put a portion of my portfolio into physical gold and silver, and you know what? It's a time-tested way for me and helped me to fortify a lot of the money that I was trying to save when I finally was able to save money. Now I only go to one gold company. It's Goldco. They're also our partners, but I'm also a customer, and they can show you how to get properly diversified just like they have helped me. They will offer you their free gold and silver kit today to see where you stand. Then look into their special offer where you can get up to an extra 10% in free silver just for getting started. Goldco, the real deal. Don't wait. Call now, 855-815-GOLD, 855-815-GOLD.
If you've been thinking about selling your home this year, now is the time. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can sell your home fast and for more than you expect. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can sell your home stress-free, make the most money, and move when you're ready. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home and skip the hassle of constant cleaning and costly repairs. When you receive a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. One of our clients, BR, said, Mark Spain Real Estate sold my home within 30 days. We received 4 offers in just a week. Thanks to them, the process was by far the easiest and the quickest. I definitely recommend them to my friends and family. Don't worry about the inconveniences of selling your home. The Guaranteed Offer makes selling your home simple. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Good evening to you. It's 10 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright. The news is being brought to you by AquaGuard Foundation Solutions. Our top local story this hour, there's a new effort at the state level to explore options to regulate flock cameras after reports of misuse.
Georgia Senate Public Safety Committee Chair John Alber says misuse of those flock cameras by several law enforcement officers across our state demands serious attention. So he's formed a task force with the Georgia Sheriffs and Police Chiefs Association to identify what he calls operations improvements that would include internal controls, clear training, and tighter access protocols. The hope is to put together long-term recommendations for the General Assembly to consider come January. Flock recently rolled out a series of changes aimed at addressing misuse of those cameras. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
We got 78 degrees currently in Atlanta. Fair skies for the rest of the night hours, and more sun is on tap for tomorrow. Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is on the way. The trade war between Canada and the United States continues to heat up. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says they couldn't accept what the U.S. had offered, nor could they give what was being asked. However, while at a port in Quebec today, Carney says,
"We have all we need right here. The workers, the engineers, the ambition, and the right plan."
Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance was in Maine today, and he says Canada should stop taking advantage of the people of Maine and stop taking advantage of America. The Board of Regents shortening the time to a college degree, and that degree has a target audience.
Faced with learners with a need to get into the workforce more quickly and with less debt, the University System of Georgia will offer 90-hour applied science degrees, requiring fewer hours than the typical 4-year degree. Chancellor Sonny Perdue says the degree appeals to certain parts of the population.
When you look at military people, adult learners, those are really the people that we're focusing on.
A national organization of professors has protested against the degree, saying it does not address the issue of affordability. Lisa Nicholas, 95.5 WSB.
$10 million will roll into Georgia Tech to help train the next generation of workers for NASA.
The program isn't training rocket scientists or geologists, but rather welders, machinists, and other jobs related to AI. Dr. Stephen Ruffin, the interim chair of Georgia Tech's School of Aerospace Engineering, says it also helps other industries, too.
This is another effort that's helping to connect those that are interested in great careers with amazing companies that need a very skilled workforce.
Dr. Ruffin says Georgia's #1 export is aerospace product. Now, Georgia Tech was only one of 7 schools selected for the training program. Keith Cromwell, 95.5 WSB.
A traffic stop in Coweta County ends with officers recovering nearly 50 pounds of methamphetamine from a driver. Back in July, officers pulled over a Chevy Tahoe on I-85, and during the search, they found 44 pounds of suspected meth in the car, along with several other drugs. The driver, Anton DeCarlos Stanfer, was booked into the Coweta County Jail and now faces trafficking and possession charges. And nearly 2 weeks after severe storms hit Indiana, thousands are still without power in Gary, which Mayor Eddie Melton calls an unprecedented event.
It's been extremely difficult, very frustrating to be without power for so many days. Folks with medical conditions, individuals, and children not in school. So it's something we're going to be recovering for quite some time, even when the power comes back on.
NIPSCO, the state's power company, says it expects all power to finally be restored tomorrow. It is 10:03. Live team coverage of traffic and weather's up next.
Grocery prices are going up.
But we've got the solution.
Really going to help, and thank you, WSB.
WSB's Grand for Groceries.
Your chance to win $1,000 5 times a day.
Enter the word at WSBradio.com or on the WSB Radio app. Great!
A Grand for Groceries. Your first chance to win is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. It pays to get your news from 95.5 WSB.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real.
Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Suffering with drafty or leaky windows?
Or wood rot, fog, or moisture between the panes? It's time to upgrade to Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows.
Hi, it's Jonathan and Ted from NG Windows. Improve your home's energy efficiency, comfort, and curb appeal.
Our beautiful windows are not big and bulky like vinyl composite.
Window and door shopping made simple at ngwindows.com.
Infinity by Marvin from NG Windows, yeah!
You finally got that dream home. Then a pipe burst. Now you're draining your savings to drain the basement, and your other bills keep flooding in. But with HomeTap, you could tap into your home equity to cover renovations, debt, or whatever comes next. And unlike other home equity products, a HomeTap home equity investment has no monthly payments or impact on your mortgage rate. So consider using what you've already built. After all, it's your home. Tap into it. See how much you could get at HomeTap.com.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
It is 10:06, and that means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in now at Brianna Rose in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening, dear Brianna. What's going on out there?
Good evening to you, Michelle. Starting in Fulton County, we've got construction on I-20 westbound at I-25, taking out to right lanes. This could slow you down as you make your way towards the west side of Atlanta, heading towards the perimeter. In Clayton County, construction on I-75 northbound near Forest Parkway is taking out 3 right lanes. Expect delays leaving Forest Park, heading towards North Atlanta. Travel advisory in Gwinnett County, construction on I-85 southbound near SR 140 and Jimmy Carter Boulevard is taking out 4 left lanes, causing major delays as you travel through Norcross, making your way back towards DeKalb County. I'm Brianna Rose from the TrustL.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Fair skies this evening. Temperatures falling to the mid to upper 60s for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, mostly sunny, hot with a high of 95, albeit it'll be a dry heat with low humidity. Wednesday, partly cloudy, highs in the low to mid 90s.
We got 73 degrees in Roswell right now, 79 in Riverdale, and 78 right here in Midtown. More news head your way at 10:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
All right, thanks, Scott Shannon. Hour 2, Sean Hannity Show. Toll free. Our number is 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. In a minute, we'll be joined by former Ambassador Nathan Sales, served in the first Trump administration, Ambassador at Large for Counterterrorism, and acting Under Secretary of State. However, there's a lot of news out there as it relates to Iran, and most of it is good, some of it not so good. I have been through this in my life where I've had fatwas, on my head, confirmed by the Mossad and confirmed by NYPD and our government. I've been hacked by the Iranians. I mean, the level of sophistication all these countries have and their ability to hack people is unbelievable. It's not something I talk a lot about, but in light of Iranian state media broadcasting this chilling 3-minute video fantasizing about killing Barron Trump and threatening Melania Trump and friends of theirs. The clip entitled "Where to Kill Barron Trump," he's a 20-year-old kid claiming, he's fully monitored, showing depictions of dorms at New York's at NYU, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's a clear and present danger. You got to take all of this seriously. That's what I tell people when they get threats. They don't like to hear it. Other colleagues of mine over the years that have come to me, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And, but there is other news that is actually fairly good news. And that is that last week we had 400 ships get through the Strait of Hormuz, and report after report after report showing that the Iranians now are going bankrupt, don't have the ability to pay even the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Even before Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent sets out, new moves to pressure Iran's economy. That seems to be their weakest point. But anyway, you have oil now flowing through the Strait of Hormuz, meaning Tehran's gambit of closing it has failed. The price of oil has come down dramatically, and the news was huge. Now, I told you on Friday that the Atlanta Fed is predicting 4.4% GDP growth for the third quarter. Great economic news on top of other economic news that we went into great specificity on Friday. But anyway, U.S. escorts now have, steadily, these ships flowing through the strait, a 400% increase from just 2 weeks earlier. And Iran's leaders are now doing another roundabout of good cop, bad cop. But the heat on Iran to make this deal now is going on and on and on. Now, President Trump is saying, yeah, they want a deal, but we're not ready to do a deal. Here's what he said.
Iran with shifting economic warfare towards Iran, does that indicate that the military options in the region for the U.S. are limited?
No, not at all. It just means that we're seeing what happens. They have no money. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They are not paying their soldiers. They're not paying their police. They have 350% inflation. So we're just going to sort of see what happens. And we have total control, as you know, of the border. We have total control. If you look at the blockade, we have total control of that entire region having to do with the Strait of Hormuz. And that means well into it, the land areas. So they would love to make a deal, but they're not ready to make the right deal, in my opinion.
Remember, any deal they've made, there's definitely two factions that are battling for control, so that has been problematic. However, once you get the armed forces and the IRGC and they're not getting paid and the people are not getting paid, now they're dealing with unrest within the country, which usually never ends well, which means that this is effective. Here's Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, talking about it.
Treasury has mapped every node, every facilitator, and every network that Iran has used to smuggle oil and evade sanctions. Beginning today, the actions of Treasury and other agencies will tighten the noose and block every potential source of revenue that funds the IRGC and the evil Iranian regime. We are enforcing a zero leakage approach. There will be no minimal breathing space for the regime to rebuild its capacity to inflict terror against America and the world. The final refuge of this regime is a mistaken conclusion of nations that still finance the Iranian threat in the hopes of evading it.
All right, here to weigh in on all of this, Ambassador Nathan Sales, who we just told you about. Ambassador, great to have you back. Look, obviously this is working. Obviously this takes time. Obviously, they had to go back and bomb these coastal areas to prevent their drones from being launched and missiles from being launched and put in their minesweepers. But apparently all of that has been done, and they're successfully now getting more oil through than they have in a long time. And I don't think the Iranians have much of an option here.
I think you're right, Sean, and thanks for having me back on. It's great to be with you. I think we're entering the third act of this play. The first act was the military campaign that was incredibly successful at destroying Iran's conventional Army and Navy, Air Force, don't exist anymore, as well as the nuclear program. Phase two was the diplomatic phase where we were trying to coax them into a deal. The problem with diplomacy is the other side always gets a vote on whether to take it seriously, and it's obvious that the Iranians didn't. So now we're in phase three, and in this phase we're going to maximum economic pressure. It's basically fighting an economic war on terms that are most advantageous to the United States. We have the ability to absolutely crush their economy using a combination of sanctions, the blockade, and enforcement on the high seas. We can inflict so much more pain on the Iranians than they can on us. We're fighting on terrain that is most favorable to the United States, and the markets are already reacting. Oil prices are relatively stable because, Sean, as you said, we have done an incredible job of escorting friendly ships through the southern route out of Hormuz. Think about 10 billion barrels a day. I saw one report last week that it went up to as many as 16 million barrels a day. That's stuff that the...
By the way, that's the level that we had prior to any of this conflict starting.
Yeah. So the markets see what we're doing and the prices are adjusting accordingly. Meanwhile, how's the Iranian economy looking? The president has said they're on the verge of bankruptcy. They can't pay salaries. Today, if you go on Google and look at the exchange rate of the U.S. dollar to the Iranian rial, it has fallen so low that the exchange rate on Google is zero. The currency is basically worthless, so much so that your computer can't even do the calculation. So this is a long-term play. We're able to weather whatever kind of economic turbulence the Iranians try to throw at us, whereas they are in an existential fight to keep their economy afloat.
Okay. Now, look, I've dealt with threats throughout my career, and I got the NYPD got a call from the Israeli Mossad at one point and said that there's a fatwa on my head. Probably most people have no idea what a fatwa is. I know you do, but it's a threat against my life. And the fatwa was very specific. It's about putting my head on a spike. And at that point, I mean, I had security people inside my house, around the perimeter of my house. I mean, it was taken seriously. The person that actually put that fatwa on ended up being dead from a drone strike, but that's a story for another day. I'm sure you have had threats as well. I throughout my career have never gone public with it. At the time, I always keep it private because you don't want to highlight it. And, however, the Iranians now have gone public with this threat against Barron Trump. Now, I just happen to know that they take it very, very seriously, and also a threat against Melania, but also a threat against their friends. I mean, specifically naming people that are in their lives. So, the only answer to me is they need security, the equivalent of the president at this particular point in time.
Well, I think that's exactly right. We have to take these threats seriously because the Iranians certainly do, and they're very patient. They issued a fatwa against Salman Rushdie, the famous author, a number of decades ago, and it was only a couple of years ago that an Iran-supporting terrorist attempted to murder him at a literary festival in New York. So they have long time horizons for acting out on threats.
This was years and years later. He wrote the Satanic Verses of, I believe the name of the book was entitled.
Exactly, in the Reagan era during the 1980s, and 40 years later, the bill came due. And so we have to be mindful of the full spectrum of Iranian threats. It's not just they might shoot a couple of drones at American service members in the Middle East. They try to reach us here at home. They try to carry out assassinations on American soil. They try to carry out kidnappings on American soil to take dissidents back to Iran, where they'll stand in show trials for crimes against the revolutionary regime. They work through criminal proxies. They've often tried to work through Mexican cartels, which is why the southern border is an absolutely critical national security issue. We can't let the Iranians infiltrate our country by sending operatives up Mexico, which they tried to do on a number of occasions. So the Secret Service is the best in the business. They're going to do what they need to do to protect the president and his family and people close. But we can't afford to let up because the Iranian assassination threat is dead serious.
All right, quick break. More with former Ambassador Nathan Sells on the other side. Then your call's coming up this Monday. It's toll free. It is 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Listen, you need a safety security strategy for you and your family. Now, in some instances, somebody wants to kill you and your family. You have no other choice but the lethal option. But according to the FBI, last year we have statistics for 2022, that's 0.01% of the time. All right, what do you do in other instances where your security is in jeopardy? That's where the non-lethal technology of BYRNA.com comes in. Beauty is you don't need a permit, you don't need a background check. It's legal in all 50 states. Now, this launcher has powerful deterrents, tear gas, pepper spray, kinetic rounds. You can hit a target 60 feet away. One single shot can incapacitate any attacker for up to 40 minutes. Watch their videos online, BYRNA.com, and then you'll understand why the pros, over 500 government agencies, police departments, private security firms, they are using this technology. And don't forget, all hand assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana. They have a special going on right now, and for a limited time, you'll save up to 25% off. It is their biggest sale ever. Now, if you have one of the older, the Burner SD, you can send it in, order a prepaid return kit, $19.99. You ship it back, and you'll get one of the newer editions, either the CL, the compact launcher, or the CL XL. I have both. You have more power, greater muzzle velocity, lighter weight, more magazine options. BYRNA.com, 25% off their biggest sale ever. By the way, this sale ends today. BYRNA.com.
Elections, polls, campaigns, the latest news on your candidate. We've got you covered this election year. Lock it in right here on the Sean Hannity Show.
So are you trapped in a timeshare that you don't use, you don't want, and you can't seem to get rid of? Fees are rising, availability is disappearing, and every year that timeshare feels less like a vacation and more like a bill that you can't escape. Now, that's exactly why we endorse wholeheartedly our friends at Lone Star Transfer, and listen carefully. Before you pay any other maintenance fee or get hit with any other special assessment, call our friends at Lone Star Transfer, get a complimentary case review today. Now, they'll review your situation, they'll determine if you qualify, and if you do, they'll create a customized exit plan designed specifically for your situation, your timeshare. Look, I've known the owners of Lone Star Transfer for over a decade. They are good, honest, truthful people. They will tell you the truth, and they even guarantee results. Anyway, go to their website, LoneStarTransfer.com, or call 833-594-0075.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good, healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They'll help me get the skills and certifications that can get me noticed by top employers in months, not years. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
If you've been thinking about selling your home this year, now is the time. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry. When you receive a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Yes, our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. One of our clients, BR, said, Mark Spain Real Estate sold my home within 30 days. I definitely recommend them to my friends and family. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
My name is Dale Pazinski, and this is how I live United. I volunteer with United Way, helping the homeless in my community by teaching computer skills and helping them build a basic resume to save on their very own USB drive. It's huge when somebody says, "Hey man, that job that you helped me apply for, I got it." My name is Dale Pazinski. I help people achieve financial independence. So I don't just wear the shirt, I live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
All right, our final moments. The tide has turned dramatically in this conflict with Iran as they are now on the brink of bankruptcy. We'll finish with Nathan Sales, then we'll get to your calls coming up as well. 800-941-SEAN. You know, one of the things that I warned about, and I said that we will be talking about and discussing this for decades, is the 4 years of open borders under Biden, Harris, and Mayorkas, even though they proclaimed to the world that the border's closed and the border's secure, just like, you know, Joe Biden was not a cognitive mess, is, you know, over 12 million people, not including gotaways, and you're talking about unvetted illegals, and they came from well over 200 countries. Many of those countries had terror ties. We know there are known terrorists in the country. Now, to the credit of Kash Patel, the FBI, the crackdown on crime, Tom Homan, and obviously the secretaries of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, now Mark Wayne Mullen, they've gotten rid of a lot of the known terrorists. They've gotten a lot of the murderers, rapists, child molesters, other violent criminals, cartel members, and gang members. Now, it's very risky work, et cetera. Here's the problem. You know, if we want to know what our future would have been, just take a look at Europe. And because of not only the adaptation of radical climate alarmism, socialism, and unfettered illegal immigration without assimilation, you know, look at what the result is. Iranian hackers were able to shut down UK power plants. Now, I don't know to the extent that this may be domestic because they've allowed people from all over the world to not assimilate to their country. Even Bill Maher suggested if you're not willing to assimilate, you do not belong here. Period. End of sentence. End stop. But that would have been our future if Donald Trump didn't shut the border down, and he proved he can do it in record time.
Right, Sean. And the border is important for so many different reasons: economic reasons, law and order reasons, human trafficking, narcotics trafficking. But don't overlook the terrorism threat. As you said, a large number, an ultimately unknown number of known and suspected terrorists were able to come across the southern border during the last 4 years. And that's a mess that's going to take some time to clean up. I think the administration has rightly prioritized that, tracking down gotaways, tracking down people who are known or suspected terrorists, along with criminals and drug dealers. But that is a long-term play. It's not something you can flip the switch and just fix the problem overnight. So thankfully, the team is looking at it very carefully. But as long as that border remained open for 4 years, we're going to be dealing with the aftershocks of that for a long time to come.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. And I think that this is a really dangerous time. For people that don't understand Sharia and the long-term strategies of radical Islamists, they're thinking in terms of 1,000 years. And their goal is, you know, a worldwide caliphate. Can you explain that in the 60 seconds we have left?
I'll do my best, Sean. When it comes to the Iranian regime, the thing you have to keep in mind is this is a revolutionary regime. It came to power in the late 1970s, seeking to remake not just Iranian society, but global society. And it became the leader of what it sees as initially a regional movement to upend secular governments or Sunni governments and replace them with similarly revolutionary, violent terrorist regimes. That's why you see the Iranian regime supporting terror groups like Hezbollah, in Lebanon, a state within a state that serves Iran's interests. That's why you see Iran supporting groups like the Houthis in Yemen. Once again, a violent terrorist group that can destabilize the society from within and promote the revolutionary cause of the Iranian regime. That's what they're trying to do on a regional scale. It's what they're trying to do on a global scale.
All right. I appreciate your time. Former Ambassador Nathan Sells, thank you, sir, for being with us. We'll get to your calls coming up straight ahead. Toll free, our number is 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. We have the other news of the day. We'll get to that.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather, traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
Good evening to you. It's 10:30. I'm Michelle Wright. The news is being brought to you by AquaGuard Foundation Solutions. Our top local story this hour, a statewide task force is looking into the misuse of flock cameras here in Georgia. Georgia Senator and Chair of the Senate Public Safety Committee, John Albers, says 99.9% of law enforcement does an excellent job every day. But there have been a few who misuse the license plate readings cameras.
We are working together with a task force with the Georgia Sheriff's Association, as well as the Georgia Chiefs of Police, to address the situation.
The task force will be looking at ways to ensure privacy and still benefit from the new technology. The Fulton County Sheriff's Office helps rescue a sex trafficking victim from North Carolina.
Investigators say the juvenile victim was last seen in May getting into an unknown vehicle outside of her house in Fayetteville, North Carolina, to travel to Atlanta to visit her mother. Online advertisements were critical in helping the Fulton County Sheriff's Office task force rescue the victim at a home in East Point. The Sheriff's Office says she was taken to a secure facility for care and victim services. The investigation is ongoing. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
The nation's highest court clears the way for the president to implement part of an executive order dealing with mail-in voting ahead of November's elections.
What the Supreme Court's conservative majority said today in this 6-3 decision is that order, because it has not been fully implemented yet, has not actually hurt any of the states, and therefore they don't have standing to bring a challenge. But I should say that the court was clear that if this is implemented in an unlawful way, usurping state authority around elections, they can come back to the court.
That's Devin Dwyer reporting. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says that they're moving on to trade negotiations with others.
This fall, we will begin intense discussions with the European Union, the world's second largest economy, to build a much stronger and deeper economic and security partnership.
He says despite the U.S. and Canada making progress in recent weeks, quote, momentum reversed, and we could not accept what the U.S. had to offer, nor could we give what they asked. The percentage of Americans who admit to smoking marijuana is at an all-time high. A new Gallup poll shows 17% say they smoke pot, and that number has more than doubled since 2013. Another 15% say they consume marijuana edibles. Additionally, 11% of Americans, according to Gallup, admit they smoke cigarettes. Now, that number was once as high as 45%. It is 10:32. Live team coverage of traffic and weather's coming up next.
Spring is in the air and you are making summer plans. You may also be doing some work on your house or cleaning. Now, it's Shelley Winter, and you've heard me talk about virtual imaging and how it is so important to prioritize your health. Face it, we're getting older and your body may have some issues. Most heart attacks, the very first symptom is sudden death. Yes, only about 25% of heart attacks present symptoms. I have some terrific news for you from Virtual Imaging. For this month only, they are offering you and your spouse a free heart scan with a few minimum requirements. They will present you with their other non-free options like a full body scan for cancers and brain scans for things like dementia or Alzheimer's. But the heart scan is free. What are you waiting for? Most people walk out clean and have peace of mind. Others have some issues, but just enough for you to take better care of yourself, like I did when I took advantage of my free scan. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN, or visit virtualimagingatl.com. Let them know Shelley Winter sent you.
Mom was right. You need more sunlight.
Imagine your home filled with more natural light every day. Hey, it's Jonathan and Ted from MG Windows.
Brighten your home with Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows.
8 times stronger than vinyl with slimmer frames for more daylight and bigger views.
Experience the Infinity by Marvin fiberglass difference in your home or our Alpharetta showroom.
0% interest available.
Infinity by Marvin from MG Windows, yeah!
Back to school season is busy, I know, but making your home shine, that doesn't have to be one of your problems. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash had my house, driveway, deck, even the roof looking spotless, and I did not even have to be home. Their soft washing keeps everything safe, no damage, just results you'll love. And with more than 2,000 five-star reviews, you'll see why everybody's calling Wise Guys. New customers, mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book today at wiseguysprowash.com. Wise Guys, the wise choice for your home.
Today we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Jeremy.
I've been a RockAuto.com customer for over 15 years, and now even my kids order their parts there. Prices are always far lower than the local auto parts store. Selection is massive, and the site makes it unbelievably easy to find exactly what we need. Every order shows up fast, and the quality is always top tier. RockAuto.com has earned my trust for life, and I highly recommend them.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
Professional wrestling fans, the action continues every week. Watch TNA Thursday Night Impact every week on AMC.
It is like electricity flowing through your veins.
Don't miss the adrenaline, the drama, and the total non-stop action.
No one can ever be as good as this right here.
Don't miss the action of TNA Thursday Night Impact every week on AMC. For showtimes and more information, visit TNAWrestling.com.
It is 10:35, and that means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in now with Brianna Rose in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening to you, Brianna. What's going on out there?
Good evening to you, Michelle. Travel advisory in Gwinnett County. Construction on I-85 southbound near SR 140 and Jimmy Carter Boulevard. Exit 99 is taking out 4 left lanes. Over in Fulton County on the west side of the perimeter, I-285 southbound near SR 139 and MLK Junior Drive. Exit 9. Construction is taking out 2 right lanes there. Elsewhere in Clayton County, construction on I-75 northbound near Forest Parkway. Exit 237 is taking out 3 right lanes. Expect delays leaving Forest Park as you make your way towards Atlanta. I'm Brianna Rose from the Trustos.com Traffic Center. Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Clear and cool for Tuesday morning. Lows in the mid to upper 60s. Mostly sunny through the afternoon. High 95.
71 degrees in Decatur right now. 72 in Douglasville. And we got a reading of 77 here in Midtown. More news head your way at 11 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright. 95.5 WSB.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take a second to hear the immortal Bob Grant's thoughts about the world today.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's sick, and it's getting sicker.
Now, back to the Sean Hannity Show.
25 till the top of the hour. Could you imagine during Bob Grant's time and Jerry Williams' time and Gene Burns' time that they'd be talking about, women, biological men in women's locker rooms and transgenderism and all the conversations we're having with the WNBA? Linda, I don't think they'd be ready for it. I don't know if they'd be able to handle it.
I got news for you. I'm not ready for it.
Well, I know you're not ready. You're out of your mind. I can't even bring up certain topics without you losing it. I mean, you literally co-opted the show last week as a result. But anyway,
I took 2 minutes.
2 minutes, 10 minutes. He just wouldn't stop. You and Ethan. Good grief. I was like, anyway, quick customer satisfaction survey I have for you. 1, is your current wireless provider giving you 5-star service? 2, are you paying more than $34.99 a month for unlimited data? Now, if you think you're paying too much for subpar service, you got to make the switch to my cell phone provider, a veteran-owned company, Pure Talk. There was a recent industry survey. Pure Talk, the only wireless company that got 5 stars in every category, coverage, support, value, data, you name it. And now, for a few more weeks, Pure Talk is offering unlimited data for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. And after that, you get unlimited data for as low as $34.99 a month. No contract to sign, cancel anytime. Here's the beauty of Pure Talk. They use the exact same cell towers, the exact same 5G network. You get the exact same service. The average family saves over $1,000 a year. Now, making the switch is simple, it's fast, it's easy. You dial pound 250, you say the keyword save now, pound 250, keyword save now. Talk to a U.S. customer service team member. They'll make the switch in just minutes. It's simple, fast, easy. Pound 250, keyword save now. From our friends, my wireless company, America's wireless company, Pure Talk. The Bidens just won't go away, and it's driving the left insane because they can't stand it, and they just want them to go away. And I see Zero Experience Hunter, finally admitting the obvious after being pushed by Bill Maher, to answer the question whether he profited off his father's political office. No kidding. He admitted on Good Morning America, no experience in energy, oil, gas, coal, Ukraine. Yeah, but he got paid millions. All as experienced as anybody. Joe Biden, you're not getting the $1 billion. You're not getting it. And, call Barack. I don't care. You're not getting it. You got 6 hours. And son of a B, they fired the prosecutor investigating Burisma Holdings and his son. What a nice little arrangement. Anyway, here's Zero Experience Hunter on Bill Maher.
I think a reasonable person who's not filled with hate would say, you both took advantage of some of your privileges by being the son of a president and vice president, and you also were a target in a way that a normal person would not have been. Is that fair?
There's a part of that is fair. One of the things that people, I think, don't understand is that when my dad was president, I didn't do any business. I sold paintings. And I sold paintings to people that then had to testify before Congress under oath. I made an average of $225,000 a year.
But would you have been working for an energy company out of Ukraine? Was that really the thing you studied in school? And you got that job.
Right. I went to Yale Law School.
You got that job because you were just admitted it.
Yeah, 100%. As I've said on a million interviews, is that I'm incredibly privileged. Beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Not only because of who my dad was, but because of the father that he was. And so a lot of privilege comes from that.
Now, it got even more interesting when he told Maher that he's not running for president. Okay. Do you think America would elect somebody, admittedly, that said he was addicted to crack? I'm not so sure that would ever happen. But anyway, here you go.
I've seen you with a crack pipe in your mouth. My question, are you running for president?
I'm going to announce. Yeah, exactly.
Have you thought about that?
No, I haven't. No, here's my thing. If I announce for president, then somebody should check and see if I relapsed. That's what I.
Billy in my free state of Florida. Billy, how are you? Glad you called, sir. Happy Monday.
I am well. Thank you, Brother Sean. I can check you off my bucket list there.
Well, thank you for checking in. Glad you're with us. Glad you live in a state that's free.
Oh, man, so am I. And Linda, how you doing over there? Yeah? How you doing?
How you doing, Linda? Linda, how you doing?
I'm glad somebody cares about my feelings.
Man, they stick a fork in me. I'm done. I'm well done. No, but a couple of points real quick. As you stated before, these are the most critical midterms this country's probably ever seen. And I think it's imperative that this administration make a clear, concise, and convincing argument for not only our intervention in Iran, but our continue, because those people are just that crazy. They got a hold of a nuclear weapon, they'd use it.
I read recently that one of these woke right people made the statement that, they feel sorry for anybody that thinks radical Islamists are a threat to America.
That's just,
I have nothing to say to stupid. There's my answer. And everyone's trying to drag me into this, fight amongst, a small group of people that what am I supposed to say to somebody like that? If you don't, I'm not going to convince you. And, there's a rising tide of anti-Semitism. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but if America lost 40,000 Americans in a day, that's the equivalent based on population size. If October 7th happened here, what would you want our country to do?
Exactly.
You would want our country to obliterate whoever did it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now, I know, you refer to the media as a legacy media mob. And I would propose something here for you. When I was studying Russian in the Air Force, we learned about the life in the Soviet Union back in the mid-'80s. And this is kind of ironic because those people would stand in line for 3 to 4 hours in the hot sun or the
to get bread, a loaf of bread.
Exactly. They'd go into the grocery store and it's wiped out. And, they knew that Pravda, which is a news agency, which translates to the truth, was nothing but propaganda. It was BS. So they got their information through the Ocherded, which means the line, and that's where they got their news. So I just want to make a suggestion. Shall we coin a phrase today? Shall we call it what it is? The propaganda media mob. What do you think? What are your thoughts on that?
Propaganda media mob, Pravda media mob, legacy media mob. I mean, we all know who they are. I'll tell you one thing. I'm extremely grateful to be able to do this show every day and do my TV show every night. And now I do my podcast a couple of days a week. And I'll tell you why. And you give me this honor, and I got to work hard for your support every day, is because I know we have a vacuum. I can tell you right now, the legacy media mob is never going to report on anything positive. We see massive developments. The economy, it's like the Titanic, is now shifting and turning dramatically. And we see the conflict with Iran is dramatically changing. And they're not going to tell you. We are only 71 days from the most important midterm, as you rightly point out, in our lifetime. And, I look at it as an honor to be able to kind of, sound the alarm and make people aware. And all I'm saying is if you do not want this country to return to, to make a turn so radical left that we may not be able to recover, this is your moment. If you want Donald Trump to be able to continue the good work he's doing, this is your moment. It matters. And I know there are some Republicans that I don't particularly like, but I'd vote for too, because otherwise you're handing power to people that will do nothing but impeach and investigate, impeach, and stop all progress in our country and try to implement socialism. So it's a tipping point for the country in so many ways. So, we get it. I hope other people get it as well. Billy, appreciate you, man. God bless you. Glad you're out there. All right, quick break. Right back to your busy phones. 800-941-SEAN, our number this Monday if you want to be a part of the program. Look, I've lived paycheck to paycheck, for a number of years in my early adult life. It sucks. And if you're putting bare essentials on high-interest credit cards, you got to get out of that cycle. And if you're a homeowner, there's an easy way out. And that's where American Financing has their Smart Equity Loan. And what it does is it allows you to wipe out high-interest credit card debt, lower your monthly overhead, keep your current 3%, 4%, 30-year fixed-rate mortgage until mortgage rates will come down. They will. And the Smart Equity Loan is a fixed-rate loan. It's in the single digits. You're not paying 20, 25% for a credit card, and you're going to save a lot of money. Their average customer right now is saving over $800 a month. They'll give you a free, no obligation consultation, no pressure whatsoever. They're only going to tell you if they can help you or not. If you're in that situation, give them a call now, 866-615-9200, 866-615-9200. Check them out on the web. It's americanfinancing.net/Hannity.
NMLS 123334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5-star at 6.327% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 866-615-9200 for details about credit costs and terms. Visit americanfinancing.net/Hannity. Average savings based on borrowers who saved over $200.
Final Hour Roundup is next. You do not want to miss it. And stay tuned for the Final Hour free-for-all on the Sean Hannity Show.
Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry. When you receive a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The recent heavy rain was quite a stress test for your roof and a reminder that your roof is the first line of defense. Dave Baker for Findlay Roofing, the roof guys, and the only roofer I trust. When severe downpours expose leaks from years of wear and tear, think of Findlay first. They've replaced over 65,000 roofs locally with high-quality work, upfront pricing, and exceptional service. Get your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com.
Men, if you're suffering from ED or PE, you're not alone. Most importantly, you don't have to live with it. Priority Men's Medical Center restores men's love lives in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, even when Viagra and Cialis don't work. Here's Dr. Simovitz, specialist in men's health.
Priority Men's Medical Center's painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. 98% of patients see instant results right in the office.
Men are now lasting longer than they ever imagined. And the best part, at Priority Men's Medical Center, your consultation and first treatment are free. Qualified patients even get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. Take control of your love life. Call now. 404-885-8885.
Hey, it's Shelley Winter. Are you planning a wedding? This August, D. Geller & Son is making getting married easier with 0% APR financing for 5 years on the wedding bands you've been dreaming about. Grooms have plenty of options too, from timeless platinum bands to unique styles featuring wood grain and gold accents. With 5 years to pay, couples can choose the rings they truly want without compromising. Visit D. Geller & Son, Atlanta's most trusted jeweler since 1939 in Kennesaw and Sandy Springs, or learn more at dgeller.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Today we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Jeremy.
I've been a RockAuto.com customer for over 15 years, and now even my kids order their parts there. Prices are always far lower than the local auto parts store. Selection is massive, and the site makes it unbelievably easy to find exactly what we need. Every order shows up fast, and the quality is always top tier. RockAuto.com has earned my trust for life, and I highly recommend them.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
Professional wrestling fans, the action continues every week. Watch TNA Thursday Night Impact every week on AMC.
It is like electricity flowing through your veins.
Don't miss the adrenaline, the drama, and the total non-stop action.
No one can ever be as good as this right here.
Don't miss the action of TNA Thursday Night Impact every week on AMC. For showtimes and more information, visit TNAWrestling.com.
Let's get back to our busy telephones. Our toll-free number today and every day this Monday, 800-941-SEAN if you want to join us. We have Andy in the great state of Georgia. Andy, how are you? Glad you called.
Hey, good afternoon, Sean. Hey, ditto on what you had just said. I thank you for following in the footsteps of the great Bob Grant, Rush Limbaugh. I love listening to you. Been listening to you forever. Rush since 1990. But
I got to tell you, I mean, I only say this, and I mean this with great humility. There's no, I said it at the time, nobody can replace him. We just can't. But he would want us to continue the fight and the process that he started, and he captivated the nation. And we just have to up our game every day. Up our game every day. Don't give up. And we try to do that. With your help, we'll make it happen.
Well, I'm not giving up, but, you know, like you, moved out of New York, upstate New York, and moved to Georgia because the kids and grandkids moved out of New York because of freedom. My wife and I follow them down here.
I'm worried about Georgia's election, to be very blunt with you. This guy Ossoff is a phony.
He definitely is. I worry about everything that's going on in Georgia here. But and I hope that Jackson gets in. I pray that Jackson gets in. But one of the big things that are happening in Georgia is we are overrun in flock cameras and freedom. I took an oath years ago at 17 in the Marine Corps to uphold and defend the Constitution, and I see our rights being taken away with these flock cameras.
Most people don't know what you're talking about. Let me explain flock cameras. These are cameras that the government puts up, and this drives me nuts. This was another way to increase revenue to New York and New York City coffers. They have these red light cameras. I think people can relate to that, where, you know, they're constantly taking pictures, and let's say you think it's yellow, you try to make the light, it turns red, boom, you get hit with a ticket, they'll mail it to you. It drives me up a wall. It's like Big Brother all over the place. A flock camera actually captures license plate numbers in real time, record the vehicle, make, model, color, any unique features, bumper stickers, whatever, stores the data on a cloud network where police and subscribers can search for, vehicle movement. Data normally deletes automatically in some cases, in others it does not. And what bothers me about it is it's connected to a network that's, monitoring people that don't break the law. And it just is too reminiscent of, in my mind, of Big Brother. It's like an Orwellian nightmare to me.
It definitely is. And, one of the things I think about with Flock, and from experience living in New York, when we had COVID up there, if these Flock cameras were up there and I left my house, because, of course, I didn't get the shot, and I left my house, they would have got me on Flock, and who knows what they would have done to me. And the thing is that I feel that, we are turning into China, and we have to stop it. I agree with you with what's going on with Iran and everything, but I meet every morning with 15 to 20 local Romeos, retired old men eating out at the Dairy Queen in Bullitt County. We talk about...
Oh, man, Dairy Queen's awesome. I love it.
They got the greatest one here. One of the only 3 in Georgia that serve breakfast. And the owners...
Oh, that's really cool. I love that.
Oh, he's great. But, we all talk about Trump. We love Trump. Yeah, there's a handful of others out there, which we try to get them on our side. But we are worried about what's going on. We need them to really step up the game and just go after Iran, number one. Get our freedoms back. Keep our freedoms back. And a lot of the guys say he's got to watch what he says. I mean, sometimes I know he loves talking off the cuff and everything.
Listen, I've told him this, many times privately. I've told him, I've said it publicly. We don't need to hear every thought that goes through his head. And it just is the way he rolls. I mean, you can't change certain people. Nope. Here's one thing that the media had no access to Joe Biden. And Joe Biden couldn't answer questions off the cuff anyway. And, it's a great thing that he gives all the access he does to the media. It's not a good thing that, he'll talk to them for an hour and a half every day. And it's like, okay, enough. That's what I said to him. And he said, what do you mean? I'm like, we don't need every thought that goes through your head. Not every one. But, I know Donald Trump pretty well. Mark my words, 60 days out, he's going to dial in.
Well,
somewhere around the 50-day mark is probably more realistic.
Well, President Trump, I used to drive express bus into Manhattan every day, and we did charter when Atlantic City opened. And when Trump bought the resorts and changed it to Trump Plaza, and then he had Trump's Castle in Atlantic City, he had no problem coming down and meeting the regular folks off the bus to thank them for coming to the,
Oh, my God, all the time. When I used to go to Trump Tower, long before he even thought about running for president, I mean, he'd walk me up, he'd walk me down, he'd pack up a bunch of his ties and, and throw it in a bag, whether I wanted them. And I'm like, I don't need your free tie. I'm out of here. And he's like, no. This is the best tie. It's longer than the regular tie. I'm like, okay, thank you. But he's very, very generous to a fault. If people knew the person that I've known for 30 years, they'd have a very different point of view on him. They don't know he's wickedly funny, too. He's funny as hell. And, you see it sometimes. He's like telling his jokes and he's doing like a stand-up routine when he does his rallies. He likes to be funny. I got to roll, Andy. God bless you. Please help us save Georgia, will you? I appreciate it. 800-941-SEAN is our number if you want to be a part of the program.
Today, we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Jeremy.
I've been a RockAuto.com customer for over 15 years, and now even my kids order their parts there. Prices are always far lower than the local auto parts store. Selection is massive, and the site makes it unbelievably easy to find exactly what we need. Every order shows up fast, and the quality is always top tier. RockAuto.com has earned my trust for life, and I highly recommend them.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
Professional wrestling fans, the action continues every week. Watch TNA Thursday Night Impact every week on AMC.
It is like electricity flowing through your veins.
Don't miss the adrenaline, the drama, and the total non-stop action.
No one can ever be as good as this right here.
Don't miss the action of TNA Thursday Night Impact every week on AMC. For showtimes and more information, visit TNAWrestling.com.
WSBB
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
There was a terrible story you may or may not have heard of, but a longtime Ford Motor Company assembly worker got fired because from the automated snack room that has all these cameras everywhere, the system falsely thought that this worker had not paid for a $1.95 cookie. He was called in and fired from his longtime job at Ford. And it was so ridiculous that it's gotten just enormous media coverage. But the thing you need to know, if you use any of these unstaffed automated shopping spots that are popping up all over the place, make sure that you use Tap to Pay on your phone so you have proof that you actually paid, or that you get a receipt, because later, if you're accused of having stolen, you have proof that you did pay. I'm Clark Howard.
Chris Chandler here. Is your homeowner's insurance spying on you? Clark Howard investigates Tuesday starting at 5 a.m. on Atlanta's Morning News on 95.5 WSB.
News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Good evening to you. It's 11 o'clock. I'm Michelle Wright. Our top local story this hour, the U.S. Supreme Court clearing the way for President Trump's sweeping executive order curbing mail-in voting ahead of the midterms. CNN's Gabe Cohen reports there's still room for additional challenges, though.
What the court is saying here is not that the implementation of this executive order is going to end up being lawful. What they're essentially saying is that the Department of Homeland Security and the Postal Service have not implemented anything yet, and so states do not have the right to bring forward this case saying that they have been harmed.
The order calls for creating a federal voting list. Some states will start sending out mail-in ballots in the coming weeks. We've got 76 degrees currently in Midtown Atlanta. Lower humidity tonight with another warm-up set for tomorrow. Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is on the way. The Board of Regents shortens the time to a college degree for a target audience.
Faced with learners with a need to get into the workforce more quickly and with less debt, the University System of Georgia will offer 90-hour applied science degrees, requiring fewer hours than the typical 4-year degree. Chancellor Sonny Perdue says the degree appeals to certain parts of the population.
When you look at military people, adult learners, those are really the people that we're focusing on.
A national organization of professors has protested against the degree, saying it does not address the issue of affordability. Lisa Nicholas, 95.5 WSB.
$10 million will roll to Georgia Tech to help train the next generation of workers for NASA.
The program isn't training rocket scientists or geologists, but rather welders, machinists, and other jobs related to AI. Dr. Stephen Ruffin, the interim chair of Georgia Tech's School of Aerospace Engineering, says it also helps other industries, too.
This is another effort that's helping to connect those that are interested in great careers with amazing companies that need a very skilled workforce.
Dr. Ruffin says Georgia's #1 export is aerospace product. Now, Georgia Tech was only one of 7 schools selected for the training program. Keith Cromwell, 95.5 WSB.
The city of Milton unanimously approving a settlement agreement in the death of Yale University student Joshua Chang. The Chang family will receive $10 million, which will be split between the city of Milton and their insurer, explains city attorney Ken Gerard.
Our insurer, GERMA, vis-a-vis with also its reinsurer, NLC, will be responsible for $6,666,666, and the city's contribution would be $3,333,333.
Chang died in 2016 when his car swerved off Batesville Road and crashed into a planter that was owned by the city. Atrium Health is putting $700 million into a new hospital off Metropolitan Parkway.
It's tough to overstate the importance of bringing a robust network of services to this part of Atlanta and this part of Fulton County.
Devecchio Finley, Atrium Health Georgia market president, says the facility will start with 50 beds, but hopes to expand to over 7,000. Finley also says they're partnering with Morehouse School of Medicine to train the next generation of healthcare workers. The Atlanta Botanical Garden plans a $160 million expansion along the Beltline.
The Atlanta Botanical Garden is growing its greenway along the 22-mile Beltline loop. The garden wants to connect visitors with nature on the path. Guests will be able to enter garden spaces directly from the Beltline and enjoy new amenities. Nearly $150 million has been raised toward the campaign. The project expects to break ground this fall and expand the 30-acre garden by 30%. The garden says it hopes to complete the expansion by 2029. Jordan Brown, 95.5 WSB.
It's 11:03. Live team coverage of traffic and weather's coming up next.
grocery prices keep going up.
But WSB's Grand for Groceries will help.
It really is the drive out now.
5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Oh, no!
Your first chance to win is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
WSB's Grand for Groceries.
From 95.5 WSB.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
Back to school season is busy, I know, but making your home shine, that doesn't have to be one of your problems. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash had my house, driveway, deck, even the roof looking spotless, and I did not even have to be home. Their soft washing keeps everything safe, no damage, just results you'll love. And with more than 2,000 five-star reviews, you'll see why everybody's calling Wise Guys. New customers, mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book today at wiseguysprowash.com. Wise Guys, the wise choice for your home.
PB&J, mac and cheese, biscuits and gravy, some things just go together, like Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows and exceptional installation.
It's Jonathan and Ted from NG Windows. The best windows deserve the best install.
Quick, clean, and hassle-free. Expertly installed to perfection.
Window and door shopping made simple at ngwindows.com.
Infinity by Marvin from NG Windows, yeah!
This kitchen is insane. New counters, new floors. Who did this?
My house.
Your house did your kitchen?
Yep. I used a HomeTap home equity investment to get cash from the equity I already had, with no monthly payments or impact on my mortgage rate.
So your home paid for itself. That's genius.
Huh. I guess I am a genius.
All right, easy there.
HomeTap lets you turn your home equity into cash with no monthly payments. It's your home. Tap into it. See how much you could get at HomeTap.com.
Hey guys, you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Well, get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. It's Mark Aaron back with you. Check this out. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and free consultations, call 470-660-HAIR or online at advancedhair.com.
It is 11:06, and that means it's time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. We're checking in now with Isabella Rodriguez in the WSB 24-hour traffic center. Good evening to you, Isabella. What's going on out there?
Good evening to you. And right now we're seeing some construction heading into the Kennesaw area. 75 northbound at Canton Road. Construction there is still knocking out 2 right lanes. That's going to cause some delays as you're making your way out from Marietta. We're also seeing some trouble making your way out from Norcross. 85 southbound at Jimmy Carter Boulevard. Construction is knocking out 4 right lanes. That's causing some major delays as you're trying to approach the perimeter. I'm Isabella Rodriguez, Loud Security Systems Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upward. Sunny skies for Tuesday, highs in the mid-90s, dropping down to low 70s on Wednesday morning. Wednesday and Thursday, partly cloudy skies through the afternoon hours. A few rain showers and thunderstorms with highs in the upper 80s to low 90s.
We've got 75 degrees in Smyrna, 75 in Covington, and 76 right here in Midtown. More news head your way at 11:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
The Sean Hannity Show, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today.
Countdown. T-minus 71 days until Election Day.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America. Coming up next, our final news roundup and information overload hour.
All right, news roundup, information overload hour. Our toll-free telephone number is 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Those people that make comments about, America deserved 9/11. For example, Hassan Piker, best friend of Abdul al-Sayed, who even was campaigning with him the day before the primary in Michigan, and then apparently live streaming, according to reports I saw, from Abdul Sayed's campaign headquarters the night of the election that he won, but barely. The polls have been so off this election. Please don't pay attention to polls this election season. But it was al-Sayed's best friend, Hassan Piker, that said America deserved 9/11. And then here's Abdul El-Sayed kind of saying something to me that sounds similar, which is America's been on the wrong side of things, which is why terrorists want to attack us. Listen.
I think the approach that we've often taken in terrorism has been to figure out how to leverage the might of the U.S. military to go in and root out, right, certain terrorist organizations, etc. And where that's necessary, that's necessary. But I also think we need to be curious about why those things happen in the first place. Like, what drives somebody to want to commit such a heinous act? Like, I have to be a student of people's pain. Like, that's what I did in medicine. That's what I try to do in politics. Like, what happens when people are in pain? And I think that part of what we have to understand is that sometimes when we move, we create so much collateral damage because too often we have been on the wrong side of our own policies.
Right.
That's not ever to say that terrorism is okay, because it's wrong, it's never okay, and you have to address it when it happens. But I think we have to make sure that when we say that there's a rules-based international order.
Okay, so that to me sounds like, oh, America, which stands for liberty and freedom, wants to stand up against what? Radical Islamists that have killed Americans around the world, and those that chant death to America, death to Israel, et cetera, et cetera. Look what, it's 25 years this year, 9/11/01. Did we forget 2,977 of our fellow Americans killed that day? Many others killed from 9/11 related illnesses. Did we forget that too? Did we forget that terrorists, literally, were involved in murder and kidnapping and rape and torture October 7th? Israel has a population around 9 million, a little less than that. You extrapolate out their population versus ours. That's like 40,000 dead Americans in a day. Then you have El-Sayed's BFF on tape. This is 2018. Now, he claims that sometimes I'm just reading comments that people send me and I'm just reading them, which, by the way, if the words come out of your mouth, such as the ones that I'm going to play here, I am sorry, these are not words that ever should come out of anybody's mouth, in my humble opinion. This is a 2018 clip, his words saying he wants to kill Charlie Kirk. Listen.
What about Democratic mayors? It's like, what the are you talking about, dude? We're talking about socialized medicine, and you turn around and you ask a question about murderous cities and their Democratic mayors. I want to kill him, dude. I want to kill him.
In a video game.
I meant it's just not in a video game setting. I want to own him in a video game setting.
Now, they said in that clip that he was talking about him. I don't know. I didn't see it. He claims that a lot of times he's reading. I don't know. I have no idea, but I'm going to tell you something. This is one bad guy. Behind him is a picture of what happened on 9/11. I don't know what his excuse is for that. Now, this weekend, he was at an event singing "We Are Charlie Kirk," and the crowd seems to be mocking and laughing at it.
Unafraid to die. Charlie
Really, this is a father of children. This is, a widow, Erica. I'm so sick of this family being attacked and all that they've had to go through. It just is, it's heart-wrenching to me. To me, anybody that could do this is missing a heart and a conscience and a soul. It's really that simple. Joining us now is Lyndon Blake, host of That's So Criminal at the Daily Wire, Catalina Lauf, political commentator, author of Time to Choose. We want to talk about this rant, the latest with the crazy WNBA. Guys, welcome back. Glad you're with us. Lyndon, what's your take on all of this?
Hey, Sean. Yeah, I just got back from Israel in July. And one thing I took away by seeing the constant threat that Islam has over there in this Western civilization in the Middle East is keep it as far away from America as possible. Until people have firsthand experience about what that culture represents, it is so hard for them. It's shockingly, but it's so hard for them to get on board. What Hasan Piker has done, and this goes back to his little online community, I cannot stand it because that's how he radicalizes all these little people on this stupid stream playing games on the internet. He talks up, he does horrible things to his dog in the background. If you remember those clips, he is a bad egg through and through. But you have these idiots that believe him for his word. And then you go to the Charlie Kirk mocking. When I saw the video of that, it just made my body heat up with rage because first off, they have no argument for Charlie Kirk. Hasan Piker would get absolutely destroyed by Charlie Kirk in any debate. I'm sad their debate never happened. I know there's another one scheduled there. After the
there actually was a good moment in the debate. I mean, like a lot of, these DSA people, I mean, apparently he comes from money and, just like this other guy was exposed as living in mommy and daddy's $1.5 million, home in Brooklyn, New York. But, Charlie actually brought that up in a debate. Let me play it for you.
You give 95% of your money away and go live on a commune.
Do you really think that that's how it works? Do you really think
Why
that's
not?
how it works?
Go live what you preach. Because every single
this is as silly.
You talk uninterrupted for 5 minutes. Hasan, let me finish.
Go ahead. Sorry, you're right.
I live what I practice. I'm a free market capitalist. I employ people. I took a risk. I have my own startup business. Every single day, I practice what I preach. He wants other people to contribute to what he considers to be a good idea, what he considers will make the world a better place. That you have the freedom to go live as a socialist. Go do it, Hasan. What's stopping you?
Okay.
All right.
So here's why this is ridiculous. And the last point I will make is this. Here's why that conversation is absolutely preposterous. If I gave away the measly earnings that I had and gave away 95% of that,
how much do you make,
that wouldn't necessarily even push the needle.
What have I always said? Liberals are only generous with other people's money. Lyndon, I mean, that was pretty revealing.
Oh, 100%. Pretty revealing right there. And you saw him lose his cool, just like he has no more argument. So what does he do? He just makes fun of Charlie Kirk, mocking him with that song. Hasan Piker has made dumb comment after dumb comment year after year after year. And the fact that people still think he's intellectual or even someone that should be a needle mover in this country, the fact that he was just a feature on a magazine cover being propped up like some hot socialist, it is a look in the mirror, wake up, America. Socialism is not what you want. It is not. It may look nice and shiny. It is the downfall of civilization. And if you want to be able to live your life, to make your own money for your kids to live freely and have the ability to succeed, do not do anything Hasan Piker says.
All right, quick break. More with Lyndon Blake of the Daily Wire, Catalina Lau political commentator, author of Time to Choose. More of your calls coming up as well. The entire insurance industry, thank goodness it's time for it, there's a transformation that's unfolding right before our very eyes, and it's really because of one company, and that is Supersure.com. And, in the past, for example, if you want to open a business, you had a dream, maybe you had this dream for decades and that moment is upon you. And then you realize, oh, I got to get this insurance and that one and this one and that one. And that means you deal with this agent, that agent. It's total pain in the neck. Most people get an insurance policy. They don't know what's in it. If you take the time to read it, you're probably in the top 1 or 2%. If you read it and understand it, you're definitely in the 0.001% range. How many of us know somebody that made an insurance claim only to be denied coverage they thought existed, but it doesn't? This is why you'll love Supersure.com. Now, they have designed their own AI software program, and what you can do is take any insurance policy, run it through that program, and they will tell you in plain English what's covered, what's not covered. Well, that's important information you need to know ahead of time. If you're a company, you have 25 employees, you're the owner, CFO, HR manager, it gets complex. And if it's your job to figure it out, you're probably not going to be able to do it on your own. Anyway, Supersure now licensed in every state. And the other thing that they offer, which is incredibly important, is a business value calculator, which estimates what your business is worth. Well, what is that important about? Well, that means you don't want to overinsure, you don't want to underinsure, and you need the proper insurance. So running it through their AI software program, you'll get the answer to all of that. Anyway, you're going to love this new innovation. They're transforming the entire industry. Go to supershore.com/Hannity. Supershore.com/Hannity today.
Paid for by Supershore Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Hannity Watch. Keeping an eye on breaking news and bringing it to you first. Sean Hannity.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. Hungry kids get sick more often and can struggle in school. It can be harder for them to focus and learn. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good, healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping feed our kids.
To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
You know, for most of us, when it comes to health, wellness, fitness, nutrition, longevity, if you have fatigue, bloating, brain fog, well, it's not just about getting older. You know what? They can be messages that your body is sending you. That's where Viome comes in. It is a simple, at-home gut health test that uses advanced RNA technology to understand how your body is really functioning. Go to Viome.com/Hannity. That's VIOME.com/Hannity. And if you use the promo code Hannity50, you get $50 off.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They helped me get financial aid, and I got to choose online or on-campus classes that fit my needs. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Today, we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Jeremy.
I've been a RockAuto.com customer for over 15 years, and now even my kids order their parts there. Prices are always far lower than the local auto parts store. Selection is massive, and the site makes it unbelievably easy to find exactly what we need. Every order shows up fast, and the quality is always top tier. RockAuto.com has earned my trust for life, and I highly recommend them.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
Professional wrestling fans, the action continues every week. Watch TNA Thursday Night Impact every week on AMC.
It is like electricity flowing through your veins.
Don't miss the adrenaline, the drama, and the total non-stop action.
No one can ever be as good as this right here.
Don't miss the action of TNA Thursday Night Impact every week on AMC. For showtimes and more information, visit TNAWrestling.com.
If you've been thinking about selling your home, now is the time. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can sell your home fast and for more than you expect. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. One of the most stressful things about selling your home is not being able to control the timing. Mark Spain Real Estate allows you to receive an all-cash offer on your home and close in as little as 21 days. Hassle-free, guaranteed. Trust the most experienced real estate team in the U.S. and close with confidence. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
Dan Rooney. I have been a combat fighter pilot for nearly 20 years and witnessed the heroic sacrifice required to keep America free. 13 years ago, God inspired me to start the Folds of Honor. Our mission is unwavering. Honor the sacrifice by providing educational scholarships to the families of our fallen and disabled veterans. Please join our mission to educate America's most heroic families. Visit foldsofhonor.org and join our squadron with your $13 a month pledge.
All right, our final moments with Lyndon Blake and Catalina Lauf. You know, Catalina, I mean, we've got tape, and we've played all these tapes. He claims, oh, I'm just reading comments sometimes, so I don't know which ones are which. You know, but laments Trump's still alive, defends Luigi Mangione. I've got that tape. If you cared about Medicare fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. You know, he says Lindsey Graham was exceptionally a demonic entity, proudly displays his newspaper showing the Twin Towers burning on 9/11, doubles down on his praise for Mao. And I could just keep going. I got 3 more pages of comments that we have on audio tape that we can play.
Yeah, well, you know, Sean, they're trying to fundamentally change our culture. And whether that's with, you know, these DSA candidates trying to run for office, or even sort of these cultural, in their eyes, these icons like Hassan Piker, you know, they are trying to change it from within. And if you know, these guys are all young, and they have people who are supporting them and voting for them. And, you know, 50 years ago, the majority of people would find these comments appalling. You know, we could still disagree as Americans on some things, but we had basic moral assumptions that we all agreed upon. And now we're living in completely 2 different moral universes. And the reason for that is because they are trying to change the moral universes, and they're being propped up by the left-wing liberal media, where, you know, wrong is becoming right and right is wrong. And it's so disgusting. And that's why somebody like Charlie Kirk, who had incredible ideas and was able to change the hearts and minds of the young, you know, generation specifically, now these guys are trying to hijack the movement, and they're becoming these icons with the younger generation. And we need to fight back against that significantly. It's dark, it's evil, and it's disgusting. But we have to change our culture, and we have to fundamentally reject this.
Listen, he can say what he wants. That's not my biggest problem. My biggest problem is he is a sought-after campaigner for people running for the U.S. Senate, like El Sayed. And this is where, at what point do we, you know, stand up and say, this is just completely unacceptable? And I don't know. I mean, Mike Rogers is up by 4 in the last poll I saw. You know, at what point do people in Michigan say they cannot, in good conscience, elect somebody like this?
Yeah, it all comes down to the ballot box. And, you know, we've seen over time, you know, we don't have enough people coming out to vote. And unfortunately, we need to ensure that people do get out there, that they do get involved in primaries, that they do get involved in general elections, because we have a voice. We, the people, in a republic that we have, with a representative republic, we get to decide who is our elected officials. And the only way to stop this madness is if we organize and if we push back. Because if we don't, these DSA candidates will continue to get stronger. The Hassan Pikers of the world will continue to campaign for them, and they will slowly and surely manipulate an entire generation. And that's why we need to put an end to this madness by actually voting in common sense people, but doing our part. And so I urge, you know, listeners on here to be vigilant. And, you know, this stuff has been creeping into our country, socialism and communism, since the 1920s. And only now are we seeing the incredible repercussions of it, and having these people who fundamentally hate America quite simply now in elected positions of power. Why? Because we, the people, need to remain vigilant. We need to push back. And the only way to do that is by getting involved and making sure that our voice counts at the ballot box.
Lyndon, we'll give you the last 35 seconds, but I'm going to tell you something. This is all on the ballot this election year. And I'm just warning people, this is more critical than any midterm I've ever covered in my life, and I've covered quite a few.
Yeah, I think this is no longer some dark corner on the internet. This has become very mainstream, and this is very simple. It is making sure your neighbor gets out to vote. It is texting your friends. It's going and doing kind of that grassroots thing that on the right that we kind of look at the left sometimes and they do like this grassroots organization and we're like, oh, we don't have to do that. We're the silent majority. And the silent majority has won, but this needs to be a wake-up call because we're so involved in it in the media and in conservative media every single day, and we fight every single day to tell the truth. But this is real. Al-Sayed, very, very real. And you have to make sure you are putting your money where your mouth is, put your mouth where your neighbors are. Tell them to go vote because this is not some faraway fantasy. This is real life, and we're seeing it in states that are normally red states even have this issue as well. So it's very serious and very dire, and show up in November and vote.
71 days till Election Day. Thank you both. Appreciate you being with us.
Back to school season is busy, I know, but making your home shine, that doesn't have to be one of your problems. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash had my house, driveway, deck, even the roof looking spotless, and I did not even have to be home. Their soft washing keeps everything safe, no damage, just results you'll love. And with more than 2,000 five-star reviews, you'll see why everybody's calling Wise Guys. New customers, mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book today at wiseguysprowash.com. Wise Guys, the wise choice for your home.
ABC News, I'm Stephanie Officer. The Supreme Court in a 6-3 decision this afternoon clearing the way for President Trump to implement portions of his March executive order on mail-in voting. The court said, in essence, all the order amounted to, in the court's majority view, was the equivalent of an internal memo to internal staff within the executive department. ABC News legal contributor and Hofstra Law School professor James Sample.
The argument was the states have not yet been ordered to do anything. Therefore, the states have not yet been harmed. Therefore, the states, when they sued after this executive order was issued back in April, were in essence suing too soon.
Nevada's Hawk Fire has now burned through more than 15,000 acres. The National Guard has been deployed. ABC's Melissa Adon in Reno.
Jennifer Alvarado had to scramble when she got the call to evacuate her young daughter on that cot, still in her cheerleader uniform.
The Red Cross has been amazing, but we all want to go home.
This is ABC News.
If you don't like the weather in Atlanta, just wait a few minutes. It'll change. Ashley Frasca for Finley Roofing, the roof guys, the folks I trust for roofing, windows, and doors. Constant weather changes break down your roof, and it can lead to water in your home. So how's your roof holding up? Well, there's only one way to know for sure. With a free roof analysis from Finley Roofing, the perfect match for your roofing, window, and door needs. Schedule your free roof analysis right now at finleyroofing.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, Atlanta, 191 Peach Street, Atlanta, Georgia. Thou pound law. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
When you found the one, why wait to find the ring? For the entire month of August, T. Geller & Son is offering 0% APR financing for 60 months. That's 5 full years to pay with no interest on the engagement ring you've always imagined. For just a little more each month, you can upgrade to Timeless Platinum, choose a larger center diamond, or even add the matching wedding band now instead of later. With 0% APR financing for 60 months, the ring you really want may be more affordable affordable than you think. D. Geller & Son has Atlanta's best selections of engagement rings and diamonds, from classic solitaires to completely custom designs. Their expert gemologists and on-site jewelers will guide you every step of the way, making the process easy, exciting, and memorable. So if forever is in the plans, don't miss 0% APR financing for 60 months. Available all month long. Visit D. Geller & Son in Kennesaw and Sandy Springs. Learn more and pre-apply online at dgeller.com.
It's Chris Chandler here when you join us Tuesday starting at 5 for Atlanta's Morning News. What Clark wants you to do with your credit card balance. And our Grand for Groceries contest is underway. We'll play again Tuesday on Atlanta's Morning News on 95.5 WSB.
11:33 in the Loud Security Systems Traffic Center. Right now, we're seeing some construction on the West Side Freeway. I-20 eastbound at Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Ongoing construction there is knocking out a right lane. That's causing you to slow down as you approach the perimeter. We're also seeing some trouble in DeKalb County on 85 southbound at Jimmy Carter Boulevard. 4 right lanes are blocked due to construction. I'm Isabella Rodriguez, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upward. Sunny skies for Tuesday, highs in the mid-90s, dropping down to the low 70s on Wednesday morning. Wednesday and Thursday, partly cloudy skies through the afternoon hours. A few rain showers and thunderstorms with highs in the upper 80s to low 90s.
Sean Hannity talks to the people involved in the top stories of the day, every day. Sean Hannity is on.
All right, 25 to the top of the hour, 800-941-SEAN, our number this Monday, if you want to be a part of the program. Why do we spend so much time? Think about this. We all do the same thing. You spend time taking pictures, going back in the day, when the baby's born, the baby's first steps, the first day of school, kindergarten graduation, grammar school graduation, high school graduation, first day of college graduation. You take all these videos. Where are all of those VHS tapes? Where are those camcorder tapes? Where are those film reel tapes? Where are those pictures? Where are those negatives? Probably deteriorating in an attic or a closet somewhere, or in the basement somewhere, or maybe even out in the garage. And you spend all that time to preserve these memories, and you never look at them, you never share them. Now, that's where LegacyBox.com comes in, founded over a decade ago. They've been with us for nearly a decade now, and they will take all of these tapes. They'll send you a box. You fill it up with all your family memories, VHS, camcorder, reel-to-reel, you name it, photos, negatives. They will hand digitize everything right here in the USA, return your originals with digital copies that you can share easily day in and day out. And imagine you get, videos of people maybe that passed on in your life that you love, and you get to see and hear from them again. Or, you'll have the knowledge of knowing your great grandchildren because of your, foresight, will be able to know what you look like and you sounded like, and what their family roots are. Anyway, it's simple to do. Just go to LegacyBox.com/Hannity. Right now, you'll save a fortune. LegacyBox.com/Hannity. And preserve these family memories. You spend so much time, taking those videos, taking those pictures. You might as well use them every day, and you'll be doing it for your entire family. It's a great gift for everybody. All right, 800-941-SEAN this Monday, if you want to be a part of the program. Christina is in New Jersey. What's up, Christina? Jersey, how you doing? How's the Jersey Shore?
Hi, Sean. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm sorry you're still in New Jersey. You need to get out of there. You need to take a trip down south a little bit.
I think you're right. And to your point about men playing women's sports, I wanted to go back to when you said men are stronger than women. You are very correct in that. And
well, I did put one caveat in there. I said generally. There are exceptions, but generally speaking, men are physically stronger, biologically stronger than women. Now, again, there are exceptions. And, you know, do I think even 15 years, training mixed martial arts, that there's not a female mixed martial artist that could kick my you-know-what? Yeah, I do think that's true. However, generally speaking, men are physically stronger than women, but it doesn't mean better. It doesn't mean superior to. There are things that I find women, generally speaking, are far more nurturing than men are. I mean, they got this innate quality that is beautiful to me, just like they can bear children. I don't know any biological men that can bear children, except for cisgender Tellerico wants them to have the right to abortion, which I can't explain.
Well, I would just like to say, anatomically, what you said was correct. Men have literally more muscle mass than women. Women have more fat cells than men for many different.
Is that true? That part I didn't know.
That is absolutely anatomically correct. And moreover, people were saying they want to define a woman. The WNBA is trying to literally make a definition for women. I think we have that definition. I think we all have mothers. Everyone has a mom.
No, but you know what the biggest problem is? They can't do it. I mean, that's the biggest problem. And now they've got themselves in a box because now men are trying to get into the WNBA. But then they had a big meeting and they couldn't define what a woman is. Then you have all these coaches in the WNBA that are standing, for trans and standing against Sophie Cunningham. Protests erupted in New York, I guess, over the weekend. But the WNBA has no idea the mess that they've gotten themselves in. And Sophie Cunningham, God bless her, stays firm. I'll give you an example. There was a fan that claimed the WNBA team changed her scoreboard message thanking XXXY Athletics. I mean, according to the Athletics founder, Jennifer Say, whose brand has played a small role in recent anti-trans this whole debate. Trans lives matter, clashing with Sophie Cunningham before the WNBA game. The WNBA commissioner, I'm just giving you the updates on this woman, Kathy Engelbert, denouncing those she claims as sowing divisiveness. She's the one. What does the W stand for? Okay, if you want men to, be a part of the draft next year, good luck, but it'll no longer be the WNBA.
That's right. And you know what? The definition of a woman isn't in question here. The definition of transgender is a little bit more important. I went through the ICD-10-CM. It's a book of medical coding. It's diagnosis coding. And you want to know what the diagnosis for transgender is? It's categorized under psychological disorder. It's called the gender identity disorder. The code is F64.0. Literally, I kid you not. And they're not changing it. It wasn't changed this year. So it's the same code. So if the medical industry is diagnosing them as having a psychological disorder, maybe that's why things are getting so violent. Maybe. I feel very bad for Sophie. Very bad. She should not be subjected to that. Nope.
Look, I'm going to tell you something. This woman has an enormous amount of courage. I have a tremendous respect for her. I feel sorry that she's living through all of this. She's a young woman, and she seems to handle it really well. I will say that. I know a lot of people that come under fire, and it gets very, very hard for them to get on, being under fire. And protests are erupting at every game. I'm going to tell you how this is going to end. They are in they've created such a quandary for themselves that what's going to happen is if they invite men to play in the WNBA, it's just not going to end well. It's like you go woke, you go broke. What part of the Bud Light Dylan Mulvaney story did they not get? And, you know, the only team I'm interested in is the Indiana Fever. That's it. Because of Sophie Cunningham first. I like Caitlin Clark. I wish she would have stood up for her teammate.
Yeah, I agree.
The coach should have stood up for her too, and it was disappointing.
I agree. I agree. I don't know what's up with that coach. When you cause violence to someone,
Well, then she claimed that she didn't see the foul and said we can all go to hell. Okay, thank you. Very nice of you.
That but she said they were for equality, or no, we were for everyone, but everyone else can go to hell. I was like, okay.
Okay, you know, whatever you want.
Yes.
Christina, appreciate you. You're always welcome in the free state of Florida. That's all I can say. Paying a lot of taxes in New Jersey. By the way, Linda, did you see the Chinese robot? They're having like the Chinese, what are they calling it? The World Humanoid Robot Games in Beijing. And anyway, did you see how fast those robots run? It's cracking me up. I'm just dying laughing. The 100-meter dash set a record of 9.58 seconds in 2009, was edged out by this Beijing ex-humanoid robot named Lightning Bolt. Ran the 100 meters at 9.39 seconds, smashing into a blue wall. It was hilarious.
She's having a minor technical difficulty. I saw the robots, and I'm freaked out.
Why are you freaked out by that? That doesn't freak me out at all.
Oh, God. I mean,
I just was entertained by it. It was entertaining as hell.
Right, we're going to have the robot Olympics now?
To be honest, it caught my attention. I'll put it that way. I mean, you know, we're now at the point, if you're following Tesla and Elon Musk, and every year they update and they upgrade their Tesla robot. I mean, they're trying to make this, it's sort of like the Henry Ford Model T experiment, and make it affordable. Remember, Henry Ford wanted every one of his employees to be able to afford one of his cars. And that was one of his missions, and make it available for the public. And, you know, if we get to the point where these robots are perfected and they can cut your lawn and clean your dishes and vacuum your home, and I don't have to do those mundane chores anymore, I don't want to do them anyway. And you can have a robot do it. How cool is that? I think it's awesome.
Well, I don't want Usain Bolt's records taken over by a robot. I don't want that.
Why does that impact you at all?
I'm sorry, human achievement in sports, that still means something, I would hope.
It does mean something. That's separate and apart from all of it.
Well, I tell you, if somebody nicknames an AI Skynet, I'm leaving. I am leaving.
I love how people are getting worked up about this. It's cracking me up. Scott in Kansas. Hey, Scott, how are you?
Hi, Sean. Thank you for taking my call. I have to bring up a point about the socialists. They are so involved in deciding how much more money everybody should be paying the government for whatever, thing they have in mind to do. But they had such a hard time, the Democrat socialists, when President Trump got in and Elon Musk got his Doge committee going, and they were trying to find the waste and fraud in the government. They just went crazy. And I'm thinking, why don't you do that before you decide that you need to charge me more taxes?
Look, we learned this under Reagan. I think when all is said and done, and again, I'm just hoping that this midterm turns out the way we want. I hope everybody's hearing my message loud and clear that this is the most important midterm in our lifetime. But Reagan doubled revenues to the government. The problem is government spends too much money. For every new dollar he brought in, again, doubling revenues in 8 years, they spent $1.25. That's the idea that people put their faith, hope, trust, and belief in government, to me, is based on nothing but failure. It's like this is none of what is being talked about, discussed, debated today about democratic socialism, what's on their website, is rooted in reality. It's all been tried before. And yet the people that gave you your failed government schools, again, spending more per capita on education per student than any other country in the industrialized world with the worst results, those people that want to defund the police, that's not going to work out well, or no bail, or want open borders, etc. All of these free things that they talk about, well, Social Security is going bankrupt, government health care is going bankrupt, Obamacare promises were never fulfilled. Why would you trust them? The idea is, and we've gotten away from educating our kids. We indoctrinate them. We don't educate them anymore into the idea of freedom and liberty. So, if it's one of the great blessings we have in this country, and, with it comes individual responsibility. The idea that, if you believe rights come from God, not from government, and God instills in every human being, and I believe it's the same God that created every man, woman, and child, a talent, ability, then it's at some point, if you nurture that child and you love them and you feed them and you clothe them and you give them good values and you teach them how to, grow up as they will be as adults, at some point they will find their purpose in this life and they'll find their talents that God gave them and they'll contribute to the advancement of society and mankind. That's the goal. But the idea that so many will give up that liberty in the name of false security is dangerous. And it's failed every single time it's tried. Doesn't matter what name it's given. In the current iteration, it's New Green Deal, socialism, statism, communism. It's all the same thing. And it never works. Freedom works. This country has created, more liberty, more freedom, the greatest standard of living that the world has ever seen. But why do people that come from communist countries, get a breath of freedom and they just take off and excel at levels we never dreamed of before? Because they never had that chance. I hope that was helpful. Scott, thank you, man. Appreciate it. 800-941-SEAN is our number. I can't believe it's 25 years ago, but that's September 11th, 01. Since then, our friends at the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, they have embarked on the most comprehensive commemoration in their history. And it's one that honors the past. It serves those in need today. It educates generations of tomorrow. And at the heart of this effort is Steel Across America. It's a nationwide campaign, and and Frank Siller started this. It's transporting a 24-foot steel beam that was recovered from the World Trade Center, and it's bringing it all across the country to communities far and wide. And they're doing this from May through September, a powerful symbol of reverence, resilience. And it is, visiting landmark locations and sporting events and town halls, creating moments of connection for those that lived through 9/11 and educational opportunities for those that were maybe not born or too young to remember. Now, this journey represents more than remembrance. It is a bridge between generations and a reminder that the spirit of service embodied by the FDNY and people like Frank Siller's brother, firefighter Steven Siller, he died that day, and so many others, continues to inspire Americans. Look, this great work only continues through your generosity. Whatever you can do. Now, if you have land, you can donate land. You have a car, you can donate a car. You want to make one big donation, that's awesome. Or maybe just give up $2 Starbucks a month and give $11 a month so this great work continues. Please go to their website, especially in this 25-year anniversary year of 9/11, and just do it because we want to always honor those that risk their lives for our communities and our country. It's the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org. The letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation.
The newsmakers you won't hear anywhere else. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
If you've been thinking about selling your home this year, now is the time. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can sell your home fast and for more than you expect. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can sell your home stress-free, make the most money, and move when you're ready. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home and skip the hassle of constant cleaning and costly repairs. When you receive a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. One of our clients, BR, said, Mark Spain Real Estate sold my home within 30 days. We received 4 offers in just a week. Thanks to them, the process was by far the easiest and the quickest. I definitely recommend them to my friends and family. Don't worry about the inconveniences of selling your home. The guaranteed offer makes selling your home simple. Trust the top real estate team in the U.S. and find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. I'm consumer investigator Dale Cardwell.
And I'm Monica Pearson. Dale and I have worked together for years, first at WSB, and today helping you find Georgia's best companies and sharing why they're the best.
Monica, one of the first companies I researched and recommended is AMCO Transmissions and Total Car Care. For more than a dozen years, they've consistently met my 7-point standard and honored my Make It Right guarantee. And I know you believe in AMCO just as much as I do.
People who follow my advice literally stop me on the street and thank me for referring them to AMCO.
We all need mechanics we can trust for correct diagnosis, sufficient repair, and fair price. Not just for transmission repair, but engines, brakes, check engine lights, and so much more. Call the locally owned AMCO near you.
And I know their nationwide warranty protects you everywhere.
That's AA.
MCO.
Proud supporters of iPaw Rescue, a nonprofit founded by legendary business activist Carl Icahn, where 100% of donations go to saving dogs' lives. That's AA MCO.
Tune in for Retire Ready now at 3 p.m. every Saturday. Get up-to-date retirement insights, market updates, and financial strategies with my retirement advisor, David Nicholas, and the team at Nicholas Wealth Management. That's Retire Ready with Nicholas Wealth, Saturdays now at 3 p.m.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
On BritBox, your next hidden gem is right around the corner.
If you're going to be bold, here is the place to do it.
Get ready for Britain's most anticipated series, streaming exclusively on BritBox. Catch new seasons of favourites, including Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
You want someone to get murdered?
And the eagerly awaited new adaptation of Agatha Christie's iconic detective duo, Tommy and Tuppence.
Do you think we're actually really good at this?
Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Watch with a free trial.
Get the WSB Radio app.
This story is breaking right now.
Get notifications from your source for news.
If you have the WSB Radio app, then you saw the breaking news.
Get
the WSB Radio app.
Don't miss a thing with the WSB app.
Download it from the App Store today.
Chris Chandler here. Is your homeowner's insurance spying on you? Clark Howard investigates Tuesday starting at 5 a.m. on Atlanta's Morning News on 95.5 WSB.
We've all been there.
Bumper to bumper all the way back before.
Counting the minutes before we know we're going to be late because we couldn't count on a traffic app.
Crash knocks out 4 left lanes, including the express lane.
There is one thing you can count on. Triple team traffic on WSB.
3 right lanes shut down.
We know the highways. We know the streets. And we know the shortcuts.
Avoid the area by taking Buford Highway as an alternate route.
And all you need to do is listen.
More experience.
More reliable. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Triple team traffic.
95.5 WSB. How Atlanta gets there.
All right, that's going to wrap things up for today. Hannity tonight, 9 Eastern on the Fox News Channel. We are loaded up. All right, radicalism, socialism, speaking to people on the street is very entertaining and fun. Brianna Lyman will do that. Tim Scott will join us today. Senator, South Carolina, Reince Priebus, Riley Gaines, Nancy Grace will join us. I'm telling you, this Lindsay Clancy case, it's not a slam dunk. I'm telling you, there's going to be a twist in this that nobody expects. Mark my words. Don't get your hopes up. Anyway, all coming up tonight, 9 Eastern. Hannity on Fox. We'll see you tonight. Set your DVR. Back here tomorrow. Thank you for making this show possible.
Today, we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Jeremy.
I've been a RockAuto.com customer for over 15 years, and now even my kids order their parts there. Prices are always far lower than the local auto parts store. Selection is massive, and the site makes it unbelievably easy to find exactly what we need. Every order shows up fast, and the quality is always top tier. RockAuto.com has earned my trust for life, and I highly recommend them.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
Professional wrestling fans, the action continues every week. Watch TNA Thursday Night Impact every week on AMC.
It is like electricity flowing through your veins.
Don't miss the adrenaline, the drama, and the total non-stop action.
No one can ever be as good as this right here.
Don't miss the action of TNA Thursday Night Impact every week on AMC. For showtimes and more information, visit TNAWrestling.com.
WSB's Ashley Frasca with the top 3 things you can do this week to keep things green and growing.
Number 1, powdery mildew affects many ornamentals when days are warm and nights are cool, which we're coming up on in high humidity too. Good cultural practices are prevention. Grow resistant varieties, prune overlapping branches, and space the plants out so they receive good air circulation. Number 2, time to dim the lights for birds. Fall migration period began around the middle of the month. Birds Georgia recommends reducing your outdoor lighting through mid-November. And number 3, keep caterpillars around until you've properly identified them. Look for an article I posted on my website, WSBradio.com/green and growing.
Green and Growing with Ashley Frasca. Plants, flowers, trees, and stuff. Saturday morning, 6 to 9 on 95.5 WSB. And on demand at WSBradio.com. WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
News, weather,
Traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
From ABC News, I'm Stephanie Officer. Nevada's Hawk Fire now burning across more than 15,000 acres. The National Guard has been deployed. ABC's Melissa Adon is there.
This is not far from downtown Reno. Really, we are at the heart of Reno. You just go out about 15 minutes. Those are the immediate first roadblocks that officials have set up. The National Guard is here. They're pushing out so many people because they had 45,000 people that were ordered to evacuate, then more than 40,000. So we're looking at almost 100,000 people that had orders either to evacuate or to be prepared to evacuate.
President Trump escalating his trade war with Canada. ABC's Rachel Scott at the White House.
Talk about a tit for tat between the U.S. and Canada. Look, this is one of our largest trading partners. Obviously, it's our closest ally right to the north. President Trump imposed that 50% tariff on about $20 billion worth of Canadian goods. Canada's vowing to respond. President Trump now says that he'll slap 50% tariffs on Canadian car parts, cars, trucks, and steel. And Mark Carney is now saying that he's going to announce even more tariffs, retaliatory tariffs, this morning.
The parents of Alex Preddy, the 37-year-old Virginia nurse killed by a federal agent in Minneapolis in January, speaking out on ABC's Good Morning America Tuesday morning. Michael and Susan Preddy.
We watched it on TV, and it's like, that's our son. That's Alex. And they killed him. No one called us. No one...
we still haven't heard from him.
Yeah, that's how we found out.
After meeting much backlash and stewing in hot water over a kid's Halloween costume, appearing to depict blackface and racist minstrel show imagery, Target is out with an apology. The retailer saying in part, quote, "As a company, we got this wrong and we are deeply sorry. We know this is especially hurtful for our Black guests, team members, and partners." Target's statement went on to say it won't happen again. You're listening to ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Most home sellers get one offer.
American
It's
cattle
somewhere
farmers say
between
they're
lowball
disappointed in
and
President
not
Trump's
good enough.
decision to.
Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors, all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
You don't need to tell me budgets are tight. Economic uncertainty, global politics, AI taking jobs we used to think were safe. Nobody wants to spend money they don't have to. But you've got to do something nice for your family, don't you? A cookie for the dog, nice dinner for you and your better half. Wouldn't it be nice to do something special for the house you love without breaking the bank just to do it? And Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A new garage door can completely transform the look of your property. For way less than a major renovation or landscaping project, modern designs, whisper quiet, connects with your phone and your fancy new car, a few $1,000s can literally change the appearance of your whole house. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come show you the difference we can make. And that part won't cost you a dime.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Attorney Ken Nugent here. If you have an accident in Atlanta, we're your rescue squad.
We keep the insurance company on its toes. No delays.
No games.
No excuses. Our mission is to win the largest settlement possible for you.
One call, that's all.
Call Ken.com.
Tune in to Money Unleashed this weekend and learn the keys to a successful retirement with Chris Hoffman of the Hoffman Financial Group. You can check those show times at unleashyourmoney.com. Hoffman Financial Group, proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs.
12:05 in the Loud Security Systems Traffic Center. Right now, we're seeing construction ongoing in Kennesaw. Road construction on 75 northbound at Canton Road is blocking 2 right lanes. We're also seeing some ongoing construction on the Clayton County. Construction on 75 north near Forest Parkway is taking out 3 right lanes still, so expect some delays leaving Forest Park and heading north towards Atlanta. From the Loud Security Systems Traffic Center, I'm Isabella Rodriguez, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Just Christina upward. Sunny skies for Tuesday, highs in the mid-90s, dropping down to low 70s on Wednesday morning. Wednesday and Thursday, partly cloudy skies through the afternoon hours. A few rain showers and thunderstorms with highs in the upper 80s to low 90s. Be sure to tune in to Atlanta's Morning News coming up this morning at 5 o'clock for your news, traffic, and your full 5-day forecast.
Good evening, everyone. You're in the right place at the right time. This is Coast to Coast AM, blasting out of the Mojave Desert like a Scirocco, blazing across the land, slamming into your radio like a supercharged nanoparticle of unobtainium. Greetings from the boldest, bawdiest, most outrageous city in the world, the planetary capital of sun, fun, sin, sex, and secrets, my not-so-humble hometown, Las Vegas, Nevada. My name is George Knapp, your occasional host, designated driver of the airwaves, and moderator of tonight's upcoming cacophonous cavalcade of conversation. What's shaking out there? We are in the midst of a typical August scorcher here in the Mojave, just relentless heat day after day over much of the Southwest. mixed with thunderstorm and flash flood warnings. We did have a couple of days of cloudy skies, even a little bit of rain, which is so rare here in recent years. I think people were looking up at the sky wondering what those scant droplets of this unknown mystery liquid were falling from the sky. Some sort of alien attack, Martian bioweapons, precursor to the body snatcher seedlings dropped from the stratosphere. Seriously, longtime residents here who never really learned how to drive in rain don't recall what these newfangled weirdo windshield wipers are actually used for. They tend to fishtail on local streets. They roll through stop signs. They fearlessly drive right into seemingly shallow floodwaters and suddenly find their Volvo floating down the street in the midst of it. And, it's a little bit of rain, quickly evaporated, months of relentless heat, and that's at the south end of the state here. The northern half is on fire, literally, not figuratively, literally on fire. The governor of Nevada has declared a state of emergency today. A fire which started by a human on Saturday was so small, no one even was concerned about putting it out. It kept growing and whipped by the wind and grew some more, and now it's on the outskirts of Reno, forcing the emergency evacuation of some 45,000 people, with another 40 or 50,000 on standby to get the heck out of their homes at a moment's notice. It's a mess. And if that were the only fire burning in northern Nevada, maybe the emergency crews and firefighter teams would have the ability to kind of get it under control quickly, but it isn't the only one. At least 15 other wildfires started on the same day, yesterday, in the same state. Homes have burned. Thousands of people are without power. People have barely escaped in time with their kids and their dogs and not much else. Some had to be evacuated twice. They'd moved to someplace else. The fire moves. They had to move out again. Of course, in Oregon, more fires. In Washington State, huge fires have scorched thousands of acres, caused mass evacuations. Same thing up in British Columbia. The Associated Press reported it this way. They said months of dry weather and a record lack of snow this past winter across the American West have created prime fire conditions. There are maps created by AP and other news organizations which show the scope of the fires burning all across the West. And, no one wants to mention the forbidden words. The first one is climate. You know what the second one is because, millions of people would react all at once. But we've had 22 straight years of persistent drought out here, so bad that our two largest reservoirs, the largest ever built on this continent, are as low as they can get. It seems like something is unfolding here in the West. It gets pretty hard to pretend that everything is normal and fine, and this is how it's always been. I make no argument about the cause of what's unfolding. You can argue all you want yourself about that, but man, it's a really serious mess, and it's happening right now, right here. And our thoughts go out to all of those folks who are essentially on the run tonight, trying to stay one step ahead of the flames, hoping they'll have a home to return to. I hope those of you who are listening tonight are safe and sound and that things get better tomorrow. A couple of other news items quickly. Did you see the New York Times story about what's happening to wild horses? Now, I've yammered at you many times on this program and on other venues where I report news about the plight of these wild horses. And I've personally been reporting on this more than 30 years and have said before that the Wild Horse and Burro program might be the worst program in the entire federal government, which is saying a lot, given how bad government can be. This is not a new development under Trump. It's been bad regardless of which party's in power or who's president or who controls Congress, in spite of federal laws enacted almost unanimously, supported by a wide majority of the public decades ago to protect Mustangs and burros, especially out there on public ranges. Every year, the BLM conducts these horrific, brutal roundups, stampedes and scares and kills these wild horses. They chase mares and newborn foals. They round them up and then stash them in government corrals. A few of them get adopted out to citizens and get good homes, but most of the rest get stashed in these long-term holding facilities, and it costs millions and millions of dollars a year that you pay for, or they get sold to so-called killer buyers who buy them up at a very cheap price, ship them out of the country to be slaughtered for food. That's been the situation a long time. This year, it's somehow grown worse. Twice as many horses as ever are getting sent to slaughter, even though the law, as written, specifically says it cannot and should not happen. And it's pretty blatant. I think BLM knows it's happening right under their noses. They look the other way. The New York Times just did this big story. That's why I'm talking about it. They finally learned that this is underway. It's a real issue. They put together a really good piece, and the reaction has been huge and predictable. I mean, outrage is boiling over. I've seen it before. and we'll be very surprised if anything comes of it this time either. I mean, you got oil interests and mining interests and big ag and big beef, and they all have other uses in mind for tens of millions of public acres, which were specifically designed to hold the horses forever. So the horses have to go, regardless of what the public thinks, regardless of what the law says. It's just heartbreaking to see these roundups, even more so to see the Mustangs, who are supposedly protected by federal law. They split up from their families. They're crammed in these trailers, shipped off to slaughterhouses in Mexico to be carved up. Is the Time story going to be enough to get the public riled up? We can only hope so. On a cheerier note, we have a terrific doubleheader lined up for tonight, right down the middle of the coast-to-coast strike zone. Two great topics, two outstanding guests. Out there on the Western Ranges, of course, as I've mentioned before, all around the world, there's this odd, grisly mystery that's been unfolding for more than 60 years, maybe hundreds of years. Animal mutilations, carved up with surgical precision, often in the dead of night. The surgery is precise, sometimes cauterized wounds. The parts that are removed are usually the same. No tracks are left. There's no animal tracks, no vehicle tracks. The animals are emptied of blood. There's no blood on the ground, not even a drop. No tire tracks, no human prints. And in tens of thousands of cases across the world, especially here in North America, not one single person has ever been caught or charged or convicted. If these are rustlers, they're very good at it. If people, humans, are doing this, it's got to be a large group, well-organized, well-funded, stealthy as hell, persistent, since it's gone on for so long over such a wide area. And I said North America, but it's also South America. On 6 of the 7 continents, it's been reported. So who's doing it? And how do they pull it off? In this first half tonight, we'll be joined by a veteran homicide detective, a top cop, who solved countless murder cases, crimes committed by our fellow humans. Brian Fitzpatrick has focused his considerable forensic skills on these animal mutilation cases, as compiled a compelling and powerful account laid out similar to what he'd do for a murder indictment, ruling out the usual suspects and pointing in just one direction. Brian's new book is called The Operators and is sold. It's solid work. He joins us momentarily. In the second half tonight, another of my own favorite subjects involving a fascinating species near and dear to my heart, mantises, mantids. You probably heard me drone on and yammer about my little mantis sanctuary here at our home, which started back in 2014 with a single little critter that I rescued from our swimming pool. And I've spent the past 12 years protecting this little colony in our yard, keeping it safe from outside threats when possible, and watching them be born and live and grow and procreate. And my interests were more profound when a musician I know named Stuart Davis told us about his encounters with mantises, starting with one that turned up at his home on New Year's Eve and was approximately 8 feet tall. Not your typical mantis. Since that encounter was shared with us on this program, I've been studying mantis encounter cases, stories that have emanated from all over the world, and people who say they've been up close and personal with these huge mantis beings who seem to be the ones in charge of other species that are more commonly known as the Greys during these experiences, abductions, you might want to call them. So are these experiences real? Is there a race of mantid-like aliens from some other star system, or perhaps they live here on Earth in another dimension or time slot or physical reality? This idea, as wild as it may sound, is now the subject of a formal academic study by a top university in the UK. The academic in charge of that study, Professor David Luke, joins us 2 hours from now to explain why he wanted to do this, how he got it approved, and how the research is going to unfold. Can't wait to hear from him. Also, anyone out there who's had their own mantis experience, maybe you want to call in during that second half tonight to share your tale with us and the world and the professor. Webmaster Alec Fernandez and I have pulled together our usual assortment of items and oddities culled from news media around the world. We call it Naps News. You can find it on the Coast to Coast AM website. We have several tech-related articles, new efforts to look for ETs way out there in space, for example. Also an update on the current situation with Wild Horse Roundup, so you can get specific details in case you want to reach out to your member of Congress to give them an earful. Those and other stories in Naps News while you're on the website. Check out how to become a Coast Insider. The cost is about 15 cents a day. If you subscribe for a year, gives you access to a huge archive of programs and interviews, including the Art Bell Vault. You can listen anytime you want, as often as you want. It's a great deal. So, too, is a subscription to Beyond Belief. That's George Norrie's television program in which George interviews fascinating guests similar to what he does so well here on the radio. And with that, let's assume the position. Bring in the dog and the cat and any mantises who are up for a night indoors. Put on a pot of joe. Slide your bod into those silky summer jammies and your toes into your best bunny slippers. Plop yourself down in a comfy spot. Turn down the lights and turn up the radio because we're about ready to rumble. In a moment, Brian Fitzpatrick on the Mystery Mutilators. I'm George Knapp, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
When a major storm hits or the power goes out, cell service completely collapses. Phones won't connect and text messages won't send. Don't get stranded without the ability to communicate with your family. You need the ultimate emergency communication tool from Rapid Radios. We're talking about instant push-to-talk devices offering nationwide LTE coverage. You get unlimited range from coast to coast without dead zones. They hold a charge for up to 5 days when electricity is out, and the signal is protected with 256-bit encryption so no one can listen in. The best part? No contracts. Just turn them on and start talking. Right now, we're running a massive bundle event at rapidradios.com/bundle. When you buy 2 radios, you get 1 free. Buy 4, get 2 free. You can get up to 3 free bonus radios plus free shipping and a full year of service included. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your family today with a 30-day risk-free trial at rapidradios.com/bundle. That's rapidradios.com/bundle. Rapid Radios. Communication redefined.
Real people, real stories.
I coughed, and I coughed until I choked 24 hours a day. I couldn't even walk across my floor without literally coughing until I would gasp. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week, my coughing had stopped since I've taken the Carnivora. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "What happened? Why are you not coughing?" I told them what I'm doing, and he said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it."
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. That's carnivora.com.
Welcome back. As part of my TV job, I started in the late 80s looking into animal mutilation cases. Linda Howe, you remember her. She was greatly helpful back in those days, teaching me the ropes on how these things have unfolded, all the mysteries, and the fact that the situations are pretty similar across the board in terms of what happens to the animals, these surgical type cuts. More than 10,000 of the cases, I think, across North America by some estimates, primarily involving cattle, but also horses and other species. And whoever's doing it is pretty slick. No one's ever been caught or convicted. The parts that are taken with the surgical precision are kind of baffling, at least on the surface. The means used to pull it off, too, are baffling. Well, now there's a new investigator who's entered the mystery. He's a veteran police detective whose expertise helped solve untold numbers of homicide cases, and he's more recently focused his considerable forensic talents toward the mutilation mystery. His new book, The Operator, is a great piece of work, an excellent job of boiling down the facts to some certain hard-to-debate conclusions. Brian joins us now from his home in Nova Scotia to help walk us through this very macabre and ongoing puzzle. Brian, welcome.
Thanks, George. Thanks for having me.
You sent me a letter along with a copy of your book, The Operator, made the point that has occurred to me as well. You know, it's very poignant, I think, right now. Most of the public focus these days seems to be on the tech, on UFOs, on crash saucers and metamaterials and alien bodies if they exist. And that's where Congress's focus is as well, you know, assuming these aliens exist, and very little public attention on the occupants of those craft and what they've been doing. Human abductions, animal mutilations, if they're responsible. Your focus in The Operator is on animal mutilations, and you're right, they're still happening. The public is looking the other way. How did you get started down this road? Was there a specific incident or case that grabbed your attention?
I think the main case that caught my attention was it's Alamosa, Colorado. and that happened in 1967. So what that file or mutilation was about, it was a horse, and it was a mare named Lady, and Lady was stripped of flesh, brain, heart, lungs, thyroid removed, and the doctor that did the examination looked at the tissue microscopically on the incisions and found that the wound margin was cooked and not burned. And he said this would have to be done at a minimum of hundreds of degrees. So what I did is I looked into lasers themselves. And this is in 1967. The CO2 laser wasn't invented until 1964. And the first surgical CO2 laser didn't come into production until 1970. And if you look at some of these lasers from the 1970s, they're large and bulky, and they are not portable. So the time frame is off. So we're 3 full years before the surgical laser even existed, and then even it's called the femtosecond laser technology, and it's the only process that gets close to zero carbon residue but still leaves some, that I've learned. And it didn't exist in practical form until the 1990s. And it doesn't produce the kind of heat that the doctor in 1967 noticed. And so, the first animal mutilation case I ran into, there's no cutting instrument that existed on the planet in 1967 that could have done what was done to that horse. And that's how this book got started.
I recall the name of that guy, John Altshuler. Linda Howe used to talk to him, used him as a consultant as a regular basis, and he was pretty mystified, as all the other veterinarians who've tackled this mystery. There aren't many of them that come forward, though. Did you have a tough time getting consultation from people who are experts who've seen dead animals, know the cause of death of thousands of dead animals, but couldn't figure this one out?
Yeah, this book is a drop in the bucket. As you've said, there's tens of thousands of cases out there. And this book came from online documents and literature that I found. And that's where I did my research. The reason why I did that is I wanted this book to get out fairly quickly because of the disclosure movement that's going on right now. And now that this one's done, I am now moving to firsthand accounts, and the follow-up to this book will be firsthand accounts from ranchers, veterinarians, from sheriff's offices all around the United States, and from the RCMP in Canada. And now I'm going to build an actual firsthand reports. And if I can get the information that I found out of this book by online literature, can you imagine what we could find with firsthand accounts?
Well, when you get down that road, let me know. I've saved a bunch of the police reports from here in Nevada. There were cases back into the 60s and 70s that were investigated by rural sheriffs, and a couple of those have been very helpful over the years, and they remain mystified, as are the law enforcement in Oregon, where the most recent outbreak of these things have happened. I had a chance to work on this Netflix show back in 2023 and went up to Oregon and met with some of these ranchers, and they're spooked by it, and they should be. It's weird.
It is, yeah. Yeah, I've actually been talking to some sheriffs in Oregon and a rancher that sent me some really good photos. So yeah, you're right. There's lots of activity right now in Oregon.
This one family that I got to meet up there, they've been in the business a long time. They had two very bizarre mutilation incidents involving bulls, and it was in snow. There was no tracks, no blood, no anything. But they hadn't, they're not UFO people. They're not investigators. They're not into the paranormal. They don't put other pieces of the puzzle together. So as I'm spending some time with them and getting to know them a little bit, went to the site where the mutilations had happened. I asked, have you seen any UFO activity here? They said, yeah, by the way, we have seen some gigantic UFO appearances, huge craft right over our land. And in fact, we've got these patches in our ground where the grass won't grow anymore, where something seemed to have landed. So they had UFO sightings and crop circle type formations, landing site trace case type stuff. They didn't put those clues together. It's not because they're dumb. They just haven't gone down this road before. You have to look at kind of the whole picture to figure out what's going on, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. And, I've also heard some things that some of the ranchers, when they do get these cattle mutilations, and some of these ranchers have had a few over, the decades, and they're sort of getting to the point now that, when they do a necropsy, they can't find the cause of death. So they kind of get frustrated and they're not calling them in and they're just burying the animal and not making a report of it. And, I think it's really important if we want to get to the bottom of what's going on here, we need any information that we can from these ranchers. And I do have a website currently set up. And if a rancher wants to submit what have happened, they can go to www.cattlemutilationreport.com, and I have a form and directions on what I need to do an assessment. I don't use your private information. I just want the data, and any small pieces of information that could be brought my way would be great for the next book, and we can try to get to the bottom of what's going on here.
Yeah, I hope you get a lot of response to that. We'll repeat that and then post it on the website here, coasttocoastam.com, and so that people can find you. I would expect you're going to get a lot of emails. We're talking with Brian Fitzpatrick. His new book is called The Operator, 6 Continents, 60 Years, Zero Arrests. Going to jump into some of his findings as soon as we get back here on Coast to Coast AM.
Selling your old car on your own can be a nightmare. Shelley Winter here. I know you don't want to deal with placing ads, prepping the vehicle, meeting potential buyers, and negotiating. Save yourself a lot of time and stress by simply donating your vehicle to Cars for Kids. It's so easy, and you'll get a tax receipt for your charitable donation, a vacation voucher, and painless removal of your car. Go to carsforkids.org today. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law.
Morgan & Morgan, Atlanta, 191 Peach Street, Atlanta, Georgia. Dial Pound Law. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather, traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
ABC News, I'm Stephanie Officer. The Hawk Fire in Nevada now burning across more than 15,000 acres. The National Guard is there, while firefighters try to save homes from the fast-moving flames. ABC's Melissa Adon in Reno.
Jennifer Alvarado had to scramble when she got the call to evacuate her young daughter on that cot, still in her cheerleader uniform.
The Red Cross has been amazing, but we all want to go home.
In an exclusive interview with ABC News, Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff, says he does not believe Carmelo Anthony's conviction and prison sentence can bring his family justice. This after a judge denied Carmelo Anthony's request for a new trial in the fatal stabbing of his then 17-year-old son at a Texas high school track meet. Metcalf saying he got handed a life sentence along with the rest of his family. Now 19-year-old Anthony was convicted of murder in June and sentenced to 35 years behind bars. This is ABC News.
A DUI conviction could cost you your career, threaten your way of life, and even compromise your future job prospects. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. With all this on the line, trust only the best. George Stein, the DUI lawyer. Go to georgestein.com.
You don't need to tell me budgets are tight. Economic uncertainty, global politics, AI taking jobs we used to think were safe. Nobody wants to spend money they don't have to. But you've got to do something nice for your family, don't you? A cookie for the dog, nice dinner for you and your better half. Wouldn't it be nice to do something special for the house you love without breaking the bank just to do it? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A new garage door can completely transform the look of your property. For way less than a major renovation or landscaping project, modern designs, whisper quiet, connects with your phone and your fancy new car, a few $1,000s can literally change the appearance of your whole house. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come show you the difference we can make. And that part won't cost you a dime.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
At Georgia Power, we want to help you save money and energy during the heat of summer with 3 easy tips. First, set your thermostat to 78 degrees and use a ceiling fan to help circulate air. Second, keep your air vents clear and change your filter monthly. And third, turn your lights off when you're not using them. Please visit georgiapower.com/myenergy for more tips, information on different rate plans, and energy assistance options.
Sponsored by Georgia Power.
Back to school season is busy, I know, but making your home shine, that doesn't have to be one of your problems. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash had my house, driveway, deck, even the roof looking spotless, and I did not even have to be home. Their soft washing keeps everything safe, no damage, just results you'll love. And with more than 2,000 five-star reviews, you'll see why everybody's calling Wise Guys. New customers, mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book today at wiseguysprowash.com. Wise Guys, the wise choice for your home.
Grocery prices keep going up.
But WSB's Grand for Groceries will help.
It really is right about now.
5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Oh, no!
Your first chance to win is this morning at 8 a.m.
WSB's Grand for Groceries.
From 95.5 WSB.
1234 from the Loud Security Systems Traffic Center. Right now, we're seeing ongoing construction on the freeway I-20 westbound right at I-285 in Fulton County is knocking out 2 right lanes due to construction. That could slow your ride down on the west side as you head towards the perimeter. And in Clayton County, we're still tracking construction on 75 northbound near Forest Parkway. Construction is knocking out 3 right lanes, so expect some delays leaving the Forest Parkway area up towards the downtown area. I'm Isabella Rodriguez, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upward. Sunny skies for Tuesday, highs in the mid-90s, dropping down to low 70s on Wednesday morning. Wednesday and Thursday, partly cloudy skies through the afternoon hours. A few rain showers and thunderstorms with highs in the upper 80s to low 90s.
Listening to Coast AM with George Knapp.
That's Elvin Bishop, great old blues song called Party Till the Cows Come Home. Not sure there's much party going on among the cows we're talking about in this evening. The book is called The Operator, 6 Continents, 60 Years, 0 Arrests by a longtime homicide detective, Brian Fitzpatrick. We're going to get into why these particular cows, why this species, why these cows, and why these particular body parts are taken by the mystery surgeons in our next segment here on Coast to Coast AM. Stick around.
Identity theft can cost more than you think.
Drained investment accounts, stolen tax returns, lost wages, expenses for lawyers. It's a lot. That's why LifeLock is backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which covers up to $3 million for the most comprehensive plan. So if your money is stolen due to identity theft, they've got your back. If you have personal expenses while resolving identity theft, like paying for travel or extra child care, LifeLock has your back. Need coverage for lost wages because work had to take a back seat throughout all of this? You guessed it, LifeLock has your back. Plus, there's coverage if you need to pay fees for lawyers and experts to resolve your case. Don't face the burden of identity theft alone. Protect your future and finances with LifeLock. Join today and save up to 30% your first year with promo code GEORGE. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com, and when you're there, use promo code GEORGE to save 30%. Terms apply.
High-quality meat, unbeatable freshness, and a family-style commitment to care, that's the Heartland difference. Heartland Steak Co. is your go-to source for premium Midwest meats, delivered straight to your door. Whether you're hosting a backyard barbecue, planning weeknight dinners, or giving someone the gift of Midwest flavor, Heartland Steak Co. is perfect for any occasion. Hand-cut and hand-picked from the Heartland. Our premium selection includes USDA Prime and Choice Beef, all-natural pork, chicken, and more. Save time and money with easy online ordering and expertly prepared grill master packages, freezer filler bundles, holiday gift boxes, all flash frozen for peak freshness. Go to heartlandsteakco.com and use promo code BURGERS to get 2 free 4-count packages of premium steak burgers with orders over $149.99. Heartland Steak Co., your one-stop shop for straight-to-your-door Midwest meat. Taste the Heartland difference at heartlandsteakco.com. Again, that's code BURGERS to get 2 free 4-count packages of premium steak burgers with orders over $149.99.
Brian Fitzpatrick, I think you do a great job at just boiling things down, eliminating possible explanations that people have used over the years to kind of write this thing off and getting down to the nitty gritty. You know, I recall the FBI investigation decades ago, back in the 60s, they hired this ex-FBI agent to look into it. And I think he concluded it was mostly predators, coyotes and such, mountain lions, things of that sort, which was, I think the ranchers wanted to riot. They know what a predator attack looks like. How do you write that one off quickly? What do you use to explain that one away?
So explain away the fact
the idea
it's a
that predators are responsible.
I think it's very simple. Definitely some of these cattle do fall victim of predator kills. I don't know what the percentage is, but the things that I look at that puts an animal in the category of these mutilations is the first thing is the laser precision cuts. Usually the mandible or the jaw is stripped of flesh on one side, and it's a perfect cut all the way around that mandible, and it's removed. And then there's a gland in there that's also removed. Usually an ear is taken, the tongue is taken, the sexual organs are taken. An animal, an insect, a predator, and looking at the technology that's being used for these cutting, human, animal, or insect isn't responsible for these.
Like a predator, I've been at the site of more than I want to count of these attacks. Some while the animal's still there, and some afterward. And ranchers know when a mountain lion attacks, or a coyote or a wolf or something, there are teeth marks. There's blood on the ground. Right. There's blood still left in the animal. There's the majority of the cases we're talking about, there's nothing even close to that. There's no animal tracks. There's no blood on the ground. There's no human tracks. It's not predators, not standard predators for the bulk of the ones that we're talking about, right?
Exactly. Yes. And you're absolutely right. It's a predator kill is very different than what this is. This is surgical. And a lot of the thing that surprises me is the no blood on the scene and no blood within the animal. How that's happening, I don't know. I've been to many, unfortunately, I've been to many stabbing scenes. And when it's kind of graphic, but a human being that gets stabbed with their heart pumping with adrenaline, trying to save themselves, and a stab wound happens, and a human has about 4 to 5 liters of blood. there's arterial spray will go on the ceiling, on the walls. And as the stabbings happen, the knife is pulling stuff out and casting blood all over the place. The scene is just horrific. And when you look at one of these cattle mutilation scenes, a 1,200-pound animal usually has about 45 to 50 liters of blood within the animal. And the scene has not even a drop of blood outside around the area of the animal. And all the blood within the animal has been taken. The only time that, the only case file that I reviewed that was different was a case in Alberta, Canada, where a cow was mutilated and there was half a cup of blood found inside the cow's mouth. That's the only time in my research that I've found any blood left at the scene. And I hope they analyzed that, but I wasn't able to find if they analyzed that blood found within the mouth or not.
You mentioned at the beginning of our conversation about the 1967 horse case, Colorado, and you mentioned that it had been cooked, not burned. Is that still the case these days, that there's some kind of a high heat instrument that's used, or have you found that it's the mystery mutilators have moved on to something more like a scalpel?
I have seen cases that are similar to the high temperature, but I've also seen just a sharp cutting tool does the cuts. So like I rely heavily on that 1967 file for the, for the precision high temperature cuts. And there's more recent ones that I've seen the cutting tool and not the high heat.
We
So
had
it's a
some
little
of the
bit of both.
cases, some of the cases that were here in the 70s in rural Nevada. I recall the lawmen said that there were like pinking shear extractions, almost like somebody had cut the hide with pinking shears. Have you seen any of those in more recent cases, or was that an anomaly?
I would say it'd be an anomaly. I'm seeing perfect cuts. I wouldn't say it would be, the ones that I've seen, I wouldn't say would be scissors. It'd be more like like maybe a knife blade.
The first part of this book goes into the tools that are used by the mystery mutilators. And I'm not even sure you can call it mutilation, because it's more surgery than just wild mutilation. But you talk about the blood extraction system. And as you said, you can't really figure out how they do it. I mean, we can't do it. We humans can't do it. Not out in a rural setting in a cow pasture, right?
Exactly. 22 years of police work, I've never seen, a scene that has to do with, blood removal that wasn't a mess all over the place. Like, blood makes a mess. And when you have that much blood in an animal with a giant heart that's beating all that out, it's got to be some sort of tool that is sucking the blood out of the animal and it's not reaching outside the animal. And what that would be, I have no idea.
Another part of the mystery you listed in the section about tools is about extractions that are done without any cuts. And I've been to the scene of a couple of these where, an entire ball joint is taken out without a cut on the skin, or as you mentioned, the pericardium. Explain why those are mysterious and the incidents that you're talking about there.
So, yes. So the pericardium is the bag around the heart. And there's been 2 different cases 30 years apart where that sac was intact and not touched and the heart is gone. I did some pretty extensive research on that. And this is where I'll be talking to some experts, probably some surgeons about this, is that how is that even possible? And the research I've done is it is impossible. You have to cut that sac to be able to remove a heart.
And then there are cases where the spine is taken. In the San Luis Valley, you mentioned a Chris O'Brien case who consulted with a veterinarian. Can you describe what happened there?
Yes, so it was a precision cut next to the spine, and the entire spine was removed from the animal. How is that even possible? You know what I mean? Like all these stories, like the more you look at it, the stranger they get. And it just doesn't make any sense. And every one of these case studies that I looked at, I had more questions than answers when I was done.
And of course, there are cases where there's some physical evidence left behind by whatever vehicle is used to pick up these cows and drop them back off, if that's what happens. In particular, tripod marks a couple of times where people had reported seeing strange objects in the sky around the time of the mutilation. Can you address that general condition?
Sorry, George, you broke up there.
I'm asking about the aerial vehicles that are involved. I remember Linda Howe getting these early reports from ranchers seeing strange things in the skies around the time of the incisions, the mutilations. What's flying around out there, and why can't we catch them as well?
That's an excellent question. It'd be nice if we could. So yeah, from what I've researched, there's a couple of incidents where it's talked about an aerial platform. So that's lifting these animals. So you have an aerial platform that can lift a 1,200-pound animal and control that animal to do these precision procedures or cuts on the cow. There's one file in particular, and I want to say it was in Colorado, and it was a giant pasture, and there was new calves in the pasture, and the two ranchers were tagging them, like ear tagging them. And one calf was 85 pounds, and the two ranchers, and they have their dog with them as well. The two ranchers do the tagging of that cow, and then they go 400 meters away to tag another calf. About 45 to 60 minutes later, they come back to the first calf to make sure the tag worked, and the calf is mutilated. So the dog wasn't alerted of any strange noises. The two ranchers didn't notice or see anything. And it was snowing at the time, and all around the pasture is snow, and there's no tracks going in to the pasture. And this was an FBI investigation because the FBI was actually doing patrols in that area because there was mutilations going on, and that's who was able to investigate this. So, you know, that one is a very strong piece of evidence to say it was an aerial platform that came in and left that didn't make any noise. And I don't think we have anything in the world that would make no noise that could lift a 1,200-pound animal. And also there's another incident where a cow was found mutilated, but was dropped from a height because all his legs, the cow's legs, were broken post-death.
That's similar to a couple of cases at the Utah Ranch, now known as Skinwalker Ranch. The rancher next door had he had these two cows that were separated from the rest of his herd, and somehow they got out of this enclosure. He went out there and he found that both of them, their front legs were broken. They're in great pain. He goes in to get a gun. He's going to put them out of their misery. Comes out and the two cows are gone. An hour later, He looks out, they're back again, and all four of their legs are broken as if they'd been dropped from the sky. I mean, you have a lot of cases in your book here where you discuss the likelihood that whatever picked them up, took them somewhere else, did the deed, did the surgery, and then dropped them back off, right?
Yes. Yeah. And you know, I always wonder this because I do have some experience with some farming when I was younger. And the one thing about farmers and ranchers is that some of these mutilations happen in close to their houses and their barns. And the thing is that a rancher and a farmer knows the noise of their herd, and they know if there's a predator around because the cows will make different noises, and the rancher knows exactly what that noise means because they've grown up around these animals their entire life. They know their animals. I find it very puzzling that in 60 years, no rancher has heard a weird noise coming from their cattle. And then the next day they come out and one's mutilated. So even the cattle are not alerted to anything happening. And there's a cattle mutilation that happens within that herd.
So why these cows Why cows at all? Why these particular cows instead of something else that's there? And why these particular parts? Maybe we start with the parts. What is it about those particular body parts that makes sense to cut them out?
So some of the parts that are cut out, like the gland that's at the mandible where the cheek is, that one is it's usually targeted quite a bit. And that shows like a kind of like a biochemical record of exactly what the animal's been eating, any heavy metals, any chemicals, and also radiation. And the other parts of the cow, like the sexual organs and the other things taken, can also be tested for radiation. They're sensitive to radiation. Also, the tongue and that mandible and gland. So cattle graze 12 to 14 hours a day. Their faces are constantly in contact with the soil and the water and the vegetation that they're eating. And they are very similar to humans, like with respect to tissue. And the analysis of that would kind of translate directly to human health questions. And also, like, cattle are the primary protein source for roughly, I think it's like 4 billion people worldwide. And, cattle they are very similar all over the world, and they haven't changed much for hundreds of years, or for, you could say, 1,000 years. So, I think basically what I think is happening, my theory is that because these are consistent, widespread, environmentally exposed species, it is the ideal animal for monitoring the human food chain globally.
So, my colleague, Dr. Colin McKelliher, who's worked on this for a lot of years, and you quote his work in this book at a couple of places in cases that he's investigated, sort of developed a theory there may be two groups of mutilators. There's the original ones who are incredibly stealthy. They've been at it a long time. They used flying platforms of some kind, surgical precision beyond what we have. And then there's somebody else, seemed like humans, who are sloppier, who leave behind evidence of medications that are earthly and known, and a little bit sloppier in terms of the surgery, and that they are monitoring the same thing, the spread of something through the human food chain. If it's visitors, if it's unknowns from somewhere else, why would they be checking that out? Because they're concerned about us and what we're eating?
It's an excellent question. I think they are concerned. And, the way I look at it, if you look at, the Manhattan Project and the Trinity test site for the nuclear bombs that go off in 1945, you see, after 1945, you see a steady increase of these mutilations happening. And the mutilations that I've sort of focused in on are those precision cuts and, the perfect scene, no blood at the scene. Those are the ones I concentrated on. The ones that I saw that could potentially have maybe a human, it could potentially be humans doing it, or it's a compromised scene, as in potentially a psyop scene. I didn't look at those specifically, just the ones with the precision cuts. But if you look at New Mexico, and I think New Mexico is one of the capitals for cattle mutilations in the United States.
Yeah.
And if you look at that, the Trinity bomb going off, there's radiation there. There's all sorts of cattle mutilations happening within New Mexico. I believe that they were actually doing this to see what kind of damage the radiation did to the cattle population, and they kept working their way out.
That makes sense. We're talking with Brian Fitzpatrick, longtime homicide detective who's turned his skills toward the mutilation mystery. Much more to come here on Coast to Coast AM.
Feeling lost? Not close to your radio? Grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio apps in the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
So how do you know you need new windows?
Usually your old windows will show you. They'll be drafty, leaky, rotting, foggy, or have moisture between the panes.
It's Jonathan and Ted from NG Windows. If your windows are sending you signs, upgrade to beautiful Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows to improve your home's energy efficiency, comfort, and curb appeal.
Flexible financing options available.
Infinity by Marvin from NG Windows, yeah!
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes two. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese!
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
I need your attention.
Where you're going is a given.
Use some caution as you travel through the area.
How you're getting there.
Major slowdown. That's the question.
The outer loop slow as you leave Truist Park.
Before you hit the navigation
And
app.
so maybe jump north of there and use La Vista Road.
Listen to the people you trust.
Unusual delays with the direction of this crash.
Updated traffic as often as you need every time you listen.
Following extreme delays.
More experience, more reliable, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, triple team traffic.
And the delays are growing out of
95.5 WSB. How Atlanta gets there.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB. Atlanta's News and Talk.
From ABC News, I'm Stephanie Officer. The Supreme Court in a 6-3 decision Monday clearing the way for President Trump to implement parts of his executive order on mail-in voting. ABC News legal contributor Professor James Sample.
The court said that, in essence, because the states had not yet been ordered to do anything, all the executive order amounted to, in the court majority's view, was the equivalent of an internal memo to internal staff within the executive department. And therefore, the argument was the states have not yet been ordered to do anything. Therefore, the states have not yet been harmed. Therefore, the states, when they sued after this executive order was issued back in April, were in essence suing too soon.
Hayden Panettiere's mother speaking out regarding her daughter's death. ABC's Rhiannon Alley.
Panettiere's death now under investigation. Police say there are no signs of foul play, but the DEA has now joined the case. Officials also saying her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, and his brother, Zach, were the last two people to see Hayden alive. Brian had previously pleaded no contest in 2021 to 2 felony charges he abused Panettiere, whose mother says she tried to get Panettiere away from him, even moving in with her daughter for 2 months last year.
Nearly 2 weeks after severe storms hit Indiana, thousands still don't have power in Gary. State power company NIPSCO says it expects to be restored by Tuesday. Gary Mayor Eddie Melton.
Individuals are making contributions to our local community foundation on our behalf to help us raise dollars to get people fed breakfast, lunch, and dinner throughout the entire city. We've been funding our food trucks. Our restaurants have stepped up in donating food.
The storm also revealed an alleged case of animal hoarding in Merrillville, Indiana. More than 70 dogs were discovered in a trailer after a tree fell on it. Animal shelter Humane Indiana says none of them have to be euthanized. They'll get checkups, care, and snuggles before they're ready to be adopted. You're listening to ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Pro athletes and attorneys count on George Stein, the DUI lawyer. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. George Stein has been a personal and professional friend for decades. He literally wrote the book on DUI defense in Georgia. I trust him, and you can too. GeorgeStein.com.
I'm Paul Smith. Like a lot of homeowners, I used to wonder, can I actually trust this roofer?
So we built one you can trust. I'm Misty Smith, and we own Roofmen, right here in Georgia.
A Christian, family-owned company known for being on time, on budget, and easy to work with.
Just check the reviews. Homeowners call Roofmen honest, thorough, and dependable.
Call 470-ROOFMEN or visit roofmen.com.
Roofmen, built to last for ages.
Are you ready to learn what it takes to have a successful retirement? Tune in to Money Unleashed with Chris Hoffman this weekend. Check our show times at unleashyourmoney.com. Hoffman Financial Group, proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs.
The best Zerorez deal is back. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $109 plus a free hallway. Last time, our schedule filled up fast. Book your cleaning today at ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zerorez, spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
Palmetto bugs, water bugs, smoky browns, tree roaches, German roaches. No matter what you call them, they're roaches and you want them gone.
Hey, it's Dave Baker with Matt Breda from Breda Pest Management, and we're talking about the one thing we all have in common here in Georgia: roaches.
For your home to be a healthy home, you need protection inside and out. It's the roaches inside you want gone, but a lot of companies don't even come inside anymore. Most roaches do enter from the outside, but they nest inside, and once they're in your home, they thrive, breed, and multiply.
That's gross. So how does Breda protect homes better?
Our precise interior protection targets the source where roaches find food, moisture, and shelter. It's low impact to keep families and pets safe.
Don't settle for the spray and pray. Protect your home the Breda way. Breda Pest Management. They handle bugs and critters.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Grocery prices are going up.
But we've got the solution.
Really going to help, and thank you, WSB.
WSB's Grand for Groceries.
Your chance to win $1,000 5 times a day.
Enter the word at WSBradio.com or on the WSB Radio app.
Great!
A grand for groceries. Your first chance to win is this morning at 8 a.m. It pays to get your news from 95.5 WSB.
105 in the Loud Security Systems Traffic Center. Right now we're seeing ongoing construction taking place on the West Freeway. I-20 westbound right at 285 has 2 right lanes blocked due to construction. And elsewhere on the west side perimeter, 285 southbound near MLK Jr. Drive exit 9, 2 right lanes are blocked there as well as you're leaving that I-20 area. I'm Isabella Rodriguez, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Clear and cool for Tuesday morning. Lows in the mid to upper 60s. Mostly sunny through the afternoon. High 95.
From the heartland of America and the gateway to the West, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, the genius of Nikola Tesla. Here's what's happening. Nearly 90,000 people, 23,000 of which have already left their homes, have been urged to evacuate their homes as a large wildfire approaches Reno, Nevada. The fire, which officials say was caused by people, human beings, was first reported on Saturday, and windy conditions have contributed to its spread. President Donald Trump has vowed to target Iran's economy with an unprecedented wave of sanctions this week. Meanwhile, Iran's head of national security says Tehran will retaliate in a seismic manner if any sanctions and will consider any country supporting sanctions to be committing an act of war. The Iranian president called for a return to the Memorandum of Understanding, saying it's better than the current situation of neither war nor peace. With more on what's going on out there, here's Tom Danheiser. Tommy?
Well, George, U.S. President Donald Trump's economic D-Day threatens to become warnings for countries to sever financial ties with Iran. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced a new round of sanctions aimed at Iran on Monday and warned every country that does business with Islamic Republic to sever ties, financial ties, or face retaliation from the United States. President Trump's pledge last week to unleash an economic D-Day against Tehran turned out to be new warnings to cut off Iran from the rest of the global economy. The UAE announced last week that it was suspending all trade, commercial exchanges, and financial transactions with Iran until further notice after a reported missile attack of the Gulf country. Bessent said the UAE decision was not a coincidence. Iran's currency has dropped to a record low against the dollar, and U.S. President Donald Trump insists Iran is collapsing. Even though Iranians are suffering financially, the country is no stranger to economic pain. And Pakistan's army chief met with Iranian officials in Tehran today, according to new Iranian state media. Oman's foreign minister will also visit Iran tomorrow for talks on the Strait of Hormuz. We'll keep an eye on this one, George.
Thank you, Tom. It's going to be a strange week out there. Ontario Premier Doug Ford said the late President Ronald Reagan would be throwing up over President Donald Trump's trade policy as he threatened to cut off electricity and critical minerals to the U.S. as a trade dispute escalates. Ford said that Mr. Trump has miscalculated Canadians' willingness to endure economic pain rather than give in to U.S. pressure. He underestimates Canada. We're talking about the 50% tariffs the president has imposed on Canada soon. With midterm elections just a couple of months away, widespread public backlash to data centers and AI has become a top topic in public discussions around the country and now even in political TV ads. Let's check in with our expert, Lauren Weinstein, how this happened and what can we expect. It is a hotbed, Lauren. What's going on?
Yep, this story just keeps getting bigger, exploding into the public consciousness as we get closer to those midterm elections. Reports everywhere about massive public backlash to data centers and AI all over the country, in blue states and red states, in all demographic groups, Republicans, Democrats, independents, people of all ages. Surveys say more than 70% of U.S. residents oppose data centers, with very few differences related to political preferences or really any other factors. Many politicians are suddenly scrambling to align their public positions with the enormous negative public sentiment toward data centers, even when just months ago, in some cases, these same politicians were publicly pro-data centers. States are enacting moratoriums and new data center regulations, even in some states that were previously massively boosting the idea of inviting data centers in with open arms and massive financial incentives. The politicians are realizing that ordinary people, whether in unspoiled rural areas or in urban areas or anywhere in between, mostly despise these massive, monstrous data centers. These data centers are the physical manifestations of the AI that spews out misinformation and deepfakes and scam product promotions, phishing attacks, inept and sometimes dangerous AI agents, and all the rest that most people hate and that the AI firms mostly refuse to take responsibility for. It's understood now that after construction finishes, these data centers are run by just a handful of people, sometimes just a dozen or less. Significant long-term job improvements mostly don't happen. People realize that many of these data centers drive up regional electric rates, can cause water shortages, can pollute the air with gas-powered generators, and create 24/7 noise from their equipment rumbling nearby homes continuously, driving residents crazy and destroying homes' property values. The billionaire big tech CEOs thought that they could push this all through, as they've done so often in the past, but it appears that they've finally spewed the straw that broke the proverbial camel's back. Some of the firms are now warning investors and potential investors that the financial risks from this massive backlash are getting very real. In a matter of really just months, data centers and associated AI have fallen victim to the trust deficit that big tech has been building up for decades. Pretty much everyone knows that trusting these firms to care about society and not just mainly their bottom lines is not a good plan. So now we're actually seeing data centers as a primary topic of discussion at politicians' town hall meetings and increasingly in major political TV commercials where lines like, "We don't want crime" or "data centers in our neighborhoods" are actually being heard. Yes, data centers and crime in the same bucket, labeled as community destroyers, and rightly so. I'm unaware of any major issue involving technology, or perhaps even not including tech, that has so rapidly gathered such powerfully negative public reaction in such a manner. It's like the rebelling crowd's refrain from the end of The Who's rock opera Tommy, "We're not going to take it," or the famous line from the film Network, "I'm as mad as hell and I'm not going to take this anymore." And of course, there's the Twisted Sister song too. Data center and AI backlash is a veritable tsunami headed directly at the political careers of politicians everywhere. And politicians, regardless of their party, who don't understand this, are liable to be finding those careers deeply underwater and nothing but a memory very soon indeed.
Thank you, Lauren. I've never seen such an uproar over the technical centers before. This is unbelievable. Thank you. Seth Shostak is the senior astronomer for the SETI Institute, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and he comes on Mondays telling us what's going on in the skies astronomically. Seth, what do you have for us this week?
Yeah, well, George, I think this is mostly going on in the silver screens, but it does involve aliens, and I'd like to talk a little bit about what the movies always seem to get wrong about aliens. I mean,
all right,
yes, there are a few things that do make sense. I mean, the aliens usually have two eyes, for example, but of course that gives them stereo vision, 3D, and if you're a carnivore alien, that really helps you catch dinner. And I figure that most aliens will be carnivores. I mean, they're like a good burger. And the reason I think that is that carnivores have to be clever to catch their food. If all you eat is plants, like a brontosaurus, you don't need to be so clever. Your meal won't run away. So I figure all the clever aliens will be carnivores. But even aside from that, cinema aliens are nearly always homomorphic. That is, they always kind of look like us, roughly the same height and with two arms and two legs. I mean, that's convenient from a production point of view, naturally. Just put a human actor in a rubber suit and voila, you have an alien. But think about it. Most of the life forms on Earth have four legs and no arms. Or even more popular, 6 legs. We call them insects. I guess you could say that 6 legs is not a feature, but a bug. Then there's the fact that movie aliens always seem able to speak colloquial, I can't speak it, always seem to be able to speak colloquial English. In a galaxy with trillions of planets, it seems more than a bit unlikely to me that any extraterrestrials we contact will speak our language. Sometimes the show will try to cover this by invoking a universal translator. They do that on Star Trek. That's convenient, although somewhat implausible. I mean, how do you build one of those things? But to my mind, the most important thing that movies and TV shows get wrong about aliens is that they're almost always hostile. But human history fails to support that. When around 1600, the English first landed in New England, the natives didn't immediately try to kill them. They showed them how to plant corn so that they could survive. Now, of course, I don't expect that any aliens we make contact with, any aliens we contact will show us how to plant corn or whatever is the grain of choice on their planet. That's pretty improbable. But what I also find improbable is that they will invariably try to wipe us out. Bring your peace pipe.
You never know. Thank you, Seth. Appreciate it. Up next, a medical doctor tells us about his experience with ETs. That's right. Next on Coast to Coast AM.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9871. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9871. That's 800-575-9871. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Real people, real stories.
I coughed, and I coughed until I choked 24 hours a day. I couldn't even walk across my floor without literally coughing until I would gasp. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing had stopped since I've taken the Carnivora. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "What happened? Why are you not coughing?" I told them what I'm doing, and he said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it."
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Great to get your week starting. Michael Napolitano is with us, an osteopathic medical doctor whose practice focuses on mind-body-soul approach to medicine, which is good, in which he takes Eastern and Western medical practices and bridges the gap between science and spirituality. Now, this is the interesting thing. He has had contact with ETs throughout his life, but much more frequently over the past several years. Michael, welcome to the program.
Hey, George. Thanks for having me.
You're not too far from our studios out there in Los Angeles.
No, I'm up in Westlake Village, so out by Calabasas, not too far.
It's a great area. Tell us about your life. What has happened to you for this exposure with ETs?
Well, it really started to pick up a few years ago. I've always kind of been interested in ETs. My dad was an amateur astronomer on the side, so I would always go out to his star parties and stargaze with him. But I never really got super deep into the rabbit hole until about 3 years ago when I had a couple different experiences that changed the way I look at the world and everything. Because I've always been a very science-minded person, very analytical, even in high school.
You're a doctor.
So, yeah, I'm a doctor. I went to school out here in California and went to residency actually in psychiatry. So pretty much the farthest thing from this kind of stuff that you would imagine. But here I am.
Well, what was the first exposure to ETs? What happened?
Well, the first exposure that I can remember was about 3 years ago, and I was getting energy work done from a friend, and all of a sudden I felt full body chills and saw these 3 lights just appear next to me in different shapes. They were like upside down triangles and squares and a bunch of just arbitrary shapes, golden color, and I felt loved. I felt warm and safe, and I've never seen anything like this, so I was completely sober and had no clue what I was seeing. But they just reassured me that everything was okay and that they've been with me for a long time. And that was my first exposure. Now, I didn't really ask any questions, but they just told me that I'm supposed to help bring in a new age of medicine that the world is really looking to switch to and progress forward into this new direction. So I didn't know what that meant at the time, but it definitely shook me up a bit.
What do your patients say if they know about this ET contact?
Well, I try to keep it under wraps for the most part. A lot of my patients actually are
Not
pretty
after
open
tonight,
to it.
Michael. Not after tonight.
Exactly. And I decided recently, well, relatively recently, a few months ago, that I wanted to come out with my story to help people because I realized, you know, my story can really help change a lot of people in coming forward with this truth that we're not alone and that, you know, it's not something to be scared of and you're not crazy for seeing or thinking these things. And I think coming from somebody like me who's very science minded and very in this space, it can really help a lot of people. And that's really what I look to do, is to help people feel safe and heard and supported and not alone.
Now, currently, how does this contact continue for you? Is it physical? Is it in a dream state? How does it happen?
A little of both, actually. I contact a lot through meditation, but through my dreams a lot too. So I've been abducted a few times that I'm aware of, and that they do come once in a while in my bedroom while I'm asleep, and I'll wake up fully paralyzed and they're standing there. And then, but most of the time it is during a dream state or deep meditation.
Fascinating. Michael, would you describe what they look like?
So I've been in contact with a few different races that I'm aware of. A lot of this is speculation because we don't really know who we're communicating with fully. I'm just going based off of what they've disclosed to me and what I've kind of picked up over some of the research I've done on similar types of experiences. But I've contacted mainly the Pleiadians, light beings, as well as physicals. I've been in contact with the Greys a few times. Relatively recently, the Mantis beings as well. Those are the three main groups that or races that I've interacted with. But yeah, that's probably the most consistent were those three groups.
Basically, the type that we've had people explain what they look like.
Exactly.
They're still coming here. What do they want with us?
I think there's a few different things. I think definitely there's some type of DNA manipulation going on, hybridization. I do believe in all that. I don't believe I've been involved in that to the best of my knowledge. But I do believe that is going on. And I think the main objective with a lot of these more benevolent species is to help progress humanity into the next age of growth as a species. We're coming to this point in our life where we're ready to really start changing the way we look at the world and treat each other. And I think they're helping facilitate that kind of as like a bigger sibling type of mentor for us.
Have you gotten the question answered, why you?
I have, at least to the best of my liking and what I've come to understand from the different beings I've worked with. I pull a lot of weight in the field that I'm in terms of people listen to what I have to say, a lot of my patients and other people. And by using me to help facilitate that medium through my patients and through other people, it can help people. It kind of gives a little more credibility to some of these things that are happening to people. And I believe that that's part of it, as well as my interest in incorporating this type of work in regular medical practice.
Well, you're a well-respected Dr. Michael, and I applaud you and admire you for coming forward with this incredible information.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And it's, I was very worried about coming forward, but I think the benefits will outweigh the risks, because I think people are ready to hear this. I think it's becoming more normalized. and it's my truth, and I want to speak my truth for people.
Do you summon them up, or do they just show up?
You know, I've tried to summon them up, but they tend to show up when they feel like I'm ready to accept them. And the way that they've expressed it to me when I've asked for more contact is, we're drip feeding you this because we don't want to freak you out, because the frequency that we would emit and us showing up in your living room would be so overwhelmingly stressful for you that it would cause just too much distress. So they're doing it in a more loving type of slow release, which I do appreciate the more I think about it.
Well, you say you've been abducted by them in a friendly way, no doubt, right?
Yes, I've never been injured that I'm aware of by them at all, but I have been abducted a few times.
Have they taken you off planet?
You know, I think I've been on their ship a few times. I've never been to another planet that I can recollect. But a lot of it was a very simple and almost more like a joyride type of experience, from the memories that I can recall.
When they bring you back, Michael, where do they bring you? Back to your house? They beam you down into your room? How does that happen?
I just wake up in my bed. I wake up in my bed. Typically, my heart's beating out of my chest, and everything is just very calm. It's almost like an eerie calmness. And I have no idea how I got there, but I'm awake in my bed.
Much more to talk with you about when we come back in a moment on Coast to Coast. Our special guest, Michael Napolitano. He's an osteopathic medical doctor in the Los Angeles area who has had these incredible experiences with ETs. We'll take calls with him next hour.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Buying windows should be stress-free. At NG Windows, we don't need to twist your arm. Our windows speak for themselves.
It's Jonathan and Ted from NG Windows. Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows will improve your home's energy efficiency, comfort, and curb appeal.
And your stress-free experience includes a quick, accurate proposal without pressure or pricing games.
Flexible financing options available.
Infinity by Marvin from NG Windows, yeah!
There's a lot riding on every digging project. You want it done and over with. And the utility companies want their underground lines untouched and intact. Georgia 811 helps connect the dots. If you're digging, submit your ticket to us at least 3 business days before the project starts. We'll notify our utility members, and they'll send locators to mark their lines at your site. Georgia 811, connecting the dots for safe digging.
Sponsored by Georgia 811.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
ABC News, I'm Stephanie Officer. A Supreme Court decision late Monday on President Trump's attempt to limit mail-in ballots ahead of the midterms. ABC's Jay O'Brien.
The Supreme Court giving the green light to President Trump to implement parts of an executive order aimed at limiting access to mail-in ballots while the broader issue works its way through the lower courts. Inside that executive order requiring the Department of Homeland Security to create a federal registry of registered and eligible voters, and also requiring that the post office only send out ballots to people on those government lists.
The Trump administration says they're launching secondary sanctions for countries they say do business with Iran. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
I'm not going to set timelines, but we do not have infinite patience here.
Tuesday marks exactly 25 years since the world lost R&B songstress Aaliyah and 8 others in a tragic plane crash in the Bahamas. This is ABC News.
We've all been there.
Bumper to bumper all the way back before.
Counting the minutes before we know we're going to be late because we couldn't count on a traffic app.
Crash knocks out 4 left lanes, including the express lane.
There is one thing you can count on. Triple team traffic on WSB.
3 right lanes shut down.
We know the highways. We know the streets. And we know the shortcuts.
Avoid the area by taking Buford Highway as an alternate route.
And all you need to do is listen.
More experience.
More reliable. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Triple team traffic.
95.5 WSB. How Atlanta gets there.
Most attorneys take every type of case, but if someone causes you to lay your bike down, you need a true motorcycle accident specialist. Hey, it's Eric Von Hassler for Steel Horse Law. They only fight for injured motorcycle riders. One name, one specialty, 100% commitment to bikers from motorcycle attorneys that ride. You can trust them on the road and in the courtroom. Get your free case evaluation at steelhorselaw.com.
Hi, I'm Tim Meadows. You've heard the phrase out with the old and in with the new, right? Well, buckle up because Stand Up to Cancer's vehicle donation program makes it easy to turn your old vehicle into new life-saving cancer research. More than 2 million Americans hear the words, "You have cancer," each year. That's why Stand Up to Cancer is dedicated to funding cancer research focused on finding cures. Donating is easy, pickup is free, and your gift may qualify for a tax deduction. Visit standuptocancer.org/cars to learn more.
Summer's a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or your tan. Hey guys, it's Mark Aram here. I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. There's absolutely no one in hair restoration I trust more than Advanced Hair. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair summer sales event on for a limited time, so get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 470-660-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and take advantage of their best offer ever. That's 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com. 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
134 in the Loud Security Systems Traffic Center. We're seeing some construction ongoing on the west side. Road construction on I-20 eastbound on Fulton Industrial Boulevard has a right lane blocked. That's going to slow your ride down as you're making your way towards the perimeter. And once you're on the perimeter, more construction on 285 southbound near MLK Jr. Drive. That's exit 9. 2 right lanes are blocked there, so make sure you stay on those left lanes as you're making your way through the perimeter. I'm Isabella Rodriguez, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Upward, sunny skies for Tuesday, highs in the mid-90s, dropping down to the low 70s on Wednesday morning. Wednesday and Thursday, partly cloudy skies through the afternoon hours. A few rain showers and thunderstorms with highs in the upper 80s to low 90s.
'Cause I'm bound to drift I'm gone. You don't have to worry, no. Long as I see the light.
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take your calls next hour with Michael Napolitano as we talk about his ET experience, so jump aboard and ask a question. The Paranormal Podcast Network keeps cruising along. It's one of those great things to have where you can listen whenever you think you want to relax and just take it easy, waiting for Coast to Coast to show up. Tom, how do people find the show?
It's very simple. And yeah, you can take it anywhere. You can listen anywhere. All you need to do is download the iHeartRadio app on your phone. If you listen to your PC or your podcast on your PC, you need to go to iHeartRadio.com. In the search box on either of those, just put in Coast to Coast AM. All the shows pop right up. So you're sitting around in the airport, if you're sitting around in your TV room, wherever, you can pull them right up. It's a lot of fun.
And you can also go to coasttocoastam.com, and right at the top it says podcast. Just click that button and it makes it easy. Thanks, Tom. And here's something for you to lose weight without the needle.
HealthyLooking.com is proud to bring you GLP-1 plus GLP-2 and GIP for weight loss with no shots or pills. George's Try GLP Drops. Drops, not shots. Kill the cravings with no doctor or prescription. Why pay more for the same active ingredient? Here's more.
One of the biggest things people are trying to get rid of is food noise. You're hearing it in your head. What am I going to eat next? Well, what if that could all go away? I'm Sean Loomer, and I've been working in the healthy lifestyle space for almost 25 years. We've worked with thousands of doctors and many professional sports teams and professional athletes. Everyone is talking about GLP-1, but they're missing the point. They don't talk about GLP-1, GLP-2, and GIP. So our Try GLP offers way more than just weight loss. You're creating energy. You look amazing because of your skin, not making your skin just fall like so many of these synthetic versions, these injections. With our GLP-1, GLP-2, GIP, that's right, the trifecta, all that goes away. You simply start losing fat while keeping your lean muscle mass. It's amazing. With our patented extraction process, simply take small drops once or twice a day and you're all done. No more needles and no bad side effects. And the beauty of this whole thing is you're helping your gut. You're absorbing more nutrients. So why not lose fat, keep muscle, and feel amazing? Drops, not shots.
George's Try GLP Drops. No prescription and fast free shipping. Lose weight and keep it off for less with George's Try GLP Drops at HealthyLooking.com or 800-478-6465. Lose weight, not muscle with George's Try GLP Drops, not shots at 800-478-6465 or HealthyLooking.com.
It may be hard to believe, but identity theft is the #1 crime in America. Fortunately, there's LifeLock, because right now, millions of people are dealing with stolen accounts, fraudulent loans, and the exhausting process of proving who they are to banks, creditors, and credit bureaus. And it's not just one phone call or one form. It could be weeks of back and forth while your credit takes the hit and your finances are left in limbo. LifeLock helps you fight back before it ever gets to that point. They monitor your personal and financial information across lots of places, alerting you when something looks suspicious. And if identity theft does happen, LifeLock has live U.S.-based experts who step in, make the calls, do the work, and fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Don't fight that battle alone. Get LifeLock Identity Theft Protection. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 30% your first year with promo code GEORGE. That's promo code GEORGE for 30% off at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Having 4 kids in 4 years changed everything, especially our perspective on food.
We started paying closer attention to the things that mattered most, especially the food we were putting on our table.
We wanted better, safer, healthier. And when we couldn't find it, we took matters into our own hands. We started Good Ranchers.
We partner with local farms and ranches right here in the U.S., families who have been raising livestock the right way for generations. Hard-working men and women who care deeply about the land, their animals, and the quality of the food they produce.
We're proud to bring their legacy to your table. 100% American beef, chicken, pork, and wild-caught seafood.
And then we make it simple. We deliver it straight to your door.
Because we believe in making it easy for families like ours and yours to enjoy meat you can trust. Food that honors the American farmer. Food that brings people together.
Visit GoodRanchers.com and use code RANCH40 to get $40 off your first order, plus free meat for an entire year.
GoodRanchers.com. American meat delivered.
And welcome back to Coast. George Noory along with Dr. Michael Napolitano as we talk about his UFO ET experience. In your opinion, Michael, have they ever tried to give you information about the future of this planet or anything like that?
Not necessarily the planet, but I think what they have portrayed to me, at least, was a big shift in the way that we approach different things in life. So I think with medicine, especially, switching from the standard Western model to a more collaborative, holistic, integrated approach as well as different types of other areas of industry with free energy and all these different types of modalities. They have spoken about that, just different progressions on technologies and ways of living that are lost technologies that we used to have that we no longer have, but will have in the future.
Do you think if an asteroid were headed this way, they would try to move it or at least tell us about it?
I would hope so. But, I do believe that they want our best forward. I do think that they will intervene and have in the past to help humanity survive as long as we can.
How do you communicate with them?
Mostly, it's all telepathic. None of the beings that I've communicated with spoke to me using their mouth. It's always been downloads of information, kind of just like bundles of knowledge and feelings and emotions. A lot of emotions, especially with the Pleiadians, I would feel like I would understand what they were trying to portray to me or explain through just pure feelings. With the Greys, it was a lot more telepathic knowledge and information, very analytical, very straightforward. And then the Mantis were very much similar to the Pleiadians with the emotional backing to the information they would give me.
Have you ever asked them that question? Do they believe in God?
I haven't, but I would imagine they would believe in a source type of being. From the different groups that I've communicated with, they do seem to follow the same types of laws and guidelines with how they view the universe. But I haven't directly asked them yet.
Would you say you've made friends with them?
I'd like to think so. I think some of the races are a lot more friendly to communicate with than others. The Pleiadians, especially, I feel very much I could ask them things and they would respond in a more friendly type of response. With the Greys, it seems more business oriented, very straightforward, less humanistic. But I'd like to think I'm friends with them.
Did you ever have any impressions at all, Michael, that there was something nefarious here, something not good?
I really never have. I know people talk about it a lot, but I've never had a negative experience aside from just fear of not knowing what was going on. And the more communication I have with them, the more I realize it's a lot less scary than we believe. And from the accounts that I've seen and spoken with other people, other contactees in different situations, I've never seen anybody get physically injured from these. I mean, they'll have maybe scars or little like implants and different things like that, but no one's ever that I'm aware of died or been seriously injured that I'm aware of.
Do they have personality? Do they laugh? Do they have any kind of interaction like that?
Oh yeah, I do believe certain races do laugh, and humor is, I believe, a very high frequency. Some are a little bit more stoic, but I do think they laugh in their own way.
One of our favorite guests is hypnotherapist Yvonne Smith, and you reached out to her. Tell us why.
I did mine, so I ended up reaching out to her and driving out to her clinic and doing a regression with her. And that's when I found out about the abductions, because I wasn't before that regression, I wasn't consciously aware of any abductions I've had. I've had experiences where I would have, especially with the Greys, where I thought I was abducted, but I wasn't entirely sure. And even in the moment, I remember saying, no, I didn't want to be abducted when I was actually asked. And during the regression with her, it came out that I actually had said I did want to go with them. And they had given me some type of false memory because they didn't want the fear that came along with the experience. And this was about a year. I went with the regression with her about a year after this experience had happened. So I had a lot more contact in that time, but the regression with her really opened my eyes to the lifelong contact far beyond what I had even imagined, up early as 2, even 1 years old. I've always had contact. Yeah.
What made you go to her in the first place?
I have heard, I mean, besides seeing her on Jimmy's show, I heard her felt like I would get some answers to questions that I've been really trying to understand about myself, about the experiences that I had, to make sure, was I going crazy? Was this all in my head? Or is there something to it? Or is there something that I'm missing? And it was one of the best decisions I've made by far.
It seems that the past 3 years, this has really kicked up for you. Why this time period? Why do you think?
I was going through a really hard time in my life about, in the residency program, and just different personal stuff I was going through. And I was at a point where I knew something needed to change. And that's when I found spirituality and meditation and all that. And then I moved back. I was actually in Tennessee for residency, and moved back home, back to California, and started my own practice. And I started getting my life together a little bit. But it was, I think, in my darkest time, this dark night of the soul, if you will, that I allowed myself to be open to anything, because I was ready for change. And that's when the contact started to pick up, because I think I was open to it, and I wasn't closing myself off to it like I might have been in the past. So that's truly why I believe it's now.
Do you find yourself trying to communicate with them for advice and guidance?
Absolutely. One of my main guides, I do believe in spirit guides, and I believe that we have a few that, or probably a lot more than that work with us to help in different areas of our life. And one of my main guides is a Pleiadian woman that, or female energy that I work with, especially with my healings, as I also work as an energy worker, energy healer in my medical practice as well. And I work with her a lot. I channel a lot of her energy, and she is a very loving and supportive being, but she also helps in other areas of my life. If I have questions or I'm worried about something, I do go to them quite often for advice and for support.
Do they have names?
They don't. I'm sure they do in their own dialect. From when I've asked my guide, she said you wouldn't have English words to put together that make sense. She said you can call me whatever you want, and that's I refer to her as the lady, because she's kind of like a mothering type of being to me. But I think some races do, depending on the race, depending on the species, and the way that their language works. But from the most part, the ones that I've worked with, I've never been given names.
Have you ever heard them talk in their own native tongue?
I have. I have a few times, and it's very interesting, because the way that some of the races that I've spoken to, they do a lot of clicking, a lot of sound. It's a lot of sound frequency and pitches. So they will communicate in kind of like dolphins in a way. It's very interesting.
When you say click, like that?
Exactly. Yeah. Different pitches, different clicks. I'm not quite sure how to interpret any of it, but it's very interesting. And like it makes me think a lot of the aquatic life too, because with this the whales and dolphins, the way that they talk, it's very similar to that. So I know that there's some speculation that marine life is somewhat extraterrestrial as well. So there could be some interesting connection there. I'm not quite sure, but wouldn't be surprised.
At any given time, how many have you seen clustered together?
At most 3.
That's
and
all,
I think
huh?
that's all. That the ones. I mean, it's either one at a time. I'll have a pair of them. Like with the Greys, there was always 2 of them. But with the Pleiadians, there was always 3 or 1, depending on who I was interacting with. But I've never seen more than 3 at a time.
Does the craft look somewhat technical on the inside?
From what I can recall, it was very plain. There was no straight edges. It was all curved. There was like one window, a giant giant window, like a kind of like you would see on like a main cabin of a spaceship, kind of that kind of window. And the chairs were flush to the ground. There was no like legs or anything. It was just everything was uniform and soft and smooth. And there were no decorations. There were nothing hanging. It was all steel type, light gray in color. Very plain, very minimal.
Did they have like electrical consoles or monitors or anything like that?
I mean, it was hard to tell from the way that it looked like from my vantage point. I was sitting in a chair, and the 2 being the Greys that I was behind, they were typing on some type of computer console, but I couldn't see a screen or anything.
Did you notice if there were other human beings in the craft?
So recently, actually, a couple weeks ago, I had an abduction experience where there was about 100 other humans in this room with me.
100?
About 100. Yeah. We were like, I was taken out of my bed, like levitated out of my bed, and I was put in like this. It was almost like a laundry chute type thing where I was like sliding down this corridor and fell into this giant room of people. And they were all about probably between the ages of, I would say, 10 years old and 40, 50 years old. And I didn't recognize anybody, but I was like friendly with them. Like I knew them before, but I don't recognize them consciously. And we were all in this room, and then we were individually taken into different rooms on like metal, I guess they were called, stretchers would be the right word, but they weren't like stretchers. They were just like tables with wheels, and wheeled into individual rooms in which we were examined and worked on.
Were any of the humans panicking or crying or upset or anything like that?
No, everyone was really calm. It was almost like they were all in like a trance, but they were like talking. Everyone was very calm. Like it was normal. It was kind of bizarre. Not what because I was kind of like looking around, kind of like what's going on here, but I didn't feel scared. I felt just curious. And then the people around me were very similar. They were just kind of like calm and just kind of taking it in like they've done it before.
I was going to say, did you get the impression they've been there before?
Yeah. Yeah, it did seem very much like, oh yeah, it's the first of the month. It's time to check in. It was very uniform, and there was this one of the people I was talking to. It was like I was friends with him, like I had known him before, even though I don't recognize him. But he was friendly to me, and he was talking about last experience. It was like a very odd experience, and I still don't really understand it. But I thought that was the first time I've ever seen other people on a ship while I was on one.
Have they ever given you advice that you could use here?
Absolutely. I think the main advice they've given me is to not take it so seriously, to enjoy life and to really focus on the experience of being a human. And, I think getting into the spirituality space, it's very easy to want to get lost in all the cosmic stuff and in the stars and disappear. But I think we're all put on this planet to experience life as a human.
We're going to come back and take calls with Michael Napolitano in just a moment on Coast to Coast.
Don't forget to watch our TV show Beyond Belief with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
Motorcycle riders know that a distracted driver can knock you down. It's nice to know that Steel Horse Law can pick you back up. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler for Steel Horse Law, the Stein and Karen Law Group. In the worst possible scenario, when someone causes you to lay your bike down, Steel Horse Law will get you the best possible settlement. Their name strikes fear in the heart of big insurance companies because Steel Horse Law is respected and will make them pay. Visit steelhorselaw.com.
You don't need to tell me budgets are tight. Economic uncertainty, global politics, AI taking jobs we used to think were safe. Nobody wants to spend money they don't have to. But you've got to do something nice for your family, don't you? A cookie for the dog, nice dinner for you and your better half. Wouldn't it be nice to do something special for the house you love without breaking the bank just to do it? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A new garage door can completely transform the look of your property. For way less than a major renovation or landscaping project, modern designs, whisper quiet, connects with your phone and your fancy new car, a few $1,000s can literally change the appearance of your whole house. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come show you the difference we can make. And that part won't cost you a dime.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Back to school season is busy, I know, but making your home shine, that doesn't have to be one of your problems. I'm Chris Chandler. Wise Guys Pro Wash had my house, driveway, deck, even the roof looking spotless, and I did not even have to be home. Their soft washing keeps everything safe, no damage, just results you'll love. And with more than 2,000 five-star reviews, you'll see why everybody's calling Wise Guys. New customers, mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book today at wiseguysprowash.com. Wise Guys, the wise choice for your home.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
From ABC News, I'm Stephanie Officer. Nevada's Hawk Fire now burning across more than 15,000 acres. The National Guard has been deployed. ABC's Melissa Adon is there.
This is not far from downtown Reno. Really, we are at the heart of Reno. You just go out about 15 minutes. Those are the immediate first roadblocks that officials have set up. The National Guard is here. They're pushing out so many people because they had 45,000 people that were ordered to evacuate, then more than 40,000. So we're looking at almost 100,000 people that had orders either to evacuate or to be prepared to evacuate.
President Trump escalating his trade war with Canada. ABC's Rachel Scott at the White House.
Talk about a tit for tat between the U.S. and Canada. Look, this is one of our largest trading partners. Obviously, it's our closest ally right to the north. President Trump imposed that 50% tariff on about $20 billion worth of Canadian goods. Canada's vowing to respond. President Trump now says that he'll slap 50% tariffs on Canadian car parts, cars, trucks, and steel. And Mark Carney is now saying that he's going to announce even more tariffs, retaliatory tariffs, this morning.
The parents of Alex Preddy, the 37-year-old Virginia nurse killed by a federal agent in Minneapolis in January, speaking out on ABC's Good Morning America Tuesday morning. Michael and Susan Preddy.
We watched it on TV, and it's like, that's our son. That's Alex. And they killed him. No one called us. No one...
we still haven't heard from him.
Yeah, that's how we found out.
After meeting much backlash and stewing in hot water over a kid's Halloween costume appearing to depict blackface and racist minstrel show imagery, Target is out with an apology. The retailer saying in part, quote, "As a company, we got this wrong and we are deeply sorry. We know this is especially hurtful for our Black guests, team members, and partners." Target's statement went on to say it won't happen again. You're listening to ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
When I say one call, you say that's all. One call.
That's all.
One call.
That's all.
One call to me after a wreck is a game changer.
They really helped me out.
And got me a big check. It's time to call Atlanta. We're here for you. One call, that's all.
CallKen.com.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Don't be late because you crowdsourced your commute with a navigation app.
Heads up crash involving several vehicles.
Depend on us to make sure you get where you need to be on
Alternates
time.
new this morning between Buford and Swanee.
Local and dependable traffic 24 hours a day, 7 days a
Some
week.
of the alternates to get you around this include Memorial Drive in East Ponce.
WSB Triple Team
A car
Traffic.
has flipped over 20 westbound.
95.5 WSB. How Atlanta gets there.
When your roof is damaged from storms, dealing with repairs and insurance can be very stressful.
That's where Roofmen comes in. We handle the repairs and help guide you through the insurance process, step by step.
No confusion, no pressure, just the clear answers and quality work you deserve.
Because at Roofmen, we treat you like family.
Call 470-ROOFMEN or visit roofmen.com.
Roofmen, built to last for ages.
The best Zero-Res deal is back. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $109 plus a free hallway. Last time, our schedule filled up fast. Book your cleaning today at ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero-Res, spell it backwards or forwards, it's the right way to clean.
Grocery prices are going up.
But we've got the solution.
Really going to help, and thank you, WSB.
WSB's Grand for Groceries.
Your chance to win $1,000 5 times a day.
Enter the word at WSBRadio.com or on the WSB Radio app. Great!
A grand for groceries. Your first chance to win is this morning at 8 a.m. It pays to get your news from 95.5 WSB.
205 from the Loud Security Systems Traffic Center. Heads up if you're heading towards Douglasville. We're seeing a crash on I-20 westbound at Fairburn Road. Right now, only 2 left lanes are blocked there, but that's causing some major delays, so make sure you stay on those right lanes if you're going through this stretch. We're also seeing ongoing construction in Kennesaw. 75 northbound at Canton Road has 2 right lanes remaining to be blocked. I'm Isabella Rodriguez, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upward. Sunny skies for Tuesday, highs in the mid-90s, dropping down to the low 70s on Wednesday morning. Wednesday and Thursday, partly cloudy skies through the afternoon hours. A few rain showers and thunderstorms with highs in the upper 80s to low 90s. Be sure to tune in to Atlanta's Morning News coming up this morning at 5 o'clock for your news, traffic, and your full 5-day forecast.
Where it began, I can't begin to knowing, but then I know it's growing strong. Wasn't the spring, and spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Hand, touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good. I've been inclined to believe there never was, but now I look at the night and it don't seem so lonely. We fill it up with only two. And when I hurt, hurting runs off my shoulders. How can I hurt when holding you? Warm, touching warm, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Quite a song when you're going to get Tommy Danheiser to get up and dance to it, that's for sure. We're going to come back in a moment with Michael Napolitano and take final calls with him, as well as we talk about his Alien and E.T. experience, and you're welcome to join us. Do you have a workshop, a guest house, a metal building just a few hundred feet from your home, but you don't have a Wi-Fi signal? Frustrating, isn't it? Well, with the CC Vector extended long-range Wi-Fi system from C. Crane, you can send a reliable Wi-Fi signal up to a half a mile from any router, including Starlink, as long as you have line of sight. It works with all your devices, delivering internet for browsing, video calls, standard video, and best of all, streaming audio from your favorite shows like Coast to Coast. Simple to set up, and if you need any help, C. Crane's U.S.-based customer service team will walk and talk you through it. To order the CC Vector Extended Long Range Wi-Fi System, simply call C. Crane at 1-800-522-8863. Once again, that's 1-800-522-8863. You can also visit them online at ccrane.com, ccrane.com. Also available on Amazon.com.
Having 4 kids in 4 years changed everything, especially our perspective on food.
We started paying closer attention to the things that mattered most, especially the food we were putting on our table.
We wanted better, safer, healthier. And when we couldn't find it, we took matters into our own hands. We started Good Ranchers.
We partner with local farms and ranches right here in the U.S., Families who have been raising livestock the right way for generations. Hardworking men and women who care deeply about the land, their animals, and the quality of the food they produce.
We're proud to bring their legacy to your table. 100% American beef, chicken, pork, and wild-caught seafood.
And then we make it simple. We deliver it straight to your door.
Because we believe in making it easy for families like ours and yours to enjoy meat you can trust. Food that honors the American farmer. Food that brings people together.
Visit GoodRanchers.com and use code RANCH40 to get $40 off your first order. Plus, free meat for an entire year.
GoodRanchers.com. American meat delivered.
And welcome back to Coast. George Noory with you, along with Dr. Michael Napolitano. Michael, any relation to Judge Andrew?
Nope. I get it all the time, though.
It's a unique name that you have.
Yeah, I know. It's very interesting. I don't think I've ever met anybody else with this last name except for the judge and I think one other person. It's very interesting.
Of the various races that you've dealt with, you talked about 3 major ones. Are there more out there?
Absolutely. I think there's an infinite amount. I mean, the amount of stars and planets that can potentially have life, I can't even imagine how many other races there are out there.
Do you ever remember a moment where you were scared because of the visitations?
Yeah. The first contact with the Greys, I was horrified. I remember laying in bed screaming because I felt this buzzing in the back of my head and a ringing in my ear, and all of a sudden I just felt like it's like, are you ready to be abducted? And I just remember freaking out, saying, no, don't take me. And I just remember calling out for my guide for help to protect me because I was scared. I think it was just the way that they approached it and the frequency that they had. It was just a lot for me to handle because I never had an experience that viscerally in my head before.
Thousands and thousands of human beings disappear from this planet every year. They're just gone. They vanish. People don't know where they are. Is it conceivable that they're being abducted and not brought back?
I think it definitely could be. I think there could be some people that maybe like an exchange type program where maybe other races will come and stay with us, like hybrids. Some races that are capable of blending into our society without being detected as easily, and then some of us maybe staying with them, maybe by choice, maybe not. I have no idea.
Would you go to their planet and stay?
You know, I would go to visit, but I really like it here on Earth. I think I chose to come here, and there must be a good reason to be here. Otherwise, I would have been there. But I think it'd be kind of cool to go to a new planet for a little while.
I'd go for a day.
Yeah, or whatever day is on that world, however long that is.
How have you used these visitations, Michael, in making your practice more effective?
I think a lot of it's the philosophy that I've been taught. Is I do a lot of therapy with patients, like mental health therapy, and I think a lot of the guidance that I've gotten through them, I work with a lot of my clients and patients with, and then also the philosophy of incorporating more holistic practices and grounding and frequency medicine and all these new age types of modalities into a Western medicine model, as not to replace Western medicine, but as an adjunct to help enhance it, or maybe to alter or give an alternative approach to healing that is separate from what we typically would refer to as the normal type of medical model. Because I think people are ready for more different areas of healing.
Well, let's go to the phones. They're lining up for you. Bill in Oregon, truck driving. Hey, Bill, go ahead.
Hey, George. Hey, Michael. Hey, I want to ask you a question because a lot of what you said made sense to me. And it's probably the things that you're not even thinking about, like the DNA manipulation was one that really caught my attention. Look, so I'm going to try to make this as quickly and as succinctly as possible, but it's a complex question. All right. I was talking to my neighbor the other day about the, because we've had a lot of fires out here, and the Pando aspen. She said she loves aspen trees, right? Well, the Pando aspen is it's a clonal life form. It's probably the largest life form on Earth. All right, right now. Okay, that changes a little bit. But anyways, then we start talking about, I said, do you know what the oldest tree is? Because it's also endangered. She said, yeah, it's the sequoia. I said, no, that's a good guess, but it's actually the bristlecone pine. And she's like, no. And I said, no, I'm not criticizing you. I get it. The sequoia is huge and remarkable, right? But the bristlecone is actually the oldest tree. I'm talking tens of thousands of years those things have been alive. Can you imagine if it had a consciousness, right? And I was talking to a coworker about it was somebody that I would have never expected. He never listens to Coast at all, but he knew a lot about Mandela effect. All right, and this seemingly weird incoherence in time that we all kind of experience. And I was thinking, is these beings, if they're an interstellar life form, they would almost certainly have to be clones at some level. They may look different, like the Pando aspen. They may look like a forest. But I'm wondering if you ever get the impression that they share, because I've noticed with humans, and again, there's no virtue signaling. Some people have like a very binary sense. You have to tell them, more than two things can be true at the same time. And also, they seem to lack an empathy. I'm wondering, if maybe empathy, they consider a problem, if they consider it something that might lead to our demise, and if you got any impression that they might be engineering empathy out of us. And again, if they're clones and if they have the same perception of time. Thank you. That's as brief as I could be.
Yeah. No, thank you so much for your question. In terms of the empathy, I actually think it's the opposite. I get the impression that they're curious about us because of our empathy, because that's what makes us such unique life forms. And from the Greys especially the Greys, they lack empathy a lot. They will communicate, but it's very robotic. It's very without personality. It's very in psychiatry we call it flat affect, meaning there's no emotion, there's nothing behind that. And I think they're curious about the empathy that we have and how that can potentially either benefit them or just maybe out of curiosity in the DNA hybridization or different ways in which they can enhance their own genetics. Now, in terms of the cloning, absolutely. I think different races utilize cloning and maybe work off of like a hive mind, but certain races, I mean, the main ones that I've worked with besides the Greys, they seem to be very much independent beings, sometimes working in a collective. I do think that there are collectives of beings, like almost like archetypes of energy, but I think it depends on the race. I think individually, like all life forms, including human beings, are part of source consciousness. I think we're all part of a singular type of entity, but in terms of clones, I think, yeah, the Greys potentially, and I'm sure there's many others that would follow that type of setup.
There are some that believe that these ETs are coming from other dimensions. What do you think of that concept?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think a lot of what we're seeing, especially in the newly released the government files and stuff, a lot of that is interdimensional stuff. Obviously, we have. I mean, I don't have an idea in terms of hard evidence, but I think it's more likely than not because it's easier to transverse. I mean, I would imagine it would be easier to transverse dimensions than it would be to travel billions and billions of light years as fast as they do without some type of portal technology or interdimensional shifting.
Let's go to first-time caller Shayla in Seattle, Washington. Welcome to the program, Shayla.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Oh my goodness, I am so excited to be talking to you guys. I've got a question.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know a lot of people have been asking about the entities, about the ships, about different things like that. But what I would like to know from your perspective, because I come from a perspective of believing that everything serves a purpose in life. And so I'm kind of wondering, like, what do you feel like your purpose in these abductions by these entities are? Because to hear you talk about them, it almost sounds like you're an ambassador, but I'm kind of wondering what your thoughts and feelings are, especially as, you know, in the field of psychiatry. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for your question, Sheila. I appreciate it. I always think about this as, I'm not special at all. I don't think that I was chosen amongst the whole world to do certain things. I think I'm just one of millions or thousands or a lot of people on this planet to help raise the frequency of humanity, bring people and change and shift different fields, lawyers, doctors, people. I mean, all these people, everyone's being contacted and helping in different ways. And I think my purpose in this whole, my part to play in this is to help, make it not as scary for people and to have a safe place for other people with these experiences to come to talk to somebody or for care and to actually see that this is normal, to normalize it a little bit more, and I think that's what my purpose in this whole game is. I mean, I'm still learning. I'm going to be completely honest. I have no idea. And that's the excitement of all this, is like every day I'm learning more and more about this whole thing and my place in it and whatever role that I'm meant to serve. I'm so excited and eager to help people in any way that I can with this and to learn more about my personal place in this. But I do think because of the space that I hold in what the career that I chose in this life, it's to use that platform to really try to make a change, at least at the degree that I can. And that's why I'm coming on shows like this and speaking my truth to people so they feel safe, so they have somewhere to hear someone else like them, that we're all equal. We're all equal in this, and we're all going through similar things.
Michael, are you no longer scared by the visitations?
Yeah, it's, I think there's always that initial fear. It's like the anticipation or the unknowingness, like what's going to happen, because it has ramped up. And the more I come out about this and the more contact I have, it gets more intense. It gets more physical. There's more beings in the room with me. There's more consciousness. Like I'm more aware of what's going on. I remember things more. But I feel safer because the initial fear is more of it lasts a lot less than it did in the beginning, because I trust that I know that I'm going to be safe, or at least I tell myself I'm going to be safe, because I've yet to experience something in which I was harmed. But it is scary. It's scary because it's unknown.
Let's go to Denver in Mississippi. Welcome to the show. Hi, Denver.
Thank you, George, for this opportunity to be on Coast. I'd like to send a shout-out to Yvonne in North Carolina, John in Wisconsin, Ruth in Maryland, and Reggie in Jackson, Mississippi. But just to let you know my background, I'm an ordained minister, veterans of the Air Force and Army. It was a blessing for me to be able to communicate with a contactee, Riley Martin. And George is aware of Riley Martin. He used to be on George Bell back in the days. And he was able to be in contact with aliens that were 600 million years more advanced than we are, the Biavians. And I would like to ask Mike, have you heard of the Biavians? Have you ever heard of Michael, not Michael, but Riley Martin's? And his book he produced was The Coming of Tan, and I'd like your comments on that.
Riley Martin was a long-term guest of the program, Michael, years ago.
Yeah, he sounds very familiar. I'm not aware of his work specifically, but I do remember hearing about him.
He passed away a couple of years ago, but he had some strange experiences.
I'll definitely have to check him out.
How do people get a hold of you, Michael?
So you can look me up online, obviously on my website, www.drmichaelnapolitano.com, or I'm very active on Instagram at Dr. Michael Napolitano. I post every day, and I those are probably the two easiest ways to reach me. And I have my practice in Westlake Village, California, a little north of Los Angeles. So if you're a contactee or anybody, honestly, looking for, someone to talk to or medical care, I'm open to it. I'm friendly to all contactees, and I'm willing to meet and talk to anybody who just needs someone to talk to about anything. So,
have you met some contactees who have had bad experiences?
Oh yeah. I was at Contact in the Desert a few months ago and sat through a few different contactee circles and spoke and heard some things that were a lot more scary and troubling. But yeah, so I know it's out there, and I think a lot of it is interpretation. Like, different people have different purposes for these beings. So I'm sure some of them can be a lot more scary than others.
Absolutely. I was at Contact in the Desert with my buddy George Knapp, and we did.
I was there. I saw you.
Should have come up and introduced yourself.
There was a lot of people doing that.
I know. The lines are big. Yeah. We'll be back and take final calls with you in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
To access the audio archives of Coast to Coast AM, log on to coasttocoastam.com.
The recent heavy rain was quite a stress test for your roof and a reminder that your roof is the first line of defense. Dave Baker for Findlay Roofing, the roof guys, and the only roofer I trust. When severe downpours expose leaks from years of wear and tear, think of Findlay first. They've replaced over 65,000 roofs locally with high-quality work, upfront pricing, and exceptional service. Get your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com.
Summer is coming to an end and football season is about to kick off. There are plenty of things to celebrate this time of year, but when this celebration includes alcohol, do not make the wrong decision to drink and drive. Georgia has a zero tolerance for drunk driving, meaning all drivers caught over the limit will be arrested. No exceptions, no warnings. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety reminds you to avoid the risk of a DUI arrest by planning ahead for a ride with a sober driver. Sponsored by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios. News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
ABC News, I'm Stephanie Officer. The Hawk Fire in Nevada now burning across more than 15,000 acres. The National Guard is there, while firefighters try to save homes from the fast-moving flames. ABC's Melissa Adon in Reno.
Jennifer Alvarado had to scramble when she got the call to evacuate her young daughter on that cot, still in her cheerleader uniform.
The Red Cross has been amazing, but we all want to go home.
In an exclusive interview with ABC News, Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff, says he does not believe Carmelo Anthony's conviction and prison sentence can bring his family justice. This after a judge denied Carmelo Anthony's request for a new trial in the fatal stabbing of his then 17-year-old son at a Texas high school track meet. Metcalf saying he got handed a life sentence along with the rest of his family. The now 19-year-old Anthony was convicted of murder in June and sentenced to 35 years behind bars. This is ABC.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You don't need to tell me budgets are tight. Economic uncertainty, global politics, AI taking jobs we used to think were safe. Nobody wants to spend money they don't have to. But you've got to do something nice for your family, don't you? A cookie for the dog, nice dinner for you and your better half. Wouldn't it be nice to do something special for the house you love without breaking the bank just to do it? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A new garage door can completely transform the look of your property. For way less than a major renovation or landscaping project, modern designs, whisper quiet, connects with your phone and your fancy new car, a few $1,000s can literally change the appearance of your whole house. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come show you the difference we can make. And that part won't cost you a dime.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard Offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's Cash Offer Marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard Offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
234 from the Loud Security Systems Traffic Center. Right now, we're seeing some trouble up in Douglasville. A crash on I-20 westbound at Fairburn Road has multiple lanes blocked right now, and that's causing some major delays. Your best bet is to take Highway 78 to get around this. Again, that's Highway I-20 westbound at Fairburn Road, where multiple lanes are blocked due to a crash. I'm Isabella Rodriguez, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Meteorologist Christina Upwards. Clear and cool for Tuesday morning. Lows in the mid to upper 60s. Mostly sunny through the afternoon. High 95.
you are mine, my darling. Kiss me goodbye.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, we'll talk about the life of Nikola Tesla, the genius, with Mark Seifer on Coast to Coast. Make sure you're part of the program. And we're going to come back in a moment with Michael Napolitano and take final calls with him, talking about his alien experience. Well, it's official. We have a new television show, and we want you to sign up and watch it. It's called Strange Universe.
That is absolutely correct. Strange Universe. That's the name of it. It's our brand new Spark TV original series. You can find it only on the Spark TV network. So here's what you do. This is a lot of fun, folks, and we're going to have a good time doing this. Go to coasttocoastam.com. Go to the carousel. Lex has got it under, I believe it's the 6th dot under there, and you can read all about it. You can click and see about it. You'll get to see a sample. We put up a little sample up there with Daniel Brinkley, I believe, right, George? He was one of our first guests.
Yep.
And you'll see what it's like. You'll get to see our brand new set. Such a cool set that they've come up with for us. So it's a lot of fun. You can take advantage of that 7-day free trial. Get an idea of what the show's like. It's a lot of fun. Again, just go to coasttocoastam.com. All that info is right there, and you'll love it.
Strange Universe. And have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? Now, that's a great deal listening to the show, and it's only 15 cents a day.
I'm a Coast Insider because now I have 24/7 access to the best show ever, Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, it's Teresa. I love being an insider because the shows I listen to, I always appreciate the diversity of thoughtful insights it brings me on a variety of topics on Coast to Coast. The show has challenged me to think deeper and to broaden my horizon.
So give it a try. A couple ways to sign up. Go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Click the button, fill out the info when you've got it. The other way is to go to your app store and look for the Coast to Coast AM app. It's free. Put it on your phone, and through the app, you can sign up as well. And again, if you're in Canada without any tariffs, you're allowed to sign up to be a Coast Insider, too. Here's something for you men and women to build up your testosterone.
Recent research is showing low testosterone is affecting a larger portion of men and women at all ages. Addressing hormone balance, including healthy testosterone, is crucial for maintaining overall health. Introducing George's Super Tea, not a drink, but a 100% natural capsule, faster absorbing for amazing results. Here's Dr. Alan Millay, product creator.
Naturally, as we know, the body produces testosterone on its own. George's Super Tea is a powerhouse of hormone balance and testosterone enhancement, designed to work with the body's natural testosterone for both males and females.
Sounds great. What changes are people seeing?
We're talking beautiful hair, glowing skin, energizes the mind, better mental clarity, better concentration, less stress, enhances your sugar metabolism. It goes on, boosting desire in both men and women. We're talking about natural, sustained energy in all aspects of your life, all with our EDS enzyme, our secret sauce to maximize nutrient absorption, helping the body get the most from every dose.
And Dr. Millay, it's all natural, correct?
100% natural product. It optimizes the testosterone that you already have and gives your body the ability to produce as much as you need. Feeling differences in 1 hour of up to 700% improved testosterone. So anybody who wants to just feel better, feel younger, this is for you.
George's Super Tea Capsules for men and women from healthylooking.com or at 800-549-9596. Super Tea Capsules at healthylooking.com or at 800-549-9596. Check out the full interview with Dr. Millay at healthylooking.com and don't forget promo code George for free shipping.
Buster, is that you? You're moving like a pup on espresso. What gives?
Thanks. Just keeping up with my routine, some light jogs, a few unauthorized trash inspections, and started taking Arthrodex.
Arthrodex? Is that one of those new chew toys with Bluetooth?
Nah, it's a supplement from Youngevity. It's loaded with vitamins, minerals, amino acids, even stuff to keep my joints moving like they used to.
So, it's like a multivitamin, but it actually tastes good?
Exactly. My coat's shinier, I'm springier than ever, and the stairs don't mock me anymore.
Man, I've been getting winded halfway through Squirrel Patrol.
Tell your human to go to themineralway.com. That's where mine gets it. Easy peasy.
Done. I'm one biscuit away from entering the Zoomy Olympics.
Give your pets the nutritional support they deserve with Arthrodex from Youngevity. To place your order, visit criticalhealthnews.com or call 855-949-7234. That's 855-949-RADIO or visit criticalhealthnews.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-319-3687. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-319-3687. 800-319-3687. 800-319-3687.
Welcome back. George Noory along with Michael Napolitano as we take final calls talking about his ET experience. Has any of this made you a different kind of person, Michael?
Oh, absolutely. I think the biggest thing it's done for me is change the way I look at the world. You know, it's just so much bigger and more in depth than I could have possibly imagined. It's almost like we're living in this movie and there's all this other stuff going on in the background that we have no awareness of until now. And then waking up to it, it's amazing.
It truly is. It's remarkable, is it not?
Yeah, it really, really is. And it makes life that much more interesting.
Do you ever get emotional knowing what you know?
You know, I do, but I get emotional in the sense of it's such a beautiful experience to have, and it's so personal, and it can be so personal that you feel beyond special. It's like it's a love that humans can't even, I don't even think we're capable of feeling, and it's just amazing to feel that and to be a part of something so much bigger.
Are you glad this has happened to you?
I am. You know, I don't think I would change anything. I think I was meant to have these experiences, and, you know, yeah, it completely changed my life the way that I imagined it when I went to medical school and everything. I never thought in a million years this is, you know, the direction my life would take, but I trust that this is all exactly what was meant to happen, and I'm really excited to see where this leads.
Why do you think the past 3 years have been so powerful for you? Why not 20 years ago?
I don't think I was ready. I think I had to get to a point in my life where I was emotionally and psychologically ready to accept this course in my life. And I was also at a point in my life where I was going off on my own and starting my own practice and all these things. And I was in the prime position for this to happen. I think if it would have happened earlier, it wouldn't have turned out the way that I hope that it is, and the way that it has currently, in the way that I've incorporated and integrated it into my life. I think I wasn't ready yet. And that's probably why they didn't reveal themselves yet.
Back to the phones. Aaron's with us in Fountain Valley, California. Welcome, Aaron.
Hello, George. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
And Michael, thanks so much for this edition. I greatly appreciate it. And you are spot on, Dr. Michael. Love is the main thing. In 2005, August, I was told telepathically to go outside at a specific moment. When I did, I was told to look up. I was like, where's the camera, guys? Then out of nowhere, a silver craft with a bluish hue appeared from nothing, and I saw the occupants aboard remotely, and I believe they were Pleiadian. Tall, blonde, blue-eyed, with a female in charge. And I was told that they would take care of me in 2012, that they were my family. Then, although the world didn't end in 2012, I found out a year or so ago that there were 2 solar flares that summer just missing us on either side of the planet. It makes me wonder. And who regressed you? And thanks so much.
He was regressed by Yvonne Smith, but go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. I actually heard the same thing about the solar flares and that they deflected the solar flares. So that I have heard a similar thing. Yeah, Yvonne Smith was the hypnotist who regressed me, and she is phenomenal, and highly suggest her to anyone looking for a regression for contact experience.
Have you thought of writing a book about your experience, Michael?
So I actually am in the middle of writing a book. I just finished it, and I'm working on the first edit right now. Kind of just everything that we talked about the last 3 years of my life, and kind of the incorporation of that into my medical practice and all that. So it's in the works.
Are you at liberty to mention the title?
It actually doesn't have a title yet. I purposely left it untitled just to wait for it to come to me. I knew exactly what I was going to write about, but I'm not quite sure what I'm going to name it just yet.
Let's go to Mayette in New York. Welcome to the show. Hi, Mayette.
You and Tommy are so wonderful, and your crew too. What a fascinating subject. And Dr. Michael, thank you for what sounds like a transformative type of medicine, when the current medicine is, well, we know how that goes. But I have, as an editor myself, I have a suggestion, because I like to be precise about language. Watson and Crick, not too long ago, unfolded or solved how DNA works. There's no such thing as a socially constructive concept of race. It's species. And Craig Campazzo, who's been on Coast, has a book appropriately titled, and that's an Almanac of Alien Species. Okay, so that'll help you in your marketing. But I have a brief 3-part question, and please take notes. George helps, and I'll listen over the radio. First of all, I'd like to know, because in Craig's book, he talked about the Blue Syrians, and they seem to be, my ideal in certain respects. And if you're familiar with them and have any information on them. Secondly, I'd like to know if the future medicine, in other words, energy medicine, frequency medicine, mind, body, spirit medicine, what have they shared about our future in that area, and also hopefully increase longevity. However, I want to say that personally, the longer I spend on this prison planet, the more it seems that and organized religion seems to be part of the problem, because there seem to be too many Christians, and of course in all the other organized religions, where they eschew Psalms, Proverbs, they don't understand it. They seem to conclude that, well, since Yahshua died for our sins, that we can do anything we want to do, full of hate and wickedness. And if you have my questions, George is such a dear with jotting things down. I listen over the air. Thank you so much. I'll be looking forward to even reviewing your book.
First question, of course, from the Sirius star system. Any familiarity with that, Michael?
Well, first off, Craig Campobasso is a very good friend of mine. I love the ET Almanac. Fantastic book. Everybody should check it out for sure. In regards to the Blue Syrians, I haven't contacted them myself, but I do know other people who have, so I am aware of them. I don't know much about them personally, so I don't have much to comment on that. In terms of the frequency medicine, energy medicine, and all that, they absolutely promote that, and that's the main message that I get from them is to shift, to start incorporating these things into regular medicine. Not, like I said before, not to replace Western medicine, but as an adjunct. And that's why I do energy work, energy medicine, frequency medicine. I do that in my practice in conjunction with Western medicine because of the guidance that they have given me and the other people in this field who have shown a lot of the different modalities and the healing properties and treatment protocols that they've incorporated in conjunction with other medical models. So that is probably the main message from the extraterrestrials that I do get is the shift to these other types of modalities. And then the last question, in terms of religion, I don't have much to comment on religion either. I think that there's a lot of different people's viewpoints on the religious aspect of everything. I do think it is all a very similar story portrayed in different ways. My personal belief is to help people understand and to get, obviously for compliance and different reasons. I don't want to say that it's good or bad. I don't really have a viewpoint on it, but I think that there can be a lot of different interpretations on the various religions, but ultimately I believe they're all telling roughly the same story.
First time caller Zavi is with us in Portland, Oregon. Hello, Zav. Go ahead.
Hey, how are you? Little old lady from Portland here. Anyway, I have a question. Okay, this has been actually bugging me so bad for about a year and a half. By the way, I'm going to age myself because I was a huge Art Bell fan back in the day, so may he rest in peace. Anyway, okay, here's my question, and it's going to be poised towards you, Dr. Napolitano, and George a little bit. I would like you both to kind of comment on this. Here's what's been bugging me about 2 years with the gray aliens, okay? You've been to medical school, doctor, and you've studied anatomy. You had to have studied evolution of humankind. I've got a question in the way physical features evolve, okay? If you look at the gray aliens, we've got gray skin, okay, lack of probably no melatonin or anything like that, okay? We've got huge eyes, okay? Has it ever been poised, or you had any guess, George, or before even Art Bell, or you, doctor, has it ever been poised that possibly a ancestor of humans maybe went underground, like, say, when the dinosaurs got hit with the asteroid and the planet became totally unlivable? Say humanoids went underground to survive, and this could be the result of it. And that's kind of my question. It's been bugging me for 2 years. Anyway, I want to hear both of your thoughts on that possibility. Okay.
Let me go first, Michael. We've had some guests on in the past who have said a couple things that they could be visitors from our future coming back here, or that they were underground humanoids who have always lived on the planet. Did you ever hear that, Michael?
It's so funny you say that, because as he was asking the question, I was thinking of a podcast I was listening to this morning, Debbie Dashiner's podcast, actually, and they were her guest was talking about how the Greys were underground. And from an anatomical perspective, they're the big eyes, the dark skin. I mean, it makes sense that they would be living in a darker climate. Now, I've also heard the theory, like you were saying, George, that they are us from the future and that they're here to help kind of keep us from going down that path that they went on to kind of save their species from that outcome that they went through. So I do believe that either one of those theories is viable. The underground theory from an anatomical perspective definitely makes sense to me. I really don't know, but I think both are very interesting.
Michael, as we wrap things up, give out your website again and how people can get a hold of you.
Yep. My website's drmichaelnapolitano.com. You can reach me on Instagram at Dr. Michael Napolitano or email contact@drmichaelnapolitano.com.
And make sure, Michael, if you get abducted, they bring you back. We want you as a future guest when your book's out, all right?
I'll be sure to let them know. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, Michael. Up next, we're going to talk about the life of Nikola Tesla on Coast to Coast AM.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
If you've seen one ant in your home, it's not alone. What you're really seeing is the beginning of an ant home invasion.
Hey, it's Christina Edwards with Matt Beretta from Beretta Pest Management. So, Matt, what you're saying is that one ant could mean tons of trouble, right?
There's never just one. That one ant is likely to be a scout looking for food, and thousands of his best friends are ready to move in.
Ants are not part of a healthy home, so what do we need to do, Matt?
Breda protects inside and out. A lot of companies don't even come inside anymore. Ants enter your home from the outside. That's why our precise interior protection focuses on the cracks and crevices where ants get in. Breda will never just spray your baseboards. We find and eliminate the colony at the source, which is inside your home.
Got ants? Better call Breda. They handle bugs and critters, like ants.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.